Chapter 301. 1 week later. The Soul Black Hole entered the Tyrone system. After the captain sent a request to dock at the starport, the entire warship was immediately pulled into the port by the tractor beam. Berlin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the bridge and looked at the Tyrone system. A very normal planet, a blue ocean planet that was a little abnormal, and a planet that looked like a planet-sized city. This was the entire world of the Tyrone system. This was not quite what Berlin had imagined. He had thought that as the capital of the star region, the place that caught his eye should be filled with ships coming and going even in the void, and the densely packed orbital buildings rotated with the planet. "Welcome home, Mr. Guard." The face image of the starport staff popped up in the bridge. He spoke without any tone and expression, and the sincerity of the welcome home was seriously insufficient. "The teleport station has been prepared for you. After leaving the ship, turn right out of the third port. The teleport station prepared for you is at the end of the passage, next to the wall on the left," the staff said mechanically, and at the same time transmitted a map to the bridge, marking the location of the teleport station. This was not the first time that Yao and was received by this guy. In the past, he would find fault with him, but now he was as annoyed as this staff member. "Look at your stinky face. Did someone die in your family?" a crew member asked with a smile. "Don't pick on me." The staff member continued the reception process by tapping the console with a cold expression. "The new boss is a bastard. I just made a small mistake, and he punished me by making me work for 72 hours straight." The tractor beam that bound the Soul Black Hole dissipated, and the entire warship was gradually wrapped by an energy that was used to firmly fix the hull in the port. The unmanned shuttle flew to the Soul Black Hole and landed on the apron, ready to pick up the crew. "What mistake did you make? Did you accidentally blow up the docked ship?" Yawen asked. "It's not a big deal. I just didn't flush the toilet." "You deserve it." The people in the bridge shut down the ship's equipment one after another, then left the bridge and boarded the transport plane. The shuttle went back and forth between the Soul Black Hole and the starport, taking the crew members on the ship to the starport. The crew members of the Soul Black Hole were all soulless. When they appeared in the starport, all pedestrians pinched their noses and avoided them, and cast hateful eyes at them. This made Bellant feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that discrimination against soulless people did not exist in the Tyrone Star Zone. Fortunately, the soulless people other than Bellant did not care at all. They also learned the reasons for discrimination from normal people. There were some shops selling things on the way to the teleportation station. The communication officer of the Soul Black Hole ran over and bought 2 bags of snacks. The owner even thought the money he took out was dirty, and did not take a penny. The communication officer ran back and distributed the snacks he bought to others, even including the Iron Man. He lowered his head and looked at the snacks handed to him. 3 seconds later, the 2 red electronic eyes turned to the communication officer's face. "Your Talon sector." Barrett walked to Yao inside. "It seems to be equal." "What do you mean?" Yawen asked. "You are a guard, and the staff member just now didn't use an honorific title, nor did he particularly respect you." "You know what I mean," Barrett said. "Huh." Yawen smiled and shook his head. "That guy is the nephew of the patriarch of the Talon No. 2 Knight family. I didn't bite him for the sake of his uncle." Everyone gradually walked to the front of the teleportation station. Yawen pushed Bellant to the communications officer, and then took Death to the teleportation platform. "The target has been set. Talon No. 1 Research Facility Teleportation Station. This is a forbidden area. Yawen guards, please verify your identity." Yawen allowed the scanning equipment on the teleportation platform to detect him, and then ordered the communications officer, "Take this new companion back to District 13 and make arrangements." "Don't worry." The communications officer nodded. Yawen and Death disappeared on the teleportation platform immediately. Although you are an Iron Man, it does not mean that you can be impolite like a machine in front of Lord Talon. He likes polite people. I hope you are a polite Iron Man. Yawen stepped out of the transmission platform of the research facility. Just now, when he was still traveling in the dimensional space, he was telling Death about the precautions for meeting Chin Mo next. Death hated the etiquette habits of these carbon-based creatures and felt that it was meaningless, but he still listened and took notes honestly. The next step was to go through more than a dozen security checkpoints, and then go to the top floor of the research facility to tell Chin Mo what happened in Barna. But what Yawen didn't expect was that when he stepped off the teleportation platform, he saw Chin Mo. Chin Mo was waiting in front of the teleportation platform. "Governor." Yawen immediately saluted. Rigi followed suit. "Thank you for your hard work." "Did everything go well?" Chin Mo asked. "It went very smoothly. Bologna was killed, and the soulless person beside her was brought back by me. Yalan began to tell the story. The soulless man killed Bologna, and a pure judge wanted Bologna dead more than we did. Bologna is such a bitch. Heat Death's monitoring program showed that she told her apprentice that she would come to Tehran to implement her plan. While Yalan was telling the story, Chi Nemo kept looking at Heat Death, with a passionate look and an uncontrollable smile on his face, and he didn't pay any attention to Bologna at all. Heat Death wanted to interrupt Yao indirectly, and said that he had stored the holographic image of the incident, but considering that Yao had said to him before, "The Lord of Tehran likes polite iron men," he stood there honestly and waited for Yao on to finish. "She's dead, that's enough." Chi Nemo took the initiative to interrupt Yalan's narration. "Go to Talon 3 to rest for 2 days, then contact Andrada, he needs your assistance with something." "Yes." Yao En saluted respectfully, and turned back to the teleportation platform. A blue light flashed, and Yao En returned to the starport. Only Riji stood in front of Chi Nemo at this time. Chi Nemo observed carefully and smiled more brightly. "A perfect Iron Man, powerful in combat, with intelligence. You are a masterpiece that makes me proud. There are only 3 creations that can make me proud and proud: dimensional teleportation, guards, and you, a perfect Iron Man." Hearing that he made Chi Nemo proud, Heat Death's data processing system detected an unprecedented data stream, which was very complex and huge. If it were to be summed up in one word, it would be happiness. At this time, Heat Death suddenly recalled what the main control intelligence said to him in the mothership, and was eager to hear another answer from Chi Nemo. So he said, "The main control intelligence said that I was its creation. Don't listen to it. When it decided to create a more powerful Iron Man, it asked for my opinion. I designed your system myself." Chi Nemo admired the masterpiece in front of him. "You just used a part of its computing power, that's all. If I was in the Hades galaxy at that time, I would personally build an intelligence for you." "I knew it." Heiji nodded with emotion. "Come, let me check you carefully." Chi Nemo turned around and motioned for Heiji to follow him. Chapter 302. The layers of circular instruments rotate at the speed of light, and the Heat Death at the center of the instrument is like being dissected. Everything about it is presented in the form of data in front of Chi Nemo. Today, Chi Nemo no longer needs to use instruments to assist in research, but he just loves to use these things. It always feels like something is missing if you don't use the tools you created. After analyzing some of the data, Chi Nemo is more satisfied with the Heat Death. Although the Iron Men created before are also Iron Men, they have no self-awareness, which means that if they want to act, they must be controlled by the main control intelligence. It is necessary to set up auxiliary combat units in the Iron Man to provide data transmission bandwidth. This is the same as the synaptic individuals of the Tyranids. If the Tyranids or any other enemies realize this after a long-term battle with the Iron Man, they will decapitate the auxiliary combat units in the Iron Man, and then the Iron Man will lose the connection with the main control intelligence and cannot act collectively. When the Tyranids lose their synaptic individuals, they can at least move by instinct and are relatively flexible. Once the Iron Man loses its auxiliary combat units, it will become an obstacle. Intelligent Iron Men like Heat Death are true Iron Men. They have self-awareness, can move freely, and can use decapitation tactics. When the auxiliary units that provide data transmission bandwidth die, they can still continue to command the Iron Men without self-awareness to fight. Heat Death is equivalent to the Tyrant in the Iron Man's combat body. "Why am I different from other Iron Men?" Heat Death asked. "Because you have a personality matrix." Chi Nemo finished the analysis, and took out a square object, and handed it to Heat Death. After taking it, Heat Death observed it, and found that it was all black and had a very strange internal structure. This thing cannot be manufactured on a scientific level. Just like the main control intelligence, it is a product based on the laws distorted by the power of the Star God. Among all the similar things that Heat Death has seen, this thing is only in his body. The intelligence of the mothership said that my self-awareness is just a bug. Heat Death returned the personality matrix to Chi Nemo. Protocol number 127, the main control intelligence must keep unpublished things confidential. Chi Nemo took the matrix, and put it under the lamp to admire it carefully. It is because of it that you have self-awareness, just like being endowed with a soul. Considering that the soul is related to the subspace in this universe, my statement is not quite appropriate. Anyway, you can understand what I am saying. Heat Death nodded, and also admired the personality matrix. Although he knew that his consciousness was given by the same creature, this did not make Heat Death feel frustrated. In his view, carbon-based creatures were also endowed with souls by something to have self-awareness, and Iron Man just had a different method. In fact, Giving you self-awareness is not the biggest function of this thing, Chi Nemo suddenly said. Heat Death looked at his creator curiously. I have always been curious about how the Soulless were born. I have been trying to clone the Soulless, but I found that I couldn't do it. The cloned Soulless is like a puppet, an empty shell, and has no anti-psychic talent. Powerful Soulless can absorb psychic energy like a black hole. Their essence is very special. And I tried to replicate this essence, a one-to-one replica, from personality to their anti-psychic talent. After hearing this, Heat Death suddenly realized that his personality was not the purpose, but just a byproduct of the initial version of the personality matrix. The real purpose of his creator was to use the personality matrix to replicate the Soulless. Just like the Iron Man version of Yo-In. This is a one-to-one copy. Because the Soulless has a personality, the personality matrix also has the function of giving personality, but this is not the ultimate goal. But the personality matrix still can't give me the anti-psychic ability of the Soulless. Heat Death thinks that the role of this personality matrix is not very big. How much does the personality and self-awareness of the Soulless have to do with their talents? Perhaps Soulless people can only be created through intervention. Cloning and replication are not enough. I can be sure that everything I do is necessary, otherwise, I would not have created the personality matrix. Chi Nemo shook his head. Look forward to it. You will get an upgrade in the future, and the Tyranid brain worms will no longer be able to easily send you back to the factory for recasting. Heat Death is not an ordinary expectation. It is most worried about psychic power. Those brain worms are fat and weak. At least they look different from those war beasts covered with shells and biological weapons. If they don't know how to use psychic power, killing them is like crushing an ant, but unfortunately they can. In the war in the Hades galaxy, Heat Death found that no matter what kind of combat body improvement plan or tactics he tried, he would eventually be easily sent back to the furnace by the brain worm for recreation. The average survival time in front of the brain worm is no more than 3 seconds. If you can have the ability of the Soulless, just the existence can make psychic creatures feel fear and discomfort, then psychic creatures such as brain worms will no longer be a strong enemy. I didn't want to tell you that your self-awareness is just a byproduct of the personality matrix, but I think it's better to make some things clear, so that you don't have to make up your mind in the future. Chi Nemo stared at Heat Death, still a little hesitant about whether to let Heat Death know. But Heat Death didn't dwell on this matter, and his eyes projected a smile. I have self-awareness, regardless of whether it is a byproduct of the personality matrix. I have it, that's enough. Very good. Chi Nemo was even more satisfied. The personality generated by the personality matrix is random, and Chi Nemo didn't go deep into the step of customizing the personality. The countermeasure for the emergence of a destructive personality is just to destroy the personality matrix with a backdoor. Heat Death's random result is obviously very good. I have something I need you to do. Chi Nemo suddenly input a marked star map for Heat Death. Heat Death read it, and found that there was a Blackstone fortress at the marked location. The Blackstone fortress also exists in the database, so although Heat Death has never seen it, he knows what it is. Chi Nemo got the news from Klein a day ago. This Blackstone fortress suddenly appeared in the eastern part of the galaxy. It is not sure whether it is the new Eternal Will that was not completely destroyed in the Battle of Cartier, but when it appeared, there was no controller inside. Some people who dared to go deep into this Blackstone fortress found that there were gene stealers and ancient mechanical sentinels inside. I need you to investigate it, and bring it back to me if it can be controlled. Chi Nemo ordered. Yes. Heat Death nodded and promoted this task to the top priority. For Iron Man, the top priority not only means that it must be done immediately, but also means that it must be completed at all costs. Chi Nemo personally sent Heat Death away, and after returning to the laboratory, he began to study how to integrate the fragments of the Star God. Chapter 303. At the same time, Yaoyan stood in the bridge of a transport ship, looking at the planet that the ship was slowly approaching. It was a hive world, much larger than the hive world before the transformation of the Tyrone Eye. On the ship, you can see the metal lines on the surface of the planet, which is the extension of the hive world. This world has more than one hive. The surface of the planet is covered with large and small prismatic metal scars, which are large hives one after another. The small hives are not visible outside the planet. Bison number 1. As you can see, a large hive world, this is the galaxy capital. And Rita walked to Yaoyan with a glass of wine, handed him the glass, and admired Bison number 1 with him. Yaoyan was furious when he saw Enrita. He was originally going to take a vacation on the Talon number 3, maybe he could even dive with his daughter, and then use the thrusters on the guard's body to travel in the underwater world. But now it's useless to say anything, and Rita will call him to come over to work overtime anyway. Bei Su. Yao En murmured the name of the galaxy. This name sounds strange. What does it mean? And Ruida shook his head slowly. Although the governor of this planet looks similar to me, I don't know what this name means or how it was named. Yao En didn't dwell on it, and nodded and didn't care. Anyway, there are many elusive and strange names in this universe, so it doesn't matter. There is only one thing that matters right now. Why did you insist on letting me come here? Yao En asked. Before he went to kill Bologna, he knew that Andrada was running around the outer reaches of the Talon system every day, trying to integrate those galaxies into the Talon star zone and turn them into a ring of star zone defenses called the Talon Gate. But Andrada was a guard, and a civilian in the guard, so why couldn't he integrate the current galaxy into the star zone and make it part of the Talon Gate? This galaxy is a little special, and this hive is also special. Andrada didn't explain immediately, but talked about the things about this galaxy. Do you remember that you fought on the Agrippina Forge World several years ago? The Forge World that you, Gray, and the Celestial Engine protected together? You reported that you met a space marine from the White Scars during the mission, named Chun Yi. This galaxy was recruited by the White Scars 2,000 years ago, and another person was recruited into the galaxy 200 years ago, and that person was Chun Yi. Yao En looked at Enrita with wide eyes. He had never expected that the Baishio galaxy had been recruited by the White Scars, and he had never expected that Chun Yi, who had separated from him in Agrippina a long time ago, had anything to do with this. That guy said he was a new recruit. Yao En said in surprise. A new recruit among the Space Marines. And Ruida nodded, but Chun Yi may have concealed something. He is not that new, and he is on the Baishio number 1. Yao En nodded thoughtfully and asked again, so why did you call me here? Chun Yi was sent to negotiate terms. The White Scars want to promote the integration of the Baishio system into the Star Zone, but there is a condition that they can recruit soldiers from here in the future. Enrita took out a parchment with the handprint of the White Scars war captain. Chun Yi has a condition of his own. He wants to communicate with someone he knows, and that person is you. Yao En glanced at the parchment and nodded. Although he didn't know why Chun Yi had to communicate with him, Yao En was willing to go there in person. I go to the spire of the nest with you. No, I go to the spire to discuss the next things with the nobles, and Chun Yi will go to the lower nest. When the guards of the Lord of Tyrone arrived for the first time, the nobles of Bison number 1 were not ready, but when they arrived the second time, they were ready to welcome them. A military parade was held in the upper nest. The soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force marched in neat formations, and everyone was well trained and well equipped. The noble guard was not a private soldier who served as bodyguards in the nobles' residences, but a large group of 100,000 people called the noble guard, and they were better equipped than ordinary soldiers. Everyone could see that the troops of Bison number 1 were well trained. In the past tens of thousands of years, the Bison galaxy, which was second only to the Talon galaxy in terms of remoteness, must have stronger armed forces to protect the safety of the entire galaxy. The planetary governors gathered in the upper nest of Bison number 1, and watched the military parade and ate and drank with Enrita on the top of the magnificent tower. Each governor said that his troops were ready to be incorporated into the Talon army at any time. Everyone was very friendly and sensible. All this had nothing to do with Yao En, who was going to the lower nest. He just stood on the dirty streets of the lower nest waiting to meet Chun Yi. Compared with the upper nest and the top of the tower, the environment of the lower nest was extremely dirty and messy, even worse than the lower nest when Tylong number 1 was still a high city. This may be because of the large population. The environment is bad, and it's raining acid. Since the rebellious governor moved the industry to Talon 2, there has been no acid rain in the Tyrone hive. So Yao En was not prepared, but fortunately there was a protective film on his bionic skin. Call Thor. I've been arrested by the Ministry of Justice. I must call Thor. While waiting, Yao En looked at the pitch-black billboard next to the street, which was playing an advertisement that looked quite interesting. A female police officer from the Ministry of Justice, who was dressed more like an entertainment district staff, handcuffed a man. The man pretended to be terrified in front of the camera, and said the advertising slogan loudly. Then a man who was dressed decently and more decent in shiacho appeared in front of the camera and continued to say the advertising slogan with extremely rich facial expressions. You were framed by a bald man and then reported him to the Ministry of Justice. But because this bald man's daily performance was simply a model citizen of the Empire, the people in the Ministry of Justice chose to believe him instead of you. I am Thor, and I fight for you. Yao En looked at the advertisement and muttered to himself. It seems that the management level of this hive governor is pretty good. This advertisement proves that the governor of Bison number 1 hive is still quite rule-abiding. At least, he would not do such a ridiculous thing as letting his mechanical hound sniff 2 people, and then convict whoever the hound bites to death. What you see is just the remaining light of the sunset. When Yao En heard this, he turned around and found Chen Yi standing behind him. This space marine of the white scars was completely different from his previous appearance on Agrippina. He was not wearing power armor but a black raincoat, looking like a cyber giant with too many thick and inferior artificial muscles implanted. The two did not greet or salute each other after meeting, but just looked at each other. Neither of them was good at expressing themselves, but they both remembered that they had fought side by side in the arena. This was a friendship of life and death. Chapter 304. You look like that. Yao En looked at the raincoat on Chen Yi, which was sewn, just like the boxers I saw when I was a kid fighting in the undernest. Clothes make the man, saddles make the horse, brother. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly. A fully armed space warrior in armor is too conspicuous in the undernest, so Chen Yi sewed a raincoat himself. If it wasn't for the acid rain today, he wouldn't wear a raincoat, but a black robe, which was also sewn by himself, and the craftsmanship is as bad as this raincoat. The acid rain in the Nest City is not only corrosive, Yao En's bioprocessor even actively closed the respiratory tract. But for a Superman warrior who has undergone 19 transformation operations, the acid rain in Bison number 1 is so toxic that it can only make Chen Yi feel numb at his fingertips. Let's go, I buy you a drink. Chen Yi raised his chin behind him. Yao En followed silently. The two walked through the alleys of Xiaoqiao. While walking on the road, they could hear quarrels from the shacks next to them, whispers during bad transactions, and even the sound of gang fights. All this made Yao En feel familiar. This was the situation in the base nest of Tyrone Hive City before. Kato was particularly bad at that time, with bloody coxcombs, bounty hunters, and information dealers. The only place where you can see peace and friendliness is the Gene Stealer settlement. There was another ordinary gunshot, but after this gunshot, a hole appeared on the wall next to Yao En. Chen Yi looked vigilantly at a dark alley on the left, where the bullet came from. Just when Chen Yi and Yao En thought they were just encountering a very common gang fight, a little girl with her mouth transformed into a breathing filter ran out. Save me. The cold electronic synthesized voice came out from the respirator in the girl's mouth. This did not mean that she was not anxious or afraid, but that the parts embedded in her face were too low quality, and the voice function might only be attached to the breathing filter. Then 2 men holding Agrippina automatic guns came out of the alley. When they saw the girl hiding behind Chen Yi, they were stunned for a moment, but then they pointed the gun at Chen Yi. Don't mind your own business. Go back to your black boxing ring and continue to fight. Hearing the threats from the two, Chen Yi turned back to look at Yao En. Do I really look like a boxer? Yao En spread his hands. Chen Yi sighed helplessly, and turned to look at the 2 gang members. Normal nesters in the city have a very obvious feature, that is, they all wear breathing filters, whether the filter is an implant or something like a mask. Chen Yi looked at the face of the gang member on the left and took a step forward. You? Before he finished another threatening word, the gang member was hit in the face by Chen Yi, who suddenly rushed in front of him. The filter and jawbone were all shattered, metal fragments and bone fragments mixed together, and the blood spurting out of his wound splashed onto the wall. When another gang member was about to pull the trigger, he was hit in the face by Chen Yi like his companion. This punch was not retracted. A round head is like a watermelon, and the swung arm is like a baseball bat. When the two collided, there was a dull bang and then shattered. Chen Yi walked up to the gang member, who was not killed by him, grabbed his head and dragged him to a place where the roof could not reach his head, so that he was directly exposed to the acid rain. As the sizzling sound continued, many dark spots appeared on the gang member's face, which were corroded by acid rain. Tell everyone you meet not to learn from you. Chen Yi grabbed the gang member and pushed him against the wall, punched a hole in the iron wall in front of him, and then broke off the largest piece of debris to fix the gang member. After doing all this, Chen Yi turned around and looked at the girl. The girl was huddled next to the trash can and shivering. As a Xiaoqiao person, she had definitely seen more terrible scenes than just now, but she had never seen someone with such terrible fighting power as Chen Yi. If you still have family, take them to District 100. Chen Yi took out a gold coin and put it in the girl's hand, then gently held the girl's fist holding the gold coin and told her, hold your life tightly, and don't let go until you see food or weapons. The girl nodded and ran away, looking back every 3 steps. Chen Yi turned around and glanced at Yao En. Are you in a hurry to drink? Alcohol means nothing to me. Yao En knocked on his alloy skull. Chen Yi nodded, picked up the 2 automatic rifles on the ground and continued to move forward. In the following section of the journey, whenever he heard screams and cries for help, Chen Yi would immediately rush to the place where the sound came from and shoot at the gang members or perpetrators. When the magazine of the automatic rifle was empty, Chen Yi picked up the dead man's weapon and continued to fight. Even though he was not wearing armor or a helmet that could assist in aiming, Chen Yi still shot without missing a single shot. Most of the time during his century-long battle, the enemies he faced were more agile and more threatening than the gang members. Until the whole block fell into silence, the gang members and those who wanted to harm others huddled in the corner and dared not come out. Finally, Chen Yi threw away his weapon and continued to walk towards the bar with Yao En. 10 minutes after we leave this block, another innocent person will be killed, Yao En said. As you said, I myself feel that what I did is not very effective. Chen Yi nodded very calmly, but even if I can save one person will be alive. I did what I could do within my ability. Yao En nodded. Chen Yi continued. After a week here, I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't know why, but the sufferings of everyone here are as if they happened to me. I hate every kind of evil. I want to put on my armor and take my bolter to kill all the evil people in the hive. The girl just now reminded me of myself when I was a child. If there was a space marine who could have descended from the sky to kill the evil people who harmed my parents, I wouldn't have been too weak because of living on the streets since I was a child, and I almost couldn't survive the transformation surgery. Listening to Chen Ye's complaints, Yao En felt that he was a person with strong empathy. This was also reflected in Agrippina. Ordinary space marines didn't care about the lives of mortals. The entire Weepers chapter cared about mortals, which was not common even among their brother chapters, who were also descendants of Sanguinius. I heard that you were a bottom nester, and the environment in the bottom nest was worse than that in the lower nest. Chen Yi suddenly stopped and looked at Yao En, but I feel like you don't seem to sympathize with these people. Yao En admitted frankly, yes. When Chen Yi thought Yao En was just a little cold, so he didn't intend to explore further, Yao En suddenly said two words that shocked him. I don't empathize with the suffering of anyone except the soulless. In my opinion, they are just like almost all the people in the lower nest and the bottom nest. Because the ordinary people who are bullied today may be the ones who beat me up yesterday just because they don't like me, or the ones who sneaked into my window and wanted to strangle my daughter to death when I was away. The life of the people in the lower and lower nests was very difficult. Chen Yi, who was born in Bison number 1 and had been an emperor angel for 100 years, knew it clearly, but it was obvious that the life of the soulless in the nest city was even more difficult. Chen Yi put himself into the miserable life of the soulless and suddenly wanted to comfort Yao En. But Yao En didn't care about the past at all. He continued to move forward without saying a word. Chapter 305. After a while, Chen Yi and Yao En came to a tavern. If it weren't for the tavern sign hanging outside the shack, no one would know that this was a tavern. No public place anywhere would welcome soulless people, but the female owner of the tavern seemed to know that Yao En was coming, and she hung up the closing sign early. The only guests in the whole tavern were Yao En and Chen Yi. This is the best wine I can offer. The old owner walked to the table with 2 bowls of wine, and put down the wine tremblingly. Chen Yi was familiar with her, and they talked for a few words. The boss was too old and her hearing was not good, so Chen Yi often had to speak loudly for her to hear. Yao En heard the old lady call Chen Yi grandpa during the conversation. After she left, Chen Yi looked at Yao En and explained, she is the great-granddaughter of my sworn brother. I have given my armor to her for maintenance these days. Yao En nodded in surprise. Since coming to the lower nest of Bison number 1 and meeting Chen Yi, everything Yao En saw showed Chen Yi's relationship with the nest. He grew up in the nest, and then joined the White Scars as a recruit. Chen Yi is familiar with every place here, and even keeps in touch with the descendants of his brothers when he was still a mortal. This is an interesting story about space marines. But Yao En is not here for tourism. At this point, he can't help but wonder why Chen Yi wants to see him. Neither the war group nor the Empire cares about the life of the people in the nest world, so Chen Yi must have come to him for personal reasons. I want the people of the Baishio system to live like the people of Talong, Chen Yi said. That's why I came to you instead of Andrada. We know each other, and it's easier to talk with this relationship. No. No. Because? Yao En smiled bitterly, and shook his head. He thought it was impossible, and tried to persuade Chen Yi to let him know that it was impossible. As a guard, Yao En knew many secrets of the Tyrone sector, including why the Tyrone people could do what they wanted. That's because there is some kind of power that makes the reality structure of the star region more stable, and ordinary supernatural phenomena are unlikely to appear in the Tyrone sector. Why did the Tyrone Navy take a vacation instead of rushing to Ball immediately? It was because the crew heard whispers during and after the Battle of Cadia, and those whispers kept tempting the crew to try to corrupt them. The North Star system is not within the stable influence range. If the people here live like the people in the Tyrone Star Zone, do research and art like that, they might be corrupted by calculating the holy numbers of some chaos gods when doing math problems. But just when Yao En was about to persuade him, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Qin knew about the defense circle around the Tailong Star region, which should mean that the Baishio Star region would also be integrated. He should think that this place would soon be taken over by the Tailong Star region, and everyone would live like the Tailong people. You are not the only one who knows some dark and hidden secrets. Chen Yi whispered, I know about corrosion, I know about demons, and I also know that the Tailong Star region is less susceptible to psychic erosion. Yao En felt that Qin Yi was becoming more and more mysterious. This guy seemed to know everything when he was in Agrippina. You may have misunderstood me. I don't want the people of the Baishio Galaxy to be able to research and create. I just want them to be able to eat and drink and live in order. Chen Yi continued. That's for sure. Yao En nodded, of course. Because a study shows that the more miserable people are, the more susceptible they are to corruption. Qin Yi was very satisfied and raised his wine glass. Can you promise me? Promise you can do it. I promise you. Yao En also raised his wine glass. The two of them drank the wine immediately. So, the reason you told Enruida that you wanted to find me was to get a guarantee that was already guaranteed. Yao En put down the wine bowl and asked. No. Qin Yi shook his head. My goal is to make the evildoers get the punishment they deserve. Yao En didn't understand what this meant, and Qin Yi didn't explain it, but he could sense that what Qin Yi was going to do next was his real purpose in finding him, and asking for a guarantee was just to feel at ease. After finishing his drink, Qin Yi stood up and walked to the back room of the tavern, and put on his armor with the help of the servo-skeleton. There is a very formal process for putting on and taking off armor for space warriors, which requires burning incense and praying, and a sense of ritual, but there is no sense of ritual in the lower nest. Qin Yi just put it on quickly, and then changed into a large black robe. After hanging two power swords on his back, and inserting the bolt pistol on his waist, Qin Yi and Yao En, who were fully armed, left the tavern together. The boss also knew that Qin Yi was leaving, so he went to open the door of the warehouse, and took Qin Yi to find the things he stored in the warehouse. How long will it take for you to come back this time? The boss asked tremblingly. It may take decades, or even never come back. Qin Yi responded loudly. Ah. Then when you come back, it may be my grandson who will entertain you. The boss said with a smile. Qin Yi wanted to say something, but swallowed it back and just nodded. After saying goodbye, Qin Yi walked to a large black cloth in the corner of the warehouse, and stretched out his hand to tear the cloth off. A cool two-seat motorcycle appeared in front of Yao En. Qin Yi stroked the motorcycle like he was caressing a lover, then rode on, tapping the back seat to signal Yao En to get on as well. Be careful, don't scratch my motorcycle with your leg armor. Your Taogang armor can't be scratched. How can my power armor be scratched? I'm just telling you, in case you don't treat it as your own motorcycle. After Yao En sat firmly, Qin Yi turned the handle, and the motorcycle immediately sped out of the warehouse. The cool motorcycle sped in the bottom nest. Qin Yi took Yao En from the lower nest into the bottom nest, passing through the bubbling green pool, and passing through the mountains made of waste and garbage. While driving at the fastest speed, Qin Yi even had time to look at the bird fortune teller in his hand. He was not driving aimlessly, but rushing to the target location that had been set long ago. As he got closer to the target, Yao En suddenly heard gunshots. When he arrived at the destination, Yao En found that Qin Yi's destination was actually a battlefield. In the ruins of the bottom nest, more than 2,000 people with various weapons and equipment were fighting with 500 enemies. The weapons and equipment of both sides were not uniform, and at first glance it looked like an internal fight, but Yao En still distinguished the enemy from us at a glance. Because all those 500 people were bald and had big heads. There are also genestealers here? Yao En asked in surprise. I saw the lawyer talking about the Imperial model and the bald head in the advertisement before. Yao En thought that was a nickname for people with a certain personality in the local culture of the Baishio Galaxy. After thinking about it, Yao En felt that this was the hive city he was familiar with. The perception of different areas in the hive world is still so divided. The efficiency of information transmission in the hive world is still so low. The bottom hive is fighting with the genestealers, but the lower hive, upper hive, and the spire are still as if nothing happened. Chapter 306. It's the angel of the Emperor. The angel has descended. The human warriors cheered immediately when they saw the cool motorcycle and the people sitting on it speeding on the plain. Qin Yi drove the motorcycle calmly around the genestealers, and at the same time pulled out the explosive pistol at his waist and fired at them. The motorcycle was too fast, and it was difficult for the genestealers to attack it. Qin Yi, who was riding on it, would not be unable to aim because of the speed. His shooting skills were as strong as his sword skills, and he never missed a shot. This kind of intense war is still a bit too easy for the Space Marines. Under normal circumstances, even if the bottom nest thieves sneak into the upper nest, no Space Marines will come to support them personally, unless there is something very important on this planet that needs to be protected. Yao En sat quietly on the back seat of the motorcycle. He found that Qin Yi seemed to be deliberately driving the gene stealers to gather together. As one gene stealer after another died, the survivors were no longer scattered on the ruins, but had to gather together. Seeing this, Yao En knew what Qin Yi wanted to do. When most of the genestealers gathered together, Yao En controlled the shoulder gun to fire into the sky. Mortar, anti-infantry mode. The red light ball drew a perfect arc in the sky, and when it fell 100 meters above the genestealers' heads, it split into a rain of light beams like raindrops. All the genestealers were killed without exception. It is worth mentioning that Yao En found that these genestealers were the same as those that appeared in the Tyrone Hive before, with their unique spirit of unity and sacrifice. Among the genestealers pierced by the light beam rain, there was a young man. Before he was shot into a sieve, all the elders nearby rushed to him, using themselves as a meat shield to keep the young individuals alive. The battle is over. A ragged officer from the human side stood up and waved his arms to the crowd. Clean up. These militiamen who were put together began to reshoot each enemy's body and took away all the usable things on them. The officer also participated in the cleanup work. He found a laser pistol and found that it was blasted through by the beam rain after trying it. However, he did not throw the weapon away, but turned around and called one of his soldiers. The soldier was very young, about 14 years old, holding an iron rod used by the Ministry of Justice Police to maintain law and order. Here you go. The officer handed the unusable pistol to the soldier. The soldier was very happy, saluted the officer with a non-standard military salute, and then admired the gun with a hole in his hand. He didn't even know that this thing was unusable. Aren't you sending him to death? Yao En couldn't stand it anymore, stepped forward and snatched the pistol, checked it, and repaired it with the printing device of the guard power armor, and then handed it to the soldier. Don't worry, he won't participate in the battle, just follow the officer to do some odd jobs. Qin Yi stepped forward to explain. But he is a soldier, and he came here. Yao En still insisted on giving the pistol to the soldier. In the end, Qin Yi and the officer did not stop him, and the two discussed more important things. How long has this cleanup operation lasted? 3 days. Are there any more battles in other places? Of course, sir. Transmit the coordinates of those places to me, and I will go there immediately. After a conversation, Qin Yi obtained the coordinates, entered them into the navigation wetware hanging on the motorcycle, and then drove Yao En to the next battlefield. The genestealers had not yet launched a rebellion, so the intensity of the war in the bottom nest was not high. All the human participants in the war were militiamen, who did not even have military uniforms. The way they distinguished between the enemy and us was to see whether the enemy had hair. After rushing to a battlefield, resolving the battle, and then rushing to the next battlefield for more than a dozen times, there was only one battlefield left in the genestealer cleanup operation. This battlefield was the most intense place for the battle, and both sides invested nearly 50,000 troops. Qin Yi had to prepare before heading to this battlefield. After parking his motorcycle in a building that was built and abandoned at an unknown time, Qin Yi began to wipe his sword and sort out the remaining ammunition on his body. At the same time, Qin Yi explained to Yao En everything he saw after arriving at the Baisu No. 1 bottom nest. Those militiamen were not organized by the governor of the nest, but by the residents of the 100th district of the lower nest. This district is the only place where you can see order. The children and the elderly in the 100th district produce ammunition in the earth workshop, and young men and women participate in compulsory military training in their spare time. When there is enough ammunition to fight a war, they will come to the bottom nest to clean up the gene stealers. After hearing Qin Yi's story, Yao En suddenly recalled that after Qin Yi saved a girl, he gave her a gold coin and asked her to go to District 100. It seems that this is not to let the girl go to a distant place to avoid her enemies, but to let her live in a more stable residential area. Yao En thought about the militia for a while, then frowned and shook his head. I don't understand. There are many gangs in the Nest City. Non-gang members may cooperate in groups due to the need for food, fresh water and oxygen, but the scope of cooperation is limited to the people on the street where they live, because if there are too many people in a civil organization, they will inevitably fight for limited resources. Qin Yi smiled and nodded, and continued to clean his gun, Yaoan continued, "It is unlikely that everyone in the residential area will unite and cooperate in this environment, not to mention that the purpose of unity is not to grab more resources and fight against gangs, but to fight against the gene stealers in the bottom nest. From an individual perspective, what is the relationship between the gene stealers and the people in the 100th district? The Ministry of Justice is not in a hurry." "You are right, but what makes me proud is that there is such a residential area in the lower nest where everyone is very united." Chinyi put the clean gun back into his waist and got up to ride on the motorcycle. "You didn't answer my question." Yaoan didn't ride on the motorcycle this time. He felt something was wrong. The whole residential area is very united. I have reason to suspect that the 100th district is full of gene stealers, otherwise there is really no way to explain it. Chinyi smiled and asked Yaoan, "If there is such a person in the nest, he has advanced sewage and air purification equipment, a group of people willing to follow him, and he also has some personal charm. If such a person exists, does the order and unity of the 100th district still surprise you? I just met the Lord of Tyrone yesterday." Yaoan smiled and shook his head. "He is not in Bisa number 1. Unfortunately, Bisa number 1 does not have another Lord of Tyrone, but there is a young leader worthy of people following." Chinyi stared at Yaoan very seriously, raised his hand from the motorcycle throttle, and pointed to the top of his head. "He is more suitable to be the governor of Bisa number 1 than the shameful good-for-nothing at the top of the tower." Chapter 307. I know what you're thinking. At this point, Yaoan suddenly realized the real purpose of Chinyi looking for him and bringing him to the base nest. Chinyi didn't want to reminisce with his old friend, nor did he want to save his poor relatives in his hometown while carrying out the mission for the war group. He wanted to persuade a guard to let the person he thought should be the governor of this nest become the governor. Perhaps the person who Chinyi mentioned, who was more qualified to be the governor, was indeed a talent. It is highly likely that a Superman warrior who has lived for more than 100 years should have such judgment. But no matter who the governor of this hive city is, and who is loyal to him, they are all actively making Bisa number 1 a defense zone in the Gate of Tyrone, and there is no need for the Star Zone to make trouble. Like you, I think the position of governor should be held by the most capable person," Yaoan said calmly, "but as a guard, I can't make trouble and make things go wrong." Chinyi shook his head, organizing his words in his mind, intending to say something that would convince Yaoan more. Yaoan continued to persuade Chinyi not to waste his energy. The attitude of the governor of Bisa number 1 and the nobles is very positive, just like the previous integration plan of the Tylong Star Zone. If they do not resist the integration, and do not secretly disobey, then they can maintain their original status. No, you don't know the past of this hive city at all," Chinyi still insisted. "I have 2 questions for you." Yaoan held up 2 fingers. "First, is the current governor of this hive city legally entitled to succeed the governor?" "Yes." Chinyi didn't want to admit it, but to be honest, it was reasonable from a legal perspective, if we only look at the legal principles. The second question is whether this governor is so absurd and tyrannical that he is beyond redemption, and whether he has committed unforgivable crimes against the people of the hive city in the past. As far as I know, he has not. Then forgive me for being blunt, I can't help you. When Yaoan said the 4 words "I can't help you," Chinyi lowered his head in disappointment, his heart filled with a strong sense of powerlessness. The warband didn't know what Chinyi was doing in the Bisa system. They thought their good brother just came to the Bisa system to give the Tylong people a piece of parchment. Chinyi didn't get the support of the warband or the empire. If he wanted to get rid of the current governor, he could only start with the guards, but Yaoan didn't support him at all. This feeling of powerlessness even made Yaoan feel it, but he could only think of other ways to help Chinyi. Otherwise, you can try to persuade Rueda. He is the guard responsible for the Tylong Gate project. His opinion can greatly affect the attitude of the Star Zone towards the Bisa system. That guy is an asshole who only follows orders from Tylong, Chinyi said with a wry smile. I can't do anything. Yaoan shook his head slowly. I'm sorry. Chinyi was silent for a while, then motioned Yaoan to sit on the back seat. Yaoan was confused. He couldn't help Chinyi at all, so why did he let him get on the motorcycle? I picked you up, and I have to send you back to the nest. Chinyi patted the back seat. It was still the same street when we came. It was still raining acid. Yaoan was sent to the street by Chinyi, who did not say much and immediately drove his motorcycle back to the bottom nest. At this time, the advertisement was still playing on the street. You were framed by a bald man and reported him to the Ministry of Justice, but because this bald man's daily performance was simply a model citizen of the Empire, the people in the Ministry of Justice chose to believe him instead of you. I am Thor, I fight for you. When Yaoan saw this advertisement again, he had a different feeling. He realized that this nest city had obviously been infiltrated by gene stealers. The residents here didn't know that those bald men were not actually human. Then the question is, how did the people in the 100th district of the lower nest know about the gene stealers? What is their motive for cleaning up the gene stealers? Just as Yoan was thinking, a communication request from Andreda appeared in the visor. How can you, a bastard, take the time to chat with me while enjoying yourself? Yoan rolled his eyes at Andreda. No kidding, man, I have something to do. The Andreda in the communication image was not in the magnificent banquet hall, but in the dark library. His electronic eyes were scanning the books in front of him, and then the contents of the books would be transmitted to the biological processor, and then there would be a one-book effect. And Ruida kept scanning and took the time to talk to Yao En. I looked up the history of Bison number 1. The history of the governor's family in this hive city is quite interesting. They were originally the governor's family of the hive city, and ruled here for more than 3,000 years. Their management level was so poor that it made people angry. Then about 100 years ago, this governor's family was overthrown by the rebels from the lower nest. The new governor was called Tan. After he became the governor, he found a new surname in the ancient books passed down in the family. This governor has a pretty good management level. For example, he designed a set of conviction and defense procedures, which is really extremely rare. Hearing this, Yao En recalled the last time he stood on this street to look at advertisements. Chen Yi said it was the afterglow of the setting sun. As for why it was the afterglow, it was obvious that the descendants of the new governor had become lame, and the hive city returned to ignorance and darkness. The Thor on the advertisement that no pedestrian saw was just a remnant of past glory. The current governor may not have had time to abolish him and his colleagues. Isn't this a common story? Brave and glorious ancestors, lame descendants. Yao En sighed. This kind of thing is very common in the books he read when he became a guard. Even Tailong Nest had a kind and capable governor, but just like Bison number 1, everything returned to the original state after the death of that kind and capable governor. No, the current governor is not the descendant of the new governor, but the descendant of the former governor's family. They took the position back. It doesn't matter. The key is that when the former governor's family took back the position, the book showed that their new governor died in an assassination. The new governor had a psychic who could predict the future, and an elite guard he created himself to protect him, but he still died, and his death was inexplicable. And Rita didn't care about the past of this hive city, he was just confused about the assassination. A governor who was protected by a psychic, who could predict the future, and he still died inexplicably. This is a bit of a fantasy. What does the book say? Yaoan asked. It's not written in detail. They regarded this as an example of the divine punishment of the usurper, and only wrote it in the book to warn others. And Rita shook his head. Yao En thought silently. It is not particularly incredible that the new governor, who was protected by the psychic, who could predict the future, and the guards was assassinated. Even if the psychic could predict the future, they could send an assassin who was extremely good at assassination, so that the psychic and the guards could do nothing about the death of the new governor. Then the question is, where can we find an assassin who is extremely good at assassination? Dude. And Rita stopped scanning and stared at Yaoan on the image. In your impression, what creature is particularly good at assassination? Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's the genestealer. Yaoan answered without hesitation. When we were fighting in the bottom nest, an officer was assassinated by a pure-blooded genestealer right under my nose. I just took my eyes off the officer for half a second. So, and Rita said, I suspect that the current governor's family has a connection with the genestealer. This is just one possibility. In fact, there are many talented people in the nest. Maybe a psychic crushed the head of the capable new governor from 800 miles away. Yaoan shook his head. And Rita nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's just one possibility. There are many other possibilities. Maybe it was a witchcraft assassination, or maybe the new governor ate something bad and vomited and had diarrhea and died suddenly. But I have to find out the truth about this matter. The Tyrone army will come to clean up the genestealers, but if this governor has any connection with the genestealers, he must die, instead of continuing to be the governor under our protection, burying a hidden mine. I will investigate this matter. Yao En realized that this was a very necessary matter. No matter what means the governor's family used to assassinate the usurper, whether it was cooperating with the genestealers or using witchcraft, if this matter is unclear, they are likely to give the Talon sector a little surprise in the future. There must be no unstable factors in the Talon Gate Defense Zone. Chapter 308. After making the decision to investigate past history, Yao En ended the communication and immediately went to the 100th district of the lower nest. If you want to investigate the mystery of the death of the so-called usurper, the former new governor, the best way is to ask Chen Yi. 100 years is enough to distort records and rumors. Just like Klein retired from the business and became a wandering trader for only 10 years, but he has become a rumored speculator. But as a space warrior, Chen Yi should remember clearly what happened in his childhood. Yaoan went to investigate, while Andreda stayed on the spire to scan the library for more information about the Hive City. His job was not just to eat, drink and have fun on the spire, but also to figure out the relationship between the noble families in this Hive City. If they had any deep hatred, it would be best to resolve the grudge before Baisu officially became part of the Tylon Gate. What are you looking for? A lazy voice came into Andreda's ears, and he turned his head to look at the door. A fat middle-aged man was standing at the door, with a kind smile on his face. He is the governor of this Hive City, named Anton. I'm looking for the history of the Hive City. Andreda continued to scan the book. I have a question that I need you to answer for me, Governor. It's my honor, please. Anton nodded with a smile. How did your father kill Tan? Andreda asked. Anton was stunned when he heard the name Tan, and he couldn't think of who this person was after thinking for a long time. Until Andreda reminded Anton that Tan was the so-called usurper in the mouths of the nobles. Oh, I remember now. The governor replied with a smile. I am more familiar with the name that the usurper found in the ancient books passed down from generation to generation in his family after he became the governor, He Zheng. Haha, noble families generally have their own culture or traditional customs that they uphold, and this bastard from the lower nest defiled the throne of the Hive City and followed suit. Whatever his name is, how did you kill him? Andreda asked. Anton was silent for 2 seconds with a fake smile, then bowed slightly to apologize. I'm really sorry, I don't know much about these past events, my father knows very well, but he returned to the God Emperor 12 years ago. Andreda nodded silently, his electronic eyes scanning Anton, and found that his physiological data showed that he was not lying. When answering the question just now, the governor's brain nerve tissue and brain cells did not move for the behavior of lying. Anton's father was the governor whose position was taken away by Tan, and then he took the position back after 70 or 80 years. Maybe he didn't want future generations to know about his shameful experience, so he didn't tell his son. Is there anything else I can help you with? Anton asked respectfully. Not for the time being. Andreda shook his head. But Anton did not leave immediately, but reported something. I plan to launch a long-planned military operation against the 100th district of the Lower Nest. Out of respect for the glorious, merciful, great Lord Talon and his servants, I decided to report this to you. After all, Bisa No. 1 will soon be part of the Talon Star District. Andreda felt that this governor was particularly sensible. He and his nobles tried their best to show their positive attitude towards joining the Talon Star District, which was not common. What is the purpose of the military operation? Andreda asked. To clean up the evil sect called the Savior God in the Nest. This military operation was prepared 17 years ago, and now is the time to start. Anton answered calmly. Andreda did not respond immediately. He suddenly remembered something in his mind, that is, the high-level officials of the Nest had never given up hunting down the descendants of the so-called usurpers, and the history books have speculated on where their descendants might go. District 100 is one of the results of the speculation. So Andreda responded to Anton. I suggest you postpone this military action. Anton still had a smiling expression, and after thinking for 2 seconds, he nodded and agreed. I follow your arrangement. After saying that, Anton said goodbye and left, leaving Andreda alone in the library. Andreda sent a communication to Yaoan again, informing Yaoan that the governor planned to launch a military action against the 100th district. Whether in the previous integration plan of the Tylon Star District or the current Tylon Gate plan, Andreda has seen many local governors who pretended to obey but actually disobeyed. Like Yaoan, he would not think that the military action would really be postponed. So Andreda only said one sentence. If they really start military action, you should teach them a lesson. District 100 of the Lower Nest. Chen Yi and a psychic with his eyes sewn shut walked in the street, and the militiamen, who had been urgently assembled, followed behind them. Whenever the psychic stopped and pointed at the wall, and said that the enemy would break through here, some militiamen would separate from the team and stand on the wall, and some old people and children would take iron sheets to reinforce the wall. That's all. After walking for 2 hours, the psychic stopped and looked at Chen Yi. Sir, these are the walls that I saw that the enemy could break through. We have reinforced them. Do you think this will work? Chen Yi glanced at the psychic, then turned his head to look at the wall, and nodded. The militia and the people in the neighborhood immediately cheered excitedly, full of confidence in the next battle. But Qin Yi was not happy, because his action just now was just a physical lie. The psychic who could predict the future predicted that the governor would launch a military operation against the 100th district, and that several sections of the dilapidated walls would be breached during the battle, which was why they came out to reinforce the walls. But as someone who had participated in a high-intensity war, Qin Yi did not think that this reinforcement method would have any effect. However, with a powerful enemy at hand, it was better to do something to boost morale than to make everyone feel that death was imminent. You and the guards go to protect your master. Qin Yi drew the power sword from his waist. The next battle will be extremely easy for me, but I can't split myself into two. If the enemy attacks from the east and west, I will definitely not be able to protect you and your master. My real master is a knowledgeable scholar. He helped me learn to use prophecy and pinch other people's heads more skillfully in 120 years, and this master obviously doesn't need my protection. The psychic said slowly. The psychic in his impression is so mysterious. Qin Yi doesn't know where the real master mentioned by the psychic is, and why he has never appeared. He doesn't care, and leads the psychic to the north wall. According to the prediction of the psychic, that would be the place where the battle would be most intense. Someone is coming. Qin Yi had just walked to the wall when he heard someone shouting a warning, and he also looked in the direction of the person coming. From the black power armor and the iconic shoulder cannon, it can be seen that it was not an enemy, but an old friend who had just left but turned back. Chapter 309. Not an enemy. Open the gate. The heavy alloy gate slowly rose, and the officer, who had seen Yuan help fight the Gene Stealer, walked out of the wall with two people and brought Yuan closer to the 100th district. Qin Yi jumped down from the 7-meter-high wall, came to Yuan and asked him excitedly, "Are you back to help me?" "No. I'm here to investigate something." Yuan asked, "What do you know about the death of the usurper?" "Not a usurper, but a former governor." Qin Yi corrected Yuan's words, then motioned him to look at a larger house in the block. "The person involved is inside, go ask them." Yuan rushed over immediately. When he pushed open the door and walked in, the place he saw was dark, and the air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. There was only a broken bed and a sofa in the whole house. A weak young man was lying on the bed, and another old man was helping him change the dressing. The old man was obviously a psychic. His eyes were sewn shut, and the scars from the sutures extended from his hooked nose to the corners of his eyes. The psychic just glanced at Yuan, and then endured the discomfort and continued to change the young man's dressing. Yuan immediately asked, "You are the one?" "Yes, I am the psychic who can predict the future, and the former governor was killed under my nose." The psychic directly answered what Yuan wanted to ask. Then, "The one in front of you is the grandson of the deceased former governor." The psychic seemed to have been asked before. Yuan just opened his mouth, and he could give an answer. "His name is He. He was injured in the battle at the bottom nest." The psychic continued to answer, "You and that adult have been to the bottom nest. You should know that we are cleaning up the Gene Stealers." Yuan immediately walked up to He and scanned his wound. A laceration. The wound was compared with the case in the database, showing that the wound was caused by a pure-blooded, but not too pure Gene Stealer. "You're lucky. The Gene Stealer who hurt you is of impure blood. Otherwise, you would have been broken into mud by its claws," Yuan said, as he took out an injection that looked like mercury from his jet pack. He was so weak that he couldn't move or speak, but he still shuddered violently when he saw that he was about to be injected with mercury. "It's okay, kid." The psychic comforted He. "There are nano-machines in there for repairing wounds. They will replace your necrotic and damaged biological tissues and organs." Yuan injected the medicine into He while looking at the psychic. This guy's psychic talent is very unusual. A layer of silver attachments appeared on He wound, which began to destroy the necrotic biological tissue and quickly repaired the body. "Thank you." He breathed a sigh of relief. The pain that made him sweat disappeared, and he felt extremely relaxed. The psychic helped He sit up. "Now you should answer this adult's doubts." Yuan looked at the psychic again. The psychic even knew what Yuan was going to say next, so he answered him in advance. "In my eyes, you are the ashes of a soulless person drifting in the void, but I can see what I said to He in the future, and what happened to us." "Okay." Yuan didn't want to delve into these mysterious things, and still focused on what he should do. Yuan wanted to ask directly how the governor died, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly felt confused about another thing. That is why the 100th district went to the bottom nest to clean up the Genestealers. From an individual perspective, the Genestealers have little to do with the 100th district. They have not yet launched a rebellion, and even the high-level people in the nest may not know about the Genestealers. So Yaoan asked Hichijin. The latter calmly replied, revenge? In the past 70 years, a total of 25 babies and 63 teenagers have been stolen from the 100th district. What a damn bug. Yaoan suddenly thought of his children. He suppressed the urge to go to the bottom nest and kill them, and continued to ask, how did the usurper in the malice of those nobles die? Those nobles are throwing dirty water on him. My grandfather is not a usurper. Hichijin raised his head and looked at the roof. This question made him fall into memory. My grandfather was just like me 120 years ago. He was just an ordinary person in the bottom nest, a bug in the malice of those nobles. Yaoan did not interrupt Hichijin's memory and listened quietly. Although he later became the governor, he was no different from other people when he was young. When the then governor wanted to find a wife for his mechanical hound, a man in the 100th district had his lover take it away. My grandfather would only laugh at this unfortunate guy with other friends in the tavern, until his best friend's wife was to be married to the then governor's mechanical hound. At this point, Hichi was looking at the psychic. His grandfather and I were born together, we were neighbors and childhood friends. The psychic nodded. Then my grandfather and him worked together to find a way to save people and kill the mechanical hound. When they came back, they found themselves wanted criminals, so they went to hide in the bottom nest. The governor easily resurrected the dead hound and continued to find a wife for the hound. When my grandfather secretly returned to the 100th district to meet with relatives and friends, he learned about everything that had happened so far, and suddenly realized that some things could not be ignored. So he decided to put an end to the atrocities of the then governor. The rebels were unstoppable. When the rebel soldiers, who were as poorly equipped as the militiamen here, walked onto the streets, the gang members and civilians would come out with all kinds of weapons. They joined the team without a word, fighting from the lower nest to the upper nest, and then to the top of the tower. Even the priests and nobles of the state church joined them. At this point, Hichi suddenly became excited, as if he was in the past events that made his blood boil. My grandfather killed the then governor and his hound, and then was crowned as the governor by the priest in front of everyone. He began to improve the living standards of the people in the Nest City, establish connections with the agricultural world of Bison number 7 to exchange what they have, and establish process specifications for many things that were decided by only one idea. He did a lot. Hichijin's eyes moved from the roof to Yaoan, and his tone suddenly became low. Then he was assassinated when he was old. A psychic who can predict the future, a captain of the guard who has protected my grandfather for 70 years since the First War. Even the toilets in the mansion are guarded, and there is no corner that is not within the sight of the guards. Then my grandfather was assassinated. Just as the captain of the guards moved his gaze from him to the candle, he fell to the ground with most of the guards in the room. Hearing this, Yaoan looked at the psychic. Didn't you foresee his grandfather's death? The prophecy is not a complete picture, but a flickering picture that seemed meaningless at the time, and a voice that echoed in my ears. It took me 100 years to hone my talent, so that I could hear the words in the prophecy clearly and sort them out. The psychic replied. But not everyone saw the assassin. Hichi was recalling with his eyes closed. I was walking towards my grandfather's room to ask him for money. Suddenly I heard a noise in the ventilation duct in the corridor. When I looked at the entrance of the duct, Yaoan opened his eyes wide and listened attentively. Hichi was taking a deep breath and continued. I saw a tail, a long and thin tail. Chapter 310. The long and thin tail, obviously, is a pure-blooded gene stealer. Very pure, so pure that there is a decomposition force field on the claws. Hichi is still recalling the things after his grandfather's death. My grandfather is gone, and the things he brought to the nest are gone with him. The tyrant is back again. The 7.5 million families in the 100th district are forced to draw lots. Only the person who draws the lottery can live in a family. The priests who believe that my grandfather is the one chosen by the God Emperor were taken away by the Inquisition. The priests of the new state religion will not pursue anything in the past. I was escorted by the psychic and the captain of the guard to the 100th district. The people here did not hate us because of the disaster our family brought to them. Instead, they chose to follow me. When escaping from the top of the tower, the captain of the guard exchanged his life for my life, and the ancient books passed down from generation to generation in our family. The story ends here. Yaoan frowned and thought about the whole story. Suddenly, he felt that something was very suspicious. Your grandfather was a down-ester, right? He was not a down-and-out nobleman, nor was he a person who received pastoral education in the state religion. Yes. Hichi was nodding. Then, he should be just a kind and good person, not a capable person with good management skills. Yaoan said, a person may have talent, but he will not have innate knowledge. Even if he learns quickly, he still needs to learn, otherwise he will not know how to manage a nest, let alone manage it better. And where is the environment for him to learn in the lower nest? He-Chi, who was questioned, lowered his head and thought. His expression did not seem to be exposed, but hesitant. After hesitating for a long time, He-Chi made a decision, got up from the bed, and motioned Yaoan to go to the basement with him. The psychic left the house, and Yaoan followed him without worry. The basement was very large, and all the underage children in the 100th district were hidden in it. When Yaoan came, he noticed that there was a house in the residential area that was relatively better than this house. If He-Chi was the leader of the 100th district, he should be in that better house. So there was only one reason why He-Chi lived in this broken house. That is, if outsiders break through the wall and kill in, they must first kill He-Chi and the psychic before they kill all the adults in District 100. He-Chi led Yaoan through the children, and walked to a large alloy door. After the electronic device next to the door scanned He-Chi's iris, the door opened with a bang. Yaoan felt that this door unlocked with an electronic device was quite novel to see in Bison number 1, after all, whichware was placed next to the general door. The scanning result of the electronic eye showed that the electronic door lock was an antique-level technological relic. It even had the function of self-repair and self-destruction. The principle of locking the door was not to open and close the door, but to generate an invisible energy film on the door. If the device was damaged, the energy film would disappear with everything within a diameter of 70 meters. After the two entered the secret room, the door closed. On the steel bookshelf in front of them was an ancient book and a medicine bottle with 3 pills left. This is a relic that our entire family has passed down to this day. He-Chi walked to the ancient book. Our family has always been very poor, but we will not lose these relics even if we sell the respirator. Yaoan looked at the medicine bottle, and the electronic eye scan showed that it was a bottle of water purification medicine. The ingredients in the pills inside have a strong purification effect. There was a line of difficult words written on the medicine bottle, which was translated in Yaoan's eyes after comparison and analysis in the database. Ancient Terra language. Translation result: emergency water purification medicine, produced by Fang Xinyu Group. After the escape pod is forced to land, please throw the medicine into any liquid you can find, and then use the included detector to detect whether the liquid has been purified too much and turned into ultra-pure water. Please do not put more than half a pill of medicine into the liquid below the ocean. Is this why there is no shortage of water in the 100th district? Yaoan pointed at the medicine and asked. He-Chi looked at Yaoan in surprise. He didn't expect that he knew the effect of the medicine before he explained it. But it didn't matter. He-Chi took the ancient book from the bookshelf and opened it. At this time, Yaoan found that it was a container that looked like a book. Inside was a small sphere inlaid on the container with crude craftsmanship. When He-Chi recited a spell in a language that Yaoan couldn't understand, a physical image was released from the sphere, turning the whole room into a classroom. 2 stunningly beautiful black-haired women appeared out of nowhere, both wearing glasses and holding books in their hands. The 2 women walked up to He-Chi and Yaoan, then took out a connecting wire from the brain-computer interface behind their heads and plugged it into Yaoan and He-Chi's brain-computer interface. Yaoan suddenly found that he shared senses with the woman in front of him. When Yaoan thought this was a way for teachers to impart knowledge to students, the woman in front of him suddenly leaned over and, "Sorry, I put it in the wrong place." He-Chi quickly switched to the next scene. It was still the same classroom. This time, it wasn't 2 women who appeared, but a black-haired man in strange clothes. He looked similar to Rueda, He-Chi, and the Lord of Tailong. I am Mr. He, who is familiar to everyone. I will continue from last time and talk about Lesson 121, Colonial Management. As I said in the last lesson, if you can't even buy $2 of basic learning equipment, then you'd better be patient and listen to me speak carefully. In our last lesson, we explained in detail how to manage colonies from purchasing colony ships to taking the first step in establishing colonies. In this lesson, we will learn how to manage colonies. I have invited Professor Jane, who is well known in the entire Federation for Management. Come on, Jane, say hello to everyone. A blond man appeared out of nowhere and greeted Yaoan and He-Chi. Hello, it is an honor to participate in the course recording of Bison Galaxy University. Next, I will teach you how to manage colonies together with your teacher He. Starting from establishing a closed economic system that can operate in a cycle, to how to establish an army to more effectively clean up the alien natives, and then to how to formulate laws. The 2 people in the video kept giving lectures, teaching Yaoan and He-Chi all the knowledge about managing colonies. This knowledge is really too advanced, so it is out of place in the hive world of the 41st millennium. Although this video course is tens of thousands of years old, it is indeed very scientific. They even have a language system that allows students to understand knowledge faster. At the end of the course, Yao En realized that he didn't need to use the physical video to learn. The teacher said that this video was only used to continue knowledge in the most extreme situation without basic learning equipment, and it was stored in a durable playback device that could self-repair. The playback device hidden in the container like an ancient book only had 2 videos, and the video course was incomplete, with only the 121st lesson. But these 2 videos were enough to give an ambitious Xiaoqiao what he needed most: knowledge and comfort. Chapter 311. After answering Yaoen's question about how his grandfather acquired knowledge with practical actions, He Qijing turned off the player, closed the ancient book, and handed them to Yaoen. When Yaoen didn't know why he gave him this thing, He Qijing asked with a smile, "You seem to be able to scan things, so can you tell me the ingredients of the medicine? As long as you tell me, this thing is yours." Yaoen looked at the bottle of water purification tablets, and the ingredients of the medicine appeared in his electronic eyes one after another. These ingredients are not natural. Some of them are extracted in the most sophisticated instruments and equipment in the Tailong Star region and used to make nanorobots in therapeutic drugs. The Baisu city obviously does not have the ability to synthesize drugs, but this does not mean that the 100th district will have to drink dirty water after this bottle of medicine is used up. If the purpose is to purify water, there is a simpler way. Yaoen turned his head and looked at the wall. A wave of energy shot out from his eyes and engraved a drawing on the wall, as well as a detailed component manufacturing process. It was the device that Qin Imo used to purify water in the bottom nest. It was not as simple and convenient as medicine, but if you need a machine that can never break down and purify water forever, there is nothing more suitable than it. This thing was even miniaturized and put into the soldier's army standard power armor to purify body fluids into drinkable water. After the engraving was completed, Yaoen took the ancient book from He Qijing, but did not put it in his backpack immediately. "Are you sure you want to give this to me? Didn't you say that your family would not sell this even if they sold the respirator?" "I will die." He Qijing replied very calmly, "Maybe one day I will be killed by a monster with a long thin tail like my grandfather." Yaoen nodded. He thought it was very likely. "Everything my grandfather did will disappear with his death. I don't want to die and have nothing. At least I have to leave a long-term water source for the people in District 100. He Qijing continued. "Will you give this blueprint to other residential areas?" Yaoen asked again. He Qijing thought Yaoen might be afraid that he would keep the blueprint for himself. He thought about it carefully and decided to tell the truth. No. Because those gangs and speculators will hoard a lot of water crazily, and then unite to destroy the machines and blueprints used for water purification in District 100, so that they will have a more profitable way to make money than those powders. It seems that you are not a naive and kind fool, so I feel relieved." Yaoen nodded with satisfaction, and handed the ancient book to He Qijing. He Qijing didn't expect Yaoen to return the ancient book to him. He was stunned for a long time, and didn't reach out to take it. Until Yaoen stuffed the ancient book into He Qijing's hand and said, "Keep it, maybe you can use the knowledge in it in the future." Hearing this, He Qijing suddenly realized something, but when he was about to ask, Yaoen had already left the secret room. When walking to the ground, Yaoen sent a communication to Enruida, telling Enruida everything he heard from He Qijing. And Enruida compared the records in the scanned books, and proved that the stories He Qijing said about his grandfather were indeed true. "What to do next?" Yaoen asked. "You know what to do, no need to ask me." Enruida's expression was cold. A governor's family that can let pure-blooded genestealers help assassinate. Such a governor's family should not exist in Tyrone's Gate. Didn't you scan the genes of genestealers from any nobles? No, they are completely normal at the biological level. But in Tyrone's Gate, traitors are as hateful as enemies. I will find out who is cooperating with genestealers, and then clean them up. Okay, the communication is over. Yaoen returned to the ground, and saw the psychic guarding the door. At this time, there were bursts of artillery fire, and the 100th district had already fought with the attackers. Yaoen was ready to help the 100th district fight, but before he left the room, he asked the psychic, "In your prediction, will this nest city be successfully taken over by us?" "I saw Baisu number 1 being eaten clean by the swarm," the psychic said. "But I can see that there are many more void fortresses in the Baisu galaxy, and the Talon fleet is deployed here." Yaoen nodded and asked again, "Can you see 2 completely different futures?" The psychic nodded first, then thought of something and shook his head. "To be honest, I can't see the second future at all. I can't even see you coming, and I can't see what will happen after you come." In my eyes, you are a dead person who has died a long time ago. All the prophecies about your arrival were told to me by my master, and my master's psychic power is more powerful." Yalan was surprised to hear this. The psychic continued, 70 years ago today, the master suddenly said to me, "Tell that soulless person that there will be a catastrophe in the Tylong star zone in 71 years. Yalan stared at the psychic with wide eyes. He thought that this might be a psychic's crazy talk, but it might not be untrue. I don't know why, I feel that this sentence is not in my original memory. But I am sure that I heard the master say this sentence at that time. It's too strange. The psychic muttered to himself in confusion. Yao En immediately saved this information, and sent it to the Lord of Talon in the Talon system, and then rushed to the other side of the wall to fight. Spire. And Rita walked to the governor's audience hall, and after conveying the order to see the governor to the governor's attendant, he waited quietly. If the governor would come, Enrita would control him and read his mind. After a while, Enrita heard footsteps, the sound of tank tracks running, and the creaking sound of the wheels of the double-mounted fixed-felling gun turning. The door of the audience hall was pushed open, and the noble guards walked in. These guards are composed of children from various noble families. They may belong to the same infantry squad, and wear the same gorgeous military uniform, but the family emblems on their shoulders are different. The officers leading these noble guards are not those seen in the military parade, but new faces. Scanning the gene stealer genome. When Enrita's eyes were on the officers, a prompt appeared in his field of vision. The appearance of these people means that the governor has known the results of Yoan's investigation and knows that he has been exposed, but why? Wait a moment. Enrita raised his index finger. How did your governor know he was exposed? An officer came out of the Lehman Rustankry at the door and smiled at Enrita. Do you and that soulless person think that only that bitch in the bottom nest has psychers around him? Oh, I see. Enrita suddenly realized, okay, let's fight. Chapter 312. Spire. Governor's Mansion. Anton walked in the corridor under the mansion. From time to time, he heard a slight shout and deafening cannon fire. The sound of woodcutters shooting never stopped. These sounds came from the audience hall, which shows how fierce the battle there was. The guards are really hard to deal with. Anton muttered to himself, but he didn't panic and continued to walk in the underground passage. The attendant followed Anton, and he saw that the walls were covered with photos while walking. They were all group photos of Anton's father and the mechanical hound, as well as each of the mechanical hound's wives. The reason why we could tell that those women were the wives of the mechanical hound was because they were all crying. Their mouths had been transformed into iron dog mouths, and their hands had been cut off and replaced with iron dog claws. This was the first time the attendant had come to this place with Anton. He had only been Anton's attendant half a year ago. The photos of the former governor that he had seen were all group photos of their family, and he had never seen a group photo with the hound. Governor, why does your father like the mechanical hound so much? The attendant couldn't help but ask. Anton answered expressionlessly. About 80 years ago, our family went to the lower nest to hunt. My father brought his mechanical hound, which was a gift from a mechanicus priest who had a good relationship with him. The attendant nodded. He knew that most of the aristocrats in the nest had the entertainment of hunting living people in the lower nest. We followed the family and entered a long-abandoned drainage pipe. There were some bud-like monsters and many bald heads in it. The guards died, my mother was torn to pieces, and the hound was nailed to the wall by a bald man with a fork and separated from us. In the end, only my father and I were left. When a monster opened its bloody mouth and was about to eat me, the injured mechanical hound killed all the way, protected us, and scared away the monsters. My father believed that the mechanical hound was sent to him by the Messiah of Om and the Emperor of God, and because it saved his life, our family loved it very much. After hearing the story, the attendant suddenly realized, thinking that it was no wonder that the former governor loved his mechanical hound so much. Even if the hound was killed by the usurper, he would sell the population of a residential area for money, and then send the body to Agrippina for repair. Governor. Anton glanced at his attendant. The attendant trembled and asked, why does the hound's wife always change? What do you think? Anton asked back. The attendant quickly shut his mouth and continued to follow Anton in the corridor. They walked for a full half hour, and every half a meter along the way there was a photo of the governor, the hound, and the hound's new wife. Finally they came to a big door. Anton opened the door with his own blood and walked in. The servant's eyes searched in the dim light, and then saw a monster sitting on a skeletal throne. It had arms and legs, extremely fat flesh, purple skin, and a round bald head that was surprisingly large. Anton saluted it. The monster nodded in response. After you saw the results of the guards' investigation, I organized the guards to attack them. Anton reported respectfully. Idiot. The monster did not open its mouth, and the voice rang directly in Anton and the attendant's head. You are showing your hand. If you don't show your hand, only you and your family will die. There are still people in this sect who can lie dormant and wait for the opportunity. Our entire sect's grand plan has been ruined by you. Anton frowned, very dissatisfied. He is still a human being, not one of those purple-skinned bald heads with a spirit of sacrifice. He can't sacrifice the lives of his entire family for the so-called grand plan. What's the point of showing your cards? Can you beat the Tyrone people? The monster asked. No, but I can struggle. Anton asked the monster again, even if you don't show your cards, what can you do? Can you survive the attack of the Tyrone people and continue your big plan? The monster was silent. After a minute of silence, the monster said angrily, I let you go when I went down the nest. You don't really think that the hound can protect your lives, do you? After that, I helped you regain the position of governor. What do you want to say? Anton asked. I want to say that no matter how things develop, we are tied together, worms. Anton nodded. Yes, I know this very well. Okay, now go find me some food. I need to conserve my energy to prepare for the next battle. The monster closed his eyes and said no more. Anton glanced at the attendant beside him. I have brought it to you. 5 minutes later. A mountain of corpses piled up in the spacious audience hall. Rita dragged the last enemy's body out of the pierced tank and threw it on the pile of corpses, then set it on fire. After doing all this, Rita sat on the burning corpse. His bionic skin began to burn and gradually revealed the metal skeleton, but he didn't care anymore, because most of the skin on the surface of his body was destroyed in the previous battle. The battle with the noble guards was not thrilling at all, just killing one after another. As a civilian in the guards, he still had the fighting ability of the royal guards. 1, 2. Rita sat in the flames and counted the family emblems he had just collected, recording the families represented by these emblems in the database, and then began to purge these traitorous families. After recording all the traitorous families, Rita threw the emblems into the flames and sent an urgent communication request to Qin Mo. Governor. When Qin Mo's face appeared on the image, Rita saluted and greeted him, then told him everything that happened in Baisu, and finally put forward his own idea. I suggest that the Bison Nest city be purged. I think so too. Qin Mo looked absent-minded. Yao En, that space marine you, plus Gray, the 4 of you should be enough to clean up the spire of the hive. First kill all the rebellious families on the spire, and then lead the army to clean up the lower and bottom nests. Yes, sir. Rita saluted again. Qin Mo hung up the communication on his own initiative. It was obvious that he didn't care much about the Genestealers that appeared in the Baishio galaxy. The scale of the Genestealers in the Baishio hive must be astonishingly large, much more than when Talon 1 was still a hive. But things are different now. A large number of hostile personnel have been scanned. A message appeared in Rita's vision. On the map in the upper right corner of the vision, dense red dots were gradually approaching the audience hall. Soon, Rita saw the first group of enemies, which were the remaining noble guards and the spire guards. These people surrounded the audience hall and established a blockade under the cover of the armored forces. Rita sat on the burning corpse mountain and watched all this indifferently. At this time, the battle in the 100th area of the lower nest had ended, and Yaoan and Chunyi were teleported from the lower nest to Rita's side. The guard shared information, and Yaoan already knew the order of Lord Tyrone. Gray also flew to the orbit of Bison No. 1 on his guard warship, but he did not teleport, but directly dropped from the orbit. Everyone on the ground saw a fireball falling from the sky, and then hitting the audience hall. In the smoke-filled ruins, a figure wearing a guard power armor holding a half-cut chainsaw sword slowly walked out. The Genestealer officers present were terrified at the first sight of the half-cut chainsaw sword. They could even sense the dead souls of their own kind wailing in the gap between the teeth of the chainsaw sword. I have some very bad news for you all. 10 minutes ago, I was teaching a female naval officer to swim on the Tyrone 3. Gray's voice was amplified enough for everyone present to hear. Then I was called here. Thank you so much. The only response to Gray was the lasers hitting the gravity shield and various live ammunition. Chapter 313. The relatives of the governor who lived near the audience hall stood on the tower of their residence, overlooking the battle that broke out in the audience hall. At this time, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Anton had already prepared to turn the table and show his cards when Rita first came to Bison No. 1. He was not afraid of losing his power, but was afraid that the merger with the Tylong Star Zone would not go smoothly. Therefore, all the troops at the top of the tower were in a state of readiness. They could take out many heavy weapons and armored vehicles from the beginning, and their firepower was extremely strong. The 3 guards and 1 space marine were surrounded by gunfire and rain of bullets at the beginning of the operation. Their figures became blurred between the bullets and sparks, giving people the feeling that they were suppressed by powerful firepower. But this was just an illusion. The gravity shield of the guards could intercept any live ammunition weapons and energy weapons with low energy output. Chun Yi, who did not have a gravity shield, was protected by armor. He only needed to pay attention to avoiding the lasers. The bullets from the automatic guns and logging guns could only leave small scratches on the surface of Tao Gang's armor. And Rita, who was not wearing power armor or gravity shield, could also withstand the attack with his own bones, not to mention that he had a more advanced nano-robot storage compartment in his body that could quickly repair wounds. The only weapons that could threaten the 4 people were melta and plasma weapons, but these 2 weapons were very rare in remote galaxies, and only less than 20 people had such weapons. These 20 people were placed with high hopes, mixed in with regular soldiers, or hiding under the tracks of tanks, hiding and silent. Even if their comrades were hid by the dazzling energy beams, and their arms and legs flew everywhere, they would not act rashly, but would wait for the 3 guards or space marines to show their backs or be distracted to attack them. But not everyone on this battlefield had to rely on visual search for the enemy. A detection wave for weapons instantly scanned all weapons within a radius of 5 kilometers, and finally marked the threatening weapons in the field of vision of the guards. If one guard scanned these weapons, other guards would also see them, and they shared information with each other. The guards who were fighting exchanged glances, and quickly decided who would deal with those who were holding melta or plasma weapons. Gray pulled a chainsaw sword out of the stomach of an officer in front of him, and immediately started bullet time, rushing into the enemy group. The people hiding under the armored vehicles were annihilated by the beams fired by the shoulder guns, and those mixed in with the ordinary soldiers were pierced by the chainsaw swords. All this happened in an instant, and others could only see a black shadow shuttling back and forth, and anyone holding a melta or plasma weapon died wherever it passed. The last effective means to counter the guards and space marines was removed, and the next step was a one-sided cleanup. And Rita and Chun Yi went to hunt officers, while Gray and Yoan cleaned up armored vehicles and ordinary soldiers. During the battle, Rita could still find time to communicate with Gray, and transmit all the family information represented by the family emblems collected before to Gray. Gray's guards were still parked in the orbit of Bison No. 1. Not all nobles had dealings with genestealers, so they couldn't directly blow up the spire of the nest, but some controlled small-scale bombing was still possible. So the people watching the excitement on the top of the tower could no longer stand by and watch. They found that a very thin red light would fall from the sky, and a huge explosion would occur near the point where the red light landed. The manor where an entire family lived was blown up into the sky along with the foundation, and the people inside became fragments mixed in the flying bricks and rubble. When a residential area in the top of the tower only had families connected to the genestealers, the guards in orbit would increase the energy output of the light spears, turning the entire residential area into a sea of fire. Less than half an hour after the battle began, the mortal soldiers in the Spire army could no longer hold on, and began to disintegrate, and the genestealer officers who led them disintegrated even faster than them. Because every time Gray killed a genestealer with a chainsaw sword, whether it was pure blood or not, the other genestealers present would hear even more tragic wails, and even as the killing progressed, they began to have hallucinations. The pictures overlapped with the battlefield pictures in sight. A man holding a chainsaw sword used the blade to pick up the head of the genestealer leader. A man holding a chainsaw sword beheaded a kneeling genestealer captive with his blade. If Gray and others could also see these illusions, they would find that this was a propaganda poster for the Tyrone sector. These posters promoting the deeds of the Lord of Tyrone were everywhere 7 years ago. Although Qin Mo did not use the chainsaw sword to pick up the head of the patriarch when he killed him, it was shown on the poster, and 99% of the Tyrone people believed it was true. Everyone in the entire Star region believed that the chainsaw sword owned by the Lord of Tyrone was very special, and the sword even became a symbol of a period of history. The reverence and faith from tens of billions of people could not affect Qin Mo, but it could add a special effect to the weapon he used in the bottom nest at that time. The tens of billions of people in the Star Zone believed that this chainsaw sword was made for killing gene stealers. Only a few people knew that it originally belonged to a leader who died in a shameful way. Gene stealers, like humans, are not immune to psychic energy. So when the chainsaw sword was used by its owner on the battlefield to kill people, the miracle of the gene stealers collapsing faster than humans occurred. The battle ended quickly, and Rita began to burn the bodies and collect family emblems as evidence for conviction, while others discussed the next step. "We must catch the governor and kill him," Gray said. Chin Yi and Yao and both nodded in agreement, but the former suddenly thought of a better way. "Your worship is on track, so why not blow up the spire directly, so that both the governor hiding on the spire and other traitors will die? There are innocent people on the spire, and we can't kill them with the traitors without solid evidence." After collecting the family emblems, Rita came over, archived the scan results, and transmitted them to Yaoan and Gray. "We are not here to uphold fairness and justice, but we still cannot let innocent people die with traitors." Gray also agreed with Rita's opinion. "This damages the image of the Star Zone, and is not conducive to our Star Zone plan. We hope that Bison number 1 can be like Tylong number 2, where the traitors are cleaned up, and those who fight against it get the benefits they deserve, and unwaveringly support the management of the Star Zone in the future." Chin Yi nodded, thinking that these people actually came for the Tylong Gate plan, and they couldn't return to the battle group after finishing their work like himself, so they really couldn't be too simple and rough. Chapter 314. These family emblems. Rita lowered his head, and carefully observed the collected family emblems, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Some of these family emblems were the family emblems of small, unknown families in the spire. Logically speaking, even if the noble guards and spire guards were composed of noble children, they would not have to send people from small families with few people to participate. Rita told Gray about his doubts, and took out a brass wheat family emblem. This is the emblem of the Andor family. The archives in the library show that their entire family has only 30 people, and the only young person is a woman. They can continue to stay in the spire because of the long history of the family. Even such a family has to send people to join the guard. Gray took the family emblem and looked at it, raising his eyebrows, and said, "It's probably a token of loyalty. No matter how small the family is, someone has to join the guard, and the guard is led by the officers of the Genestealers. If you don't join the guard, you won't be trusted by the governor. This may be the reason. How many families in the spire are clean?" Rita looked helpless. The calculation results of his biological processor showed that the probability that the entire spire is full of traitor families is 95%. The basis for the remaining 5% of impossibility is human diversity. "It doesn't matter, let's go catch the governor." Gray turned and walked towards the shelter at the top of the tower. At this time, the warships on the track were still bombing. The crew of the warships bombed the families, to which the family crests belonged according to the family crests recorded in the database. After walking for 10 minutes, Gray and the other 4 had not seen even one intact mansion, which showed that most of the people in the top of the tower were indeed traitors. Rita was still analyzing the books he had scanned from the library before. One of the books was scanned by Andrida a long time ago, and it recorded a large loss of nobles at the top of the tower. 7 years ago, many of the spire nobles began to migrate to the upper nest. In addition, some records show that the relationship between the upper nest and the spire is quite tense. Although the two sides still do some things together, such as the military parade when they received Andreda, the upper nest has formed its own guard. At that time, Andreda could not figure out why the spire nobles left, but now it is clear. The spire nobles may have noticed that some families, who were unwilling to cooperate with the Genestealers, like the governor, ran to the upper nest, but they did not have the courage to confront the governor's forces, and they did not even dare to complain when the guards came to the planet to participate in the military parade. This incident also indirectly proves that there may really be no normal people at the top of the tower. After traveling 3 kilometers, Gray's power armor scanned a large number of red dots nearby. When rushing towards the red dots, the 4 saw a castle 1 kilometer ahead. Considering that the governor might not go to the shelter, but to the heavily guarded castle, the 4 decided to break through the castle, carry out a small-scale bombing. Gray turned on the visual orbital bombing guidance function. In his eyes, the castle was surrounded by a red circle. Reduce energy output as much as possible, and don't blow up the underground air raid shelter below. The governor of Bison number 1 may be hiding below, and we need his memory. Received. The crew in the Royal Guard began to adjust the energy power of the particle lance launcher. The warship system began to calculate the possible killing range caused by the current energy power, and the crew adjusted the power according to the calculation results. This is a set of procedures that takes at least 10 seconds. Gray and others stood in the ruins and waited quietly. The soldiers in the castle did not find them. These people, dressed similarly to the planetary defense team, stood on the city walls and shooting holes, alert to the surroundings, and continued their daily work. At this time, the castle gate was opened, and 2 slaves pushed a cart outside, threw the bodies of the noble guards on the cart to the ground, poured gasoline on them, and started burning them. "Stop the bombing," Gray ordered hurriedly. At this time, the crew of the frigate had already pressed the fire button, and could only immediately set the target of shooting on a wasteland on the planet. The 2 slaves who were working were attracted by the light, and turned their heads to look over. 10 seconds later, the explosion sounded in their ears. "They don't seem to be enemies." Chinyi pointed at the castle and said. Gray ordered the ship to transmit the bird's-eye view of the castle, and then he saw corpses everywhere in the castle, some dressed like the planetary defense team, and some dressed like the noble guards. After confirming that the other party was not an enemy, Gray jumped up, was pushed into the sky by the jet pack, and jumped into the castle. The others waited in place until 2 minutes later. Gray and an old man walked out of the castle side by side. The old man was wearing the marshal's uniform of the planetary defense team, which looked very gorgeous, but there were patches on his clothes and boots. "Come here, this marshal knows where the governor is." Yao En and Ruida heard Gray's call and walked over with Chinyi. The group entered the castle. The old man called Marshal by Gray was very stylish, leaning on a cane that looked like a long sword. Although he was limping, he was very imposing. "Report to the marshal." A young man ran over and saluted the marshal. "The armored forces and infantry have been assembled, and we can recapture the spire at any time." "I understand. Go and continue doing what you should do." "Yes, father." "No, yes, marshal." The young man ran away. Gray and his companions were very surprised to see this scene. There were a total of 2,000 soldiers in the castle. The so-called armored force was just 3 centaurs, one of which was being kicked by the driver. It was obviously on the verge of being scrapped. It can be seen that this so-called marshal of the Planetary Defense Force is not much different from a commander without troops. Gray was too lazy to find out what was going on with the marshal, and just asked him, "Where is the governor? You are too few in number, and we need some help. The biggest taboo in war is insufficient preparation. We are not trying to repel the governor, but to catch him and his minions in one fell swoop, so we must be well prepared." The marshal turned around and glanced at the 4 people. He saw Chinyi, the space marine, and was obviously surprised for a moment, but still insisted that these 4 people were too few. "Old stubborn," Gray cursed inwardly. The marshal continued to make preparations. The 2,000-man army and the armored forces of 2 crews and 2 troop carriers were assembled, and then another group of maids ran over. "Report to the marshal, the logistics troops have been assembled." "Very good, follow the team." "Yes." Chinyi watched all this speechlessly. He felt that he was experiencing a farce. At this time, the officer who had called the marshal father came over and presented a book with the combat records of the White Scars to Chinyi. "Sir, can you please sign it?" Chinyi picked up the feather pen in the book and signed his name, while asking the officer, "What's the matter with your father?" "Oh, what marshal? What planetary defense force?" The officer smiled disdainfully and spoke in a very low voice. "It's just a group of family guards and servants and slaves acting together to satisfy the fantasy of the former marshal who was dismissed." Chapter 315. The officer continued to talk about the family. Chinyi listened carefully and gradually understood what was going on. The old stubborn man was indeed a marshal, but he was a former marshal of the Planetary Defense Force who had been dismissed. He discovered that the governor was cooperating with the gene stealers and was dismissed because of this. But he was particularly stubborn. His family did not go to the nest with other nobles at the top of the tower 7 years ago, but stayed at the top of the tower to guard the family castle. He believed that he was the marshal of the Planetary Defense Force, and the governor and others were traitors, so he organized his family's children, servants and guards to reorganize the Planetary Defense Force, thinking about expelling the traitors and recovering the hive every day. Because this family is so prominent, the former marshal has been the guard of the current governor since he was 13 years old, and served the former governor for 120 years after becoming a marshal, so the current governor did not eliminate this rebellious family, but established a blockade around the castle. Before the angels of the emperor and the guests from the Tyrone Star Zone arrived at the castle, the noble guards in the blockade suddenly attacked the castle and quickly captured the main gate of the castle. After a fierce battle, Planetary Defense Force. Under the command of the marshal, the noble guards were driven out again, which is why 2 slaves went to throw the bodies away before. "What the hell is this?" Chinyi was shocked. "Are there any normal people on the top of the tower?" "Everyone in our family is normal except my father." The officer shook his head helplessly. "There are 2 families on the top of the tower, who are also defending their fiefdoms. They are also normal, but my father insisted on naming them the Planetary Defense Force No XX and gave their clan leader the title of General. Chinyi was speechless. After recalling his experience of working with the salamanders in a war zone, he could understand and accept the current situation. Just like there are warm and nice people in the salamanders, and there are cold-blooded third companies. There are normal ones, and there are weird ones. Humans are so colorful. Sir, you? Sorry, wait a moment. The officer was about to ask Chinyi something about the Space Marines, but the communicator suddenly rang. He picked up the headset and listened for a while, then ran to his father to report. Report to father, your 2 generals have led their troops out of the barracks and will join you at Tot Street. Marshal. Very good. All troops attack. With the marshal's order, the infantry and centaurs immediately left the castle and rushed to the governor's hiding place. The marshal was too old, but insisted on commanding the battle. His son could not persuade him, and could only arrange him in a centaur. At least these slow-moving old guys would not rush to the front line. Before boarding another centaur troop carrier, the marshal's son first found Andrada and asked him, Master Guard, is my brother still alive? Who is your brother? Andrada was puzzled. He had never seen the youngest son of the former marshal of this hive city. After hearing the news that the Star Zone guards were coming, the Upper Nest sent a total of 200 people to find you, ready to tell you about this hive city during the parade yesterday. My brother led them, didn't you see him? Andrada still shook his head. I understand. The son of the former marshal nodded, his eyes became firm, and he turned over and boarded the centaur troop carrier. There were 2 other families on the top of the tower who were defending their fiefdoms. The family guards and armed servants of these 2 families met on a street called Toth, and followed the troops led by the former marshal to the governor's hiding place. Finally, the group arrived in front of the 88th shelter on the top of the tower. The governor is here, ready to attack. The former marshal got out of the centaur troop carrier and shouted. Are you sure? Gray pointed to the open entrance of the shelter. There are more than 120 shelters like this. How do you know the governor is hiding here? Believe me, that guy is just like his father. If something happens at the spire, he will definitely go to shelter number 88, because there is a rumor that the number 88 represents luck. The former marshal was very sure. Gray could only believe him. Anyway, he had to go into each shelter to find it. However, the detection results showed that there were 20,000 people underground, so the former marshal was probably right. Everyone entered the shelter passage. It was very spacious here, all the way down. When he saw that the red dot shown by the scan was very close, Gray reminded everyone that there was an enemy ahead, so be careful. The former marshal slapped the armor of the troop carrier hard and shouted at the driver to drive the car to the front. The enemy was deployed behind the corner of the passage ahead. When the centaur troop carrier appeared in the enemy's field of vision, 4 double-mounted heavy-felling guns fired at the same time. For the Emperor. The former marshal roared loudly, and swung his chainsaw sword. His servants who played the role of the planetary defense team with him, had no fighting power at all. At this time, they did not dare to step forward. Only the children in the family, who grew up with him, and were influenced by him rushed forward. But Gray and his group did not need help from others. When Yaoan was about to start the bullet time and rush over to kill the gunman, Chinyi stepped aside first, blocked the bullet with his shoulder armor, and fired 4 shots in a row with his arm shaking. 4 gunners with twin-mounted lumberjacks were blown to pieces by explosives, leaving only more than 200 people who were also defending here to continue fighting. Go ahead and break a path. The centaur troop carrier rushed forward with the roaring former marshal. The former marshal was still shouting loudly until an enemy saw his identity and shot him in the head with an automatic gun. A shot to the throat. The driver of the centaur troop carrier could no longer hear the shouting, and quickly drove the troop carrier back. Don't make trouble. Yaoan rushed to the troop carrier, and used the gravity shield to block the firepower that followed. He turned around and ordered the people behind him, go guard the main entrance of the shelter. The family servants had long since given up fighting, and hurriedly dragged their master's body out of the troop carrier, and hid behind it. Gray and Chinyi continued to fight. The 4 of them rushed forward alternately, firing bolt guns, laser rifles, and shoulder guns in rotation. The enemies in the passage were not completely cleared out, but their goal was to kill the governor. No army in the Hive City could stop 3 guards and 1 space marine. The formations arranged in the passage were useless. The 4 of them quickly killed their way to the bottom of the shelter. The governor of Bison No. 1 was indeed here. He was sitting on the throne surrounded by his confidants and clansmen, but there were not many soldiers. Chapter 316. Very efficient, they came so quickly. Anton saw that the enemy was not panicked at all, but his expression was not fearless either, but he felt relieved. Gray suddenly remembered the governor, who opposed the integration plan with the Inquisitor in the Tyrone sector integration plan, and was eventually killed by the guards in the basement of his residence. The two governors had the same expression at this time. This was originally a desperate resistance, and if there was any other way to go, Anton would never choose to overturn the table and show his cards. Can you give us some respect? Anton took out his laser pistol and placed it flat on his knees. The people of the governor's family also took out their laser pistols or drugs that could cause painless death. They can. Chinyi glanced at the others and fixed his eyes on Anton's face, but you can't. Oh! Anton smiled and suddenly raised the pistol and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Rita activated bullet time and came behind Anton, crushing his arm and strangling his neck. At the moment when Anton reacted after the bullet time ended, Rita had already linked his brain-computer interface with Anton's interface. The brain-reading program started, nerves and brain cells were passively activated, Anton's body began to twitch violently, and he recalled everything in the past uncontrollably, and the temperature in his brain soared sharply. When his whole head began to boil, Rita read all his memories. Seeing Anton's miserable condition, all the others present chose to commit suicide. After a swallowing sound and gunshots, these people all fell to the ground, and their vital signs disappeared on the map of the guard's mask. He did cooperate with the Genestealers. The usurper they mentioned was assassinated by the pure-blooded Genestealers. Rita said the information he read. This was for Chinyi to hear. After all, he was not a guard, and could not obtain the shared information. Yeah. Chinyi nodded. Where are the leaders of those stink bugs? Sent to the bottom nest. Rita pulled out the connection line and looked at Gray. Gray thought for a while and suggested, wait for the army to come. The chief of the bedbugs has gone to the bottom nest. They are likely to launch a rebellion, but we have to wait for the army to come. Chinyi couldn't believe that Gray had made such a foolish decision. The work of killing those bedbugs can be left to the insecticide and the army. Gray also believed that they should rush to the bottom nest to kill the chief before the army arrived, provided that the insecticide developed by the Lord of Tyrone did not exist. Although Chinyi was not very reassured, he also knew that these guards must have a basis for their judgment, so he chose to trust them. Even if the Genestealers start a rebellion, they won't be able to reach the 100th district in less than 3 years. The battle is over. Gray put the chains word back behind him. As for leading the army to clean up the bottom nest, you should be able to do it easily. Leave it to us. Yao-En nodded. Go and continue teaching that female officer to swim. Rita smiled. It's still in time, but if she drowns then. If I don't arrange her in the hotel when I come, she will really drown. She's from Talon, you know. She's a landlubber like us. Then be careful not to drown at night. After all, we are also landlubbers on the Talon. What? I don't sleep in the water, how could oh? After a while of chatting and laughing, Gray teleported back to the guards. Rita, Yellen and Chinyi still stayed on the Baisu to continue to deal with the next things. Everything will go smoothly on the Baisu because the luxurious lineup of 3 guards and 1 space warrior has solved the biggest trouble in the nest. Before leaving, Chinyi asked Yaoen, will he Qijing become the governor? It depends on how the Star Zone decides. The person who answered was Rueda, and Yao-En nodded in agreement with him. It would be nice if he lived as an ordinary person. Chinyi put away the grenade launcher and looked at Anton's body. This bastard and his family have paid the price they should pay. I am satisfied. Do you want to report back to the regiment? Yaoen asked. Chinyi nodded. I have been out for several days, and it is time to report back, but I still have a knot in my heart that has not been untied. The next morning, the transport ship carrying 500,000 Tyrone troops arrived at Baisu No. 1. Rita led the army to ensure order and advanced to the bottom nest. A pesticide carrier arrived in low Earth orbit. The equipment on board scanned the bodies of the gene stealers on Baisu No. 1 and added their genomic features to the cans of pesticides, which were then dropped on the surface of Baisu No. 1 in the form of rain. Yao-En and Chinyi stood on the wall of the 100th district of the lower nest, looking at the buildings and streets in the district. A large number of drones are spraying green liquid in the 100th district, and children are standing under the drone cluster to take a shower. Logistics machinery is adding water pipes and circuits to the old buildings in the district from house to house, starting the first step of the Hive City transformation. Outside the 100th district, Sentinel drones are firing at gang members who resist the takeover together with the Tyrone Army infantry. Order is gradually coming to the lower and lower nests of this hive city. I heard that many people from the Inquisition came to the Batio system, preparing to obtain some intelligence before it is completely taken over. Qin Yi told the news he heard from the tavern in the 100th district. Of course, they will not miss this opportunity. Once the people of Baisu are numbered and filed, they will not be able to get in even if the emperor appears. Yao En nodded. Qin Yi did not speak again, and continued to stare at the 100th district. After staring for a while, Qin Yi suddenly asked, "Here, the residential area where I grew up, and other residential areas. What will happen to these places next?" Yao En speculated and answered, "In order to prevent corruption, people will be registered by number, and then transport ships will come to pick them up from one district to another, and send them to the newly built temporary residences. Then the logistics machinery will start to build new residences, and take them back. People living in hell have no resistance to the temptation of the devil. Although I haven't seen what you said, I know you will do it." Qin Yi smiled and looked at Yao En. "I should return to the regiment to report." Yao En looked puzzled. "Don't you have a knot in your heart that hasn't been untied? When you returned to the nest yesterday, you said that the knot would affect your speed of sword drawing. It has been untied. Thank you for everything you have done for the people here." Qin Yi took out a ceramic steel fragment and handed it to Yao En. "I probably won't have the opportunity to return to my hometown again. This shoulder armor fragment that blocked a shot for me and then broke is given to you. I hope you can also turn danger into safety in the battle." Yao En took the fragment with both hands. "I will make it into a pendant and hang it around my daughter's neck. Just don't stab anyone with it. Don't tell me, this thing can really be used to stab people. A friend of mine was stabbed several times by a ceramic steel fragment on Cadia." Qin Yi wanted to say that the guy who stabbed people with the fragment must be in a desperate situation, but before he could say anything, a transport plane landed on the open space in the center of the residential area. Qin Yi looked at the transport plane. The hatch opened, and 10 Tyrone army soldiers wearing power armor walked out. The officer who led them asked the onlookers who Yi Qixing was. When Yi Qixing walked out of a path made by the onlookers, the officer signaled him to board the transport plane. "The Lord of Tylon appointed you as the new governor. Now please go to the top of the tower to meet your assistant." Yi Qixing looked at the wall from a distance, saluted and thanked Yao En and Qin Yi standing on the wall, then boarded the transport plane and set off to meet the assistant assigned to him. "Governor's assistant?" Qin Yi looked at Yao En curiously. "Just someone who helps and protects the governor," Yao En said. Qin Yi didn't know that the so-called assistant was actually a stone man. He thought he was just an assistant trained in the Star region, just like the scribes around the Imperial high-level officials, so he didn't ask any questions. "Before you leave, I also have something to give you." "What gift?" "A cooler flying motorcycle. A large piece of refined gold is directly printed into the outer shell of the motorcycle by the printing device. A miniaturized short-distance transmission and protection device is integrated inside. In addition, it can be switched to suspended driving, and there is a simple printing device that can be used to repair weapons and armor. This, the Divine Emperor." Qin Yi hurriedly followed Yao En and left. Chapter 317. The border between the subspace and reality. In a webway. After entering the webway from the burning fire circle, Qin Mo turned his head and looked behind him. He could see his research facilities outside the fire circle, and the burner had already stepped into the webway with one leg. It was the first time for Qin Mo to enter the webway, and he immediately looked around curiously. This webway looked like a narrow pipe made of golden light, not as big as imagined, and could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. From a positional perspective, we are now in the orbit of Talon 1. The burner took 5 steps, pointed at a distance of 5 steps and said, "Now I am in the North Star system. It's quite magical." Qin Mo thought to himself that it was no wonder that the Eldar could appear and disappear like a ghost, and no wonder the Emperor wanted to use the webway in his dreams. This thing is really useful. Suppose a star god is unwilling to give his dimensional space to others, then the webway is definitely the best way to travel faster than light. Ha ha ha. The burners seemed to recall something, laughing crazily. "Those reptiles never dreamed that I could enter the webway, and they were burned to death by our fire in despair." Qin Mo thought that even he himself could not imagine how the burner got the webway, let alone the ancient saints, but he had the ability to build a gate to the webway like the Eldar. This arsonist was as anxious as a person with smoke but no fire, after discovering that his fire could not burn into the webway. This instinctive and urgent need forced him to use his brain. The technique used by the Necrons to use the webway was taught to them by the burner. "I think this place is more like a refuge than a passage." Qin Mo walked to the end of the webway. His eyes passed through the golden light curtain, and saw illusory and chaotic space. The burner walked to Qin Mo and boasted, "During the war in heaven, I secretly kept some reptiles, and sent them out of the galaxy to help me build a section of the webway that is not connected to the webway route. This is a treasure house that no one, including Caton, can find. It belongs only to me." Hearing this, Qin Mo wanted to ask about the fate of the reptiles or ancient saints mentioned by the burner, but then he thought that they must have been killed by the burner instead of being sent out of the Milky Way. "Come on, help me merge." The burner turned around and raised his hand in the direction of nothingness. The space in front of him was torn and reorganized, and two burner fragments appeared. One of them sat in the corner and played with fire stupidly. The other one immediately sprayed fire at the burner and Qin Mo as soon as he saw them, shouting that he wanted to burn this, and that to death, showing his mania. The burner was not afraid of the flames released by the other fragment. It controlled the flames that attacked it, and severely injured the manic fragment. Qin Mo raised his hand, and a suspended spherical instrument appeared in his hand out of thin air. This is a device called the Forge, which was created using part of the essence of the caster. It confused the two broken fragments of the star god into one. The Forge also integrates the feeding function that Qin Mo used for himself and the mimicry research, just like the simplified version of the breath of the gods that the Death Fuhrer used to feed the star god, which can extract the energy of the star from the past, present and future. "Hurry up, I can't wait any longer." The burner urged Qin Mo, but Qin Mo never took the next step. When the burner suddenly felt something was wrong, Qin Mo asked, "Give me your technique to enter the webway." The burner was stunned for a moment and began to pretend to be confused. "You want to enter the webway? I can serve you at any time. Do you still want to merge? If you don't want to merge, go to the maze and keep company with the Night Holder." Seeing Qin Mo's tough attitude, the burner sighed in his heart that the world has really changed, and then shared a part of his memory with Qin Mo. This is the memory of its research on webway technology. In the memory, the burner studied the webway gate of the ancient elven tribe and learned how to connect the webway gate and the webway, two unrelated creations. The webway gate itself is not an extension of the webway in the real universe, but a key-like technology, just like the relationship between the dimensional engine and the dimension. However, the technology used by the burner to use the webway is equivalent to using science and technology to crack the psychic creation. It does not contain psychic components, so the webway gate opened is not stable. It is randomly opened on a certain network route, and the network regards this hard cracking technology as an intrusion, and will try to eliminate the intruder or self-destruct, so it is necessary to find a way to reach the destination before the network becomes unstable. If the Talon sector uses this technology to build a network door, it will not be much different from the tomb door of the Necrons. After all, they are all taught by the same master. Are you satisfied now? The burner opened his arms. "Come on, I'm ready." Qin Mo immediately activated the Forge, and the three burner fragments in the network were sent into the space inside the Forge. Inside the Forge is a condensed dimensional space. Countless large and small fluctuations appear and dissipate throughout the Forge. The lines in the dimensional space are extended or shortened by the fluctuations, thereby finding the state of the burner fragments in a certain period of time in the past and crushing and reorganizing them. This is similar to the principle of a time machine, but it is not as omnipotent as a time machine, because only star gods can endure the torment in the Forge, which is a painful experience like going to hell. While the Forge was releasing energy for reorganization, Qin Mo took out the part of the burner's essence that was held in his hand. After a period of research, Qin Mo discovered that this essence has an effect similar to that of a voodoo man in witchcraft for the burner. If this part of the essence is tortured, the burner will feel the pain of going deep into the soul. No one knows which small fragment will be inherited by the large fragment after the three burner fragments are reassembled in the Forge. If it is the character of the manic fragment, the burner will have to suffer more. Fusion is over. The powerful energy fluctuating in the Forge gradually dissipated, and part of the leaked energy even affected the stability of the network. This network created in the shameful transaction continued to extend or shrink, but eventually returned to stability together with the Forge. The fused large-sized burner fragment was released by the Forge, and Qin Mo could feel that it had become stronger. As for the personality, it seemed that the personalities of the three fragments were taken and fused together, giving people the feeling that they were not as easy to talk to as before, but they were not crazy and manic, and they were not stupid enough to play with fire in the corner of the network. It seems that I am the first individual in our entire race to gradually become complete. The burner admired his arms and torso, even though they were exactly the same as before. Indeed, but you should not become complete faster than the mimic. Chin Mo put away the forge and the essence of the burner. Your largest fragment is hanging on the throne of the Silent King. Chapter 318. Which damn traitor leader? He used temporary dormancy to confuse us, and took advantage of our civil war to defeat us one by one. These damn traitors. No race in the universe can compare with the Necroner to be more despicable. Mentioning the fragment hanging on the throne of the Silent King of the Space Necrons, the burner was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. His hatred at this moment could penetrate time and space. If Zolek still had a body, the Silent King, whether it was the present or the past, would feel terrified. How is he not a traitor? After his soul was eaten by the Star God, he continued to use the body carrying the inferior AI to be a slave to the Star God. Chin Mo looked at the burner helplessly. Even so, the Necron is definitely not an innocent good thing. The burner continued to curse the Necron, the current Necrons, and the race leader named Zolek. The reason why Zolek went to war with the Old Saints was not only because he hated those reptiles for being immortal, but also to make his rule, which was on the verge of collapse, recondense in his own hands in the face of foreign enemies, and use powerful enemies to force his short-lived people to continue to be loyal servants. Besides, if a Star God is called a deceiver among his kind, how stupid is Zolek to listen to this Star God? Maybe he doesn't hate us for devouring the souls of his compatriots and his people, but he hates us for not transferring his soul intact into an immortal body. Perhaps the moment he walked out of the biotransformation furnace, he was secretly happy when he found that his people had become slaves bound by the master control agreement and could never rebel against him. At the end, the burner laughed. He saw a dark and despicable leader of the race from his own subjective judgment, and then attributed his own shattering to the lack of bottom line of this leader of the race. Chin Mo wanted to say a few words for Zolek, but after thinking carefully, what the burner said made some sense. The transformation of the Necron into the Necrons was not mechanical ascension, but the body entered the table of the biological transformation furnace, and then the soul was eaten by the Star God. They might have watched the iron skeleton being stuffed into the broken AI, labeled with their own name and then shipped out, and then watched themselves being eaten by the Star God. Zolek once commented that the Emperor was just a bacon playing witchcraft, and Sanguinius was more suitable to be the Emperor than the bacon. However, if the reason why the Emperor could create the Primarchs was really because he made a deal with the Dark Gods, then he was just a crazy gambler who failed to default on his debt and was beaten to half paralysis. But at least there were still a few loyal Primarchs alive, and he still had a near-zero hope of turning the tables. Compared with a crazy gambler, Zolek seemed much more innocent, and was deceived to the point of having nothing left. But then again, Zolek was not an incompetent leader. At least after being deceived, he found ways to smash almost all the Star Gods. These causal entanglements are really a headache. Chin Mo felt helpless. The real universe has become what it is now, and the Star Gods, the undead, and the Eldar are all closely related. Forget it, that's all old news. The burner looked at Chin Mo seriously. Your consciousness is not the original consciousness of the forger. There is no need to be bound by the old grudges. Chin Mo nodded in agreement, and turned to walk out of the webway. The burner followed behind, and left the webway, waving his hand to close the webway gate it opened. After leaving the webway, Chin Mo suddenly had a question in his mind. If we use the webway technology more advanced, is it possible to completely isolate humans from the warp by using the webway? This is not your plan, right? The burner asked. Chin Mo nodded. The plan to completely isolate the warp using the webway was indeed not his idea, but came from the Emperor. He dreamed of using the webway to isolate humans from the warp. This plan may be feasible. The burner thought about it carefully, shook his head and said, humans are not a race without psychic talents like the Necronter. How can a webway completely cut off the connection with the subspace? The closer solution I can think of is to let all humans live in the webway. Chin Mo suddenly thought of the webway city of Comoros. This is a city of the Dark Eldar, built in the webway, and thus escaped the catastrophe of the fall of the ancient Eldar Empire due to Slaanesh. The power of the Dark Gods cannot penetrate into the webway. Of course, the premise is that there is no hole in the webway. It might have been feasible 10,000 years ago, but now the webway has many gaps, and the warp energy can still penetrate into the webway. The burner seemed to know about Comoros. He guessed Chin Mo's thoughts and asked, you also know that Comoros is not absolutely safe. Chin Mo nodded. Comoros is indeed not absolutely safe. The reason why the Dark Eldar prohibit the use of psychic power may be because even if they use psychic power in the webway, they may be targeted by Slaanesh, who is the enemy of their race. As time goes by, the webway that was once isolated from the warp is now like a public toilet, and even the Chaos forces can occasionally use it. If the webway cannot completely isolate the warp, then its value is the same as the dimensional engine. Forget it. Qin Mo did not tell the burner about his plan and threw it out of his mind. A week passed in a flash. During this week, Qin Mo studied the personality matrix that replicated the characteristics of the Solus. The Star Zone began to build void fortresses and many other galaxy defense buildings for the galaxies within the Gate of Talon. The burners live in the galaxy where Qin Mo fought the Night Holders before, and they create and burn the clans created by biotechnology on the only remaining planet. Everything is running as usual. The warning Yalan heard from the Bison number 1 psychic, that is, the prophecy that the Tailong Star Zone will face a catastrophe this year, has not yet come true. But outside the Tailong Star Zone, a major event that affects the fate of the human race is happening. In a galaxy due east of the extreme star region, a warship emerged from the subspace rift. Greyfax, who was sent from Cadia by horse to the galaxy to carry out the task of clearing the cult, received the news about the battleship. She immediately boarded her own ship and ordered the ship to approach the battleship. Greyfax saw the whole picture of the huge battleship from a long distance. It was a mechanical ark. The communication information showed that the other crew called the battleship the Explorer King. Its owner was Belisaria Corps. Greyfax boarded the battleship and entered the bridge under the guidance of the Mechanicus. Belisaria Corps' huge body stood in the center of the bridge, and he was using his appendages to control every device in the bridge. Next to Call was a woman with white wings, the so-called living Saint Celestine seen on Cadia. You and this mutant. Greyfax was about to accuse Call of colluding with the mutant warp creatures, but the sound of the bridge gate opening and closing interrupted her words. 2 Eldar entered the bridge. One of them was a female with a signature high braid, and the other wore red armor and looked like a guard or general. Chapter 319. We have more important things to do soon. We don't have time to talk to you, Inquisitor. Call continued to focus on operating the equipment without even looking at Greyfax. The two were actually acquaintances. After the Battle of Cadia, when both the Talonian Navy and the Imperial Navy left the Cadia Gate, Belisarius Call arrived in the system on his Explorer King. At that time, Horst and Greyfax were investigating the Blackstone Obelisk, trying to find out how the Lord of Talon used these ancient alien creations. Call also came. The three of them investigated for a long time, but could not find anything, so they had to give up in the end. Greyfax was sent to the current galaxy to investigate the secret cult that was closely related to the Eldar. She didn't expect that the reason why Call was unwilling to stay longer to study the Blackstone Obelisk was that he said he wanted to do something more important, and that thing was to come to the vicinity of the Ultramarine. Glancing at the living saint next to Call, Greyfax suspected that the living saint had disappeared when the Blackstone Obelisk was activated, and now appeared on the Explorer King, which must be related to Call. Call was silent, and began to search and separate the information about the living saint and the alien into the data chip. On the way here, the ship encountered a storm and a demon invasion. It was Celestine and the Flaming Space Marines, who suddenly appeared to help. The next step was to dock in a galaxy that didn't even have a name to repair the Explorer King that was damaged in the battle. At this time, the rebellious Space Marines were looting in the galaxy. At the critical moment, 2 Eldar led their troops to help. Call separated all these memories from the brain, then pulled out the data chip and stuffed it into the encrypted compartment on the floor, so that Greyfax could not read the memory by either technology or psychic means. The storm has not subsided yet. The voice of the navigator came into Call's mind. Call looked at Greyfax and warned him, "You can see whatever you want, or you can sit in the bridge for a while, but don't force me to throw you out." The Mechanicus still has to give face to the Inquisition. Other sages, or even the Forge General, would not threaten when facing an investigation, but Greyfax was not surprised to hear such words from Call. This sage was a heretic even in the Mechanicus, and he was fearless. Considering the difference in combat power between himself and Call, Greyfax dropped his hand on the crossbow. "Charge the dimensional engine," Call shouted. "You actually installed a dimensional engine on your ship?" Greyfax put his hand back on the crossbow. However, Greyfax was not thinking about bringing Call to justice on the spot, but wanted to get away unscathed if he found out that Call was cooperating with aliens and heretics. Get out. Call had urgent things to do at this time, and Greyfax was simply dancing on his patience. Call even considered teaching the people on the ship a lesson during the voyage, telling them not to be scared of the Inquisitor, and not to bring the Inquisitor, especially the Inquisitor like Greyfax, on board. "She can't leave," the Eldar in red armor said in very standard Gothic. "Yes, at least she can't leave before we reach our destination. We have to avoid the possibility of being intercepted by the Inquisition on the way," the Eldar with a sky-high braid echoed. Call thought for a moment, and looked away from Greyfax, set sail. The dimensional engine installed by the Explorer King on Agrippina began to release energy, sending the Explorer King into the dimensional space. Greyfax was about to ask Call to stop, but the next second the ship had entered the ultramarine. If she wanted to return to her ship or ask the crew to come for support, her ship would have to find a way to cross a distance of 100 light-years. "You will pay for this," Greyfax warned sternly, when the 2 Skitarii Vanguards Alpha were called over by Call. "Believe me, if I succeed, I won't." Call shook his head slowly, watching Greyfax being taken away by the Vanguard and put under house arrest. The Explorer King continued to sail in the Ultramarines, directly reaching Macridge, the home planet of the Ultramarines. 2 days later, Macridge. The Lord of the Ultramarines, Chapter Master Calgar, was running around several recruit camps on Macridge, dealing with the selection of a new batch of Ultramarines recruits. The librarian Tigurius followed the Chapter Master and reported to him about recent events. The last batch of recruits, who failed transformation, have been sent back to their hometown. I only learned about this yesterday. I don't know why a storm suddenly appeared recently, so the astropaths were slow to transmit information. There are people who failed to transform in every batch of recruits. This is not uncommon in the history of the Space Marines. Calgar felt sorry for the recruits who failed to transform, but all he could do was hope that even if these people did not become Space Marines, they could live well as civilians of Ultramar's 500 worlds. Another thing, the Mechanica Sage Belisarius Corps has just arrived in the system, and they used the dimensional engine. Tigurius continued to report. When he heard the word dimensional engine, Calgar's expression was complicated. The 500 worlds of Ultramar would not be hostile to this kind of technological creation, and the people who made it just because the people who made the engine were suspected of being heretics. Calgar wanted to get 2 dimensional engines for Ultramar scholars to investigate and see if it would have any side effects. Unfortunately, the Empire may intentionally restrict the use of this engine. Whenever the agents of the chapter tried to get the engine, the Inquisitor would intervene. In addition, the astropaths and navigators jointly protested, so the matter was dropped. Please contact the Sage and see if he will allow us to send a team of scholars to board the ship for investigation, Calgar ordered. There is no need for this. The Sage's attitude is much better than you think. Tigurius shook his head. He brought a lot of gifts, enough to arm the officers of the Mortal Auxiliary Army, all of which are Talon goods with the Agrippina logo. Of course, he is happy for us to board the ship for investigation. Calgar had heard about Call, and did not think he was a kind person who was easy to talk to, so he asked in confusion, "What is he doing in Macridge?" "His ship encountered a storm. He hopes we can provide some promethium fuel supplies and help repair the ship," Tigurius replied. Calgar naturally agreed without hesitation. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Tigurius hesitated for a moment and suddenly proposed, "The Sage is very interested in the history of Macridge. I suggest organizing a welcome ceremony in the sanctuary and inviting the Sage to enter the Holy Sepulchre Hall to pay homage to the Father of Genes." Calgar hesitated. The Holy Sepulchre Hall, where the Father of Genes is located, is the holy place of the war group. Outsiders cannot enter here at will. But considering that it was difficult to refuse the gift brought by Call, and it was beneficial to have a good relationship with the people of the Mechanicus, it would be better to let him see it, and by the way, let Call check whether the static force field where the Father of Genes is located is working well. There is no need to worry too much. After all, what bad intentions can a Mechanicus sage, who is interested in the history of the 500 worlds, have? Thinking of this, Calgar nodded in agreement. Tigurius also nodded, secretly feeling lucky. Chapter 320. Fortress of Macragila. Hall of the Holy Sepulchre. As the most sacred place in the entire Ultramar 500 worlds, every wall here is painted with the moments when the Primarch Robo Gilliman made great achievements. The road leading to the Hall of the Holy Sepulchre is lined with elite troops of the Ultramar Mortal Auxiliary Army. These people are like the people in most worlds in the 500 worlds, healthy, wealthy, and optimistic. Belisarius Corps walked on the road with his alien friends. The 2 Eldar aliens were wearing black robes, and under the black robes they also wore spirit bone devices that could help them hide their racial characteristics. The living Saint Celestine was also in the team, floating behind Cull, and everyone who saw her felt very comfortable. Great Sage, welcome to the most important place in all of Macridge. Tigurius, the think tank leader of the Ultramarines, walked out of the Holy Sepulchre Hall alone to greet Cull and his party. Before coming, Cull had installed a data chip containing Ultramar etiquette in his head, which did not show that the think tank leader should come out alone to greet them first. He should be with the head of the chapter, Calgar. Tigurius walked up to Call and whispered, "When the Battle of Cadia was going on, I predicted that the whole of Macridge was burning with war brought by traitors. You and your collaborators should have had a hard time getting here. But now it's not the case. If you want to do that, it may be more troublesome." Hearing this, Call stopped and looked down at Tigurius. Tigurius continued, "I didn't know what you were doing here, but somehow I saw a longer-term and more accurate prophecy, so I will help you." "Thank you for your reminder." Call believed that Tigurius was one of his own, and after thanking him, he continued to move forward to the Holy Sepulchre Hall. The conversation between the two was hidden by Tigurius's psychic means. In the eyes of others, the think tank director just said a few polite words to the sage. The group continued to move forward, and after two space marines pushed open the door, they saw the interior of the Holy Sepulchre Hall. The Primarch Robert Gilliman sat on his throne, still looking as majestic and physique as the Primarch, but a little paler. Call knew the past of this Primarch. He was once seriously injured by his own brother, and when he was on the verge of death, he entered a stasis field and remained in a near-death state until today, 10,000 years later. This is a history that is kept strictly secret. Most people in the Empire do not know that there is a traitor among the Emperor's children. "Welcome, Sage." Chapter Master Calgar walked towards Call from the throne of the Gene Father, and his guards followed the Ultramarines' lord. Calgar's mood was not as welcome as he said verbally, but rather depressed and sad. All the Ultramarines present were the same. The tragedy of the Gene Father resonated with them. "Thank you for letting me in here." Call responded politely, and then slowly approached the throne. Calgar looked at Tigurius, who nodded and stood closer to the throne than Call. "Out of habit, I want to check the force field protecting the Primarch, okay?" Call asked. Calgar was thinking the same thing, so of course he nodded. Calgar circled around the static force field and observed that the equipment was working well. But it doesn't matter whether it works well or not. Actually, the sage came here today for another reason. Tigurius said to Calgar, "I had a hunch. The librarians are all psychics among the Space Marines. They can certainly predict the future." Calgar knows that Tigurius's predictions are often very accurate, so he asked him curiously, "Why did the sage come?" Tigurius looked at Call. Call nodded and took over the conversation. "I came here to fulfill the promise I made to the Primarch." On the way here, Call discussed what to do after arriving at the Holy Sepulchre Hall in the Explorer King. Call thought that he should tell the truth, because the Holy Sepulchre Hall is a place with strict security. If there is no emergency, it is impossible to force it. The best result is to convince Calgar. "Promise?" Calgar looked solemn. Since it is a promise made by the father of genes and the sage, of course, he must listen seriously. Call took out a holy box from under his robe. The box was very large, so large that it could hold a set of armor worn by giants. If Call was not so huge, he would definitely not be able to take it out. 10,000 years ago, the Primarch had a premonition of his fate before he stepped onto the battlefield, so he asked me to prepare something in case he encountered an accident. I made a set of armor for him. This armor can sustain his life like a static force field. As long as the Primarch wears this armor, he can still walk in the world. Call's words echoed throughout the Holy Sepulchre Hall. This was shocking news. Even Calgar's guards began to whisper. "Every word the sage said is true," Tigurius echoed. Calgar thought in astonishment. For the descendants of the Primarch, the most tempting thing is to promise them that they can let the father of genes walk among them again. It is hard for Calgar not to be tempted. But he cannot unilaterally believe what Call said. Because if he wants to make a covenant with the father of genes, he must be a person who has lived from 10,000 years ago to the present. When he scanned Call's huge body again, Calgar felt that it was not surprising that he could live for 10,000 years. The rumors were completely true. "Assuming what you said is true, what will you do next?" Calgar asked. "Put on the armor for the Primarch." Calgar put down the holy box, "Under your watch." But, without the protection of the stasis field, the Primarch has a tremendous vitality. Unless the stasis field is closed for a whole day in Ultramar, nothing will happen. So there is still a risk? Calgar could not accept the risk, and there were still many doubts in his heart. Whether Call's so-called armor can be effective is a question. In the past 10,000 years, the Legion has become a war group, and many things have changed, but one thing has never changed, that is, all the descendants of the 13th Primarch have never given up on treating the injury of the father of Gene, even though there has been no result in 10,000 years. This matter is so difficult, how can it be easily solved by Call's set of armor? Believe in the sage, this is what he has been doing for 10,000 years, and it is his destined mission. Tigurius advised. "We must be cautious in this matter, brother Tigurius," Calgar said. Call did not continue to persuade him with words, but provided Calgar with information. Armor information. Information from when the agreement was made. Images, information, archives, records. Call hoped that these things could help Calgar make the right judgment. He also believed in the judgment of the Lord of the Ultramar warriors. After all, the people of the 500 worlds of Ultramar were reasonable. Chapter 321. After reading all the information, Calgar felt that Call's plan was quite convincing. However, as the commander of the war group, Calgar was used to being more cautious. Can you tell me each step in detail? Calgar asked Call, then give me some time. Give the 500 worlds some time, and we will discuss the feasibility of these steps. Call did not respond immediately, and Tigurius was also embarrassed. The latter knew what Call's plan was. The best result was that Calgar believed it immediately, and let Call do it, otherwise some things in the plan could not be said clearly. The predicted war did not spread to the 500 worlds, and the people in the Holy Sepulchre Hall did not need to face the invaders. They surrounded Call, and had enough time and energy to focus on the sage. Call glanced at the two aliens who followed him, then at the living sage, and finally his eyes fell on Calgar, and he could only start to explain. Turn off the static force field, activate the holy box, and wait for the original body to be attached to the armor. These steps are quite normal. Although they have not been discussed by professionals, Calgar believes that they are feasible, and even if there is a problem, it is within the controllable range. But these are not all the plans. When Call mentioned the people who came with him, he did not say that they were aliens, but just said that they needed to perform a small operation on the pre-march. What operation? Calgar looked at the two people in black robes, and felt that they were not serious doctors. This step can be handed over to the pharmacists in the regiment. They are more professional. No. This operation needs more professional people to perform it. The people I brought are the most professional. Call shook his head. Calgar was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly felt something was wrong. If this operation was harmless and risk-free, why would Call be so secretive? After careful consideration, Calgar made a gesture of invitation. Sage, please go to the meeting hall of Macridge with us to continue the discussion. If this is indeed feasible, we can quickly discuss a plan and then implement it. Tigurius looked at Call and shook his head. He knew that Calgar just wanted to take Call away to prevent him from doing anything inappropriate in front of the father of Genes. Call still hoped to convince Calgar. Otherwise, if he used force, he would cause a loss of life. Even if his axe only injured one space marine, it would still be a bloody incident. The more terrible consequence is that the 500 worlds of Ultramar will be irreconcilable with the Adeptus Mechanicus because of this incident. Call hoped to convince Calgar to let him do it, and then Everin would quickly kill Guilliman and let him put on armor and revive before others could react. But things didn't go so smoothly. Sage. Karga glanced at the guards and continued to insist on asking Call to leave the Holy Sepulchre Hall with him. We can discuss it. You know, we are not unreasonable people. I sincerely hope that you can resurrect the father of Genes. We just need a plan with less risk. The guards have drawn their weapons. Backup plan. Call suddenly looked at the aliens he brought with him. The two aliens immediately tore off their black robes and took off their spirit bone devices and rushed to the throne at an astonishing speed. Eldar alien. Other aliens would not have such a fast speed. What are you doing? Calgar asked angrily. You actually brought an alien into such a sacred place. Calgar did not send his entourage for a strict inspection out of respect for the sage, but this respect earned Call bringing the alien into the Holy Sepulchre Hall. I am not called an alien, I have a name. The female alien walked to the stasis field, drew her sword and pointed it at Guilliman. As long as the stasis field was closed, she could immediately stab Guilliman with a sword. Just call me Evelyn. When Calgar was about to kill Eveline with a bomb, Tigurius stood in front of Eveline, holding a scepter and facing his fighting brothers. Brother Tigurius, stop her. Calgar couldn't believe that Tigurius was standing on the enemy's side, and said, as if asking or ordering. Tigurius didn't react at all, just smiled bitterly, and shook his head. He knew that the so-called minor operation that Call was talking about was to let the Gene father be killed by the alien, before putting on the armor. But this plan is definitely feasible. Tigurius could understand Calgar's attitude. A Mechanicus sage bringing an alien into the Holy Sepulchre Hall was enough to make people furious, not to mention that the alien wanted to stab the father of Genes. Calgar's failure to go crazy on the spot was already a manifestation of the peak of human rationality. Calgar said nothing more. He and his guards, and all the Ultramarines in the Holy Sepulchre Hall moved and rushed straight to the throne from the front and both sides. A series of explosive bombs hit Call's individual shield. Call looked at Tigurius, who nodded to him, indicating that he should let go and leave the rest to him. Call had not expected Tigurius's attitude. His backup plan was to revive the Primarch even if there was a bloody conflict if he could not convince Calgar. This was a step he could only take when the situation forced him to do so. But Tigurius might be a factor that could improve the situation and have a positive impact on the implementation of the backup plan. After a brief thought, Call immediately turned off the static force field and put down the holy box. Celestine swooped down to Calgar and fought with him. The Thousand Faces, who was protecting Evelyn, used sharp swordsmanship to entangle 4 members of the guard. Tigurius stood in front of Call and Evelyn, using his psychic power to repel all the fighting brothers who wanted to rush over. Evelyn had already stabbed Guilliman's neck with her sword after the static force field disappeared. Guilliman must die first, and then be revived with the power of the god of death. At this moment, Calgar, who had knocked Celestine back with a punch, looked at the throne and roared at Tigurius. "Stop them, brother Tigurius." The latter continued to use psychic power to repel anyone who approached, and then shook his head helplessly at Calgar. The think tank director's response made Calgar feel fear, the first time in history that he felt creepy fear. The alien sword pierced Guilliman's neck. The holy box opened, humming and expanding, gradually wrapping Guilliman like a carnivorous plant. The heat released by this device obscured the vision of everyone present. Calgar repelled the living saint and rushed towards the alien and called desperately, wanting them to pay the price. But when Calgar was 1 meter away from Call, he suddenly stopped and looked at the throne in astonishment. The heat gradually dissipated. Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, sat on the throne as before, but he was no longer a dying man, and his huge body was filled with surging vitality. Every Ultramarines in the Holy Sepulchre Hall felt excited, because their Gene Father was scanning them with his eyes. So all the Ultramarines who were fighting in the hall stopped, and one by one knelt on one knee facing Guilliman. Chapter 322. Call. The Primarch's voice echoed in the hall. Belisarius Call heard the shout, first drove his huge body to bow to the Primarch, then shook his head helplessly. "If there is any other way, I don't want to do this." Guilliman nodded. The brain of this demigod can infer what happened here just by seeing the current situation. Guilliman was still a little dazed, looking at Calgar. Calgar wanted to explain, but Guilliman just smiled and nodded, and didn't need him to say anything. Calgar was in a complicated mood at this time. He wanted to thank Call and his group with the highest level of etiquette, but he also wanted to beat them up with his power fist. If he could also predict and know that whatever extraordinary things Call did were really for the purpose of resurrecting the father of genes, then he could even do it himself on behalf of the Eldar. But he was not Tigurius. Before the father of genes was resurrected, what he saw was a Mechanicus sage and 2 aliens trying to completely snuff out the last bit of the father of genes' life force. "Don't listen to them. They want the aliens to kill the Primarch." A shout suddenly came from outside the Holy Sepulchre Hall, followed by the sound of high heels stomping on the ground. Greyfax, who had managed to escape from the Explorer King, entered the hall, and as she walked, she told him what she had learned about Call's discussion with the aliens through psychic means on the Explorer King. Greyfax entered the hall, met Guilliman's eyes, and then froze in place. "It seems that you are a little late," Guilliman said with a smile. The 13th Primarch had a little more humor than his brothers. Guilliman looked at his offspring and guests, hoping to see the same smile from them. But the Ultramarines, including Calgar and Tigurius, had no expression, as if they had been in suffering for too long and had forgotten how to move their facial muscles. Guilliman suddenly felt something was wrong, and realized that humans were not the same as before. Times have changed. Call shook his head helplessly. Guilliman wanted to obtain information about this era, so he signaled everyone except Call to leave first. A long conversation began. The Primarch first talked to Call, then called Calgar in to talk, followed by Tigurius, and other Ultramarines, even the aliens. Even those who did not have the honor of talking to the Primarch would stand outside the hall, they just wanted to stay closer to the father of genes for a while longer. In one conversation after another, Guilliman figured out what the current empire was like, and what the current situation in the galaxy was like. The door of the hall kept opening and closing. Calgar quietly stood by the door, and observed the expression of the Gene Father when the door opened. He found that he was not only unhappy, but more and more serious. When Evelyn came out and Greyfax was called in, Calgar noticed that the Gene Father sitting on the throne became anxious. He didn't have time to take a closer look before the door was closed. The Primarch is in a bad mood. Call walked up to Calgar and looked down at him. "Why?" Calgar was puzzled. Ultramar still exists, the chapter is thriving. You've done a good job, he thinks highly of you. So don't worry that you made the pre-march unhappy, Call said. Kalvar breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt honored and satisfied. How did the Empire become like this? When Greyfax came to Gilliman, the first sentence she heard was a question. But there was also a sense of complaint or confession in this sentence. Greyfax looked up at the Primarch. The Primarch sat on the throne, his elbows on his knees, his hands covering his forehead, and the skin on his forehead wrinkled. Greyfax felt that he had found a soulmate. Everything my father and I fought for has disappeared, the Primarch complained. The imperial truth that advocates rationality and science has been replaced by the state religion, and humans have returned to ignorance and stupidity, and are suffering for it. Most of the world is like a hell built for torture. People generally live in misery. All they can do is kneel on the ground and pray to my father in front of the state religion priests. If one of my brothers saw the Empire now, he would definitely laugh out loud. The only thing that comforts me is that there is still a trace of rationality in the 500 worlds. Greyfax listened. She also believed in the truth of the Empire, and was depressed during the Battle of Cadia, especially when she heard others calling him the God Emperor and the Living Saint. I can understand your feelings. Greyfax nodded. When I saw them worshipping a mutant with wings, I felt that the Empire was becoming more and more. That Talon sector, what's going on with this sector? Gilliman suddenly asked. Call said it's pretty good there. Hearing this question, Greyfax frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes, it's more than pretty good. The people in that sector were the thorn in the side of the state religion before, and the priests there were even infected with the plague of faithlessness. Now they have become better. Even the soulless can find a place there. Can you believe that the soulless can go to school and work there? Rationality science. The latest investigation of the Inquisition shows that the school in that sector that only has soulless people has even begun to teach about demons. Their course is called Demons Warp Creatures, and the rituals that can suppress demons are called Anti-Warp Creatures. Gilliman listened carefully. He could tell from the fact that there was a soulless school in the Talon sector that this sector was indeed good. Just when Gilliman thought that it was a rational benchmark sector, Greyfax extinguished his hope. The Talonians can live like this not because they are more rational and wise than most Imperials, but because the reality structure of their sector is more stable, and there is a super-technological heretic leading them. Rationality is a luxury now, 10,000 years later, and whether or not you have this luxury has nothing to do with moral character. The Talonians use hate intelligence, do not believe in the state religion, and are in serious opposition to the Inquisition. The spies sent by the Inquisition will die quietly, and only the information that their intelligence department is willing to reveal to the Inquisition will flow out of the sector. At this point, Greyfax looked at the Primarch's somewhat sad expression, and continued in a solemn tone. From a certain perspective, the Talon sector is no different from human forces like the Randon 10,000 years ago. In fact, to the current Empire 10,000 years later, they are more threatening than the Randon. Gilliman knew that Greyfax must have an opinion about the Talon sector. This opinion was one-sided, and could not be fully trusted, but he would not be naive to think that the Talon sector did not pose any threat. You have a point. Gilliman nodded, looking at the top of the Holy Sepulchre Hall, but I think the Inquisition should have appropriate tolerance. If people live in hell, they will inevitably respond to the temptation of demons. Chapter 323. Greyfax walked out of the Holy Sepulchre Hall. When everyone thought the conversation was over, Greyfax motioned for Evelyn to go in. Evelyn had just come out, and the Primarch was looking for her again, obviously for something else, so she went in. The door closed. Do you know more about the Talon sector? Gilliman asked. In the few seconds after Greyfax left, Gilliman thought carefully about the Talon sector, and one doubt after another came up. Evelyn knew what Gilliman wanted to ask. You want to know why the Talon sector exists, right? Gilliman nodded. This question was not only confusing to Gilliman, but also to the Death Army and some prophets. Evelyn recalled that the Prophet Eldred had discussed with her about the Talon sector, so she informed Gilliman of the results of the discussion. We have some contact with this sector. If our judgment is correct, the people in this sector are following an ancient and terrible thing. Star God. Gilliman suddenly looked up at Evelyn, but did not interrupt her and continued to listen. Evelyn began to tell the history of the Eldar. In the words of the Eldar, there are two wars in heaven. One is the war between the Eldar gods. The other is the war between the ancient Eldar following the Creator, and the powerful enemies in the galaxy. The intensity of the latter war is beyond imagination, and the strength of the enemy is also beyond imagination. Now the Eldar scholars suspect that the ancient Eldar will not die at all, and are truly perfect creations, but they will still die because a star god has attached the concept of death to the ancient Eldar. This is just a historical conclusion, but it is enough to prove how terrifying the power of the star god is. After popularizing the knowledge about the star god, Eveline mentioned a prophecy of the Eldar prophets. The terrible and powerful enemies of ancient times are gradually reviving. These powerful enemies refer to the star god. You mean, some humans were chosen by the star god and became the followers of the so-called powerful creatures of God? Gilliman said. It is possible. Eveline did not deny, if a race is lucky enough to be chosen by the star god as a follower or slave, then they will get the help of the master and become powerful and advanced. But why? Gilliman couldn't figure it out. Why would the star god choose some humans as their followers? If they are really as powerful as Eveline said, they should create a controllable slave species. Who knows? Eveline shook her head. Maybe it was a whim, maybe they were raised as food, or maybe for some other reason. Gilliman fell silent. After some thought, Gilliman shook his head. We are still not sure whether there are really star gods in the Talon sector. Maybe there are some technological relics there. Eveline also agreed. The prophet also thinks that we should investigate further. Since the situation is too special, we can't draw a conclusion now. Gilliman also thinks that we can't draw a conclusion now. What he heard is one-sided. Putting aside the heresy mentioned by the female inquisitor, the Talon sector has indeed not done anything excessive to the Empire, and even their governor is recognized by the Ministry of the Interior. What's more, they have traveled thousands of miles to Cadia to protect the fortress world. If a force has good intentions and everyone has the same enemy, then everyone should cooperate instead of fighting to the death because of different ideas. 10,000 years later, unity and cooperation are as important as science and rationality. After careful consideration, Gilliman felt that it was necessary for him to go to Terra to ask the Emperor to answer his many questions and announce his return to the Empire. But before going to Terra, he had to go to the Talon sector first. Go and meet their governor, and judge what kind of person he is from the conversation and other processes, whether he is an ambitious person, a speculator, or a qualified ruler. Considering the attitude of the Inquisition towards the Tyrone sector, if the other party is indeed cooperative, he must stop all hostile activities of the Inquisition towards the Tyrone sector, and show a friendly attitude to stabilize the governor of the sector. Secondly, it is to obtain a dimensional engine that can be used by a fleet. Call said that the Tyrone sector had done armed taxation, but although the dimensional engine was in the hands of the Imperial high-level officials, the High Lords Council was arguing about whether to use the dimensional engine. It has been arguing for 10 years. The current situation is that even if Calgar wants to test the dimensional engine, he can't get it. If the dimensional engine is really useful, and if the Tyrone sector is friendly and can cooperate, then getting enough engines before going to Terra will save a lot of time. When I met the Emperor, I asked him about the Tyrone sector. As for whether the Tyrone sector is important enough to really need to go there in person. Greyfax is right in one thing. Tyrone is the Randon of the 41st millennium, but not the hostile Randon. Whether they will be enemies or friends in the future, it is worth going there just to stabilize them. After careful consideration, Gilliman had planned what to do next, and then he looked at Eveline. The latter was waiting for the Primarch to ask the next question, and then answer it for him, but what she waited for was not a question, but a sincere thank you. Thank you. Eveline was stunned for a moment, a little confused. You helped Call resurrect me, helped me answer questions, and told me about the history of your race, thank you. Gilliman said. This is what I should do. Eveline was happy with Gilliman's attitude, which meant that the Death Army could establish a cross-species cooperation with humans. At least they would not shoot at each other every time they met in the future. After saying a few more polite words, Eveline left the Holy Sepulchre Hall. The conversation ended here. Considering that the two Eldar had turned from enemies to guests, Calgar did not embarrass them, and ordered his captain of the guard to personally arrange accommodation for them. On the way to the residence, Jinyan looked around the unfamiliar human planet and asked Eveline, "So that's it? What do you mean?" Eveline walked slowly, looking at her teacher. "You didn't ask them for cooperation, nor did you discuss matters related to the Eldar. Do we have to passively wait for him to find us again?" Jinyan asked. Eveline looked like she had everything under control, smiled, and shook her head. The big boy just woke up and needs some time to adapt. Today is not a good time to talk about things. Big boy? You call that big upright ape a big boy? What's wrong? Asuyan. Chapter 324. Tyrone Galaxy. The construction of the Galaxy Defense Circle is still going on as usual. However, Qin and Mo did not conduct research today, but took a day to talk with Vanessa. At this time, Vanessa's eyes were attached with golden light. It was obvious that the person who was talking to Qin Mo was not a girl, but a part of the weak will of the Emperor of the Golden Throne. You raised the warning of the psychic on Baisu number 1, right? Qin Mo asked. What is going on? It was a part of my consciousness that was more friendly to you. I don't know the details. You should know that my will is not unified. I am like a small stream in the ocean of will. Vanessa shook her head. Qin Mo was helpless. Then why didn't you let the part of my consciousness that issued the warning enter her body? Because that part of my consciousness is so powerful that it can predict the future of the Tyrone Star Zone. If it was him instead of me, this girl would be burned to charcoal by psychic energy in an instant. After a conversation, Qin Mo gradually figured out what was going on with Vanessa. First of all, Vanessa was gifted, and she could withstand the psychic energy from the Emperor better than ordinary people. But even the most gifted had a limit. The will of the Emperor, who was talking to him, was very weak, and he could do nothing but watch the fun. But this will was the most precious, and it was the part of the Emperor that was relatively more humane. It can be seen that the Golden Throne and the faith of 10,000 years had tortured the Emperor. If Guilliman is resurrected and he goes to Terra to see you, what will you tell him about me? Qin Mo asked again. Let me speculate. You might tell him that you are the second Randon and must be eliminated. You are an ancient and powerful enemy with bad intentions, and the Empire will be destroyed if you are not eliminated. You may also tell him that you are his ally, and you must cooperate. He will hear countless different voices at the same time. Qin Mo recalled the scene when Guilliman went to Terra to meet the Emperor. Listening to the Emperor speak is like torture for the Primarch. Guilliman heard many names for himself from the Emperor at the same time, such as Tool, Traitor, and Lord of the 13th Legion. There were even voices blaming Guilliman for not changing his habit of building a country within a country. If he had arrived earlier when Horus besieged the palace, he would not have been able to sit on the Golden Throne. So, maybe he will be hostile to me after he goes to Terra. Qin Mo had to think in the worst direction. I just want humans to get rid of the current situation of swimming in the cesspool and contribute less to the warp. They can use the webway or the dimensional engine. Why is it so difficult to do something good in this universe? Qin Mo did not get a response. Perhaps the weak part of the Emperor's human will that was still strong enough for mortals to bear agreed with Qin Mo's words, or perhaps there was nothing to say. After a minute of silence, the voice sounded again. My offspring is awakened, and he is on his way to you. I can sense it. What? Qin Mo did not expect that Guilliman had revived at this time. He thought that Call could not resurrect Guilliman when Macridge was attacked, and the awakening of the Primarch would take a while to make progress. Obviously, Call has a persistence and determination beyond the imagination of ordinary people for the great cause he has been doing for 10,000 years. Qin Mo stood up and paced back and forth, thinking about why Guilliman did not go directly to Terra after waking up but came to him first. For the dimensional engine. Guilliman could not go to Terra alone on Call's ship equipped with the dimensional engine, and quietly ran to Terra to appear in front of the High Lords and tell them that, hey, I am the Primarch. He must organize an Ultramar fleet that can prove his identity and authority. Although the situation in the galaxy has become better now, because Cadia has not been destroyed, there are still a lot of messes waiting for Guilliman to deal with. He must quickly go to Terra to announce his return, and then rush to other places to deal with things. He needs a dimensional engine. But this is only one reason. Qin Mo immediately thought of more reasons, such as Guilliman didn't know what he was thinking, and might want to come over to observe him, and to stabilize the entire Talon sector to prevent the conflict between the sector and the Inquisition from continuing to intensify. In any case, Guilliman is a Primarch, and he has unparalleled authority in the State Church and the Empire. He is a rational wise man, a rare normal person. Qin Mo turned his head to look at Vanessa and the will in her body. I will warmly entertain him with the highest standards. 2 weeks later. 70 light-years away from the Talon Star Zone. The Explorer King sailed alone in the universe. Guilliman stood on the bridge and recalled the wonderful feeling in the dimensional space just now. The next jump will be carried out in 3 minutes. The broadcast sounded inside the ship. Then Greyfax's sincere message reached Guilliman's ears. You should not go to the Talon sector alone. If they are hostile, we may not be able to get out. Guilliman remained silent in response to Greyfax's sincere advice. He came without a chapter because he was sure there would be no danger. If the Talon sector did not support Cadia, equip a virtuous chapter, and send a fleet to support Ball, then the safety of this trip would not be guaranteed. The dimensional engine installed on my ship is the original version. Your journey will last another week. Call walked up to Guilliman and leaned over to say, Are there still people in the Empire who use the dimension engine like you? Guilliman asked. Many. Call answered truthfully, as far as I know, at least 21 patriarchs of the Navigator family use the Dimension Engine, 2 Lord Inquisitors also use the Dimension Engine when they travel to and from Terra, and 3 High Lords also use the Dimension Engine when they are on vacation. Gilliman was not happy to hear this. High Lords, Navigator families, Inquisitors. They are all using what they are trying to oppose, which proves that they know that the Dimension Engine is indeed useful, but they are only opposing it for their own interests. If you are against the Dimensional Engine because you think it is unsafe, then it is easy to deal with. If you want to promote the use of the Dimensional Engine for profit, you may encounter unimaginable resistance. While Gilliman was thinking, a crew member entered the bridge and reported to Call. The Dimensional Engine has been charged, but it is being interfered by the force field and cannot be activated. Call has some research on the Dimensional Engine and knows that if many ships equipped with Dimensional Engines try to open a gap in a galaxy, the ships in the galaxy will temporarily be unable to activate the Dimensional Engine. A simple engine application knowledge, but the question is how many ships can come to this system. Gilliman looked up at the porthole. The endless cold void outside was gradually torn into a huge crack, and nearly 1,000 ships composed of lines poured out from it. When they entered the material universe, they gradually restored their original appearance. Gilliman could guess that this was the Tyrone Navy fleet, and he was amazed by the size of the battleship-class ships they used. This is the Tyrone Navy. A communication squeezed into the channel of the Explorer King, and the voice of Tyrone Admiral Adam sounded in the bridge. The celestial engine has turned on the dimensional beacon. Please enable the engine and sail with us. On behalf of the entire fleet and the Lord of Tyrone, I welcome the arrival of the Sage and the Pre-March. Chapter 325. The Lord of Talon is facing the Explorer King. This mechanical ark is already extremely large, but the capital ship of the Talon Navy is even larger than the Explorer King. Gilliman recalled what he had heard about the Talon sector. Printing technology. Before coming here, Gilliman had anticipated that the productivity of this sector might be very strong, but he did not expect it to be so outrageous. Communication has been connected. Call stretched out an appendage and tapped the device in front of Gilliman. Gilliman glanced at Greyfax. The latter was staring at the Lord of Talon in front of him. If one had to describe her attitude, it was strong in the face of despair. I am the Pre-March Robert Gilliman. Gilliman calmly responded to Adam. Thank you for coming to greet me. It's my duty. Adam responded, and then ordered all ships to start the Dimensional Engine and lock the Celestial Engine beacon in the Talon system. The engine of the Explorer King also started to work, and a blue circle appeared at the location of the Talon system on the star map projection above the engine, which meant that they could jump directly over. Don't be too nervous. Gilliman gently placed his hand on Greyfax's shoulder. From their attitude, we won't be in danger. Greyfax felt the touch of Gilliman's big hand, as if his mind was covered by a shield, and he instantly calmed down. The Inquisitor raised his head and looked up at Gilliman's handsome face, whispering, I am afraid for the future of the Imperial Navy. The communication ended. All ships instantly jumped into the dimensional space and traveled through another world full of lines. The beacon of the Celestial Engine looks like a triangular sign. When the ship passes by the sign, the dimensional rift opens, and the Talon galaxy comes into view. A galaxy with 4 planets. An orbital dock as large as a satellite, and 3 giant starports for accommodating warships. Within Mandeville Point is the Void Defense Line surrounding the entire galaxy. The defense line is 2 rings, and the front looks like a cross. Gilliman habitually considers from a strategic perspective, and then sighs to Call. The defense here is better than the mother planet of Randon. In fact, those 2 metal rings are not the focus of the defense line. Call looked at the 4th planet in the galaxy. That is it. Gilliman squinted his eyes and looked over. A planet larger than Talon 1, 2, and 3 was rotating in the orbit of the star, and its 2 satellites were rotating around the planet like a shield. It was made of metal. The Primarch's superhuman vision allowed him to see that the planet was full of giant weapon arrays, like mountains, and there were huge buildings, like fortresses everywhere on the planet. The giant transport ship was clinging to the metal surface of the planet like a caterpillar. The silver soldiers were entering the ship in an orderly manner. It was unknown what they were going to do. Although Gilliman had not met Chinemo yet, he could see the appearance of the Lord of the Star Zone, because there was a statue standing on the starport of Talon I, holding a double-headed eagle scepter, wearing an unknown power armor, and raising a chainsaw sword to point directly in front of the starport entrance. The long fleet of ships was entangled with the chainsaw sword of this giant statue. Each sawtooth on the chainsaw sword emitted light, which could bind the ships in a fixed queue. Those ships only needed to wait quietly for the energy released by the Sawtooth to send them outside the starport, and then be pulled into the starport by the starport's traction beam. This is a magnificent scene. Gilliman can see the essence through the phenomenon. He realizes that this sector is full of personality cult, but considering that the sector was established less than 20 years ago, it is understandable. It was the first time for Greyfax to go so deep into the heart of the Talon sector. She hurriedly used her eyes to check everything she could see. Every time Greyfax's eyes fell on something, she deepened her judgment of the Talon sector. This is a country in the human empire. I suddenly feel that I must have a lot in common with the governor of this star region. Hearing this, Greyfax looked at the Primarch in astonishment. This sentence made her shudder. The Tyrone Navy was distributed around the Explorer King, guarding the mechanical arc into the starport. Chinemo did take out the highest standard to receive the guests he expected. The Tyrone Navy only came out in full force at two historical time points. One was the Battle of Cadia, and the other was the arrival of the Primarch. Just like the martial arts regions such as the 500 Worlds of Ultramar and Cadia, sending out the Navy or Army instead of a literary delegation is the highest standard of reception. The Navy warships did not follow the Explorer King into the starport, but gathered outside the Tyrone Eye and waited quietly. On the land platform of the starport, the yellow and black crab-like engineering machinery waved its baton, directing the transport plane from the Explorer King to land on the platform. Chinemo and all the guards stood outside the apron, watching the transport plane flying over. This reception standard. Yaoan looked at the transport plane and whispered, I guess this is the standard even if the Emperor himself came. Gray looked at Yaoan. We are not welcoming the Primarch, but the only high-ranking person with normal thinking in the Empire who may break up with us. Hearing this, Chinemo nodded in agreement. Very correct. The transport plane has landed on the tarmac. This transport plane is similar to the ship that Klein used to transport Oberon. When the hatch was opened, people outside could see the cargo hold as big as a square. The huge bodies of Kull and Gilliman stood behind the slowly lowered hatch. With them came Evelyn and Chinyan, several priests of the Mechanicus, and clerks, but Greyfax and Celestine were not there. The latter always remembered that Chinemo suddenly activated the Blackstone Obelisk array on Cadia, causing him to fall under the feet of a Death Skull Titan, but this matter was not enough for the living saint to be fussy. It was just that Evelyn said that the star god might hate Psychers, so Celestine did not come down. It was just right to take care of Greyfax to prevent her from doing stupid things. Welcome to Talon. Chinemo walked towards Gilliman. What surprised Chinemo was that Gilliman did not greet him in the common way of the Empire, but stretched out his hand to shake his. Thank you for everything you've done for the Empire, supporting Cadia, supporting Ball. For humanity. When Gilliman heard the words for humanity, he was moved, but this alone was not enough to make him sure of Chinemo's true thoughts. After a week's journey, we finally arrived. So what are the activities for the 7-day tour of the Talon sector? Gilliman asked. Let's start with a bath. I especially built a big bathtub for a giant who is nearly 4 meters tall. Chinemo said. Gilliman looked at Chinemo with some surprise, and was more certain that he could talk to him, because he was not surprised by his humor and could respond to it. Chapter 326. Let's go to Talon 1. Chinemo pointed to the platform next to the landing pad. Gilliman and Chinemo walked over together. When they stepped onto the platform, a blue barrier protected everything on the platform. Then everyone was sent into the dimensional space. When they returned to the real universe, they were already in Talon 1. On the giant tower-shaped building at the south pole of Talon 1. When entering the galaxy, Gilliman saw that Talon 1 was like a spherical city. In fact, everything in sight on this planet is a city. It feels a bit like a hive city, but it is definitely not as chaotic as a hive city. There are circular living areas on the surface of the planet, which is why you can see circular lights on the surface of the planet outside of Tyrone 1. The northern semicircle of the living area is the residential area, where you can see some integrated housing communities, and even artificial gardens and natural landscapes. The southern semicircle of the living area is the industrial area, where people work. Each living area is connected to the cross-shaped main channel on the planet by a huge transportation line, and the tower you are in is the end of the main channel. Gilliman thought that the planet had been transformed, and it was shaped according to someone's idea. How do people here entertain themselves? Is there an entertainment area? Gilliman suddenly asked. Chinemo recalled and replied, entertainment under the church, there are small rooms, and the rooms are physical projection equipment, and then, Governor. And Rita always felt that it was inappropriate to play under the church, so he whispered, physical projection equipment has been used for home use. There are 2 companies that are giants in this industry. They are competing with each other. We no longer play games under the church. Okay. Chi Nemo recalled that he built the first projection device for entertainment himself, and thought that people were still using that old thing. Gilliman heard that the Talons used to have fun under the church, and he thought that this was a good use of it. Otherwise, in a star zone where even priests were infected with the plague of faithlessness, what else could the church be used for? There are also 3 resort worlds in the star zone, and everyone can take turns to rest. Chi Nemo continued. Take turns to rest? Even civilians can go to the resort world? Gilliman asked. Yes. This is to eliminate the psychological pressure accumulated by people in production or war. Chi Nemo nodded. Gilliman smiled and glanced at the world below the tower. He felt that the world of the Talon Star Zone looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Pay attention to human psychological and physiological problems. Find ways to solve them instead of covering them up with nonsense like you are not pious. However, Gilliman suddenly thought of another question, staring at Chi Nemo, and asked, Is there a special department responsible for arranging shifts? Then how do you solve the situation of favoritism and fraud, such as someone arranging a whole year for himself? Chi Nemo did not answer immediately, but turned to look at the guards behind him, and the guards all had meaningful smiles on their faces. All the high-level officials of the Tyrone Star region, including the Lord of Tyrone, knew a secret, that is, the Star region has been using artificial intelligence on a large scale, and things like arranging shifts and vacations are the responsibility of the intelligence on the planet. It can not only distribute vacations absolutely fairly, but also arrange vacations for someone who is in a bad mood based on the results of regular psychological tests. But it is really not easy to say this in front of the Imperials. Gilliman also wanted to test it. From Chi Nemo's reaction, he knew that Talon definitely used artificial intelligence on a large scale. He wanted to give Chi Nemo a sincere warning, that is, the Empire's ban on the use of artificial intelligence is definitely not without reason. Don't say it, don't say it. Chi Nemo smiled and shook his head, and turned to ask Gray, Is the ceremony ready? Okay. Gray nodded, It can start now. The so-called ceremony is the highest-level reception process of the military parade. The army that had landed on the transport ship from the Celestial Engine had already arrived at Talon I. The large transport ship landed on the steel plane on the planet's surface, and the army walked out of the transport ship and moved forward on the straight road in front of the tower. In the sky above everyone's head, Talon Navy warships formed a long formation and passed outside the planet. They were so large that the outlines of those warships could be clearly seen, even on the surface. Gilliman stood on the edge of the tower and looked down at the army marching in formation. Just as I heard before, every member of these troops wore power armor. There were even a large number of warriors that looked like dreadnoughts in this army, but from their clumsy steps, it could be seen that they were definitely Ogrins. There were also some short warriors holding sniper rifles longer than their bodies in the army, and they were obviously Radlings. Gilliman was not the only one in the entire Empire who had seen the Tyrone army. The fleets that came to collect taxes and the Cadians had also seen them, but they could only sigh at the Tyrone people's wealth. Gilliman thought that this army, all wearing power armor, represented the productivity of the Talon sector. They obviously did not need to consider the cost and production cycle of an advanced equipment. They only needed to put the advanced equipment into production, and then the entire army could be fully equipped. The Talon System Circumgalactic Defense Ring and the Metal Planet were also manifestations of this powerful productivity. During the Great Crusade, the weapon similar to the Celestial Engine on the Randon side was only a war satellite, not a whole planet and 2 satellites, and the production and manufacturing of the Celestial Engine took less than 10 years. This productivity is so high that it makes people sigh. Everety realized this as well as Gilliman, and she quietly attached a tiny spiritual bone device to Gilliman's arm, so that the two could communicate at the level of consciousness. Before, I still speculated that there were star gods in this star region, but now I can conclude that there are. No one except Gilliman could hear what Renee said. Gilliman's consciousness also responded, What is the identity of this star god, Void Dragon? On the way to Talon, Eveline gave Gilliman more information about the star god. What Gilliman could think of was the star god named Void Dragon whose power was technology and machinery. But Eveline shook her head and disagreed. She speculated, the star god whose power was technology and machinery would come up with more advanced technology than what we have seen, so I think the power of this star god is manufacturing productivity. Gilliman nodded slowly and looked at Chi Nemo. Chi Nemo also stood on the edge of the tower and looked down at everything on the ground. His eyes were happy and proud. It can be seen that he was very satisfied and proud of everything he built. And he showed these instead of hiding them, maybe because he didn't think about hiding his identity. Chapter 327. The military parade lasted until the night. According to the reception process, Gilliman would be taken to take a bath next. Shin-Mo was not kidding. Taking a bath was one of the procedures, but it was not necessary to take a bath at the beginning. As the Emperor of Ultramar and other space Roman worlds, Gilliman must have bath culture in the reception process. It was also necessary to discuss business while taking a bath. Gilliman also asked Greyfax and Celestine to participate. He intended to deal with some conflicts while taking a bath. Everyone except Gilliman and Call wore robes that would not get wet, and entered the pool one after another, and sat down. "Can I take off my armor, Sage?" Gilliman pointed at the armor of destiny on his body and asked. Call thought seriously for a moment, then shook his head. "I think it's better not to." "The Sage is right." Ephraim agreed. "This armor not only protects your body, but also your soul. It's best not to take it off." "Okay," I watched from the shore. Gilliman was a little disappointed, sitting cross-legged on the bank of the pool, the technological bath of the Telonians plus the envious eyes of the Primarch. "For you this is a luxury that is hard to find in the entire galaxy." Ephraim wanted to comfort Gilliman, but was interrupted by her mentor Thousand Faces. Thousand Faces took off his red armor, but did not take off his helmet, wrapped in a robe, and sat in the water with his legs crossed. Comfortable and close-fitting robes, suitable water temperature, and the envy of the Primarch. This is simply a gift from Asurian. Shin-Mo also knew that after Gilliman was hacked into the ICU by Fulgrim, he was not only physically injured, but his soul essence was also irreparably damaged, so he had to wear armor for now. But this is the real universe. The armor of destiny is also a material in the real universe. "Come down, Primarch." Shin-Mo gestured to Gilliman to walk down the steps into the bath. "I'm wearing armor. What's the difference between taking a bath and not taking a bath?" Although he said so, Gilliman still stood up and walked into the bath, and then he felt that his skin could touch the water. Although he was still wearing armor, he could feel the warmth and comfort of the water just like taking a normal bath. Although he didn't know why, Gilliman could sense that part of the rules of the real universe were distorted in this bath. Gilliman sat in the bath, closed his eyes, and felt the armor as if it didn't exist. He always felt like a prisoner of the armor, but not at this time. At this time, only Call was still standing on the shore. Now there are only envious eyes from the sages, and the enjoyment is downgraded. Xianmian glanced at Call. Call's face was expressionless. He didn't need to take a bath, nor did he want to, although his mechanical body would not get wet. Everyone except Call was enjoying it. In the large bath, the monitoring equipment on the roof would adjust the water temperature around each person's body according to their expression. The bath was built on the roof of the largest hotel in the #1 living area, and outside was a constant stream of floating cars and beautiful projections. No one spoke for a while. Bathing was a novel experience for Celestine. She used her wings to stir the water, and the water spread to Greyfax, who then gave her a cold look. The water also spread to Shin-Mo, but when it was about to flow to within 3 meters of Shin-Mo, it stopped and flowed back, as if it was blocked by an invisible wall. Shin-Mo opened his eyes, and looked at Celestine, and then the living saint could not make the water spread outward no matter how he tried to stir the water. The atmosphere was still quite harmonious, and only Greyfax was frowning and thinking. After a moment, Greyfax, who had organized his words, suddenly spoke. "Lord Talon, although you have been denying it, everything I have seen since I came to this galaxy proves that you are a heretic." Shin-Mo leaned on the edge of the bathtub and nodded calmly when he heard this. "No, I never denied it, but I never admitted it to the Inquisition." Greyfax never expected Shin-Mo to be so frank. The series of questions and accusations she had prepared in advance were all in vain. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. The people of the Tyrone sector do not believe in the state religion or the imperial truth, and the state religion still exists in the sector. But the reason they exist is only because the state religion here has made contributions, and they have to entice passers-by to stop and listen to their preaching, instead of sending all those who ignore them to the stake. Shin-Mo continued. "The people of the entire sector are probably all heretics. You must want to bring the secret forces of the Inquisition to destroy everything rich and prosperous here, leaving a mountain of corpses on the ruins of the former glory of the sector." Hearing this, Greyfax nodded. She really wanted to. "Don't think about it." Shin-Mo closed his eyes. Compromise is the specialty of the Imperial high-level officials. If you are a qualified Inquisitor, you should also learn to master this skill. Greyfax was extremely angry. She would rather hear more heresy than let a heretic leader teach her what a qualified Inquisitor is. Before Greyfax wanted to continue questioning, Gilliman asked first, "Inquisitor, What do you think? With the pre-march present, Greyfax felt confident and immediately expressed his true thoughts. We cannot allow the Talon sector to continue to develop. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Now Cadia and Ball are both safe. We have enough manpower and resources to invest in a larger scale war. We want to have a civil war. Gilliman said calmly. Even if the Talon sector travels thousands of miles to participate in the Battle of Cadia, even if they go to Ball to help my brother's offspring, even if they give a noble chapter sufficient equipment so that this chapter can save more people. Greyfax wanted to argue, but Gilliman had already looked at Chi Nemo and asked him, the suspicion of the Inquisition is ultimately a suspicion of your motives. Please let this Inquisitor understand why you are doing everything. The human race has struggled in suffering and ignorance for too long, and these sufferings and ignorance can be attributed to the influence of the subspace on the real universe. I want to solve this problem, Chi Nemo said. This sentence sounded too grand to Greyfax, and was not convincing. But Gilliman and Evelyn knew more and were in a higher position, so they could empathize. The goal of the Death Army was to let the Death descend to kill Slaanesh, while Gilliman wanted to lead the entire human race out of suffering and ignorance. Although the short-term goals of both parties were different, they were both fighting against the evil in the warp, so the Death Army wanted to cooperate with humans. Hearing this, Gilliman thought for half a second, then turned around and ordered Greyfax, after we leave Talon, you will return to the Inquisition and convey my order to your superiors to terminate all investigation activities in the Talon sector. Greyfax looked at Gilliman in surprise, and couldn't believe that he had supported the heretics less than a day after arriving in the Talon sector. A pre-march should have stronger judgment. But Greyfax was about to persuade him, when he suddenly realized what Gilliman was thinking. Regardless of whether the Talon sector would become an enemy, they had now developed to an uncontrollable point. If a war was to be fought with them, even if the Empire became the winner, it would be a weak winner. The Talon sector was not something that the Inquisition could solve, and continuing the investigation would only add fuel to the fire. Greyfax pondered for 10 minutes before he figured it out, and finally nodded. But in fact, Gilliman thought more than Greyfax in half a second of thinking. If what Evelyn said was true, Chi Nemo was indeed a star god, then he was also a star god inclined towards humans. Before everyone came to take a bath, Gilliman used the inside of the pre-march to observe Chi Nemo, and found that he was full of strong feelings, and pride for everything he made with his own hands, and the same was true when he looked at the guards he made with his own hands. However, this led Gilliman to another question, that is, how could a star god like humans? Could it be that he created humans? This question is not urgent to answer. Gilliman brought Greyfax here to clear things up, and let the Inquisition stop adding fuel to the fire. This is a serious matter, and there is another serious matter. Chapter 328. I hope to buy a dimensional engine in the Talon sector, Gilliman said, looking at Greyfax beside him. The female Inquisitor had already started to play it down, concentrating on enjoying the comfort of the bath, and did not express any opinions. The tithes you handed over to the Empire were piled up in the warehouse by the High Lords, and even the 500 worlds of Ultramar are not easy to obtain a dimensional engine. So I hope to buy some here in Talon, the latest and most advanced ones. Gilliman's request was expected, but Chi Nemo did not immediately say yes or no, but said, I have prepared a gift for you. At this time, the water in the pool began to condense, showing the orbital dock of the Talon system. Since the water is transparent, everyone can see the inside of the orbital dock formed by water. There is a 30-kilometer-long ship there, but it has no additional weapons. An industrial ship. Chi Nemo pointed to the ship and said, it can manufacture cruiser-class and frigate-class ships, and it can also manufacture dimensional engines. As for the raw materials, it is also easy to solve. You only need to input substances composed of atoms. Gilliman couldn't believe that Chi Nemo was so generous. Chi Nemo was counting on Gilliman to promote the dimensional engine in the Empire with the power and status of the Primarch, so it would be better to let him have the manufacturing ability directly. The engine that the Primarchs are using and manufacturing. Its promotion effect is no less than Gilliman arriving on Terra in a dimensional engine battleship. Thank you very much. Gilliman nodded and thanked him. Call, who had been silent from beginning to end, was not calm at this time. Industrial ships are very rare in the Mechanicus. Call really wants to own an industrial ship, but considering that this is a gift to the Primarch instead of for himself, it must be difficult to manufacture such an industrial ship in the Talon sector, so he still didn't speak. This industrial ship has no name yet, you can name it, Chi Nemo said. Gilliman said after a brief contemplation, let's call it Friendship. Good name. Chi Nemo nodded thoughtfully. After talking about the dimensional engine, Gilliman felt that the purpose of this trip had been achieved. However, He thought of the 500 worlds of Ultramar again, and decided to get something from Talon that could make the 500 worlds better, such as advanced technology. I have arranged accommodation for everyone inside this building. Chi Nemo stood up from the pool and looked at Gilliman again. One of my guards will be responsible for taking care of and protecting the pre-march. Then Andrada took the elevator to the top of the building and saluted Gilliman. Chi Nemo couldn't just do nothing but be a tour guide for Gilliman, so Gilliman could also foresee that he would arrange a guard. Whether this guard came simply for protection and care, or had the duty of surveillance, it was quite normal in Gilliman's opinion. Night. Andrada led Gilliman to the residence arranged for him. After Andrada left, Gilliman walked around the residence, checking every item here. A 5-meter-long bed, some large furniture that can be used in daily life, and some strange technological items. Gilliman couldn't figure out how to use each item just by looking at it, but fortunately, there was a thick stack of instructions in the drawer of the bedside table. After reading the instructions at a glance, Gilliman tentatively called out, "Butler." A woman appeared out of nowhere in the room and walked up to Gilliman. "Please tell me what you want." "I want to read a book," Gilliman said. The woman nodded, raised her hand, and released a projection from the ceiling, turning the entire room into a library. All this was illusory. When Gilliman picked up a book, he could tell that it was even a projection. For normal people, these projections were enough to be real, making them think that there was really a book in front of them. But for the senses possessed by the pre-march, the books simulated by the projection were different from real books when held in their hands. Gilliman took out 10 books and placed them on the table in front of him, and turned on the projection control device to adjust the books to automatically turn pages. The first page of the 10 books opened at the same time, and turned to the next page 1 second later. Gilliman sat at the table and read carefully. This is a book about the past of the Talon sector, which records the origins of the guards and the Lord of Talon. The book written by the state religion said that the Lord of Talon was the messenger of the Emperor. The book written by the academic department of the Talon sector said that the Lord of Talon was originally a soldier of the 44th Regiment of the Planetary Defense Force. The remaining few captains' memoirs said that they did not remember seeing the Lord of Tyrone when he was still a soldier, and there were many speculations about his origins. Some believe that he was a messenger like the state religion, and some believe that he was a member of the residents of the bottom nest, or a descendant of a scientific research family. In a book called The Iron Fist of the Lord of Tyrone, Memoirs of the 87th Armored Regiment, it was written that Captain Duncan once met a doctor during the battle in the bottom nest. The doctor said that his neighbor, who was also a doctor, had treated the Lord of Tyrone. The evidence was that the Lord of Tyrone had black lines on his body. But the book also said that the doctor who treated Lord Talon died in a gang fight, and no one stripped Lord Talon's clothes to see what happened. Who knows if this is true or not? But the book also wrote that when Talon I was unified, Lord Talon asked the guards about a doctor. It seems that the governor of this star zone does not want to hide the fact that he is a star god. Gilliman's mind echoed with Evelyn's voice, and he realized that he had not taken off the spirit bone device on his body. He may have guessed that we guessed that he is a star god. Gilliman responded to Evelyn in another room. If he still doubted it when watching the parade, he was sure after taking a bath. There are only two possibilities for water to ignore the barrier of armor and touch the skin. Either the physical rules are distorted, or the armor made by Call will get water. It can be seen that Chi Nemo really doesn't want to hide it, because it is impossible to hide it from the pre-march and the Eldar. However, this makes Gilliman feel more at ease, because if you want to cooperate, you must be honest first. No one will feel at ease with an ally who hides many secrets, even if this ally with many secrets is a brother. Do you think that the reaction of Lord Talon during the military parade was fake or from the heart? Gilliman recalled the previous scene. Chi Nemo looked at everything he had built, showing strong emotions. Although Gilliman believed with his own insight that Chi Nemo was not pretending, the Eldar were more perceptive and knew more about the star gods, so he wanted to hear Evelyn's opinion. Unless they are star gods who specialize in fraud, other star gods are not very good at acting. Evelyn sighed. His love for the humans here is like the love of the creator of the Eldar for the Eldar. Regard it as a masterpiece that he is proud of, an assistant that he trusts absolutely. Gilliman nodded, took off the spirit bone device, and continued to read the book. Chapter 329. The next morning, when Andrada knocked on the door and walked into the Primarch's room, he saw him sitting on a chair reading. "If you want to use today's time to read, I will ensure that you will not be disturbed," Andrada said. Gilliman closed the book and looked at Andrada. "Please take me to the agricultural world for a tour." Of course. Although he didn't know why he had to go to the agricultural world, This was not the place that Lord Talon said the pre-march could not go, so Andrada immediately arranged it for Gilliman. The Guardian dedicated to Andrada arrived in the orbit of Talon 1. Gilliman put on the teleportation protection device, and went directly to the ship with Andrada. The Guardian began to sail towards the Ivan system, where Ivan 7 is the closest agricultural world to the Talon system. After 2 jumps, the Guardian arrived in the orbit of Ivan 7. The teleportation device was activated, and Gilliman and Andrada were teleported to the surface of Ivan 7 together. When coming, Gilliman noticed that there were 2 large void buildings in the orbit, which looked like some kind of weapons, but when he came down in person, he found that they were not weapons, but an orbital device that accumulated stellar energy and projected it to the surface. Like most agricultural worlds on Talon, Ivan 7 is responsible for producing crops and livestock. The device in orbit will keep the agricultural area covered by sunlight. There is a more efficient way to synthesize the starch in our staple food, but people cannot rely on starch alone to fill their stomachs. Anradar introduced this agricultural world. Gilliman listened and watched. The entire surface of the planet is a large field, and the soil here is yellow, but it seems to be some kind of synthetic soil rather than natural soil. Large bipedal agricultural machines 10 meters high trudge through the farmland, harvesting crops, with the harvester on their left arms, and then tying them up with their right arms with fingers. These bipedal machines were everywhere. Gilliman thought that these things might be armed in wartime, and turned into war machines similar to night mechas. Idyllic. People living here should be quite happy. Gilliman sighed. Not necessarily. Amrita shook his head. There are no industrial facilities on the planet, and industrial products can only be sent by ship, and the price is 3 times higher than that of the industrial world. That's right. Gilliman nodded and asked, where does the meat come from? Amrita pointed to the towering tower in the north. From there. Inside the Ivan 7 tower. Gilliman and Andrita took a transport plane to the top entrance of the tower, and walked in together. Gilliman smelled a strong smell of blood. Inside the tower was a spiral production line, from the top to the bottom. At the top was a row of large machines with pillows, and some mucus was stored under the transparent shell of these machines. When the eggshell-like man-made objects on the production line come over, the machine will inject mucus into them. Then the eggshells are sent to a larger machine. When they come out of the machine, they are broken, and inside are deformed monsters with 3 heads, 10 arms, and 10 legs. These deformed creatures have no ability to scream, and they can't even move normally. The only value of their existence seems to be eaten. The deformed creatures flow near the scanner on the production line. The unhealthy creatures will be caught by the robot arm and thrown into the crusher, and the healthy creatures will continue to flow on the production line. They entered another machine, and then came out even bigger. Gilliman realized at this time that the function of those large machines was to accelerate the growth of organisms, which reminded him of a ray weapon he had seen 10,000 years ago that could accelerate the aging of organisms to death. These organisms are a food race created by biotechnology, integrating the genes of ant bulls and golo beasts. Their bones and skin can be used to make industrial products, and their meat can be used to eat. There is no useless part on their bodies. And Rita introduced the deformed creatures. The creatures that were accelerated to the juvenile state continue to flow on the production line, being scanned again and again, and growing faster and faster again, and finally came to the bottom of the tower. At the bottom was a machine the size of a hangar, and the grown creatures were sent in, and when they came out, they were pieces of meat. The meat was packaged and sealed by the workers, and sent to the unmanned transport aircraft equipped with a cold storage, and then the transport aircraft flew into the sky. The sky of Ivan number 7 was full of such unmanned transport aircraft. The life of these deformed creatures is to flow from one end of the production line to the other end. Gilliman looked down at the bottom of the tower. This is quite in your style, very efficient. Andrada nodded, maybe a little cruel. But the protein of these creatures is much better than synthetic protein, tastes good, is easy to digest, and there will be no mutant genes absorbed by humans, and then cause human offspring to become deformed. In a sense, it is a perfect biotechnology creation. Gilliman quite approves of this production method, and the reason why he wants to come to the agricultural world is to introduce a better food production method to the 500 worlds. There is no need to introduce orbital devices and soil modification to produce vegetables. It is enough to introduce starch synthesis, and this kind of organism. Is the process of synthesizing starch and producing meat complicated? Gilliman asked. Not complicated. Andrada shook his head, but training on how to use the machine is still necessary. Gilliman nodded. He has decided to allow Ultramar and the Talon sector to have more exchanges, such as academic exchanges. In this empire that has become decadent and crazy after 10,000 years, the two regions that still have reason must always stick together for warmth. Please tell the Lord of Talon that I intend to introduce synthetic starch and meat production, Gilliman said. Okay. Andreda nodded. After finishing another business in the Talon sector, Gilliman suddenly wanted to satisfy his curiosity, that is, how the Talonians were educated. Do they learn about the past of the Empire? Do they learn about the warp? With these questions, Gilliman made this request to Andreda. Andreda certainly said yes, but he thought of something else, and before taking Gilliman away, he checked what courses the school in this sector had today. Every matter in the school of the Star Zone is arranged uniformly, including the curriculum. After checking the curriculum, Andreda suddenly said to Gilliman, "Today is a holiday, let's go tomorrow." Gilliman instantly realized that Andreda was deceiving himself, but he couldn't figure out why. Could it be that the school in the Talon Star Zone would teach something unspeakable? If a person wants to become rational, he must receive education. If he doesn't check the things about education, he can't be sure whether only a small group of people in the Talon Star Zone are more rational and advocate science, or everyone is rational and advocate science. For Gilliman, this is a very important thing, so he insisted again, "Please take me." Chapter 330. Tyrone I Sector University. Gilliman stood outside a classroom, leaning against the wall and listening to the sounds coming from inside. Andreda looked at the pre-march helplessly. Gilliman now understood why Andreda was unwilling to bring him here, because what the school taught today was really a bit taboo. This was not knowledge about the warp. In fact, even in the Tyrone sector, only a very small number of people and Solus people could learn about the warp. What they are teaching is about the events of 10,000 years. From the Great Crusade to the Forbidden Rebellion. It is not too detailed, it sounds more like a summary. We have talked about the Emperor before. No one knows what the Emperor's real name is. When the human forces were falling apart, he suddenly appeared to unify Terra and organized an expedition to integrate the human forces in the galaxy. The state religion claims that the Astartes are angels sent by the Emperor to the human world, but in fact they are not. They are the creations of the biotechnology invented by the Emperor. They have been transformed from ordinary people into superhuman warriors by implanting gene seeds and undergoing a series of transformation operations. The Emperor destroyed many human and alien forces during the Great Crusade. Some of the methods were not very glorious, but this Great Crusade still had the nature of liberation and advancement. During this period, the superhuman warriors were still organized as legions. As for the reason why they were later reorganized into smaller-scale battle groups, it was because the 13th Pre-March Robert Gilliman wrote the Astartes Codex, which arranged many matters such as the life and combat of the Astartes warriors. One thing needs to be mentioned here. I have previously talked about some information about the heresy. The Codex Astartes can effectively prevent the rebellion of the legions during the heresy from happening again, but with the increasing intensity of war today, the rules in the Codex are no longer appropriate. Gilliman heard about the Codex he wrote, but he was not angry. Instead, he thought that the Codex Astartes was no longer appropriate, just like the teacher who gave the lecture. The intensity of war in the galaxy is indeed getting higher and higher now, just like the Battle of Baal. If the Blood Angels had not gathered under Dante's call and fought as a whole legion instead of a war group, Baal would have been gone by now. Gilliman continued to listen. The teacher began to describe in detail some of the things the Emperor had done, such as that he only cared about whether a planet belonged to the Empire during the expedition, and did not care what the ruler of the planet had done and whether it was good or bad. Then came the evaluation of the Emperor. Gilliman listened attentively when he heard this, listening with some expectation and some worry. He didn't know how the Talonians would evaluate the Emperor. A tyrant who once caused the Talon sector to struggle in darkness, a savior who saved humanity, an ambitious conqueror, a slave owner who didn't care about the people of the Empire. The Emperor is undoubtedly a tyrant. He doesn't love any specific person, but he should love the race called humanity. The Golden Throne is like a torture machine specially prepared for psychics. The Emperor sat on it, endured the torture, and used his psychic power and astronomical torch to guide the navigation direction of human ships. He endured 10,000 years of torture just to allow the Empire to continue stumbling in the cruel and cold universe. If the Emperor had not made sacrifices, the Empire would not have survived until now, and humanity would have been completely swallowed up by the cold void. The Emperor of mankind, he deserves the title. Rita looked at Gilliman nervously, worried that he would be dissatisfied with Talon's evaluation in the textbook, but he was totally overthinking it. Gilliman just lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head and smiled at Andreda. This is the kindest evaluation I have ever heard. One of my brothers said that the Emperor is a cruel executioner and a damn slave owner. Do you agree with that assessment? Enrita asked curiously. Me? Gilliman suddenly thought of many things. The Emperor's incomprehensible cold attitude towards some of his children. The room the Emperor prepared for all his children in the palace. The Emperor's shockingly low emotional intelligence made a Primarch, who tried hard to maintain brotherhood, lead the Legion to destroy Lorder's perfect city. Gilliman thought for a long time, and finally just shook his head. I can only say that he is not a good father. Enrita didn't know why Gilliman would say such a thing about the Emperor, but he knew that no matter how much he knew, he definitely didn't know as much as the Primarch, who had lived for 10,000 years. Do you agree with what Amon said? Do you also think that I am a slave owner and executioner? A deep voice came into Gilliman's ears. Gilliman looked up suddenly, and found that Enrita was standing stiffly in the same place. The sound in the classroom was no longer heard, and time seemed to be still. The person who spoke was a blonde woman, but the momentum and spirit emanating from her body made Gilliman sure that this woman was just a carrier, and the one talking to him was the Emperor. Father! How could it be? Gilliman couldn't believe that a mortal could withstand the Emperor's psychic power. But a message poured into Gilliman's brain, making him understand everything. What came before him was only a trace of the Emperor's weak will. The human part of the will. This part of the will was fragile and small, forgetting many things, which was why it was enough to make a gifted psychic endure the pain of possession for a short period of time. Gilliman could probably understand the current situation of the Emperor. The Emperor sitting on the golden throne, the tortured and distorted Emperor, was completely different from the Emperor 10,000 years ago. I do not agree with what Amon said. Gilliman shook his head, but his hatred for you is clearly not without reason. What reason? I went to his planet to find him personally. I competed with him in ironwork and hunting salamanders, talked with him, had high hopes for him, and then he betrayed me, and you defended him? The Emperor demanded. Are we talking about the same person? Gilliman said, Amon. Never mind. Amon was never expected to be high by the Emperor, and when the Emperor found him, he was fighting alongside his gladiator brothers and sisters against the slavers. The situation was so dire that everyone had to eat Angren's blood to fill their stomachs. Amon valued his brothers and sisters very much. Even in such a difficult situation, even when he had to share his blood with others, he still talked and laughed with his brothers and sisters. Then the Emperor appeared and took Amon away, stuffed him with a bunch of strange warriors, and told him to go to the Great Crusade. Angren's gladiator brothers and sisters all died. The only thing that didn't change was that the slave owners still ruled the planet. This was the past about Angren's resentment towards the Emperor. This weak part of the Emperor's will couldn't even figure out the past. No wonder he didn't help Chinamo promote the dimensional engine. Chapter 331. Gilliman, you are my most trusted and beloved son. No father wants his son to suffer. Some things I did not do well 10,000 years ago were forced by the situation, but you can understand me, right? The Emperor said. Gilliman was moved and slowly sat down against the wall, burying his head between his arms. He looked anxious and painful, like a helpless child. Everything we fought for has failed and dissipated. Suffering and ignorance are like a thorn in the flesh of mankind. The brutal rule that has been maintained by the authority you granted has made people live in hell. The imperial truth has been replaced by the state religion. The things that were burned and slaughtered in your name are happening as I speak. After I woke up and learned about the current situation of the Empire, I tried to maintain a calm appearance. Those Eldar, those descendants of mine, they don't know how much I hate the filth and ugliness of the Empire 10,000 years later. Such an empire is better off being destroyed. Why did I resurrect? What else do you want me to do for you? Gilliman's teeth became more and more gnashed as he spoke. The Emperor listened quietly, without reprimanding, scolding or comforting, but he felt very uncomfortable seeing Gilliman in such pain. You are the part of human nature. Gilliman put down his hand that was grabbing his hair, and turned to look at the Emperor. This is your humanity. Although you didn't say it directly, I understand that you want me to shut up, and do things for you honestly. No. The Emperor shook his head. I hope you can cry loudly, and then I will comfort you. But when you arrive at Terra, and see me on the throne, don't complain so much, otherwise I will probably slap you hard. Gilliman was very worried when he thought about going to Terra next. What has the Emperor on the throne become? Has the will in him really become a tyrant and slave owner? Father, come with me to Terra. Gilliman said, at least this part of you is rational. The Emperor nodded. Then, because a girl shouted that she was the Emperor, the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition joined forces to send this girl to the stake, so forget it. Gilliman thought about it, and felt that this was true. It would be good if the two people who represented the ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition among the High Lords did not say that they were pretending to be the Primarchs when they saw him and the Ultramar fleet arriving on Terra. Swallow your complaints, then stand up and face everything like the Lord of the 500 Worlds of Ultramar, the 13th Primarch. At least you still have the dimensional engine available, and a powerful human force as an ally, which is much better than the situation I faced back then. Guilliman sighed after hearing these words, and then stood up from the ground. Father, have you been observing the Talon sector for a long time? What is your attitude towards this sector? Guilliman knew that it was dangerous to cooperate with the Star God, and he could not confirm whether the dimensional engine was absolutely safe. As a leader, he had to consider more possibilities, such as Talon suddenly going to war with the Empire. This possibility seems very small now, but it is indeed possible. The Emperor was silent for a full minute before speaking. It is indeed the Star God who rules this sector, but he is very special. He uses the power of a god, but firmly believes that he is a human being. Like you? Guilliman asked. The Emperor rolled his eyes at Guilliman and continued. My only complaint about Lord Talon is that he showed up too late. If he had shown up 10,000 years ago, I would probably be a soldier in the Talon Empire army, driving a piece of construction machinery on a construction site somewhere in the Talon Empire. If there was no other way, who would be willing to stand up and face this shitty universe? After hearing these two sentences, Guilliman felt that the Emperor in front of him was indeed very humane, but this humaneness was too pure, so that he had some thoughts of escape. If it was the unified Emperor of 10,000 years ago, he would have stood up bravely to face the cruel universe no matter what. If the Talon sector was a human force at that time, it would be nothing more than adding another head to the double-headed eagle. At least the Talon sector is more reliable than the Mechanicus. They have celestial engines, and will not plan to disband when they see the war moon coming. Face everything that comes next, but don't make it too hard on yourself, the Emperor said. How can I not make it hard on myself? I may have to work for hundreds of years without sleep to clean up this mess. What else can I say to you now except a word of comfort and advice, asking you not to sleep in the future, or you will never be able to clean up the mess. Guilliman wanted to talk to the Emperor's human will for a few more words, but the mortal girl in front of him seemed unable to bear it. The light in her eyes sometimes dissipated and sometimes appeared, and time began to flow. After everything returned to normal, Vanessa saw Guilliman. She couldn't believe what she saw, and wanted to greet or say hello with rapid breathing, but she couldn't say a word after opening her mouth for a long time. Don't get too excited. Guilliman patted Vanessa's shoulder. The one in front of you is just the 13th Primarch. Vanessa couldn't help but be excited. She saw the return of the Primarch in the past prophecy. The offspring of the god she served came back, and stood in front of her at this time. Guilliman didn't like fanatics very much. He thanked Andrada for bringing him to the school, and turned to leave. Guilliman stayed in the Talon sector for another 3 days, applied for a small boat, and drove around the Talon sector. He helped a group of colonists destroy a giant beast. He participated in a scientific seminar, and helped scientists in the sector solve some sociological problems. He helped an old lady bring her strong-brained cat that drifted into the void back to the surface of the planet. He even went on an ancient ruins adventure with the bounty hunters of the hive world of Bison No. 1. Happy times are always short, until now. 3 days later, Guilliman must leave the Talon sector to clean up the mess. The friendship detached from the orbital dock, and call arranged for the ship's operators to drive the ship to the side of the Explorer King. Guilliman and Chin Mo said goodbye to each other on the bridge of the Explorer King. I don't know why, I suddenly feel heavy, Guilliman said, holding Chin Mo's hand. It feels like a student going back to school after the holiday? Chin Mo asked with a smile. We are exactly the same kind of people. You can even accurately express my difficult feelings. But Primarch, you can't stay in Talon forever. You still have your own Ultramar 500 worlds and the Empire. There is also the Empire, and a lot of messes. You can just call me Guilliman. Guilliman didn't want to leave Talon, but as Chin Mo said, he still had 500 worlds and the Empire to deal with. The celestial engine has already turned on the beacon 500 light-years away. Chin Mo glanced at the location of the 4th planet outside the bridge. There was nothing there now. Go there. At least it can save you some time. Guilliman nodded, turned around and nodded to call. The dimensional engine is starting to charge. When the broadcast sounded, Chin Mo let go of Guilliman's hand and took 2 steps back with the guards. The protective barrier opened around them. Guilliman was still looking at the place where Chin Mo was standing until they were teleported out of the ship that was about to set sail. Chapter 332. When Guilliman set out on his way home, Qin Mo returned to his research facility to continue his research work. During the time when Gilliman came and left, Qin Mo was trying to improve the burner's webway technology, and the burner, as the only star god who knew how to use the webway, was responsible for being a webway technical consultant. When Qin Mo teleported out, the burner was debugging the new webway gate it created. When he saw Qin Mo coming back, he knew that Gilliman had left. The freak created by the psychic Erectus ape is finally gone. Look at what you are talking about. What do you mean by a freak created by the psychic Erectus ape? The burner was very surprised to hear Qin Mo's response. He thought Qin Mo would hate the pre-march with the essence of the warp. Seeing the burner's attitude, Qin Mo was also suddenly surprised. He had no discomfort when he was with Gilliman, except for the part where Celestine joined in the bathing. You don't hate him? The burner asked. Qin Mo shook his head. I really don't hate him. Maybe it's because he refuses to accept his own warped nature? If you have to explain why you don't hate the pre-march, the only answer is that Gilliman doesn't accept his own warped nature. Gilliman is a very rational and wise pre-march, and has advantages that other primarchs don't have. He has a mother. If you have to find Gilliman's shortcomings, it's that he likes to mess with Guixia and is a little self-deceiving. For example, he doesn't believe that the Emperor of the 41st millennium is a god and doesn't accept the nature of the warp. But these are not a big deal. Qin Mo cleared his mind and focused on the matter at hand. Our cooperation is indeed effective. The burner pointed to the webway gate flickering in the flames in front of him. It is more stable now. Qin Mo nodded, then walked towards the webway gate. I want to go in and take a look. Maybe I can find Comoros. The Dark Eldar invasion happened again in the middle of the night yesterday. The Dark Eldar seemed to be particularly obsessed with the Talonians inside the Talon Gate. They launched a suicide raid with their extremely fast ships. Although they did not succeed in robbing people, it was not a big deal to let them raid. Don't even think about finding Komora until we create a more accurate webway gate. The burner stepped into the webway gate with one leg, but we have to go in and collect some data. Burn. Collect more data. Qin Mo nodded in agreement and entered the webway gate with the burner. The webway they entered this time was much wider than the previous one, like an underground tunnel, which could accommodate at least a dozen people walking side by side. The burner held the spirit bone instrument to collect the data in the webway, which he obtained from the dead ancient elves 10,000 years ago. Qin Mo and the burner walked side by side and gradually came to a corner. The webway was not always used by people. Just when Qin Mo thought that the webway he entered was a webway that had been lost for a long time, and no one used it, he suddenly heard footsteps. Then a group of elves rushed out from the corner. Qin Mo and the burner stood still and looked at the elves in confusion. The elves also looked at the two star gods in the webway in confusion. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped flowing. Governor Tyrone? Eldred? After a brief moment of daze, Qin Mo and one of the Eldars on the opposite side recognized each other. A total of 10 Eldar warriors armed with star dart guns were guarding a prophet, who was Eldred Uslan, whom Qin Mo had met on the communication video before. But at this time, this prophet, who was hated by everyone in the Eldar, was a little strange. He carried the scepter behind his back and held an Eldar, who had turned into a crystal in his arms. From the way he was dressed, this Eldar also looked like a prophet. Crystal prophet. Qin Mo recalled that some prophets among the Eldar would sacrifice themselves at the critical moment of the survival of the Ark world or at other important moments. The sacrificed prophets would turn into crystals. The crystals transformed by the great sacrificers were holy objects that the Eldar would protect at the cost of their lives. Governor? An Eldar warrior took off his helmet and revealed his true face. Sar? Qin Mo immediately recognized this Eldar warrior, who had helped him destroy a black stone fortress. This is a group of familiar spirits. Qin Mo was about to ask why they appeared at this time, but Uslan ran behind Qin Mo holding the crystal prophet. No time to explain, help me. As soon as the voice fell, another group of Eldar emerged from the corner of the webway. They were more numerous, and among them, there were even elite soldiers such as dimensional spiders. However, the color of the armor of these soldiers was different from that of the group brought by Uslan, so it can be judged that they are Eldar from another Ark world. They were also stunned when they saw a star god entering the webway, but the most urgent task was not to fight the star god. Give us back the prophet Isalin. Isalin and I made an agreement. He asked me to take him away from you after he turned into a crystal and make full use of him. After arguing with Uslan for a few words, the Eldar officer on the opposite side made a roar that Qin Mo could not understand, and then ordered the soldiers behind him to shoot at Uslan. Seeing this scene, Qin Mo understood why Uslan was hunted down by his own people. This guy ran to another craft world and stole someone else's crystal profit. He was able to come out alive and run into the webway. Either the other party showed mercy, or Uslan's fighting ability is pretty good. Given Uslan's notoriety, the reason why he is still alive is obviously not because the other party showed mercy. The burner was watching this farce on the side, but a star dart suddenly shot at him, so he raised his hand and aimed at the Eldar in front of him. The firestorm burned from the burner's hand all the way to the end of the webway in front. The Eldar chasing Uslan were left with nothing. How could you kill them? Sar shouted to the burner. He thought this star god was another living metal incarnation of Chin-Mo. The Eldar chasing him were quite friendly to humans. Even though he had helped humans take down a blackstone fortress, another incarnation of Chin-Mo still killed his compatriots. He only needed a thought to send those Eldar to the other end of the webway. The well-informed Uslan recognized the identity of the burner. He covered Thrall's mouth with his psychic power and retreated while thanking Chin-Mo. Thanks for your help. After saying that, Uslan quickly led his subordinates to run backwards. But after running for half a minute at the speed of the Eldar, Uslan found that he had not moved forward at all. It was obvious that the two star gods did not want them to leave. If I remember correctly, Chin-Mo pointed to the ground. This section of the webway should cross the Talon Star Zone. You are definitely not here just to escape the pursuit of your own race. Chapter 333. I just came here in a hurry. Really? Really? Okay, it's fake. I want to come to Talon to deal with something. Uslan couldn't do anything to Chin-Mo with his psychic power. Now that he was caught, he could only tell the truth. In front of the burner, Uslan talked about why he came to the Talon Star Zone. With the Talon Star System as the core, there is a star system outside the western edge of the Star Zone called the Hideout in the Eldar language. An ancient Eldar warrior is practicing in a temple underground on a planet in the star system. This ancient Eldar warrior did not enter the temple voluntarily, but was imprisoned. The crystal prophet is needed to open the temple. That ancient warrior is not powerful and poses no threat to you, but his mission is to join the Death God army and block a sword for Evelyn. Uslan asked Chin-Mo, let us go and pick up this warrior. You can send someone to follow us. If what I said is false, let your kind burn us to death. The burner had long wanted to burn Uslan to death, but it felt that this guy seemed to have a good relationship with Chin-Mo, and killing him directly might be bad. Burners are cruel, but there is a difference between cruelty and stupidity. Okay. Chin-Mo nodded in agreement. Uslan didn't expect Chin-Mo to agree so readily. Could it be that Thrall helped him before, and Evelyn came again, causing this star god who hates psychic creatures to change his attitude? I have a warship lost in the subspace. You have to find a way to help me bring the warship back to the real universe. Chin-Mo said. Sure enough. Uslan's fantasy about Chin-Mo was instantly shattered. But on second thought, this kind of deal is still good, everyone gets what they need. So he agreed without hesitation. Tell me the details of the warship, I will help you find it. Uslan tried to use the prophecy to make a deal. He asked Thrall to place various Eldar bone gadgets around him, which can protect his soul. And Uslan is now in a webway without holes. Using psychic energy is not particularly dangerous, so it is not difficult for him to help. That warship is a cruiser, the Glory Road. That warship seems to have self-awareness. It did not automatically jump out when it detected strong subspace energy during the Battle of Cadia. A captain named Sane teleported it to a Baden spirit of vengeance and perished together. Chin-Mo was talking about the warship. Uslan listened quietly, searching in the Sea of Souls with his eyes closed. Soon he found the Glory Road. It's not in the Sea of Souls. Uslan opened his eyes and looked at Chin-Mo in confusion. Maybe the information you said is wrong. Impossible. Chin-Mo shook his head. Uslan had no choice but to tell Chin-Mo what he saw. I saw a warship. It was not in the Sea of Souls, nor in the Eye of Terror that you compressed to half. It was in the Maelstrom. Only the bridge of this warship remains. If it is what you are looking for, then I congratulate you. After the warship is restored, your fleet will not be negatively affected by the sinking of the initial ship. In addition, there is a living person in the bridge. After listening to what Uslan said, Chin-Mo felt that it was the Glory Road he was looking for. But why was it not in the warp, but in the Maelstrom? The Maelstrom is similar to the Eye of Terror, and is also a warp crack in the real universe, but the scale is not as large as the Eye of Terror before it shrank. If Terra is used as the coordinate, the Eye of Terror and Cadia are in the north of Terra, while the Maelstrom is far to the east. The Badab sector is around the Maelstrom. After Gilliman returns to Ultramar, he must go to Terra and must pass through the Maelstrom. The Red Corsairs are probably now entrenched inside the Maelstrom. After recalling the events of the maelstrom, Chi Nemo asked Uslan, I saw the glory road enter the warp with my own eyes. Why is it not in the warp? Maybe it was spit out, just like a space wreck, or maybe it was sent out by a god. Uslan speculated on various possibilities. Watch them until they leave. Chi Nemo said to the burner, I have to organize a fleet to go to the maelstrom, and pick up my ship and my people. At the moment of entering the subspace, the spirit of vengeance was blown into several large and small pieces by the path of glory from the inside. The special bridge of the path of glory opened the energy shield at the moment of the explosion, and the tank cabin where Cyan and other crew members were dormant also opened the small shield at the same time. The crew survived and observed the outside world through the portholes of the bridge. The scene inside the subspace was like a purple hell with no logic in both vision and hearing. Just when Captain Cyan was feeling lucky that the crew and himself were alive, a creature that looked like a cube with tails on all four sides floated into the bridge, swam to the crew's tank cabin, and its tail easily broke through the tank, taking out the crew one by one and eating them. In just 2 minutes, Cyan watched his crew members being devoured until it was his turn. The creature swam over, with fangs and sharp teeth on its metal-like block, and it easily got into the cabin. Cyan closed his eyes and waited quietly for death to come. Bang bang. The sudden sound of gunfire made Cyan open his eyes suddenly, and he saw a scene he had never imagined or dreamed of in his life. In the subspace environment that seemed to be a vacuum, a huge black sphere floated over and stretched out its tentacles to tightly bind the cabin where Cyan was. The sphere carried many soldiers, wearing shiny power armor and holding rifles that could shoot golden beams. They quickly cleared out the nearby cube creatures. One of the soldiers jumped onto the bridge, sat on the top and looked up. The black sphere projected a starry sky phantom over the soldier's head. Captain! Captain? Cyan knocked hard on the cabin and shouted to the soldier outside the bridge window, Captain Albert, is that you? Before entering the fleet school for training, Cyan was a soldier in the 31st Regiment. He became the regiment leader after the regiment leader Albert was captured by the Gene Stealer. Cyan never thought that he would meet Albert one day. But no matter how Cyan called out, Albert was sitting on the bridge. He could see the cabin where Cyan was through the porthole as long as he turned his head, but he did not move. Cyan kept hitting the cabin until he found that his flesh and blood had merged with the cabin, and he could do nothing. Until Cyan couldn't even open his mouth to speak, he could only listen passively. At this time, many personal voices came into Cyan's ears. Why can we continue to this day? Because of the sacrifices. Why can we enjoy prosperity? Because of the sacrifices. What are the sacrifices? For humanity, for the Star Zone, fight to death and die. The voices of these countless people gathered together to recite were not unfamiliar to Cyan. They were the voices of the memorial ceremony. Everyone in every Moonstar region will gather in the square of the planet, looking at the orbital dock itself or the dock projection to commemorate the dead in previous wars. Close your eyes, imagine every urn with a name engraved on it in the interior layer of the orbital dock, recite, and mourn. Sincerely hope that they can have a place to stay in the afterlife. The black ball in front of you looks very similar to the orbital dock. It just doesn't look as powerful as it is in reality. More and more subspace creatures surround it and tear it to pieces. Even if the warriors who emerge from the dock fight hard, it is useless. Cyan did not see the end of the dock. Just as the space engine was turned on, the bridge of the glory road and the fragments of the spirit of vengeance were pulled out of the subspace together. More and more ships surrounded and began to salvage the wreckage of the spirit of vengeance, and a ship noticed the intact bridge of the glory road and immediately drove over. On the hull of that ship, the black hand symbol printed in a red circle was clearly visible. Chapter 334. 500 Worlds. Macridge. Gilliman took a week to rush back to the capital world of Ultramar. The news of the return of the Premarch had spread throughout the 500 Worlds, but it was only in the form of gossip. The people of the 500 Worlds discussed the return of the Premarch, which they could not believe at all. This was because Gilliman did not show up in front of his people after waking up and went to Talon. Now that he is back, he does not have much time to spend on the return ceremony. He must immediately organize a fleet to go to Terra to announce the return of the Premarch to the High Lords. Thus, a total of 1,000 ships of various types were assembled and gathered outside Macridge to receive the dimensional engine modification of the Friendship industrial ship. This is a huge fleet with the size of 2 sector fleets. The fleet can not only declare his authority when the Premarch arrives on Terra, but also protect him on his way to Terra. Gilliman will not stay in Macridge for too long. While waiting for the industrial ship to modify the dimensional engine for the fleet, he called his descendants, the mortal commanders, and officials of the 500 Worlds, and asked them to meet with him in the sanctuary of the Hera fortress. This massive meeting began with the Primarch praising each participant for their adherence to duty and acknowledging their honor. The Ultramarines had long known that the Primarch had awakened, and most of them had even met with Guilliman. The mortal officials and commanders had only heard the news circulating in the alleys or taverns on their own worlds, and they did not dare to believe it. But now that they saw Guilliman with their own eyes, they silently thanked those who spread the news to their worlds. After praising everyone one by one, the Primarch announced what he would do next. As you can see, the fleet has gathered outside Macridge, and I will go to Terra with them. Among the people attending the meeting were some members of the Navigator family. These people did not know that the Primarch had gone to the Talon system, nor did they know that he brought back industrial ships that could mass-produce dimensional engines. Of course, they did not know why the fleet gathered outside Macridge and each ship took turns approaching the huge blue warship. But when these navigators arrived in Macridge, they heard a rumor that the reason why the Primarch had awakened but had not announced his return was because he ran to the Talon sector. This meant that he might have introduced the dimensional engine. Everyone present was a smart person, and some things would be known immediately after talking. Wise Lord of Ultramar. A white-haired navigator stood up in the corner and saluted Guilliman with great respect. In the past 10,000 years, every member of the Allen family has been navigating the Ultramarines. The navigator first talked about the family's contributions, and then asked Guilliman, "Please grant us the honor and responsibility of navigating for you." Guilliman looked at the navigator. Like all navigators in the Empire, he has an eye patch with an eye symbol on his forehead, and underneath that is the navigator's third eye. Navigators are indispensable people in ships. They can see the light of the star torch and use it to guide the direction of the ship's navigation in the subspace without time and direction. This navigator has undergone special genetic modification to better perform navigation duties. His head is so large that he can't do anything except navigate the ship. His family is the same. Apart from being a navigator, they can't produce any value and can't do anything else. Mortals can't play tricks with the Primarch. Guilliman instantly realized that the navigator's request for honor and duty was just a test. He wanted to judge the fleet's next navigation method to Terra by whether the fleet needed a navigator. "Thank you for your family's contribution to the 500 worlds and the entire Empire," Guilliman said calmly. "It was your ancestor who navigated for me 10,000 years ago. When I woke up from the static force field, the first thing I asked was about your family. I am very happy and grateful to know that you have been upholding your duties for 10,000 years. Praise the 500 worlds of Ultramar. Praise the Lord of the 500 worlds." The navigator raised his scepter and shouted loudly. Then the navigator family members, who came with him, also praised Guilliman loudly. But compared to the gratitude of the Primarch, they wanted to know more about the Dimension Engine. It was obvious that Guilliman was playing tricks, which could at least help the navigators judge what he brought back from Talon. "Continue to stick to your duties. Stick to your duties." Guilliman glanced at each navigator. "Considering the storms around the 500 worlds, I will take a ship equipped with a dimensional engine to Terra." A wise decision. Kaldar looked at the navigator, but loudly echoed the Gene Father. "Considering your safety, I intend to advise you to use the dimensional engine at this meeting to prevent you from encountering an accident in the storm. But you are obviously wiser than all of us." Hearing Kaldar's words, the navigators who were about to persuade Guilliman swallowed their words. If there is any objection to the Primarch's decision to use the dimensional engine at this time, then there is a suspicion that he wants the Primarch to take risks in the warp storm and encounter unexpected events. This warp storm did not rise before, but it has risen now. After blocking the navigator's mouth, Guilliman did not give the astropath a chance to display his eloquence, and changed the topic when an old astropath from Macridge was about to speak. The next step is to arrange what to do after leaving for Terra. The 500 worlds only need to operate as usual before the Primarch returns from Terra. Anyway, it is not the first day that the 500 worlds have not been managed by the Primarch. After explaining everything, Guilliman signaled all the participants to leave, leaving only Kaldar alone. The Primarch looked unnatural, first asking about the 4 heroes, then silent for a moment, as if everything was fine. Then the Primarch asked again after the silence, "Does our fleet have to pass through the Maelstrom on the way to Terra?" Sage Call is more professional than me on this question. Kaldar was stunned by the question, then nodded thoughtfully. "But it should be, even if the dimensional engine is activated at the edge of the Maelstrom. I'm afraid it can't directly cross the Maelstrom." "Oh!" Guilliman nodded and fell silent again. When Kaldar was about to leave, Guilliman suddenly remembered something and asked him, "By the way, one more thing, what is the current situation of the Great Library?" The library is a huge building on Macridge, which stores the history of the 500 worlds. From the moment the 500 worlds were established to the present, all the history, all. When the father of Jeans casually mentioned the library, Calgar did not respond immediately, and thought about what to say. Close it first. Gilliman said, I will personally lead a repair project later, and then open it after the repair project is completed. Yes. Calgar saluted and accepted the order. Seeing Calgar's series of reactions, Gilliman understood that a certain document in the library was well protected even when he was asleep. For example, in the library, those documents about the establishment of the Second Empire during the Great Heresy. Or something else. But the key is the documents about the Second Empire. Chapter 335. The Great Vortex Area. As the intersection of the subspace and the real universe, the situation here looks like half of the subspace, with demonic worlds and supernatural phenomena everywhere. In the Blackstone fortress named New Eternal Will, the Blackheart King Huron and his Red Pirates war band are cleaning up the messy equipment and cables inside the Blackstone fortress. Those places that have been cleared out are used as warehouses, taverns, or entertainment venues. This Blackstone fortress, which originally belonged to Huron and was occupied by Abaddon, but was intercepted back by Huron, has now become a temporary base for the Red Pirates war band. There is a rumor circulating in the war band that Huron intends to name the New Eternal Will New Badab. So, the Lord of the Black Legion paid the price for his recklessness. What's his situation now? Huron was moving forward in the passage of Blackstone Fortress. Every mortal busy in the passage would look back at Huron, salute him respectfully, and then be so scared that their breathing would stop when they saw what was next to Huron. A blue birdman with 2 heads and a scepter. Carlos, the great demon of Cinch. The War Master is fine. He is planning the next expedition. Abaddon has disappeared. As far as I know, his spirit of vengeance was smashed, and he himself is missing. He is probably dead. Carlos's 2 heads spoke contradictory words that denied themselves. Huron could guess which of Carlos's words was true. Abaddon was obviously missing, at least the Red Corsairs did not find him when they salvaged the wreckage of the Spirit of Vengeance. Even before, when the Black Legion retreated from the Cadian Gate in a panic and did not return to the Eye of Terror, but rushed to the Maelstrom, the Red Corsairs helped them halfway to repel the Imperial Navy and demanded the New Eternal Will as a reward, but Abaddon was not seen at that time. Abaddon doesn't look like someone who will die easily. Huron recalled what he knew about the Battle of Cadilla, but he was stabbed 18 times by the Living Saint and the Mechanical Man. I guess I won't see him again in 800 years. Carlos nodded with one head and shook his head with the other. Now tell me your purpose. Huron continued to lead Carlos forward in the passage. Why did you suddenly appear and find me? Carlos still said 2 contradictory words, but all the sounds from the head that didn't tell the truth were automatically filtered out by Huron as farts. He only listened to the truth. The corpse on the golden throne, his 13th offspring, may pass by the Maelstrom. If he is lucky, he will stop at the southern edge of the Maelstrom. This is a good opportunity. I hope the Red Corsair can assist me. I will give you a generous reward. After listening to Carlos, Huron recalled the moment when he became a Space Marine on the first day. The Dreadnought of the Star Claws chapter narrated the history of the chapter, saying that the mother chapter of this chapter is the Ultramarines, and Gilliman is the genetic father of every mother chapter and daughter chapter Astartes' brother. Huron felt that he had indeed inherited some of Gene Father's talents. If the gene seed could change a Space Marine's mind, Huron wanted to go to the Holy Sepulchre Hall in Macridge to worship Gene Father. If Gene Father's mind still existed, he also wanted to ask himself if he made him proud. An unknown Ultramarines, one of many Ultramarines, resisted the enemies of humanity in the Maelstrom in the Badab sector. This should make Gene Father proud. But after the Badab War, after the death of the Dreadnought, who told the history of the chapter, Huron didn't care about these. If killing Gilliman could gain benefits, he would do it without hesitation. At least he thinks so. The Dark God should want to stop Gilliman from going to Terra. Huron said as he walked, why can't we think of other ways, such as using plague or war to delay him? The current situation of the material universe is not in our favor. Carlos explained, the emergence of certain factors has affected the overall situation. The entire material universe is changing. In addition to the unprecedented rise of the Lord of Change, the influence of other supreme gods on the material universe is getting smaller and smaller. Plague and war may not hinder the pre-march. Carlos's other lying head was still telling lies, but Huron was used to it. Huron continued to move forward in silence, bringing Carlos to an arena. Cheers reached the ears of the Blackheart King and the Demon Lord. In the arena, there was a Space Marine who had been stripped of his armor, and whose warband he did not know. He faced a fully armed warrior of the Red Corsair warband. Carlos saw the past and future of the unarmored space marine at the same time. He had strayed into a semi-demon world when he entered the Maelstrom, and he was almost killed by a giant beast that had mutated due to the corruption of the subspace. It was the locals who appeared to save him, and told him how to hunt the giant beast more easily. Then he killed 3 Red Corsairs, who were collecting taxes, which is why he was in the arena. He wanted to atone for his mistakes, and bring a feast of blood and fighting skills to the Red Corsairs. This warrior is very good at using psychic powers. As for the future, the Red Corsairs are just a useless war band that only dares to bully the weak. The unarmored space marine dodged left and right in the arena, while mocking the Red Corsairs in front of him and the onlookers. The 3 guys I killed were like tyrants when facing the mortals of that half-demon world, but they were as fragile and cowardly as ants when facing my psychic power. Their souls begged me for mercy when they were about to be torn apart. These words undoubtedly angered all the red pirates present. They shouted angrily and asked the fighting brothers in the arena to cut this psychic madman into a stick. But it was not what they wanted. After a sneer, the armorless warrior opened his palm to the enemy, who was swinging the sword in front of him. The temperature in the arena dropped sharply, and white electric light appeared in the hands and eyes of the armorless warrior. His psychic talent is very strong, and armor can hardly protect him. In front of Huron, in front of all the onlookers of the red pirates, the unarmored warrior used psychic lightning to smash the body of the red pirates into ashes. Keep this round-robin battle, cowards. The unarmored warrior shouted to the crowd, use your lives to consume my psychic energy until I overload, and then chop off my head. The onlookers raised their weapons, and prepared to rush up to beat him up. But before they acted, Huron stopped them. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Stand back. Huron has authority in the red pirates and the entire Maelstrom area. No one will oppose his words, so they didn't rush up to beat up the unarmored warrior. Chapter 336. You are Huron, their leader? Why don't you come down and fight me yourself? The unarmored warrior raised his head and shouted to Huron above the arena. Huron looked the warrior up and down and asked him, "What's your name?" "Severo." "Okay, Severo. My people only go to the planet to collect taxes. As long as the people you protect pay the taxes, they will be fine. I will even help them when they are robbed by other war gangs. But because of your crazy behavior, not only you will die, but they will die too. I don't care. I just know that when I escaped to the Maelstrom, those mortals who protected me were slaughtered by your people because they didn't kneel down all the time." Having said this, Huron said no more, turned around and gave his adjutant an order that puzzled everyone. "Return the weapons and equipment of this bastard to him, and send him back to where he got them." "I don't want to disobey, but I can't understand." "Do as I say." Huron sent his adjutant away. Soon the set of weapons and equipment was brought into the arena and thrown in front of Severo. It was a set of black armor with a cross on the white shoulder armor. It belonged to the Black Templars. Huron suddenly realized why Severo had escaped into the Maelstrom. The Black Templars hated psychers, mutants, and anyway, there was almost nothing they didn't hate. They only used psychers blessed by the Emperor, namely navigators and astropaths. There were no think tanks in the regiment. A warrior who has awakened his psychic powers halfway has not even been trained to become a think tank. If he doesn't run away quickly, he will be secretly executed by the war band. Severo looked at his armor, hesitating whether to put it on, and also wondering why Huron did this. From what I know, another warband's team is looting the world you want to protect, because they resist taxation and the red pirates will no longer protect them. Huron looked down at Severo, but go back. If you can drive away the raiders alive, I will appoint you as the lord of that world. The mortals who protect you will still have to pay taxes, but at least they will not be slaughtered for not kneeling. Hearing this, Severo was still skeptical. Until Huron's adjutant walked up to Severo and gritted his teeth and said, "You heard what he said. Get out of here, get on the ship that escorted you here, and wait for it to send you back to face the other war bands. Then we will know whether you are just good at talking or you really have 2 brushes." Severo immediately put on his armor and walked out to the open door of the arena. Huron was true to his word, and no one pursued Severo until he walked out of the corridor of Blackstone Fortress. Before leaving completely, Severo saluted Huron and said, "I hope to serve you in the future. Go back to where you came from. If you continue to act foolishly like before, you may not survive the hands of another war band." Huron held his head high and looked down on Severo, his voice echoing in the arena, "Then you may not have the honor of serving me." Severo nodded, saluted again and turned to leave. Huron looked at the people in the arena and warned coldly, "How many times have I told you not to massacre for a small matter? If people die, who will give you food and supplies? Do you want to fight to the death for a little fresh water and food like other war bands?" The red pirates lowered their heads. Waiting for Huron to deal with the current matter, Carlos asked Huron, "Can we continue the conversation? I know what happened in Cadia. You did almost nothing, and were almost exiled by the Soulless Legion. I'm afraid you can't stop the pre-march alone." Huron felt that Carlos' plan was not feasible. Carlos' lying head was pure lying, but what the truthful head said was absolutely true. But even if it was as it said, the power of the Lord of Change was unprecedentedly high due to the changes in the universe. It did not mean that Carlos could exercise the power of his master in the vortex. Besides, Carlos, the blue-haired two-headed chicken, was not well received. If the original body really came and Carlos ran away halfway, it would be meaningless. "It's not just me who will exercise the will of the Lord of Change, there is another person as well," Carlos said, "a pre-march with great power, who can appear in the material universe." "Magnus?" Huron raised his eyebrows. Carlos shook his head and nodded. "What will I benefit from it?" "Knowledge." Carlos stared at Huron with both heads, "The knowledge about the warships of the Tyrones that you dream of." Huron was not a person who was easily convinced. He continued to ask Carlos, "You will let me know how to build a warship with physical shields, which can travel without warp space, and can teleport people to any place on the planet at will, right?" "Of course." One of Carlos' heads responded immediately, but the other head said something contradictory. "It's not that easy. I can at most help you learn how to transplant the shield device. As for the dimensional engine, for you, entering the dimensional space is 10,000 times more dangerous than entering the supreme heaven. And for you, isn't the most tempting one the Macridge's glory? Just transplanting the shield plus the Macridge's glory is enough." Huron nodded in agreement. He had a big plan. The key to this plan is the Blackstone Fortress and the energy shield, both of which are indispensable. In the future that Carlos saw, Huron agreed to his conditions, but this still made him feel fortunate and excited. Blackheart King Huron, the Chaos Lord of the Red Corsair Warband, the Lord of the Great Vortex, an ambitious leader who hopes to replace Abaddon as the War Master. His strength is completely worthy of his ambition. The Red Corsair Warband is nominally a warband, but in fact it has the scale of a legion. Chaos Space Marines from different backgrounds are convinced by the personality charm of the Red Corsair Lord and are willing to be loyal to him. There is also a large-scale Red Corsair fleet. This is completely another Dark Legion. In some aspects, Huron did better than Abaddon, and his reputation was better. At least, he would not cheat his good brother into losing everything. Carlos believed that with Huron's help, the 13th Pre-March would be able to be defeated. Gilliman is a Pre-March who is good at fighting. Huron pointed at Carlos' chest. "If you want to take him down, it's better to have some methods other than strategic planning." "Of course." Carlos waved the staff of tomorrow. "I will make a ritual, you just need to help me." Huron nodded. He could think of what Carlos was talking about in terms of ritual and help. Tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people were used as ritual materials to turn several imperial worlds on the edge of the Great Vortex into demon worlds, so that the Dark Gods, who only had power in the warp, could have more influence on the material universe. There was nothing wrong with this. Badab, who no longer belonged to him, and the mortals who did not follow him into the Great Vortex, deserved a tragic fate. Chapter 337. 2 weeks later. At the edge of the Great Vortex, Krakow Galaxy. The gravitational field in the galaxy changed, and then a dimensional rift appeared in the orbit of the demon world, and an entire Ultramar fleet sailed out from it. Gilliman himself, and all the senior officers in the fleet were on the glory of Macridge. Through the porthole, Gilliman could see that his fleet was very close to the demon world. Almost close to the blackened, strange scarlet planet with mountain patterns that looked like eyes. The huge ships of Macridge's glory and friendship caused the planet to be abnormal, but now everything is normal, which shows that the laws of physics cannot suppress the subspace in the maelstrom. The dimensional engine is in good condition. Charging in progress. We will leave the maelstrom in 3 minutes. A series of routine reports sounded in the bridge. Although they were in the maelstrom at this time, the atmosphere in the bridge was not solemn. Everyone was very happy, including Greyfax, who was not very happy to ride on the dimensional engine ship. The vortex was in chaos. It would be difficult to get out of it without a guide, but now, thanks to the dimensional engine, the entire fleet jumped directly from one side of the vortex to the other side close to the edge. It only takes another 3 minutes to completely get out of the vortex, and the road to Terra will be smooth and unobstructed. The Telonian stuff is really useful. We got here faster than expected. saving at least a few months. The captain walked up to Gilliman and reported to him. The navigator was not there at this time, so the captain could speak the truth without being restrained by human feelings. Scan this world. Gilliman looked at the demon world outside the porthole. Use the auspex or the scanner? This is the great vortex, use both. After a few words, the captain immediately ordered the activation of the auspex and the scanner. Macridge's glory and the friendship simultaneously released detection waves to the demon world below. The results of the scanner showed that the subspace energy of this world was off the charts, and there were still some people in the concept of the Empire on it, not the mutated and contaminated ones, but only a small number. The results returned by the auspicious instrument showed that the demon world was dead silent, but the scanning readings of concepts such as subspace energy were not very high. After all, this was the edge of the vortex, not the center of the vortex. The dimensional engine is ready, a crew member reported loudly. But Gilliman did not order to leave immediately, but ordered the friendship industrial ship to conduct a deep scan of a fixed area in the demon world. The Mechanicus priest, who controlled the industrial ship, immediately adjusted the data of the scanner device and adjusted it to the command scanning mode. Another detection wave was released, and a holographic projection appeared in the center of the bridge. The holographic imaging device was quickly modeling based on the data sent by the industrial ship, showing the picture of a certain area on the surface. A group of people were struggling to hold on, in a fortress with several holes blown out on the surface of the planet. Outside the fortress was an army composed of countless mutants and freaks. The technological level of this demon world was not high. It seemed to be a feudal world before. The soldiers here did not hold laser guns, but cold weapons and a small number of flintlock rifles. Gilliman read the readings of the auspicious instrument again and judged that the vortex was spreading outward. This demon world was still normal a week ago. "We should leave, my lord," the captain said. Gilliman nodded. It was indeed time to leave. There are many corrupted worlds like this, and there are still many people suffering. The Ultramar fleet is not here to fight, and should not stay here for too long. But just when Gilliman wanted to order the activation of the dimensional engine, many images suddenly appeared in his mind. The demon world has become a hell on earth. The survivors there live a life worse than pigs and dogs. They either serve as slaves to mutants or gather together to resist, but this resistance often lasts less than a day. With the Primarch's brain and knowledge, all the tragic events are happening every minute and every second. Gilliman does not need to send out reconnaissance troops to check, he can guess the general situation of the demon world. At the same time, Gilliman is questioning him in his heart. You want to save this empire? But you can't even help the people who are right next to you. What you say and what you want to do may sound grand, but for individual humans, it may be just empty talk. When you leave, everyone here will die soon. They won't think that just a few minutes ago, 2 fleets of the size of a star sector just arrived in the galaxy. They only need to send out a combat team to kill all the enemies holding cold weapons, or kill a bloody way to rescue the survivors. In just 2 seconds, the Primarch's semi-god mind made him think of a lot. The current situation of the Empire, the trip to Terra, the survivors who were so close. Gilliman was being tortured by his own mind and began to feel anxious and tormented. At the moment, this matter was no longer a question of saving the survivors or not. Gilliman was constantly adding value to it and linking it with his own responsibilities. Gilliman couldn't even be sure whether it was his own mind questioning himself or being affected by the psychic energy in the Maelstrom area. When he thought it was the latter, he felt like he was escaping, and even began to wonder whether he really had a sense of responsibility, or was just hypocrisy to maintain the image of a savior in the eyes of others. The Primarch's brain is like a computer, and the thought of whether to save people is like a calculation program, which always loops in if and else statements. Perhaps, I am affected by psychic power? No, this is an escape by blaming the problem on nothingness. Am I going to abandon my responsibility? Am I hypocritical by nature? Gilliman spent 3 seconds in a series of contemplation. My lord. The captain called Gilliman softly. Wait a minute. Send a combat team to rescue the survivors on the planet. Gilliman ordered. The captain wanted to persuade him, but considering that the Primarch definitely thought more than he did, he immediately implemented it. An entire combat team was teleported to the surface. They wore the Tyronians' teleportation protection devices and carried large-scale teleportation beacons, and appeared directly inside the castle-like fortress on the ground. The holographic image showed that the battle had begun. The fragile defense of the fragile survivors in the castle was instantly defeated, and the mutants rushed into the castle. But the appearance of the combat team changed everything. They easily suppressed the mutants' attack, covered the survivors to gather together, and used the transmission beacon. After observing the whole battle, Gilliman relaxed a little, and his anxiety was also eased. Recalling the hesitation when deciding whether to save people just now, he even began to doubt that he was hypocritical. It was just thinking too much. In fact, there was no need to entangle it. It was just a matter of a little effort. But although the entanglement just now was unnecessary, it also made Gilliman doubt himself. The value of saving people was infinitely elevated in his heart, even to the point of proving whether it was hypocrisy. This matter was no longer as simple as saving people or not, and even became a knot in his heart. Make sure every one of them is alive, and bring them to me. Gilliman ordered his battle squad. The battle squad and the survivors then came to the glory of Mackridge. The whole process took 1 minute and 43 seconds until entering the bridge. Efficient. Gilliman was very satisfied and stood up and ordered the captain, activate the dimensional engine and sail out of the vortex. Yes, sir. The captain immediately executed Gilliman's order. The dimensional engines of the entire fleet were activated one by one. Since it was not a single ship sailing, the dimensional engines must be resonated to avoid the possibility of being teleported to the target location one by one and then fused together. Chapter 338. When the dimensional navigation resonance gradually formed, the battle team led the survivors into the bridge. These survivors did not have the joy of surviving the disaster, but instead had anxiety and sorrow that could not be concealed. When seeing Gilliman, a woman who had worked as a clerk for the state church priest suddenly shouted, "It's the Son of God! He is the Son of God who commands the God Emperor angels." The survivors all raised their heads and looked up at Gilliman. They just thought that this kind-hearted adult was tall and strong, taller and stronger than the average God Emperor angel, but they didn't expect that he was the heir of the God Emperor mentioned in the state church books. "I am not the Son of God, I am only the son of the Emperor." Gilliman shook his head at the woman to deny his religious status. He had a kind smile on his face, but he was extremely disgusted in his heart. What son of God? What angel of the Emperor? So many people in the state religion enjoy the highest treatment, but they do nothing all day and just make up scriptures. How can such an empire not become darker and darker? After a brief moment of happiness, the survivors returned to their original anxious and sad appearance. "You are safe now." Gilliman comforted everyone. "We will leave this horrible place soon and send you to a safe world." However, what puzzled Gilliman was that his words did not relieve the anxiety and sorrow of these people, but aggravated them. Some women knelt on the ground, staring at the top of the bridge, praying to the Emperor. The men squatted down and gathered together, whispering worriedly. "What are you worried about?" Gilliman asked. The woman who called the Primarch Son of God wanted to explain, but as if she suddenly realized that she didn't have much time left, she trembled all over, shook her head and cried. Gilliman turned his head and looked out the porthole. The dimensional rift had opened. He was no longer worried. He just thought that these poor people might have been scared insane in the demon world. "I'm sorry. Son of God. Please don't blame us," the woman suddenly cried. They said that as long as we do this, we can survive. If we knew we were on board the ship of the Son of God, we would rather commit suicide than listen to them. Please forgive our sins. Son of God, God Emperor. As soon as the words fell, one of the survivors suddenly trembled, and purple light was released from his eyes. Gilliman's eyes widened, and his brain had already thought of many possibilities as his eyes gradually widened. He immediately looked at the captain and wanted to give an order. Before the Primarch's eyes fell on him, the captain shouted to the crew, "Activate the Geller stand." The ships in the Ultramar fleet entered the dimensional rift one after another. They had seen the purple rift gradually opening around the Mackridge glory, but it was too late. The Mackridge glory entered the warp, stayed for less than a second, and was sent out of the warp again, arriving in an unfamiliar galaxy. In the less than a second of staying in the warp, Gilliman felt like a fish in water. This is the center of the vortex. The crew member in charge of operating the engine checked the star map and reported loudly to Gilliman. "Enemy ships approaching." "That's Blackstone Fortress." Gilliman had seen the fleet approaching outside the porthole. In the information he read after waking up, the unique black logo represented that they were the Red Pirate Fleet. Behind the Red Pirate Fleet was a Blackstone Fortress. Scrap code invasion detected. As another report sounded, the screen next to Gilliman flashed a few times, and then a birdman with two heads appeared. Carlos. Gilliman himself didn't know why Carlos, the birdman, always tripped him up, whether it was 10,000 years ago, or now 10,000 years later. "Stupid, extremely stupid, you fell for this trap? Ha 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 ha. 2 million people sacrificed their souls for the trap I carefully prepared, and I even had to negotiate with mortals. But fortunately, my efforts and the master's efforts were not in vain, and you still fell for it." Carlos's two heads said contradictory words. Gilliman could probably figure out the current situation. Carlos set up a ritual, and those survivors were just bait for the ritual. The effect of the ritual is not to make the psyker lose control and pull the ship into the warp, but the thinking and anxiety before sending out the combat team. When the survivors are rescued on the warship, the ritual is completed. As for these survivors, they may be promised that as long as they hold on for a while longer in the castle fortress and are taken on the warship, they can survive. The survivors knelt on the ground, knocked their foreheads to bleed, and begged the Son of God to take their lives in exchange for his tolerance of their souls. Gilliman looked at the survivors expressionlessly, was silent for 2 seconds, and said to Carlos, "Let them live." "Of course, how can I refuse a request from the Primarch?" "No, don't even think about it." Carlos on the screen tapped the ground with the Staff of Tomorrow, and one of the survivors died with each tap. The strange thing is that there is an extra dead person behind Carlos on the screen. The dead people were burned in the blue flames, and their skin fell off, but they were not dead. They screamed loudly and asked for help from Gilliman on the other side of the screen, calling on the Son of God to use his great power to save their souls from hell. Gilliman couldn't stop Carlos. He couldn't even figure out why one person died when Carlos struck the scepter. What principle did this belong to in psychic magic? Until all the survivors were killed by Carlos. Gilliman could only see the corpses on the ground, and the souls suffering in the flames behind Carlos. The people in the bridge didn't even dare to breathe, not because they were afraid of the devil, but because they felt the anger of the Primarch. This anger was suffocating. There were only screams, Carlos's laughter, and the creaking sound of Gilliman's fist of domination on his arm of the armor of fate. "You are a perfect Primarch. I am glad to have deceived you. Your weakness is that you like to think too much, which is your fatal weakness. And because you resist your own nature, you can't even tell whether the voice in your mind comes from your heart or the whisper of the Lord of Change in the supreme heaven. I am satisfied, goodbye. I will go to your sampan and capture you alive. Wait for me, don't die." Every contradictory word of Carlos was a mockery to Gilliman. Gilliman stared at the screen with gritted teeth, nodded slowly, and squeezed out a word from his teeth. "That's great. Before you come, you should be prepared to be torn apart by my neck." The past of all the Primarchs proves the importance of acquired education. If we only talk about the nature of the Primarch at birth, Nail, Angren's temper is actually better than Gilliman's. Chapter 339. Everyone in the bridge could see the Red Corsair fleet approaching the glory of Macridge until they surrounded the Primarch flagship. Then came a torrent of bombardment, with lances, torpedoes, and macro-cannon shells, all of which were intercepted by the Void Shield. The only thing that could penetrate the Void Shield was the slower boarding torpedoes, which flew toward the bottom of the glory of Macridge, with the Red Corsair's boarding team on board eager to try. At the forefront of the boarding torpedo group was a heavy breakthrough torpedo produced in the Talon system, which was found along with the bridge of the Path of Glory. Knowing the breakthrough performance of this torpedo, Huron ordered it to be converted into a boarding torpedo. The person in the boarding torpedo was the second in command of the Red Corsairs, and a strong contender for the position of the Red Corsair Chaos Lord Venger. "Go to Macridge's glory and chop off Gilliman's head." Venger roared loudly in the boarding torpedo, giving pre-war encouragement to his fellow warband members. Venger was wearing one Malawing Quacha Terminator power armor at this time, and he could occupy the space of 3 people by himself. Venger was reluctant to participate in this boarding battle, but Huron was so generous that he gave him a piece of one Malawing Quacha Terminator armor that the warband had obtained in the warp before. With the one Malawing Quacha power armor, Venger was fearless. He was very happy to participate in the first wave of boarding battles, because if he could kill Gilliman, it would bring him unparalleled prestige in the Red Corsair warband, enough to compete with Huron for the position of warband lord. Be prepared for battle. Venger turned around awkwardly and stared at the screen in front of him. The weapons of the Macridge's glory were firing at the 3 leading warships in the fleet. Even if this flagship faced a fleet alone, it would not fall behind in a short time. Inside the boarding torpedo, Venger could only see the sky full of light spears and shells, as well as the barrage of bullets above the glory of Macridge. After the flagship crew discovered the cluster of boarding torpedoes, they immediately stopped intercepting the carrier-based aircraft and focused on intercepting the boarding torpedoes attacking from below the hull. Even if the flagship could not aim all the guard weapons downward, the defensive barrage fired from all parts of the hull still looked very dense and terrifying. Every second, more than 10 torpedoes were intercepted by the barrage, and the crew on them were blown into pieces, and flesh and blood and torpedo fragments splashed into the dark void. This is why Vinger is unwilling to participate in the boarding battle, but if he is not sure whether he can enter the glory of Macridge, then he will not participate in the boarding battle no matter what Huron gives him. Activate the defense, let this baby send us in. Vinger turned and shouted at the black Mechanicus standing at the end of the torpedo. This torpedo is a heavy breakthrough torpedo of the Tyrone Navy that Huron found together with the Glory Road. Although some equipment must be removed to load it, the torpedo still has the functions it should have. The modified Tyrone ship's heavy torpedoes activated their energy shields when they detected the interception barrage. The energy supply equipment installed by Huron's engineers on the torpedoes could only keep the shield running for 5 seconds, but it was enough. The interception barrage hit the shield, and the people inside heard a muffled bang like a knock on the door. Then came the interception missiles launched from the right side of the Macridge's Glory. After flying near the torpedoes, these missiles were detonated one by the guard weapons raised by the torpedoes. Vinger began to count from 5. 5 seconds later, when he counted to 1, the torpedo hit the bottom hull of the Macridge's Glory. The guards' weapons began to cut through all obstacles on the way, and finally stopped on the road to the bridge before the fuel ran out. There was only one torpedo of this kind, so only Vinger and his confidants could enjoy the safe boarding process. The thousands of boarding torpedoes launched by the fleet with them were intercepted by 80%, and only 20% of the torpedoes successfully reached the bottom edge of the Macridge's Glory. Start killing. Windar kicked the gate open and rushed out to fire at the Ultramarines, who came to intercept him. In less than 2 seconds, he killed 6 people with artillery fire. The huge 1 Malawang Kwacha armor not only has strong attack power, but also top defense. A series of plasma hits Wingar's shoulder armor, leaving only a scorch mark. Wingar slowly turned over and covered the Ultramarines, who attacked him with plasma weapons. At the same time, the 40 confidants brought by Wingar used the 1 Malawang Kwacha armor as a cover, dodging and exchanging fire with other Ultramarines. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds, and the Ultramarines near the boarding point were cleared out. After throwing down a transmission beacon, Vinger led his confidants to continue moving forward, while checking the data presented by the 1 Malawang Kwacha armor sensor, which showed that the nearest boarding team was 2 kilometers away. Wearing 1 Malawang Kwacha, Vinger felt that he could do anything, so he simply did not go to join the friendly forces, and went straight to the bridge. From his position to the bridge, there was no need to go around, just a 1 kilometer long straight corridor. The Ultramarines have set up fire positions one after another in the corridor, trying to prevent Vinger from reaching the Gene Father. Vinger himself is an experienced veteran, but he does not need to play any tactics. He just needs to turn his body sideways to face the enemy with the 1 Malawang Kwacha shoulder armor, and then move forward slowly. The rain of explosive bombs and plasma balls hit the 1 Malawang Kwacha shoulder armor, and Vinger inside could not even feel the vibration. The only threat to him was the hot melt weapon, but he was not fighting alone. The 3 men behind Vinger, who used the Terminator as cover, were responsible for dealing with those with melta weapons. I feel like a dreadnought. Vinger laughed and shot at the enemy in front of him. Even Space Marines find it difficult to feel omnipotent on the battlefield, but at this moment Vinger felt what omnipotence meant. He could even take the time to fire a shot at the bridge gate 1 kilometer away, while slaughtering the enemies in front of him. When the gate was blown to pieces, Gilliman, who was arranging the Space Marines to defend the boarding team, was seen by Vinger. When their eyes met briefly, Vinger stopped attacking the incoming bombs and raised his hand to make a gesture of wiping his neck. Gilliman glanced at Vinger expressionlessly, then said something to Call beside him. Vinger didn't hear what Gilliman said. He didn't care at all. He just wanted to rush into the bridge quickly, and use his omnipotent 1 Malawang Kwacha Terminator to make a hole in Gilliman's head. Chapter 340. Bring the spear. Gilliman stood still in the bridge, not dodging the incoming stray bullets like the others. The living Saint Celestine and Greyfax wanted to rush out to deal with Vinger, but were stopped by Gilliman's eyes. The one I found in the alien tomb? Call asked. He didn't really want to ask, but he was not sure whether the Primarch should use alien weapons. Besides, the alien weapon was really hard to find, and not suitable for the current situation. But Gilliman's eyes were firm, and Call immediately took out a rectangular weapon box from his robe and placed it on the floor. The weapon box opened automatically, and a wisp of white mist sprayed out from the opening. When the lid was fully lifted, everyone saw a spear inside. There were strange patterns carved on the spear, and the tip of the spear was green. With Gilliman's eyesight, he could detect that the tip of the spear was flashing at a very fast frequency. It was like it was shuttling back and forth between the real universe and another space in a nanosecond. Phase weapon? Greyfax recognized the weapon. It was a phase-cold weapon of the Necrons. This weapon is very powerful. It can penetrate almost all substances. Kaw's appendages reached out to take out the spear and handed it to Guilliman. Guilliman grabbed the spear with his right hand and made a javelin-throwing motion. Vinger, who was fighting, saw this scene and suddenly had an ominous premonition, but before he could react, Guilliman threw the phase spear out. The flight path of the spear thrown by the Primarch's power was not a projectile but a straight shot, like a fired bullet. It passed through the gap between the Ultramarines, who were engaging the enemy on the battlefield, pierced through a red Corsair, who was blocking Vinger, and finally drilled in from the right eye of the one Malawin Quacha armored head. The tip of the phase spear drilled out from the back of Vinger's head, as easily as piercing a piece of tofu. The handle of the spear was stuck between the skulls. Vinger's body instantly straightened, and his body leaned back and fell to the floor. That's the tactical dreadnought armor made by my brother. Take it off. Guilliman glanced at the body of Vinger and his confidants, who fell to the ground one after another, then lowered his head, and continued to arrange the defense against the enemy boarding team. The one Malawin Quacha needs to be taken off by the Mechanicus. Call arranged for his assistant to remove the armor, and secretly transmitted a binary command to the assistant, take back the spear first. The boarding team led by Vinger was killed when Call's assistant rushed over. Before helping Call take back the spear, the assistant first looked at the torpedo that sent the boarding team to the bridge, wondering what could send a boarding team to such a deep place. Seeing the half-worn Talonian Navy logo on the torpedo, the assistant secretly said, "No wonder," and then picked up the spear to remove the armor from Vinger's body. When he returned to the bridge, the assistant reported to Guilliman about the boarding torpedo. "Why are there Talonian things here?" Greyfax immediately walked to the Primarch and spoke out his guests loudly. "They are aiding the enemy." Guilliman thought about Greyfax's speculation, then shook his head. If they really aided the enemy, then a large group of torpedoes carrying the boarding team rushed to the bridge. Guilliman thought of the naval records he had seen in the Talon system before, which said that a warship named Glory Road had entered the warp with the spirit of vengeance. It is very likely that the warship has floated out of the Great Vortex, and its crew may have become prisoners of Huron, and the warship has also been seized by Huron. Thinking of this possibility, Guilliman immediately ordered the crew, "Scan the enemy fleet, and list all the warship types for me." The auspicious instrument immediately scanned the Red Corsair fleet, and listed all the ship types. Guilliman glanced at it, and did not find the Talon cruiser, so he stopped thinking about the Glory Road and focused on the current battle. The dimensional engine was punctured by the torpedo. It will take another 10 minutes to repair it. Call received a communication, and relayed the news from the engine room to Guilliman. Guilliman nodded after listening and continued to think about countermeasures. At this time, there was still a voice in his mind like the one when he saved people before. Every word said by this voice penetrated into the deepest part of his heart. Those voices were questioning about Huron. Questioning whether Guilliman had never cared about his descendants. Otherwise, how could he write the Holy Code 10,000 years ago? Why did he not leave a place for the Astartes when organizing the High Lord Council 10,000 years ago? Otherwise, how could his descendants end up like this? To Guilliman, these voices sounded like questions from his own mind, thoughts when thinking, and the usual inner chatter. They did not come from others, but from the mind, so they were extremely penetrating. Guilliman could not help but respond to the voices, and refute them with his own inner thoughts. This even stopped the Primarch's strategic thinking for a second, until he could no longer bear it, and roared loudly, "Shut up!" Everyone in the bridge was startled, and looked at the Primarch, who suddenly got angry in amazement. "Sorry, continue your work." Guilliman sighed helplessly, and continued to think about strategy. His reason told him that those voices that seemed to come from the mind were all deceptions of evil creatures in the warp, and were caused by the evil rituals prepared by Carlos in the Maelstrom. However, the voice from the mind would immediately question Guilliman if he wanted to shift the blame to others, so that he could escape temporarily. Guilliman thought about strategy while fighting with his mind, and issued strategic orders one after another. The first boarding team had been annihilated, but they left a beacon behind. The second boarding team used the warp teleportation technology to enter the glory of Macridge directly. The warp was on their side. Their warp teleportation was accurate and fast. Some boarding teams even appeared before the boarding battle began. The situation was getting more and more uncontrollable. Until 2 minutes later, Guilliman heard a bad news. The central passage leading to the bridge was lost. On the screen in front of Guilliman, the surveillance footage from the central passage was retrieved. A winged birdman was running around in the palace at the beginning of the central passage. When it raised its scepter, all the soldiers except the space marines bowed to it, roaring out one difficult spell after another like crazy, and even began to hurt themselves. "Carlos must die." Kill this birdman, and the witchcraft and rituals it uses will stop. We can't let it perform rituals on the glory of Macridge. Gilliman's thoughts became consistent at this time, and the many voices that bothered him and made him anxious no longer bothered him. Chapter 341. Please let me go. Celestine took a step forward. Gilliman turned his head and looked at Celestine. His eyes were a little complicated. Gilliman and Greyfax were a little similar in their attitude towards Celestine, the so-called living saint. He did not think that this was the so-called living saint of the God Emperor, but that he had some genetic problems, like his brother Sanguinius, so he grew wings. If he had to pick someone from the crowd to deal with Carlos, Gilliman hoped that it would not be Celestine. I deal with this warp creature. Greyfax loaded a phase bolt into his crossbow. This was the phase bolt that Greyfax was rewarded with by Horst after the Battle of Cadia. If necessary, he could take it out. If shot accurately, he could kill a powerful warrior like Abaddon with one shot. You can't. Gilliman thought calmly for a while. He felt that Greyfax had no advantage over Carlos. After another round of thinking, Gilliman looked at the two alien allies standing against the wall in the corner of the bridge. Eveline, Thousand Faces. The two of them remained silent all the way, standing in the bridge like spectators observing the actions of the humans. Gilliman knew the level of the alien allies very well. Eveline and Thousand Faces were not the best at using psychic powers among the Eldar, but they had fought between the galaxies for a long time after all, and they should know more about the warp creatures like Carlos than he did. You follow me, Gilliman said, and walked out of the bridge. With you. Eveline took Gilliman's arm. As a leader, you should be on the bridge. I have made all the arrangements I can. Gilliman glanced back at the holographic image, which showed every battle on the Macridge's honor. When the boarding battle began, Gilliman thought and gave orders, sending all the troops he could mobilize to resist the boarding battle. But the enemy was too many. Huron had the operational ability that Abaddon did not have. His warband was already legion-sized. Gilliman had maximized the use of the troops at hand, and there was no other way. What about us? Celestine asked. You stay here and wait for my orders. I will use you as a rapid response force. Gilliman turned to look at Call and tapped his helmet. Report the battle situation to me in real time, and I will make decisions in real time. You know I am also a warrior, right? Call asked, holding the long axe. Gilliman nodded, then shook his head. Just focus on repairing the dimensional engine, you don't need to deal with other things. After saying what he needed to say, Gilliman, Eveline, Thousand Faces, and the Ultramarines guard left the bridge together and walked towards the beginning of the central passage where Carlos was. As the group walked along the road, they could already vaguely hear crazy spells coming from the destination. These sounds were challenging Gilliman's bottom line and patience. Ephraim noticed that the pre-march seemed to be a little bit off. She could probably guess why, so she persuaded him, I don't think you should go with us. It might be a trap. If a powerful warp creature who is good at spellcasting has created a ritual at the cost of 2 million people, how can I avoid the influence of the ritual? Gilliman asked. Eveline looked at her mentor, Thousand Faces, who shook his head. It is impossible not to be affected. All kinds of unfavorable factors are superimposed on each other. This is the great whirlpool. Gilliman is determined but likes to think too much. The one who is responsible for tripping him up is Carlos, who has the Staff of Tomorrow and the Book of Destiny. This two-headed demon is simply born for trickery and deception. If it were any other demon, it would not put Gilliman in a passive situation. I feel like your situation is like that of a star god. Eveline suddenly said something that made Gilliman extremely confused. Then Eveline began to explain to Gilliman why she said that. In the war in heaven, the ancient Eldar and the Eldar gods, who were good at using psychic power, set up a trap for Azagorod, the Nightbringer. After a large-scale ceremony, the 12 planets were arranged into a great evil star sign, just like a vicious curse that would bring bad luck to the target. Azagorod was unlucky because of the evil sign, and finally the shell of the Nightbringer was shattered by the Eldar god of war Cain. The same goes for Carlos's plan. He knows Gilliman, and uses his powerful psychic power to target him. Even a piece of stone can push Gilliman to a bad end. You are like the Nightbringer. The plan for you has already been made. No matter what choice you make. Ephraim took a deep breath and continued, you can't escape it. Since you can't escape it, I choose to tear Carlos apart. Gilliman recalled the survivors on the demon world. Their souls fell into Carlos' hands, and would suffer eternal torture. The soul endures eternal torture. This sounds like the words used in religious scriptures to scare others, but it really happened. Gilliman could accept the death of those survivors, but he could not accept that they were always wrapped up from birth to death, and even death could not be peaceful. But maybe there is still hope, Evelyn said again. Gilliman did not hear this sentence. He had already seen Carlos casting witchcraft in front of him. Anger filled Gilliman's chest. Under the armor of destiny, the Primarch's extremely penetrating and furious eyes were staring at Carlos. The book of destiny embedded in the staff of tomorrow in Carlos's hand was turning. Before the pages filled with blasphemous words predicted the future, the Lord of Change saw the future of the book of destiny, and noticed Gilliman's arrival in advance. As Evelyn said, this is a trap. Carlos had already prepared for the current meeting. Beside him were warriors wearing Terminator armor from the Red Corsair War Band, and those mortal soldiers, or crew members, who were transformed into mutants or chaos spawns just by being watched by the demons. There were even some Thousand Sun Space Marines appearing in the central passage. The moment he saw those Thousand Suns, Gilliman realized that it was not only Carlos who set up this trap, but also his damned good brother. For the Lord of Change. For the Lord of 500 Worlds. For the Emperor. The guards brought by Gilliman and the Ultramarines who gathered together after sensing the anger of the Gene Father took the initiative to attack, fighting against the traitors and blasphemous creatures. Gilliman walked forward firmly, using the weapons attached to the Fist of Domination to shoot or smash all obstacles along the way. Realizing that the Primarch's target was himself, Carlos immediately protected all the friendly forces in front of him. Chapter 342. One after another, the Red Corsairs fell down in a miserable state. Gilliman's body was very large and strong, but surprisingly agile. The weapons attached to the Fist of Domination could always accurately blow off the heads of every enemy. The Fist of Domination could always be swung at a tricky angle, causing the enemy to be smashed along with the weapons and armor. Nothing could resist the furious Primarch. What's more, the Primarch was surrounded by the Honor Guard, which was composed of the elite of the 500 Worlds of Ultramar, as well as the two giants of the Death Army, Evelyn and Thousand Faces. Gilliman's speed of approaching Carlos depends on his forward speed, and no matter whether it is the Chaos Spawn or anything else, it can't even stop Gilliman for a second. Even while fighting, Gilliman can arrange Celestine and Greyfax to the battlefield where his side is at the most disadvantage. Carlos gradually protects more friendly troops in front of him, getting farther and farther away from Gilliman. Those mortals corrupted by Carlos chanted spells while fighting, and a small-scale ceremony was gradually taking shape in the glory of Macridge. Carlos. Gilliman smashed the heads of 3 Red Corsair Terminators at the same time, and roared angrily at the Lord of Change. This roar even broke the courage of some weak-willed people. A few Space Marines and a large number of mortals began to flee, trying to stay as far away from the Primarch as possible. The only step left in the boarding battle was to deal with Gilliman, but the casualties were getting more and more. Huron, who was watching the battle in the Blackstone fortress of the New Badab, could not sit still. Carlos was completely using his people as bait. How many more sacrifices will it take to take down Gilliman? Huron stood up from the throne and yelled at his wizard. The voice heard by the wizard reached Carlos' ears, which was the way it communicated with Huron. We don't need to make any sacrifices. Carlos' words were still so contradictory. These sacrifices are foreseeable and acceptable. What do you think we are dealing with? It's a Primarch. Huron didn't need Carlos' reminder. He also knew that he was dealing with the Primarch, but he didn't expect the Primarch's combat power to be so amazing that his people, although they were the main attackers, were easily slaughtered by Gilliman like cutting melons and vegetables. The central passageway didn't look like a battlefield, but more like an execution ground for the Red Corsairs. You can't deal with him, but you still want to provoke him. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have sent people to die with you. Huron roared. The fighting power of the Primarch is amazingly strong, but every Primarch has weaknesses. Carlos began to wave the Staff of Tomorrow, using the vortex composed of space energy to gather and rotate around the Staff of Tomorrow, slowly spreading outward. In a contest of skills and force, no one can hold Gilliman down unless it is another Primarch. But in front of psychic energy, Gilliman is as fragile as an egg. Carlos continued to brew his spell. Gradually, some Ultramarines stopped fighting, covered their eyes, screamed and roared, and their souls were sucked away, but this was just the collateral damage of a warp spell. When Gilliman took a total of 99 steps and killed 99 people, he was here, in front of Carlos. After these strange conditions were met, the warp spell brewed by Carlos was released. The environment on the central channel began to distort, and the crystals were surging like the sea. The originally square equipment or statues began to distort irregularly. Finally, 8th-Sench demons were summoned to the Great Vortex, and came to the glory of Macridge. Including Carlos himself, there were a total of 9 demons. The demons stood in the 9 corners around Gilliman, and their angles and directions were all strictly 9. When Gilliman's hand of domination suddenly fired, and the remaining ammunition of the weapon was displayed as 9, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Then a stream of psychic energy surged from each of the great demons towards Gilliman, and chains took shape and bound Gilliman's limbs and neck. The chains were constantly tightening, the armor of fate creaked, and Gilliman couldn't even breathe. Why do you resist your essence? You shouldn't be so passive. Carlos approached Gilliman with his crutches, and it easily passed through the sword swung by Evelyn and Thousand Faces, and the power sword swung by the guards in anger because of the predicament of the Gene Father. Gilliman wanted to shoot Carlos with the hand of domination, but the chains tightened when he tried. The physical suffering was nothing to the pre-march, but these chains would even burn Gilliman's mind and soul, causing him unprecedented pain. Put down your weapons, or I will kill him. Carlos' voice reached the ears of everyone present. It seemed not to look at anyone when it spoke, but it seemed to be looking at everyone. The honor guard hesitated and began to think of a series of plans to help the Gene Father get out of the predicament. Carlos tapped the ground lightly with the Staff of Tomorrow, tightening the chains that bound Gilliman, and a painful groan came from the armor of destiny. Hearing the groan of the Gene Father, the descendants of the Premarch felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. This simple move proved that Carlos had the ability to kill Gilliman instantly, so the Ultramarines did not hesitate and threw their weapons on the ground. Thousand Faces did not care about Gilliman's life or death. He wanted to continue fighting, but was stopped by Evelyn. There was no other way, so the two of them had to put down their weapons. Not only those in the Central Channel put down their weapons, but also the Ultramarines on other battlefields on the warship, and those who stood on Gilliman's side. Celestine folded her wings, and stuck her sword into the ground. Greyfax put down his crossbow and rapier. Just like all the Ultramarines. They were not on Gilliman's side, but they could see the situation on Gilliman's side. Celestine did not want Gilliman to die more than the Ultramarines. Why don't you just kill him? Huron's voice reached Carlos' ears. Because I can't kill him, and I don't know why. Carlos lied first, and then told the truth. Killing him directly will not satisfy my master. I will let Gilliman suffer the torture deep into his soul, and then he will succumb and fall in the torture. This is what my master wants. Huron was just talking. He knew that Dark God's servants like Carlos liked to do inexplicable things, just like no one knew why Corn Demons didn't rush to the next battlefield immediately after the war, but chopped off their heads. At least Carlos did it. It caught Gilliman. Everyone gets what they need. Huron will not and cannot interfere with what Carlos wants to do. Take them to Nubadab and use your sorcery to make a prison. Huron said, then leave the glory of Makridge. This flagship is now mine. Chapter 343. Nubadab Blackstone Fortress. Gilliman and all his companions were taken to the dungeon at the bottom of the fortress. This dungeon had no technological equipment, only the witchcraft prison set up by Carlos. Blue flames were burning around a vast space. These blue flames would not burn anyone or objects. People who approached it would only feel that the flames were real. The flames themselves seemed indestructible, and the world outside the flames seemed very close, and very far away. Gilliman was chained and tied against the wall. A chain connected Call to Gilliman's neck, and the Ultramarines were tied to Call's huge appendages. Celestine and Greyfax seemed to be in a slightly better situation. I have to admit, they are good at torturing people, Greyfax said. The Inquisitor and the Living Saint were tied back to back, which was an additional torture for Greyfax, who hated Celestine. Perhaps it was because they looked like mortals, like other mortals, they were tied back to back. Gilliman glanced at the Living Saint and the Inquisitor, then looked at Evelyn. I'm sorry, Stop it, big boy. Evelyn looked helpless. It's all because of the damn ritual. Even if you won't be captured in battle, there will be 999 other reasons to be captured. In a way, this is not bad. Father, this is not your fault. An Ultramarine said. They are right, son of God. Celestine echoed. Everyone nodded. But even so, everyone looked a little helpless. The Ultramarines remembered that it was not the first time that the Gene Father got too excited in a battle, and then left himself alone and in a difficult situation. If Gilliman had been able to stay on the bridge just now, he would not have been captured by the demons. But they had to admit that the alien named Eveline was right. After being affected by the ritual in the maelstrom, they could not escape. Everyone was silent. Until a few words reached everyone's ears. Okay, old man, get out of here. You call me old man? Wash your neck later, and wait for me to chop off your head with my black sword. You'd better have this chance. After a few conversations, the fire in the prison disappeared, and then a black-armored space marine was thrown into the prison. It seems that we are not the only ones who are unlucky, huh? Greyfax looked at the black-armored space marine and recognized that he was probably a member of the Black Templar. But this guy's outfit was a bit too fancy, with a golden crown on his head and some golden patterns on his armor. Primarch? Are you the son of Dorn? Guilliman and the black-armored warrior exchanged glances. After a moment of amazement and shock, the black-armored warrior saluted Guilliman as best he could while being restrained. My name is Marius, the Emperor's champion of the Black Templars. Emperor's champion? Celestine looked at Marius, scanned him up and down, and suddenly remembered that she had seen him on Cadia. The current Emperor's champion of the Black Templars, Marius. We meet again, living saint. Marius greeted Celestine. In the battle for the Celestial Engine, during the Battle of Cadia, he and Celestine faced the enemy on the plain between two rows of weapon arrays. Why are you here? Celestine asked. Alas. Marius sighed first, then slowly told the reason why he was here. Since the Battle of Cadia, Marius has returned to the chapter to hunt down the chapter traitors. A week ago, he was hunting down a new recruit named Severo, who had awakened his psychic powers and betrayed the chapter. He must die. Then on the way to chase the new recruit, he encountered a warp storm when he was about to enter the Great Vortex, and when the ship left the storm, it happened to appear in the Huron lair. A two-headed birdman holding a scepter caught me. I wanted to die in battle, but I couldn't even move my arms. Marius said, as he looked at Guilliman. Although he didn't say anything else, everyone understood that his situation was similar to that of the Primarch. This is the guidance of the Emperor. Celestine suddenly became excited. He guided you here. Hearing this, Marius shook his head slightly. I guess not. Otherwise, I should have brought a large group of battle brothers when I strayed here. God Emperor? My father is not a god. When Celestine wanted to continue speaking, Guilliman suddenly interrupted. Celestine looked at the Primarch helplessly. I don't know how to make you understand. But the God Emperor is really a god. The Emperor is not a god. Greyfax interrupted. The Primarch is right. The Inquisitor had a lot of opinions about the words of the living saint. She couldn't slap Celestine now, so she could only push Celestine to the corner with her back. The bad nature of the barbaric race. Xianyan turned his head helplessly. How did you fight over a few words, in this situation? Are you serious? We'd better think of a way to get out first. Koss said. Everyone fell silent again. Even Guilliman's brain would find it difficult to think of a way out in a short time. Everyone's weapons were taken away, including Marius's black sword. The only good thing was that Guilliman could not hear the questioning from his heart, perhaps because Carlos's ritual was completely completed. Those bastards. An ultramarine suddenly exclaimed. They are defiling the glory of Macridge. Everything outside the blue flames was changing, and holes would appear from time to time, revealing the scene outside the Blackstone Fortress. In the cold void, the glory of Macridge was towed to the side of the Blackstone Fortress, surrounded by the Red Corsairs, and a large number of transport planes were carrying personnel to the glory of Macridge. The machine spirits on it are favored by the Messiah of Olim, and will not betray the Primarch. Call retracted his gaze. Guilliman did not believe what Call said about the Olim Messiah. He had heard about the signing of the Olympus Accords, and felt that the Emperor's appearance before the Mechanicus, and then repairing the Titan to subdue the Mechanicus, was just a so-called miracle assisted by psychic energy. In Guilliman's imagination, one morning 10,000 years ago, when the sun was blazing on Mars, the Emperor and the Sigillite Malkador flew to a secluded corner of Mars in a small boat. Then Malkador told the Emperor what to do when he appeared, which Titan he should repair, and told the Emperor that he had made a psychic rain, and that he would definitely look very stylish when he appeared in front of the Mechanicus. Now let's think about how to get out. Guilliman suppressed his inappropriate speculation, and began to concentrate on thinking about how to get out. Chapter 344. Huron was walking on the road leading to the prison. Beside him was a member of the Black Mechanicus, who was chattering about the situation of Macridge's glory. The machine spirit on it is particularly resistant to us. It is difficult to make it stand on your side regardless of rituals or technical means. But there is still a long time. Sooner or later, the machine spirit will be loyal to you. Sooner or later, Macridge's glory will be yours. Huron was very unhappy. The glory of Macridge had been occupied by his people, but now he could not own the flagship because of the machine spirit's disobedience. But there was no way to be anxious, and technical matters had to be handed over to technicians. Huron waved his hand, signaling the Black Mechanicus to get busy, and then continued to move forward alone. Finally, the Lord of the Maelstrom came to the prison where the Primarch was imprisoned, and stood outside the flames and watched the Primarch quietly. He felt proud at first. Capturing the Primarch. What an honor. But after the pride came self-reflection. whether the pride just now was influenced by the dark gods, and if he continued to be proud, would he join the dark gods and get closer to the dark gods in the already dangerous maelstrom? After reflection, he felt very complicated. Robert Gilliman, the 13th Primarch, the Lord of the 13th Legion, the Lord of the 500 Worlds of Ultramar. These titles were embedded in Huron's mind when he was not even a recruit, and became his role models. This was not entirely influenced by the gene seed. Look who's here. Marius looked at Huron, traitor. Gilliman turned to look at Huron, recognized him, and connected him with the things he had read about the Badab War. Huron waited for Gilliman's curse, but it was not waited for a long time. Gilliman was in a very complicated mood at this time. Huron actually defended the stability of the Badab sector near the Maelstrom, but he did do bad things to the Empire. His rebellion was not entirely due to the oppression and suspicion of the Empire. Huron himself also had the problem of concealing the gene seeds and secretly expanding the army. It is difficult to blame Huron's betrayal entirely on himself or the Empire. This is a complicated matter. Why did you wake up just now? Why are you so indifferent? Huron asked. Isn't the tragedy suffered by the entire Star Claws chapter enough to make you sad? Of course I am sad, but I am even more angry about your betrayal, Gilliman said. Huron's biggest mistake was betrayal, standing with the enemy he once swore to fight. Loyalty is its own reward. Gilliman would not say such words, but he believes that since he has become a space marine, he has a responsibility and needs to stick to it. If I had not rebelled? Huron lowered his head and asked in a low voice, what would you think of me when you wake up? Father? I would think that you are my most outstanding and proud child, and I will come to the Badab sector in person to give you honor and reward for your perseverance. Gilliman said seriously, but now that things have come to this, you have become the enemy of humanity and the enemy of the Empire. Huron nodded. He admitted that things had come to this. It was enough to hear those words from the mouth of the father of genes. Huron was satisfied. Now Huron can be at ease as the Chaos Lord of the Red Corsair War Band, the Lord of the Great Whirlpool, the Blackheart King. He never regrets it. There are only two ways things can develop now. Either you die in my hands, or you kill me. Huron raised his chin and looked down on the father of genes. Stay here, Gilliman. Your life and flagship are mine. Gilliman looked at Huron, not angry, and said calmly, pray that you can do it. Pray to the evil creatures you are loyal to, just like my shameful brother, kneeling on the ground, like a humble and twisted reptile. In the vortex, Huron suppressed his emotions as much as possible, but Gilliman's words directly ignited his anger. Huron believed that he had never led to the dark gods, and he believed that he was not a lackey of evil gods like Abaddon. After a brief rage, Huron calmed down and nodded to Gilliman. Then pray to your father. After all, now, 10,000 years later, he is a god. After saying that, Huron turned and left. Celestine withdrew her gaze from Huron and looked at Gilliman. At least, he is half right. The Emperor is indeed a god. What is right? You have already agreed with the enemy's words, and you still dare to say that you are not a mutant. Greyfax has already pushed Celestine to the corner of the wall, and kept hitting Celestine, who was tied behind him with his back. I will crush you to death with my back and judge you. Seeing this, Qianyan sighed, Asuyan. Half an hour later. Gilliman was still thinking about how to break the situation. Greyfax was still wrestling with Celestine, and Call was trying to break the lock that connected his appendage to the Ultramarines. Footsteps were heard again. Gilliman thought it was Huron again, so he didn't look up, but the reaction of the Emperor's champion Marius caught his attention. Marius stared at the newcomer, angrily. Gilliman looked up, and saw a man in a white robe standing outside the flames. This man had 2 guns on his waist, and a broken sword on his back. He was wearing a dark angel-style armor, and his body was covered by a white robe, like the armor. Marius remembered some rumors in the galaxy about Lord Cypher. Lord Cypher was a traitor, at least that's what the Empire thought, but no one knew whether Cypher was an enemy or a friend. He sometimes appeared in the Traitor Legion to deal with the Loyalists, and sometimes appeared on the planet where the Loyalists were declining to help the Loyalists deal with the traitors. Rumor has it that Cypher carries the Lion King's lion sword. Cypher suddenly entered the vicinity of the prison. The Red Corsairs guarding the prison stared blankly at this unknown guy. Because Cypher walked past them too calmly, the warriors couldn't even tell whether he was a friend or an enemy immediately. Until a Red Corsair raised his gun and fired at Cypher's back. But as soon as his finger pulled the trigger, his whole body was torn into pieces. A group of agile shadows appeared in the darkness and killed the prison guards one by one. Eveline saw the people behind Cypher. They were her kind, also Eldar, but they were Eldar clowns who believed in the god of laughter, Salogo. The one who led these clowns was Elandri, who was called the Veil Walker. Every time the clowns appeared at a critical point in their fate, they would either save people or be hostile to people. In short, only they themselves knew what they were doing. You are like the prophet named Eldred, either suffering or on the way to suffering. Halandri walked to the front of the prison and looked at Eveline. How did you get in? Eveline couldn't believe it. Just swaggering all the way into the Amulet of Val like this? You came in through the webway. The Amulet of Val is ours, so of course there is a webway here. Halandri answered. Chapter 345. Pre-March. Cypher bowed respectfully to Gilliman, then took out a triangular object and placed it on the flames at the edge of the prison. I only need to move my finger to release you. But you must promise me one thing. When Cypher began to negotiate with Gilliman, Halandri, and the Harlequins did not stop him or interrupt him, as they obviously knew each other. Gilliman first glanced at Halandri, then looked at Cypher. Speak. You have to take me to the palace to meet the Emperor. Cypher answered. Gilliman wondered how this guy knew he was going to Terra. Is this matter already known to everyone? Promise me, I will release you immediately. Cypher said. Gilliman looked around, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay. The promise from the Pre-March was powerful. Cypher had no doubt that Gilliman would break his promise, and he immediately pressed the device. The flames of the entire prison were dispelled, and the chains that bound Gilliman himself and his soul broke. No time for more talk, hurry up. Halandri motioned for Gilliman and his companions to follow her. The group immediately left the prison and rushed to the webway. But before entering the webway, Gilliman and his companions had to retrieve their weapons first, so they went to the equipment warehouse first. It was nothing but fighting and killing along the way. Those Space Marines of the Red Corsair War Band didn't even know what was happening, and were turned into fragments scattered all over the ground by the Harlequins. The weapons used by these colorful Adar were like phase weapons that could cut through anything, and were not easy to detect. Everyone successfully entered the equipment warehouse, obtained their own weapons, and then prepared to continue to the webway. But before leaving, Halandri's body trembled slightly, and she looked at the porthole of the equipment warehouse in astonishment. In the cold void outside, a dimensional rift was opening. Then an iron planet, and a huge fleet of thousands of warships appeared in the center of the galaxy. Halandri stared at the iron planet, feeling that there seemed to be something terrible inside. Is it the Talon people? What are they here for? To save our father? No, we never sent out a distress signal. Gilliman listened to his son's discussion, and recalled the Talonian Navy record he had read, in which a cruiser was lost. He had previously suspected that the cruiser had escaped from the warp, and was salvaged by Huron along with all the weapons on board. Otherwise, how could Huron use the Talonian Navy's heavy breaching torpedoes? Now the Tyrone Navy has come out in full force, obviously not to suppress bandits thousands of light years away. We have to hurry. Gilliman said to hurry, but he was walking in the opposite direction of the webway. I have to take back my flagship, take advantage of this opportunity. Halandri and Cypher had no choice but to follow Gilliman to rescue the glory of Macridge. Gilliman observed the situation outside as he passed the portholes in the corridor. The teleportation technology of the Tyrone people is indeed a headache. The Red Corsair War Band is hastily responding to the battle, and they have to pile up the warships without even forming a battleship formation. The two sides have already started fighting. Dense particle spears are being fired from the Tyrone Navy, hitting the warships of the Red Corsairs. A cruiser was almost instantly blown into pieces by the overloaded Void Shield. Because they are currently in the subspace channel of the real universe, the Maelstrom, Gilliman and his party can even hear the explosions coming from the Void. Sometimes you can hear it, sometimes you can't. Chaos is the norm in subspace areas such as the Maelstrom. Tyrone Navy. The Lord of Tyrone battleship. The Lord of Tyrone was standing in the observation deck of the Lord of Tyrone battleship, listening to Adam's report and staring at the Void outside the huge porthole with the guards. Under their feet, outside the transparent alloy, was a huge celestial engine planetary structure, and the two rapidly rotating satellite structures of Tianwei I and Tianwei II. Attack the Red Pirate War Gang fiercely. Qin Mo ordered, until they spit out our people and warships. The Lord of Tyrone and the other three battleships in the fleet turned their guns and fired at the warships that the Red Pirate War Gang had just organized, and also bombarded the demon world where the Red Pirate War Gang was entrenched. We found the glory of Macridge. Adam's voice sounded in the observation deck. I saw it. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, and stared at 2 light seconds away. The glory of Macridge, Blackstone Fortress. Thinking about Gilliman's weak spirits and his ability to fight alone, and thinking that Carlos should be colluding with the Red Pirates at this time, Qin Mo knew what happened without asking. Gilliman must have been captured. Help them. Cheen Mo turned to look at the Blackstone fortress of the Red Pirates, play them a song. Buzz. Boom. A loud noise came from outside the Blackstone fortress and reached the ears of Gilliman and his party. They were even shaken by the sound and could not stand still. Looking outside through the porthole in the corridor, the giant particle light spears shot out by the two satellite structures of the celestial engine were opening a hole in the demon world. The terrifying attack, the huge energy output. For some reason, Helandri and Evelyn suddenly felt palpitations and had an ominous premonition. And the source of the ominous premonition and palpitations was the celestial engine. ZZ. A sound came from the Red Corsair warband communicator that Zephyr had just picked up, followed by a cry of surprise from the core of the Blackstone fortress. They are invading our communication array. Good morning, Red Corsair. Welcome to the Tyrone Navy channel. I am here to play the sound of nature for you in the name of the Lord of Tyrone. Please enjoy it. When the so-called sound of nature was about to be played, Helandri snatched the communicator and smashed it. Her actions made everyone completely confused, but they would understand soon. The Nightbringer fragments responsible for the functions in the planetary structure of the celestial engine are being drained of energy. All functions of the engine are turned on at full power. This terrifying energy output makes the Nightbringer who supplies the energy feel like it is being tortured, like being in hell. It screams like before. Irene and other Eldar are more sensitive than humans. Although they did not hear the screams directly from the communicator, they also felt despair and pain. As for the Red Corsairs, who heard the screams directly, the Blackstone fortress was filled with heart-wrenching screams and the loud cries of the Space Marines. Gilliman and his party moved forward in shock, and along the way they saw horrifying scenes. The Space Marines of the Red Corsairs were like crazy. Some of them were kneeling on the ground like dementia, holding daggers and numbly poking their ears again and again. The other part was howling with their mouths open, biting the barrels of the grenade launchers and pulling the triggers. The mortal servants cried and climbed up the platform hand in hand, and then a large group of people jumped to the bottom of the Blackstone fortress. There is a fragment of a star god in there. Helandri leaned against the wall weakly, supported by a Space Marine. Staring at Eveline, you went to the Talon sector. Why didn't you tell me these things? Eveline was too weak to respond, and she and Thousand Faces were supported by Gilliman's two hands. At this moment, Thousand Faces suddenly envied the extremely dull senses of humans and their ridiculous psychic talents. At least they would only hurt themselves or commit suicide when they heard the screams of the Nightbringers, while the Eldar could sense them even if they couldn't hear them. Chapter 346. That sound just now. Ka checked the scan results of the advanced sensor installed in his huge body. This sensor can be linked with the Thinker Array on the Macridge Glory. Through the Thinker Array, the auspicious instrument can be mobilized for scanning. Combined with the masterpiece-level sensor made by Call himself, the location of everyone in the Blackstone Fortress will be marked. But the current scan results are shocking. In the entire Blackstone Fortress, there are no other biological signals except the Primarch and his group. There is no such thing anywhere. Everyone in the Blackstone Fortress is dead. Call said to Gilliman. Is this witchcraft? Marius looked at Gilliman in disbelief. Otherwise, what in the world can kill everyone in the Blackstone Fortress? Gilliman was serious at this time, thinking, it's not witchcraft. Helandri explained to Marius, it's just the scream of an ancient and powerful enemy of an intelligent creature. This creature can implant death into life that should be immortal. His screams are enough to cause any mortal to collapse mentally. Marius nodded thoughtfully. Although all the dead were enemies, the atmosphere was still heavy. The Ultramarines were wondering what would happen if the communicator had not been crushed by the aliens, and everyone heard the screams of the so-called ancient enemy. Gilliman was wondering if the fleet was sent by Lord Talon, and they didn't know they were in the Blackstone Fortress, or if they didn't believe that the Primarch would be captured alive. The heart-wrenching screams of the Nightbringer fragments killed all the defenders in the Blackstone Fortress. The power of this transcendent force was so great that the friendly forces were afraid. This heavy mood may also be the influence of the Nightbringer fragments. There may be thousands of traitors in the Blackstone Fortress, plus hundreds of thousands of mortal servants of the warband, and they are all dead. Call turned his head to look outside the porthole in the corridor. The Red Corsair fleet was still fighting with the Tyrone Navy. I guess the people who provide technical support to the Red Corsair warband have never been as happy as they are now about the backward communication technology they use. If the Red Corsair fleet and the Blackstone Fortress share the same communication array, this move is very powerful, but it can only be used to catch someone off guard. At least, I will be on guard against this move in the future. Helandri temporarily relieved her discomfort, and continued to walk forward while holding the wall. The others followed immediately. Halendri seemed to want to get along well with Guilliman. Although she never looked at the human straight along the way, she just wanted to. So the Veil Walker did not take everyone to the webway together, but took the opportunity to lead the way to Mackridge's glory when everyone in the Blackstone Fortress died. The glory of Mackridge was parked not far from the Blackstone Fortress. Halendri felt at home in the Blackstone Fortress, and took Guilliman and his party to the exit of the Blackstone Fortress by taking a shortcut. Guilliman originally planned to seize a transport plane, but when he arrived at the exit, he found out that the pilot had just gone crazy because of the Star God's scream, and the hangar near the exit was full of flames and explosions. It seems we can't get through. Halendri looked at Guilliman helplessly, turned around and led the way to the webway gate. It seems we can only give up the battleship. Let's go. Halendri and the Eldar were calm. After all, the Mackridge's glory was not theirs, and Guilliman didn't want to abandon his flagship and leave. Fortunately, Call had a way. He directly issued an order to the Mackridge's glory, asking it to come to the Blackstone Fortress to pick up everyone. After Call did so and reported, Guilliman looked at Call. There is no one on the ship. How do you control the Mackridge's glory? Call's face, which was half bionic skin and half mechanical, had no expression. He hesitated for a few seconds before answering. The Tyrone's dimensional engine has some automatic functions. They are integrated together. Although we use the Friendship self-produced dimensional engine, the technology is still the Tyrone's, so... Guilliman nodded and did not continue to struggle. While waiting for the glory of Mackridge to sail over, the group stood by the porthole at the exit and watched the void battle outside. Everyone except the Eldar cared about this void battle, because the outcome of the battle would affect whether the glory of Mackridge could return to the Primarch's command. This void battle was grand. The Red Corsairs used 5 cruisers as a price to delay time for the fleet to assemble, and then the assembled fleet went to fight against the Talon fleet. Standing on the side of the Blackstone Fortress, you can see that the light spears fired by the main battleships of both sides hit the shields of the other side across a distance of 0.5 light seconds. The dense carrier-based aircraft are fighting in the middle area below the fleets of both sides. From time to time, a few bomber formations break through the siege and fly to the Red Pirates to throw a torpedo at their warships. As for the torpedoes fired by the warships, in the void, those dense moving light spots are torpedoes and macro cannon shells. They are like the most insignificant weapons on the battlefield. If you don't look carefully, you can't find them. The Blackstone Fortress was not idle in the crossfire. It had lost its controller, but it was running automatically, and could even fire at the Celestial engine. The Celestial engine could only use light spears, and shields adjusted to the extreme to resist or withstand attacks. After all, the Blackstone Fortress was in the vortex at this time. The Blackstone could not only suppress psychic energy, but also amplify psychic energy. Its attack power was unprecedentedly strong. Overall, although the Red Pirate fleet was attacked, it was a large-scale fleet with thousands of warships of various types. In addition to the Blackstone Fortress, they did not fall into decline quickly. This void war would have to be fought for a while. What I hate most is large-scale fleet battles. Ephraim suddenly said. There are conflicts among the Eldar too. For example, the Death Army is unpopular, and Halendri will not treat them well. But when she heard Ephraim's words, she nodded in approval, indicating that she was the same. Why? Guilliman asked. Because large-scale fleet battles are pure head-on confrontations, with ships forming a line to fight against the enemy fleet, without any skill or elegance. Evelyn answered. Guilliman did not think there was anything elegant about war. He believed that the reason why the Eldar hated large-scale fleet battles was that their strength was not the same as before, and they were not united internally. They could not put together a large fleet that could fight head-on unless they faced a life-and-death situation. Speculations were speculations, and some things were not easy to point out directly. Guilliman thought about it, and then continued to focus on the Mackridge's honor. Chapter 347. The glory of Mackridge was slowly moving towards the Blackstone Fortress. The 2 cruisers noticed the strange behavior of the glory of Mackridge, and immediately separated from the Red Corsair fleet to intercept the glory of Mackridge. Then a large number of void mines were teleported from the destroyers of the Tyrone fleet to the vicinity of the 2 cruisers. They were extremely lucky, and were not hit by the void mines at all. A Tyrone Navy battleship jumped directly behind the glory of Mackridge and rushed forward with maximum thrust. The 2 cruisers were hit, and pushed by the battleship's physical shield, and finally rotated and hit the adamantine ram of Mackridge's glory, and then the physical shield came into contact with the ram, and the 2 cruisers were crushed by the 2 huge battleships in front and behind. The deafening sound of the collision spread from Macridge's Glory to Blackstone Fortress. Although it was not the first time that Gilliman heard the sound coming from the seemingly vacuum environment in the maelstrom, he still felt very strange. The maelstrom was so wonderful. The Tyrone battleship and the Macridge's Glory collided with each other, but fortunately, there was a physical shield protecting it, so it was not damaged, but the shield was overloaded. The Macridge's Glory was pushed towards the Blackstone Fortress by the battleship's tractor beam. At this time, a torrent of subspace energy rushed out from the center of the Blackstone Fortress and headed straight for the Celestial Engine. The Celestial Engine's shield blocked the attack and then fired back at the Blackstone Fortress. Just like the Battle of Cadia, the light spear was physically disintegrated and invalidated by the subspace energy flows surrounding the Blackstone Fortress, but it can also be seen that the Blackstone Fortress's self-protection function is becoming increasingly incapable, and may soon be overloaded. The fleet of the Red Corsair War Band doesn't look very united, said a soldier of the Honor Guard beside the Primarch. Gilliman looked at his offspring with satisfaction and nodded in response. Yes, they may have shut down their communications, so they don't look very coordinated. That is to say, in large-scale fleet battles like the current one, the Red Corsairs can shut down their communications and continue to fight. After all, at this time, the fleet needs the warships to serve as firepower points or shields. In addition, the Red Corsair fleet is not the attacker now, so they only need to follow the pre-made defense plan and don't need them to do any tactical tricks. If it were a small-scale fleet battle, anyone who dared to shut down the communication would surely be killed due to poor communication. The outcome of this fleet battle had nothing to do with Gilliman. The Macridge's Glory came to a location less than 1 kilometer away from the Blackstone Fortress, and it seemed almost close to the Blackstone Fortress. The transport plane flew out to take everyone back to the ship. Call continued to repair the dimensional engine, while Gilliman waited in the bridge for the crew to return to their work, and then better control the Macridge's Glory. At this time, a holographic image appeared in the bridge. I thought the Primarch had already arrived at his loyal Terra. Chi Nemo looked at Gilliman helplessly. After all, he still fell into the hands of that two-headed bird. Chi Nemo thought that Gilliman could quickly pass through the vortex, without getting lost in the vortex, and would not be calculated by the ritual designed by Carlos and Magnus, and would not be captured. The only benefit now is that Gilliman can take back the glory of Macridge, and he does not have to leave the glory of Macridge in Huron under forced circumstances. I've been through a nightmare journey. Gilliman was happy and helpless to see Chi Nemo. I now feel like I was mentally controlled before, or mentally suggested, and I was trapped step by step. The ability of the two-headed bird is much more powerful than mental suggestion. You like to think and always like to come up with a series of countermeasures before doing things. It's hard not to be induced or deceived by him, Chi Nemo said. Gilliman nodded, feeling the peace of mind that was no longer torturing himself, and then asked, I still can't figure out how Carlos knew where I was. I used the Dimension Engine. Don't worry about this, it's a professional prophet. Chi Nemo felt that it was most unlikely that Carlos could not know where Gilliman was. After Carlos was thrown into the Well of Eternity by Cinch and climbed out, he could see the past and the future. In his hand was the Staff of Tomorrow, which was made from a part of Cinch's essence, and was used to stir the Well of Eternity. Hanging on the Staff of Tomorrow was the Book of Destiny. Carlos' existence was simply the product of Cinch's repeated prophecy buff. Among all the demon lords of Cinch, there would be no other demon who could predict the future better than Carlos, otherwise how could it be called the Weaver of Destiny? Start the engine and leave. Chi Nemo looked at the others in the bridge. Jump out of the whirlpool, go to Terra, and leave this place to my fleet. Gilliman still couldn't determine why the Tyrone fleet came. In his judgment, there are two possibilities. The first is for the Lost Glory Road. The second is to come here to rescue people. If it is the latter, it means that Chi Nemo can also predict the future, and his prediction ability may be only slightly worse than Carlos. But now is not the time to get to the bottom of it. Start the engine as soon as it is fixed, Gilliman ordered Call. Chi Nemo was about to cut off the communication, but before he ordered Adam to close the communication channel, Halandri stood in front of Chi Nemo's holographic image. I know who you are, just say it. Chi Nemo knew Halandri. He didn't need to listen to this guy's self-introduction. I brought a prophecy of the laughing god. Halandri began to tell a story. The story was about an ancient elf merchant who accumulated wealth by provoking wars. The more intense the wars others fought, the more he earned, and soon he became a millionaire. And then, there was nothing else. Because Chi Nemo cut off the communication directly, he didn't listen to Zelanli finish the riddle of the god of riddles. Zelanli looked at Evelyn helplessly, and spread her hands. But she didn't regret not speaking directly. After all, not speaking directly is the most basic cultivation of the followers of the god of laughter Zalago. Although those who can predict the future among the elves are basically riddlers, the clown is definitely the most riddle. If you can't make the people who listen to the prophecy feel confused and puzzled, and then make blind guesses, and meet the ending predicted by yourself in countless doubts and guesses, then you are definitely a failed clown. Dimensional engine fully charged. Activating. A dimensional rift opened near the Blackstone Fortress, and the Honor of Macridge jumped into it, disappearing without a trace after the rift closed. The fleets in the galaxy did not stop fighting because of the evacuation of the Primarch. Huron was so exhausted at this time that he had no time to pursue Guilliman. Chapter 348. When the fleet battle was going on, Carlos, the Fate Weaver, was in a void base transformed from an asteroid. The two heads of the Demon King were looking at the direction of the fleet battle, but there was an airtight wall in front of him. Carlos didn't need eyes to observe everything. He could see the past and the future. If he couldn't see it, the Book of Fate that recorded everything in the future would help him see it. But at this moment, in the side of Carlos' head that could see the future, there was only a blank space and a lot of dead people. The Book of Fate was turning pages quietly, and each page recorded the experiences of one dead person after another. Gray died in the base nest of Tyrone Hive. Adam died in the mouth of Tyrone War Beast. The experiences and records of these dead people had no meaning to Carlos. Their only function was to make him make a quick decision to run away, so as to avoid being chased by a bunch of soulless people who should have been dead or weapon consumables like the last time in Cadia. The Lord of Change gently raised the Staff of Tomorrow and knocked it on the wall in front of him. Any object touched by the Staff of Tomorrow will undergo continuous and bizarre changes. The wall sometimes turns into flesh and sometimes into crystal, but no matter how it changes, it has the function of allowing Carlos to penetrate it and return to the Crystal Demon Realm. Return. Quick! Come here! Demon Realm. Carlos was about to enter the wall when he suddenly heard a whisper. It was a whisper from the Lord of Change. Its power was unprecedentedly strong due to the changes in the real universe, and even made Carlos, who was part of the essence of the Lord of Change, feel tormented and painful. This series of whispers formed a message in Carlos' mind: come back quickly. Cinch's urging made Carlos subconsciously take back a step and move away from the wall. For Carlos, if his master didn't urge him to do something, he would have to do it. Otherwise, he would have to think carefully about whether there was any trap here. Return. Another whisper came into Carlos' ears. Carlos directly closed the passage on the wall to return to the Crystal Demon Realm and began to think about whether he should stay in the Great Vortex for a while longer. The whisper did not sound again, but Carlos heard someone talking again. The voice was familiar. It was the voice of the Primarch Magnus, who had ascended to the Demon Realm. Come back. Magnus said, this is part of the plan. Although Carlos thought Magnus was more reliable than his master, he still did not listen to the Primarch, because his honest mind thought that this was not part of the plan. The original plan was to find Guilliman through the Book of Destiny, and then Carlos and Magnus, one in the Maelstrom and the other in the Cinch realm, would use the lives and souls of millions of people to make Guilliman unable to escape. If the plan goes according to plan and Guilliman runs away, then Magnus should immediately chase Guilliman, stop his good brother, and tie him back, and find a way to corrupt Guilliman. But this is what Magnus has to do. Carlos believes that his mission has been completed. If it were not for the whisper from the Master, he would return to the Crystal Demon Realm without hesitation. We have to prepare for a bigger plan. Magnus continued to persuade, the bigger plan is the most important. We must solve a bigger threat. Carlos still hadn't made a decision. He thought that there was a certain probability that Magnus was defrauding him together with his master. With many doubts, Carlos sought an explanation from the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny quickly turned the pages. This time, the pages were no longer filled with dead people or blanks, but detailed text. It showed that Magnus would go to the moon to stop Guilliman through the breached webway. This was the original plan. Then it showed that Magnus had changed his mind. He and the Lord of Change discussed for a long time in the Crystal Demon Realm, and finally came up with a new plan. It is unknown what this plan is, but the Book of Destiny describes from the side that this is a plan that the Lord of Change has been planning for a long time, a plan with higher priority, a more urgent plan, a plan to eliminate the real threat. In short, it is a plan. Carlos, you are a wise and timely guy. Magnus suddenly said, if you were a little stupid, you would have died long ago. Carlos agreed with this evaluation very much. Correct. Do you know why I am so wise? Because I know when to stop instead of continuing to raise the bet. So, Magnus raised his psychic power and shouted at Carlos with penetrating and heavy psychic words, "Come back quickly with your wisdom. I'll be back soon." Carlos opened a portal to the other side of the whirlpool. "I still can't trust you. I go back when I think it's time. Anyway, there's no time where you are, so it doesn't matter when I go back." After that, Carlos blocked Magnus' psychic power, stepped into the gate, and teleported to a remote place in the whirlpool. He will stay there for a while, and go back when he thinks he can go back. Carlos knew that no matter what he did, he would not anger his master, because this suspicion, this detour when he could have gone straight back, could please his master. On the other side, Huron sat on the throne, quietly observing the ongoing fleet battle. The glory of Macridge and Gilliman had escaped together, and now they were facing the attack of the enemy fleet. What was even more terrible was that the people in the Blackstone Fortress had their minds shattered in an instant, and committed suicide in various bizarre ways. The current situation is very bad. Huron can only think of two solutions. First, ask for help from the Dark Gods. But this may bring him closer to them, which is not good. Second, run away. Run away like Carlos. Huron did not see Carlos run away with his own eyes, but he can't contact this big demon now, so he is 90% sure that Carlos has run away. We will lose this fleet battle soon. You must make a decision quickly. Huron's deputy saw many warships explode with his psychic vision, and he was sure that if Huron hesitated any longer, the Red Pirates would be finished. I don't understand. Huron looked puzzled. Why did the Tyrone Navy come to the Maelstrom to rescue the Primarch? They did it, but they didn't leave. The Maelstrom is not a good place for them. After listening to Huron's words, the deputy thought about it carefully, and was also puzzled. Gilliman had left, and the Tyrone Navy that stayed in the Maelstrom was facing more than just the Red Pirate fleet. The whispers of the Dark Gods were invading the will of everyone in the fleet. The deputy saw the situation on the Tyrone Navy side with his psychic power. He found that some of the enemies had been affected by the Maelstrom and mutated. Although there were only a few people, the number was gradually increasing. Chapter 349. Could it be because of that ship? Which ship? When Huron heard his deputy mention that ship, he was stunned for a moment, then realized which ship he was talking about. The Tyrone Navy ship that was salvaged along with the wreckage of the Spirit of Vengeance. To be precise, it was a part of the ship, that is, the bridge. The heavy breakthrough torpedo that Huron used to kill Venger was salvaged from near the bridge. It's not that Huron didn't consider this possibility, but he felt that the possibility was very small. The Tyrone Navy came out in full force. This was obviously a long-planned large-scale strategic action. Could it be that the purpose was to take away the bridge of a scrapped ship and the captain, who had mutated into a tumorous freak in the bridge from the Great Vortex? Huron conveyed his thoughts to his deputy, and the deputy fell into deep thought after listening. In the end, he thought that it was unlikely that the Tyrone Navy came here because of the bridge. However, just as the deputy was considering other possibilities, Huron said, maybe it is really possible. Huron recalled what happened when he salvaged the bridge. The Black Mechanicus first tried to break into the main control center in the bridge. They believed that the ship's intelligence system was stored in the main control center. But no matter what they tried, they couldn't break it. Even the dark rituals performed in the deepest part of the Maelstrom couldn't corrupt it. The Black Mechanicus used an analogy to explain why they couldn't break into the main control center. Cracking the cogitator ray or other ship equipment is like trying to find a way to enter a locked yard. Digging a hole to crawl in, climbing in, or any other method other than going through the main entrance is to crack it. Crack it with chaos code or corrupt it with dark rituals. The problem is that the main control center of the Tyrone Navy ship is not a yard, but something that is impossible to build in theory and practice, but was built anyway, similar to tan 90 degrees, which should not exist in trigonometric functions, but was forcibly distorted by some force and made tan 90 degrees exist. This kind of unreasonable thing cannot be cracked at all. The main control center could not be cracked, but Huron still got a lot of good things, such as torpedoes and books stored in the ship. One of the books describes the past of the Glory Road, which is the beginning of the Tyrone Navy. In this universe, the beginning of everything is always given special meaning. Huron told his deputy his thoughts, and then said, I thought the Tyrone people would not think their first ship had any meaning, but maybe they really think it does. We should throw the bridge out. The deputy said, we can't crack the main control center anyway. In the deputy's opinion, the Tyrone Navy is being disturbed by the whispers of the Dark Gods, and some people have even mutated under the influence of the vortex. If their purpose is really to come for the Glory Road, they will stop while they are ahead. Equip the bridge with thrusters and launch it. Although he was reluctant, Huron decided to give it a try, and then have all ships urgently activate their engines. Inside the new Badab, the Black Mechanicus began to install thrusters on the bridge of the Glory Road, and also added a small amount of promethium fuel to it, and installed a head used as wetware to control the direction of the bridge. After everything was ready, the bridge was sent out of the new Badab. The wetware head on the bridge shell froze in the void, but it was not injured and stopped due to the strange physical conditions in the vortex. The empty eyes on the head stared at the Tyrone Navy fleet, controlling the direction of the thruster nozzle to make the Glory Road gradually approach the Tyrone Lord. Adam was about to give the order to salvage the ship, but due to the continuous whispers in his ears, his mind suddenly trembled and his brain could not think for a second. But he quickly used his will to eliminate the influence of the whispers, and continued to order, salvage the bridge. The tractor beam of the Lord of Talon wrapped around the bridge of the Glory Road, temporarily shut down the shield, and pulled the bridge into the hull. All fleets charge the engines, and we leave this damn place called the Great Whirlpool. Cheen Mo's voice reached every captain's ears. Most of the captains were already anxious and frantic due to the whispers, and they were relieved when they heard Cheen Mo's order and immediately charged the dimensional engine. Adam didn't want to evacuate so quickly. He wanted to persuade Cheen Mo to let the fleet stay for a few more minutes to deal a greater blow to the Red Pirate fleet to prevent them from seeking revenge in the Tyrone Star region. But before Adam could speak, Cheen Mo specifically repeated his previous order to Adam alone. There was no other way. The Lord of Tyrone battleship could only start charging. 1 minute later, the entire Tyrone Navy disappeared in the galaxy, leaving behind only a pile of warship wreckage and a demon world that was blown to pieces, but still strangely maintained its ecological environment. The fleet left the dimensional space 100 light years away from the maelstrom. In the bridge of the Lord of Tyrone, the hatch opened. Adam fell out of the cabin and fell to the ground, then vomited uncontrollably. Why don't you take your fleet away from Tyrone, and go to a place where your master can't find you, and establish an independent kingdom? Or you can. The whispers that made Adam extremely uncomfortable did not last long and soon dissipated. The fleet had left the vortex, and the psychic energy could no longer break through the reality structure strengthened by the celestial engine, so not only Adam, but also others could not hear the whispers. Admiral Adam. A logistics machine flew in front of Adam, cleaned up his vomit, and then printed out a piece of paper with mechanical tentacles. The kind of paper with psychological test questions that the Talons often made. Please fill out the psychological survey to let the main control intelligence confirm your psychological condition. Adam nodded, took the psychological test questions, and began to answer each question on it. The logistics machine ran to another cabin, opened the hatch, injected sobering drugs for the crew members who were more seriously affected by the whispers, and could not leave the cabin voluntarily, cleaned up their vomit, and printed psychological test questions for them. Adam patiently answered every question that seemed confusing. What animal do you like? Do you have a wife? If so, how is your relationship? These questions were as confusing as usual, but Adam knew that they were all designed by the main control intelligence. The seemingly useless questions played a mental induction effect, inducing people to answer what they thought in their hearts. After filling in the questions, Adam handed the paper to the logistics machine and wiped the vomit on his collar while walking towards the observation deck. Fortunately, the observation deck was not far from the bridge. Chapter 350. Boom. The giant gate leading to the observation deck opened upwards after a roar. Before the gate was completely opened, Adam patted his face, showing the best mental state, and then stepped into the observation deck. The Lord of Tyrone and his guards were standing in front of the giant porthole of the observation deck. Very good performance. Cheen Mo turned his head and looked at Adam, whether it was fighting or your psychological performance. The main control intelligence has calculated the psychological condition of every member of the fleet. Everyone is mentally healthy, just feeling uncomfortable, but not more seriously affected by the whispers in the subspace. Although the crew, who are not soulless, will most likely be corrupted if the great demon whispers a few words to them. It is just like the main force of Tyranids can destroy the entire galaxy when it arrives, but the main force of Tyranids is always on the road. The great demons don't have that much energy to waste on mortals. They have to spend a lot of energy just to appear in the real universe outside the Great Vortex Zone. How can they have time to perform rituals and whisper in the ears of mortals? There is a crew member in the fleet who is affected by the energy of the subspace and his body has mutated. Adam said. Not one, but two. Cheen Mo has already learned about this. There are 2 crew members. Their psychological test results show that they are very determined and their minds are not affected by the whispers, but perhaps because of the physical level, they have been slightly mutated by the subspace energy. One person has 2 tentacles, and the other has an extra mouth. People in the naval department of the Talon Star Zone have imagined the consequences of fighting in a galaxy with powerful subspace energy, and have also formulated plans for the consequences that can be imagined. The two mutants will receive treatment, and then receive closer psychological attention after treatment, and be assigned to the small warships in the fleet. There is no way around it. Their wills are strong, but there is nothing they can do about their bodies being easily affected. Return to Tyrone, and send the two mutant crew members, and the captain of the Glory Road to the hospital in Taiwai. Chin Mo ordered. The captain of the Glory Road? Adam's heart tightened, he also. Yes. Chin Mo nodded. I just checked on Sane's condition, and his condition is particularly serious. The cabin he is in has begun to turn into flesh and blood, and his flesh and blood have merged with the cabin, and his mind is a little abnormal. Hearing this, Adam had a blank expression on his face, trying to suppress his sadness for Sane. Before becoming the captain of the Glory Road, Sane was just a crew member selected from the army, and one of the first batch of students at the Tyrone Naval Academy. In the war when the only initial cruiser attacked the Tyrone II, Sane was Adam's weapons officer. As a member of the Servant organization, Adam has always tried to avoid any emotions, but it is hard for Adam not to be sad about the tragic experience of Sane, his old friend. Go back to Tyrone. It's over. Chin Mo patted Adam's shoulder. Yes. Adam saluted. The Glory Road only has a bridge left. It will become a flagship in the future. Chin Mo replied. Chin Mo had long known from Muslin that the Glory Road only had a bridge left. He had already planned to put the Glory Road's bridge into the flagship before entering the Maelstrom. A giant flagship 70 kilometers long, equipped with countless carrier-based aircraft hangars, small docks, and small black stone obelisks, with firepower and functions comparable to a fleet. 3 days later, all members of the Tyrone Navy returned to the Tyrone Galaxy and lined up to enter the orbital dock for maintenance. And with Sane, a total of 3 people who were affected by the subspace energy and mutated were sent to Tyver 1 first. Taiwei 1 is an artificial satellite of the planet Tylon 1. It is a miniaturized medical world. There are only medical departments and medical practitioners on the entire satellite. On Taiwei 1, there is a hospital built to study and deal with the impact of the subspace on the human body. This guy's condition is more serious than the previous 2. More than serious. TSK. The 2 soulless doctors stood in front of the large scanning machine, waiting for the scan results while discussing Sane. Sane was placed in the scanning device together with the flesh cabin. The soulless doctors could no longer tell where Sane's eyes were. After discussing for a long time, they felt that a piece of purple rotten meat with cracks and flesh whiskers at the bottom should be the visual organ. Or there was no visual organ. The presence of these 2 soulless doctors not only made Sane feel so uncomfortable that he was going crazy, but also affected his mutation. After entering the Talon Star Zone, the flesh cabin began to be explained by physical rules. After coming to the 2 soulless doctors, it became a mutant in the real concept. If it was not intubated to deliver oxygen and nutrient solution, it would rot and die. Just like the Death Guard space warriors in the Battle of Cadia, who couldn't even maintain their physical existence because the Blackstone obelisk was activated. Captain Sane, I need you to cooperate with us to do a test. A doctor walked up to Sane. If you are still conscious and can hear me, please wave the 5th tentacle from the right. Are you crazy? There are no bones in his tentacle. How can he wave it? Another doctor checked the results of the physical scan and reminded. Sane wanted to tell the doctor that he was still alive and normal, and that he should not be cut open and put in a specimen jar, but he could not speak. He could still speak in the subspace and the vortex, but in front of the soulless, his body was really a mess of rotten meat without any rules, and he could not speak at all. The EEG instrument shows that he still has thinking activities and is normal. How should we treat him? Highly prosthetic transformation. After all, his spine is gone, so we can only find a way to replace it with a prosthesis. Go ahead. I apply for a batch of prosthesis. The doctors began to operate on Sane. He was separated from the cabin. After the instrument determined the location of brain-wave thinking activity, this part was plugged into a life support device and removed from the irregular flesh and blood. The 2 soulless doctors began to attach various prostheses to Sane to replace the original organs and physiological structures. At this time, Admiral Adam was standing outside the door of the operating room, looking at his old friend, who could no longer be recognized through a layer of glass. The more the operation went on, the more uncomfortable he felt. The doctors began to carefully process Sane's head, cutting his head out from under the 10 layers of flesh membrane and the bones that formed the bone armor, and then saw a glass ball hanging on the flesh whiskers like a lantern. When the flesh whiskers began to ooze tears, the doctors thought that these were actually Sane's eyes. "I'm sorry, Captain Sane. After examination, we found that you no longer have the physiological structure for anesthetics to take effect. You have to be patient. In addition, according to our previous experience, you have to stay awake during the operation, which is good for the operation." Chapter 351. Marshall. As Adam lay on the glass and watched the operation, 2 mutant crew members who had completed the operation walked out of the medical room next door. After the operation, they were simply bandaged by the nurse. The mutated appendage of one of them was removed. The other crew member with an extra mouth had to make a hole in his face to cut off the mouth, and then replace it with artificial bones and bionic skin. These 2 people were much luckier than Ben. After the operation and bandage, they were even able to walk out and salute Adam. Adam returned the greeting and continued to observe the operation. The 2 crew members were also curious about what happened to Sane, and stood by the window to watch. The throne. What did Captain Sane experience? Did he enter the subspace? What do you think? If he hadn't entered the subspace, would he have mutated like this? The operation gradually ended as the 3 watched. When the doctors connected the prosthesis to Sane's head, Sane looked like a metal man. This was not over yet, and the surface of Sane's metal body was printed with bionic skin, just like the bionic skin of the guards. "It's over." The doctor picked up a document and handed it to Sane on the bed. "Sign your name. As for the bill, the Navy Department and the insurance company have already prepaid it. You don't have to pay for the entire process of medical expenses from surgery to postoperative recovery." Sane sat up numbly and signed his name on the document. The latest medical prosthesis can replace a person from the inside out, leaving nothing behind but the original physiological structure, and it is more useful than the original physiological structure, and even does not require recovery time to allow Sane to have normal movement ability. Sane's numbness at this time was completely mental. Afterwards, the doctors guided Sane through the exercise test, checked many physiological data, and finally let him leave the operating room. Until he stood outside the operating room, Sane was still numb and dazed. He kept looking at his hands and his body. "Your wife is waiting for you on the Tyrone 1. Adam pushed the wheelchair towards Sane and motioned him to sit on it. Sane didn't need a wheelchair, but he still sat on it because it made him feel like a natural person. A natural person will not be able to move immediately after the operation. Adam personally pushed the wheelchair and sent Sane out of the operating room and the hospital. As he walked, he said, "Remember to install a small steel cannon before going home, so that your wife will feel better when she finds out that you have a full-body prosthesis." Sane did not react to this joke at all, and continued to sit in the wheelchair in a trance and numbness. In the past and now, Sane is a natural person. He hates excessive prosthetic transformation. He even organized a group to protest in front of the prosthetic company building that the company used the method of replacing the prosthetics for injured miners for free as a marketing advertisement, and even made a big deal out of it, causing the outside world to suspect that the Tyrone Navy was hostile to prosthetic transformation. But it is impossible to find a pure natural person who has not been transformed in all the people in the Empire's nests, regardless of their status. Even Sane had installed a brain-computer interface and a thinking aid device before. In any case, now everything except the brain has been replaced, which makes Sane hard to accept. "What did you see in the subspace?" After leaving the hospital, the transport plane flew over and gradually landed. When it landed, Adam asked Sane about his nightmare past. 2 days ago, I entered the subspace and stayed in it for a while. Sin began to talk about his experiences in the warp. It had been several months since the Battle of Cadia. The 2 days ago that Sin said was not accurate, but considering that there was no time in the warp, it was really only 2 days for him. This was good in Adam's opinion. At least Sin did not suffer several months of pain and torture subjectively. "I saw Albert," Sin suddenly said. "Albert? The captain who always wanted to see the sky, but finally died at the hands of the bottom nest gene stealers?" "Yes. It was the regiment commander when I was in the army. Not only him, but also many other dead people, those I have seen or not seen. It may be an illusion. You need to take a good rest for a while, man." Hearing Adam say that it was an illusion, Sane suddenly became excited. "It's not an illusion. I was almost eaten by the things in the subspace, and then they appeared to save me. At that time, I hadn't mutated yet, everything was normal, I definitely saw it." Adam didn't comment. He only knew that the subspace was a chaotic place, and anything could happen there. Sane stopped arguing and gradually calmed down. The transport plane roared down, and the hatch slowly opened. Adam pushed Sane into the cabin. When he got up from the wheelchair and sat in the seat in the cabin, Sane suddenly asked, "Do you think we Talonians will not go to the throne after death? Aren't you a believer in the state religion?" Adam poured a glass of wine and handed it to Sane. "You told me before that you heard from the priest that all human beings will return to the golden throne after death, and their souls will be protected by the Emperor forever. I believed it before, but now I don't think so," Sane said thoughtfully. He saw the souls of Albert and many other dead people in the warp. They were not in front of the Emperor's golden throne, but wandering in the warp, threatened by the creatures of the warp. If it weren't for the monthly memorial ceremony held by the Talons to provide them with spiritual power, perhaps they would not have survived in the warp until now. "Maybe the Emperor has abandoned us?" Sane said suddenly. Adam thought it was possible, but he still comforted his old friend. "While we are talking, wars are breaking out everywhere in the galaxy. Maybe too many people died. We mortals are not Astartes, so we may have to wait in line to go to the golden throne." Hearing this, Sane was silent for a long time, just nodded, and murmured, "I used to think that the memorial ceremony was unnecessary." Every time he participated in the memorial ceremony, Sane would only feel sad that he could no longer meet Albert, because he felt that other people had already returned to the golden throne, and it was a good thing that they were free from the hellish galaxy. Why should the living people in the real universe feel sad for them? But after returning from the warp this time, Sane thought that not everyone could return to the throne. Perhaps the spiritual power of the living is the reason why the souls of the dead can survive in the warp. Otherwise, they will be harassed or abused by the creatures of the warp and will never be free. "Maybe Lord Talon can protect their souls," Adam said. "No, it won't." Sane shook his head. Based on the knowledge he had learned about the warp before, Sane knew that human belief and spiritual power can affect many things. But Lord Talon is probably the same as the soulless, otherwise the beliefs of nearly 100 billion people in the entire star zone have gathered on him in the past 10 years, and in the warp, there would not be only the sphere like the orbital dock to protect Albert and his souls. Chapter 352. Maybe having a place called Talon in this universe is the best gift that the Lord of Talon can give us. We can't rely on him after we die. Adam thought that there was some truth in Sane's denial, but he didn't care. Sane didn't say anything, he was just thinking about the dead. Is it possible that none of the dead in Talon have gone to the golden throne so far? Is it possible that the words of the state priests are all lies, and only warriors like Astartes can return to the throne? In short, Sane thought a lot. The journey to Talon 1 was a matter of a second for Sane, and he was sent to the surface before he finished thinking. "Tell me about your experience in the subspace in detail again." Adam took out the recording device and laid it flat. Sane could only tell it again. This time he told it in great detail, even including every feeling he had when he entered the subspace. He also did many psychological tests. Sane thought that if he had become abnormal, it would be better to be cleared out instead of bringing bad things to the Talon Star Zone. After recording everything about the warp, Adam uploaded the record and waited quietly. Sane also waited until the communication request from Yeohan's guard came. Adam was not surprised to see Yeohan's image, because the Soulless was responsible for dealing with things about the warp. "Captain Sane, your psychological report analysis has come out. I checked it, and there is nothing wrong. I have applied for a year of vacation time for you on Talon 3. Please take your family, and have a good rest for a while." Sane didn't care whether he could take a vacation or receive special arrangements. He only cared whether he could continue to serve as the captain. Yeohan knew this. He stared at Sane for a while, then said, "Please wait for the results of my discussion with Lord Talon for more detailed arrangements. Even if the result of the discussion is that you can't continue to serve as the captain, you will be assigned to other naval positions to continue serving the Star Zone." After that, Yeohan said the truth in a roundabout way, or you could also choose to apply for retirement on the grounds of mental trauma caused by special experiences. "Thank you for your proposal, but I will not apply for retirement. I will either continue to serve as captain or teach at the Naval Academy," Sane said. Yeohan nodded and transmitted another string of information to Sane. About the honorary award. Sane and his crew died together with the spirit of vengeance. Although he did not die, his contribution will be recorded and he will receive due rewards. Yeohan himself thinks that there is nothing wrong with Sane, but he does not know what the Lord of Talon will think. Assuming that Sane cannot serve as a captain, as he said, he can go to the Naval Academy to teach, or give speeches on every planet in the Star Zone as a war hero. Anyway, thank you and your crew for your contribution to the entire human race. Yeohan saluted Sane. "For the Emperor, for the Lord of Talon." Sane nodded. The communication ended. At this time, There was nothing that Sane needed to solve, but he did not get off the transport plane. Sane wanted Adam to help him. After all, this old friend was a marshal, and he might be able to help him continue to serve as a captain, even as the captain of a transport ship. But after thinking carefully, some things in the fleet are handled by the intelligence system, and Adam has no authority to intervene, so forget it. Goodbye. Sane stood up and left the cabin. Don't forget to install a small steel cannon. Adam smiled. Sane turned around and raised his middle finger. After I install the small steel cannon, I will go to your house while you are in the Navy department. Inside the research facility. After the communication ended, Yoan looked at Chin-Mo. In front of Chin-Mo, a ton of black stone was being shaped by logistics machinery. Sometimes it was made into a spire, and sometimes it was reorganized into a block. Will Sane continue to serve as captain? Yoan asked. Chin-Mo thought about it carefully, then shook his head. Let's observe it again. You know how dangerous the subspace is. He entered the subspace directly without protection. No matter what, he can't continue to serve as captain immediately, or even leave the Talon sector. I understand. Yao-En nodded. Chin-Mo waved his hand, indicating that Yao-En could leave first if he was fine. Yao-En immediately left the research facility and closed the door. Yao-En was not the only one who dealt with the matter about Sane. And Rueda, a civil servant in the Royal Guard, was also in charge of this matter. And Rita did not go with the fleet to rescue the Bridge of the Glory Road. He had been dealing with the matter of the Tyrone Gate, which had now been built. A circle of star systems outside the entire Tyrone star zone had begun to build a void defense line. How do you plan to arrange for Sane? And Rita and Yao-En walked side by side. Let's observe for a while. Yao-En said. I think it's better to find out the truth, develop a set of psychological tests for him, and then order a device for reading the mind from a medical company to find out what his mind is like. And Rita suggested. Yao-En wanted to say that this would not work, but after thinking about it carefully, it might be useful. Chaos corruption can change a person's mind. In the Talon sector, if the CYN is really corrupted, it can be detected by instruments or other scientific means. Let's do it. We should have done this a long time ago. If we can capture a captain once we enter the subspace, will the Navy still have to fight? That's the truth. Yao-En and Enrita hit it off. Then Yao-En suddenly remembered that Gray and other guards, who were not soulless, were not affected much in the maelstrom. He told Enrita his doubts. You said Gray and others were not soulless, but they didn't seem to be affected badly in the maelstrom. Gray couldn't even hear his whispers. Maybe the guards have strong wills and highly modified bodies, so they are not easily affected by the warp like other normal people? Enrita speculated. The guards are also human. How can they not be normal people? Yao-En didn't think what Andrada said was right. But Andrada was very persistent. He thought that the biggest difficulty in expanding the guards was not whether Chin-Mo could squeeze out time for surgery, but choosing people. After thinking for a moment, Andrada said with a deep look, at the beginning, after the battle on the bottom nest position, Gray and I faced two choices, to follow a person who seemed to be a suspicious psychic at the time to seek death in the bottom nest full of rebels, or to find a way to leave the bottom nest. We chose the former. Can normal people make such a choice? Yao-En was not a member of the 44th Regiment, so he didn't know what happened before he became a guard, so he wanted to tell Enrita that following Lord Talon was the choice a normal person should make. But if you think about it carefully, it's hard for people in that situation not to escape. Although you may be executed if you find a way to leave the bottom nest, it's more or less a clear death. Staying in the bottom nest is 100% to die, and it's a silent death. The planetary defense team can directly treat it as missing, and not even give a pension. When people who cannot predict the future face these two choices, those who choose to stay in the bottom nest can hardly be called normal people. Normal people at the level of will. Regarding the matter of Sane, I will go to the medical company to order equipment tomorrow. Enrita walked onto the transmission platform. But there is one thing I need your help to deal with. Let's go to the Celestial Engine together. Chapter 353. A moment later. The North Pole of Celestial Engine. The hangar of the OM Messiah's Blade Core. Yao-En and Andrada appeared on the teleportation platform together, and in front of them were Titans one after another. You know that I was arranged by Lord Talon to be the contact person of this Titan core after the Cadia War. Andrada walked slowly with Yao-En in front of the giant war machine. I know. Yao-En nodded. After the Cadia War, the OM Messiah's blade was supposed to return to their Forge world at Rapina, but the ruling sage of that Forge world, Vic, never mentioned the core, and the core did not want to go back. Before the army and navy set off to return to Tehran, when OMN, The leader of the OMN Messiah's Blade Corps learned that he was going to be sent back to the Forge World, threatened to detonate the Titans, and asked the Terronians to take him with them. He also said that Sage Vec asked the Corps to either be destroyed in the war or go to Tehran, otherwise the OMN Messiah's blade would have no value and meaning to continue to exist. There was no choice but to take them with him. Andreda later became the contact person of the Titan Corps, responsible for conveying messages to the Corps' leader OMN or maintaining the supply of the Titan Corps. But what does this have to do with me? Yaoan asked doubtfully. Andreda did not say it directly, but took Yaoan to the War Master class Titan, Glory of Agrippina, carrying 4 physical energy shield generators. The core part has been transformed with living metal, and the mechanical servants responsible for maintaining the Titan have been stuffed into the logistics machinery. Actually, I can understand the thoughts of their ruling sages. Andreda looked up at the head of the Titan. If they stay in Agrippina, they will definitely be severely punished by the Inquisitor. Indeed? Yaoan nodded, and he suddenly remembered Grey Fax, who had come to the Star Zone with the pre-march. Compared to Bologna, the only advantage of that woman was that she was not so particularly crazy. This Titan Legion just received a new Titan. Andreda continued to take Yaoan to inspect the Titans. The two came to a Titan that was larger than the War Master class Agrippina's Glory. This Titan was obviously not made by the Forge World, nor was it the property of the Forge World, because it did not seem to have so many Iron Skull runes, and the weapons were not like volcanic cannons and plasma cannons, but energy and live ammunition weapons with the style of Talon. Mars Witch. Andreda looked up at the Titan, its equivalent to the Lord of Tyrone in the army. Then Andreda began to introduce the entire Titan. 2 years ago, it was jointly developed and manufactured by Agrippina Forge World and Tyrone Sector, and must be driven by the most talented Solus. The phase energy cannons on the shoulders of the Titan can shoot through a mountain. The missile launcher on the top of the Titan can fire 400 missiles in 1 minute. There is also an ammunition factory inside the Titan to supply ammunition. And most importantly, the Titan's head is made of a medium that can use the power of the Lord of Tyrone, which means that it can distort the laws of physics to a certain extent, teleport at will, and can directly penetrate through huge obstacles without bypassing them. It can even create dense flaming meteors on the battlefield, turn glaciers into lava seas, release lightning that can wipe out all matter within a few kilometers, or other powerful attack methods like gods. Too powerful. Yaoan looked up at the Mars, which with a look of longing in his eyes. He simply couldn't imagine how cool it would be to drive such a Titan. It's a pity that I'm a royal guard, otherwise I would sign up to be the driver of this Titan. Your daughter really follows you. Andreda said something that Yaoan felt was meaningless. Fortunately you became a royal guard, otherwise you would want to drive this Titan with your shameful soulless talent. Yaoan didn't dwell on this sentence, but just sighed. The soulless who can drive this Titan is definitely the pride of the soulless city. Are you proud of this pilot? Andreda asked with a smile. Do I need to ask? Yaoan nodded vigorously without thinking. I am proud that there is someone in our soulless tribe who can drive such a powerful Titan. I am so excited that I don't know what to say. Andreda smiled and nodded. That's great, the pilot is in the hangar, you can meet him. Just when Yaoan was thinking about what he should say to encourage and praise the soulless when he met him, he saw the person he absolutely did not want to see at this place, and at this time. A girl wrapped in heavy instruments came towards Yaoan and was very surprised to see him. Dad, you're back from the whirlpool? She was Yaoan's daughter, Diana. After seeing his daughter, the smile and excitement on Yaoan's face disappeared instantly. 10 years ago, when Yaoan had undergone the Royal Guard surgery and returned to his home in the shabby neighborhood wearing his Royal Guard armor, his 8-year-old daughter and mother ran out to greet him. The wife and daughter couldn't believe that their husband or father had become a Royal Guard beside the Legion commander. At that time, Yaoan had already thought about what his daughter would do in the future. Being a woman like Lady Donna is not about character and career, but about status and life. Live a peaceful life in the Solus, a place that is nominally a town, but is actually larger and better than a city. After the Battle of Cartier, after seeing the terrible Tianwei battlefield with high intensity of war, and those demons whose shapes can make people feel uncomfortable, Yaoan became more determined in his thoughts. But now, I have to go to see the Lord of Tyrone. Yaoan did not respond to his daughter, and turned to walk towards the teleportation platform. Diana immediately ran over and dragged her father back to the Titan. This is not the order of Lord Talon. He does not want your daughter to go to the battlefield. Andrade explained for Diana. 7 years ago, Diana was obsessed with this war machine after seeing Sir Donna's night. She even secretly ran into the Underness fortress to ask Lord Talon to arrange a night for her. No, how could an 11-year-old girl get into the deepest part of the fortress? Are you kidding? Yao-in shook his head. Others can't, but your daughter can. And Ruida said, as he sent a document to Yao-in. This document is the result of the investigation and research on Diana given by Taiwei's soulless research facility. It shows that Diana's soulless talent is amazingly strong. She only appears within a kilometer of a normal person, and the normal person will become a soulless shell on the spot. But unless the person approached by Diana is a fool, he will feel a strong discomfort, and his instinct drives him to escape to a farther place immediately. 7 years ago, all the garrisons and defenders of the bottomless fortress fled, which is why Diana was able to enter the fortress. Another study showed that if Diana knew the exact location of the captured psychic test subjects in the war, as long as the distance between the two sides was shortened to within 20 kilometers, the psychic test subjects would scream and die. In short, Diana's talent is much stronger than his father's. The evaluation given by the research facility is 4 words. Soul black hole. The heavy equipment Diana wore was a suppressor made by the Lord of Talon himself. The principle is to infinitely magnify the space around Diana's body through the concept of distortion range, so that others are not affected by her. It was Diana who wanted a super cool war machine. He named the Mars Witch himself. And Rita added. Yao-in nodded and turned to glare at Diana. Do you know that this Titan is not a toy but a war machine? Do you know that in Acadia War, the intensity of the war that broke out on Tianwei was just enough to deploy the Titan Legion? There, the Titans are like tanks on a low-intensity battlefield. You are going to the battlefield. I understand, father. Diana's head with a heavy suppressor shook up and down, but Sir Donna said that there is nothing cooler in this universe than driving a war machine to kill everyone. Chapter 354. Cool? Yao-in stared at Diana. His expression and mood were very complicated. If there were no outsiders present at this time, if his daughter was not an adult, Yao-in would not hesitate to press Diana on her knees and beat her up. I can do it. Diana stood at attention, her hand on her heart, for the Lord of Tyrone, for the 95th world of Tyrone. Yao-in rolled his eyes at Diana, and looked at Enruidal with a cold expression. So she has been selected, right? Then why did you call me here? Legally speaking, you are still her guardian, and you have the right to decide whether she joins the Titan Corps. And Rita took out a paper document and handed it to Yao-in. You can sign your opinion. If you disagree, she will not be allowed to drive the Titan. Can my opinion affect whether she drives the Titan? Yao-in was a little surprised. He thought his daughter had to go to the battlefield for Talon. And Rita nodded, took out a pen and put it in Yao-in's hand, then looked at Diana helplessly. Diana clasped her hands together and asked Andreda to persuade her father again, at least not to give her the decision-making power, otherwise she would definitely leave the Witch of Mars. But Andreda shook her head helplessly. When Yao-in was about to write down his disagreement, he hesitated again, turned his head and looked at his daughter, hesitating for a long time. On the one hand, he certainly didn't want Diana to go to the battlefield. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to let Diana give up the idea of joining the Titan Corps, and felt sad because of it. Seeing this, Diana felt that it was most likely impossible for her to join the Titan Corps, and became dejected. Yao-in hesitated for a while, then slowly picked up the pen and tapped the document. His eyes moved back and forth between his daughter and the document, and he finally wrote down his agreement. Let her drive the Titan. Yao-in handed the document to Enrita, then looked at his daughter. You must learn every function of the Titan, especially the escape function. I hope you won't make me regret it. Of course not. Diana hugged Yao-in and thanked her father for allowing her to become a Titan driver. Yao-in was not very happy, and silently pushed his daughter away and turned away. In Andreda's eyes, Yao-in's back looked very lonely, like an old man. Thank you, Uncle Andreda. Diana saluted Andreda. No need to thank me. Andreda shook his head slowly and turned away. Diana finally got what she wanted and immediately sent a communication to the Legion Lord Omuan. At this time, Omuan was soaking in the iron kin on the command deck of the Agrippina's Glory. From the communication image, his limbs were replaced by cables, and his mouth and esophagus were replaced by metal implants, which looked a bit scary. Lord, when can I drive a Titan? Diana asked expectantly. Omuan on the communication video glared and scolded. God's machine is not your servant. You should ask me when I will have the honor to fight with God's machine. Yes. Diana immediately became serious and asked respectfully, when will I have the honor to fight with God's machine? Fight? Humph. Do you think God's machine can be deployed at will? Our entire legion is deployed once every 10 years on average. Just wait. Omuan said. 10 years? Diana was confused. Aren't we warriors? The galaxy is full of wars. Why do we only go out once every 10 years? Do you think the God machine will participate in even the smallest battles? Omen glared at Diana, and after thinking, he said, but you are a newcomer after all. In addition to learning theory, you also need to undergo practical training, otherwise you won't even understand how to keep the formation moving forward during the war. Diana nodded vigorously. Yes, Lord. The 5-year theoretical training began. Diana thought that she only needed to be indoctrinated with knowledge, or that OMN would arrange someone to teach her verbally, but the complexity of the matter was far beyond her expectations. Before the first class began, Diana was first taken to bathe and change clothes by the Mechanicus priest assigned to her, and then knelt in the temple of the Legion to pray to OM Messiah, the god of all machines, and the original power. During the prayer, the priestess and her mechanical servants would circle around Diana with incense until Diana's whole body was filled with the smell of metal. Then we learned the etiquette of the Mechanicus, understood the hierarchy of the Mechanicus, and learned how to identify the status of a Mechanicus member. These complicated rituals alone took most of the day, and we didn't start learning until the afternoon. Under the feet of the god's machines, everyone in every crew of the Legion held hands and formed a circle, surrounding Diana and several other new members of the Legion. There were soulless people who were trained with Diana, and they were the crew members of the Mars which, due to the high degree of automation of the Mars which, there are only 3 crew members including Diana. That is, 1 captain and 2 operators. The 2 operators are also very strong soulless people, wearing suppressors like Diana. As for other types of personnel, there are still many, such as the random priest and her servitors, the guard team, the laborers. These people are not qualified to be trained with the crew members, nor do they need to be trained together. What they need to learn is completely different from the crew. All the crews of the OM Messiah Blade Legion still attach great importance to the newcomers. Even OMN, who was in a nutrient tank, was carried out by the servitors and placed in front of Diana. Obviously, the Legion Lord intends to train the newcomers personally. OMN had to go through a series of rituals before being carried out. It only took 2 minutes to lift him and the tank out of the Agrippina's glory, but it took 2 solar hours due to the ritual. Be thankful. OMN looked at Diana, who was yawning. Our Legion was reorganized, and there is no deep-rooted Legion culture. Otherwise, you would have to spend a few years to integrate into the Legion culture. Yes, Lord. Diana nodded helplessly, and forced herself to listen to the class. OMN then began to introduce his identity and experience. He is a man who has lived for 6,000 years. He has almost no original biological tissues on his body. All of them are replaced by machines. OMN only briefly talked about his background, and did not go into details. Then he popularized his duties and status to Diana. I am the Lord of the Legion, or you can call me the high-ranking steward, but I like the title of Lord. You must obey my orders in war or peacetime. If you disobey or act without authorization, I will use my volcanic cannon to blow up the command deck where you are. Diana nodded to show that she understood. Then OMN continued to explain. Chapter 355. Learning is always boring. Especially the traditional way of learning. Diana received a full month of study in the Corps. She learned very quickly, but in this month, she only learned what her duties as a captain were, and what the 2 operators were. It was mainly because OMN and the Corps' senior leaders spent a lot of time teaching Diana about rituals, but there was not much real dry goods. But it was not that OMN deliberately did not teach important things, but in their eyes, rituals were the most important. Titans are called God's machines, and are highly valued in the Mechanicus. Naturally, there are many rituals. In the case of organic souls, these rituals are not useless. Whenever Diana felt that the rituals were useless, OMN would convince her with his own personal experience. 1,000 years ago, OMN lost contact with the Titan on the battlefield. At that time, the Titan was damaged, and the only thing the crew could do was to pray to OM Messiah and perform rituals in the command deck. Then the Titan raised his arm and fired a shot at the slowly approaching enemy Titan. Diana, who was persuaded by OMN, realized the importance of the ceremony and would seriously learn how to perform the ceremony. OMN was no longer dormant. He always personally educated Diana, allowing this newcomer to enjoy a treatment that was rare in the entire galaxy. Until one day Qin Mo brought the Yaoan guards to the Celestial Engine and visited the Legion's base. OMN did not teach Diana in person. How many times should the incense burner be shaken when arranging incense for the command throne? Once, twice, 3 times, and end at 3 times. Very good, and then how many steps are there in the ritual process when connecting with the machine's soul? 72 steps. Qin Mo and Yao En stood side by side at the window on the 2nd floor of the Legion hangar, looking down at Diana, who was receiving ritual training at the feet of the Titan below. It can be seen that she really likes to drive the Titan. Yao En suddenly said, otherwise, with my daughter's personality, she would not have the patience to learn these. I can see that. Qin Imo nodded. At this time, the Mechanicus priest, who was accompanying the group, walked into the room, followed by a dozen mechanical servants. These mechanical servants carried the jar containing into the room and gently placed the jar on the ground. Praise Messiah. Limbs were gone, and his body had degenerated to the point where he could not move. He could only salute Qin Imo with words. Praise Messiah. Qin Imo nodded repeatedly, then raised his hand to allow to leave the jar. Omen found that his body floated up, penetrated the tempered glass of the tank, and was exposed to the air. He felt scared at first, because once his body was exposed to the air, he might be infected with many germs. After all, his immune system was gone. But Omen soon found that his body was no different from that in the tank, except that he could feel the outside air touching his skin and breathe fresh air, and the respirator was no longer filled with the stench that had been circulated countless times. While Omen was enjoying himself, Qin Imo carefully adjusted the physical rules of Omen and his surroundings to ensure that he would not be harmed by germs in the air or other types of external damage. You know you don't have to stay in the jar, right? Qin Imo glanced at Omen. You can go to Taiwai to receive prosthetic transformation. I know, but I just hope to come out and relax occasionally, and I don't want to leave this jar forever. Omen shook his head and said. Hearing this, Yaoen couldn't understand, but Qin Imo knew what Omen was thinking. Titan pilots are extremely obsessed with the connection with Titans. When they drive Titans, they feel that they can destroy the world and do everything. When on Titan, Omen is the captain of the glory of Agrippina. He can annihilate an entire regiment of infantry with just one shot. When not on Titan, Omen is just a disabled person soaked in a jar. Even a child with a file can poke a hole in the jar and kill Omen. Maybe I can upload you into the Titan, so that you can merge with the glory of Agrippina forever. Qin Imo said. Is this really possible? Omen was very surprised, but his facial muscles had degenerated, and he couldn't even make an excited expression. Maybe? Qin Imo just speculated. Under normal circumstances, it is possible, but the glory of Agrippina is a Titan with a long history and an organic soul. If Omen's consciousness is uploaded into the Titan, it may have unpredictable consequences. All things are difficult at the beginning, but we have to start. Qin Imo wants to try to store a person's soul into another kind of personality matrix, which requires a lot of experiments. After thinking about it, Qin Imo got back to the point. In fact, Diana doesn't need to learn rituals or anything. Omen wanted to explain, but he didn't have time to open his mouth. I know you think rituals are useful, and in fact they are useful, I have to admit. But Diana is a soulless person, and the inhibitor on her body is reduced by 10%, which is enough to make the Mars, which unaffected by any supernatural phenomena or subspace energy. Warp energy, supernatural phenomena. Omen knew that this was the conclusion drawn by the Telonians from their study of the warp. They believed that powerful godlike creatures existed, and that machine spirits existed. After verification, they also admitted that all the rituals performed by the state religion and the Mechanicus were truly effective. But they believed that rituals were just a means of invoking the energy of the warp to interfere with reality. If you think along this line of thought, then Diana, as a powerful soulless person, really has no need to learn rituals, because rituals have no effect on her except wasting time. The Mars Witch, which is equipped with a medium that can use the power of the star god, cannot produce a machine soul. The only thing that is close to the machine soul is the intelligent system implanted with the personality matrix. I will terminate Diana's ritual course immediately. Oamen's head shook up and down with difficulty, as if he was saluting. You have the final say. Yaoan was even more confused at this time. He couldn't understand why the Agrippina people were so respectful to the Lord of Talon. The ruling sage named Vic actually abandoned his Titan Legion, so that the Legion could serve in the Talon Star region. And the Lord of the Titan Legion in front of him. He doesn't need to salute the governor of the Star region, and can even forcibly requisition the population and materials of the Star region. I will let Diana start practical training, starting with formation training. Omuan reported. You are the senior steward of the Legion, Diana is your subordinate, you can make arrangements for her at will. Qin Imo nodded. Omuan nodded, and was silent for a while. Chapter 356. The silence lasted for 2 minutes. Omen said nothing, but his eyes rolled around, as if he was thinking about something. Yaoan and Qin Imo could see that he seemed to have something to say, but was just hesitating whether to say it. After hesitating for a moment, Omen spoke carefully. I have fought for humans and the Order for thousands of years. The only thing I care about is fighting side by side with God's machinery. My love for God's machinery and my determination to be loyal to Om Messiah are more important than anything else. Just say what you want to say, as simple and direct as a machine, don't beat around the bush. Chin Imo said. Om trembled. Will I be honored to be recognized by you like Sage Vic? Chin Imo nodded and raised his hand. Om's jar, and all the mechanical devices and bionic organs implanted in his body were disassembled into atoms or molecules, and then reassembled in the state of atoms or molecules. The degenerated and useless organs and biological tissues on Om's body were stripped off and replaced by new biological tissues that can transmit biological and electrical signals. Until this change was completely over, Om's body turned into a cube, like a metal part of some large machine. His head was attached to the top of the cube, like the common wetware in the Empire, but his head still had absolute control over the body. The other three surfaces of the cube were slots for inserting cables, and the inside was a life support device. Only a little bit of nutrient solution was needed to keep the highly metallized Omen alive for a long time. In Omen's subjective experience, his brain worked faster, and he had a clear analysis of everything. Those things that were usually not quantifiable were quantified in his brain. Destiny and the future, such mysterious things, became digital probabilities in Om's feelings. Om's head looked up at the roof. I feel like a new life. Yaoan looked at Om with a cold face. In his eyes, this high-level steward was turned into a mechanical freak. Unreasonable, indescribable. It was completely inhuman. But Om did not fall into madness, but ecstasy. At this time, Chin Imo realized that this Om and Agrippina's ruling sage Vic belonged to the same type of people. They are all crazy mechanicus who are fanatical to the point of being unreasonable. Omen will not consider how he will eat, how he will marry and have children, how he will enjoy himself. He will only feel that he has completely gotten rid of the bad nature of flesh and blood creatures, and will no longer be troubled by birth, aging, sickness and death. After an almost impossible mechanical transformation that cannot be completed no matter how much money is spent and how many sages are found, he was reborn as a true servant of Om Messiah. And he is closer to Om Messiah both physically and mentally. Om was not the only one who was so fanatical. His priest was looking at him with envy and jealousy. This high-level steward had completely ascended, while he was still dragged down by the little flesh and blood on his body. This is not a true rebirth. Chin Imo put down his hand. Sooner or later, you will be truly reborn, reborn as the Titan of Agrippina's glory. You are the Titan, and the Titan is you. Praise the God of all things. Praise Om Messiah. Omen was carried out with a big laugh, and he was stuffed into the Agrippina's glory again. Chin Imo watched Omen leave. He did not think he was the Om Messiah. Even if the Om Messiah was not something in the warp, nor the Emperor, it should be the Void Dragon. But so what? The Battle Sisters in the Exorcist Dead Zone could obtain the Emperor's miracles through prayer, but the prayers of the Mechanicus were not answered. Maybe there was no Om Messiah in the universe, or everyone could be the Om Messiah. The next day, 2 Warhound Titans, and the Mars which Titan left the celestial engine, and were sent to a star system on the northern border of the Talon sector. The mission of these 2 Warhounds is to teach Diana how to walk in battle. There is a lot of knowledge about how to walk a divine machine. It is not something that Diana can do by just rubbing the joystick. She must learn how to walk with the Warhound Titan without tripping her companions due to control errors. Before the actual training officially begins, Diana does not need to go through the tedious ceremony, but the 2 Warhound Titans that come with her have to go through a 3-day ceremony. While waiting in the transport ship, Diana lay by the porthole and looked down at the planet below. It was a green planet full of life, with only one colony on it. Diana thought that no one else would be so idle as to come to this colony planet, but she soon saw a ship decorated with the emblem of the Knight family jumping out of the dimensional space and coming to the orbit of the planet. The emblem of the ship was a rose with a red background. After the ship entered the orbit, it immediately launched a castle-shaped airdrop capsule to the ground. Turn on the holographic image, and let me check the situation of the surface colony. Diana gave an order to the wall. Then a projection appeared in the room, changing the entire room to a surface environment, and a fortress-style colonial city appeared not far away. The situation in this colony was not optimistic. Men, women, young and old were armed with weapons or using fixed heavy weapons to defend the city, and they were attacked by dense beastmen. These creatures really have human characteristics, such as walking upright, having hands and feet, and thick fur covering their strong flesh. The orc shaman with goat horns stood on the stone holding a banner, roaring in the language of the orcs to drive his kind to charge. These orcs were holding laser rifles. Heavy weapons were very rare, and their only advantage was their large numbers. Soon the only advantage of the orcs was gone, because the castle-like airdrop pod landed with a bang, and the shell opened to reveal the Red Knight inside. This was a brave knight, but it had an Avenger Gatling gun mounted on its left arm, and a chainsaw mounted on its right arm. The scarlet emblem and the rose pattern on the surface of the knight announced to the friendly forces and enemies the identity of it and its owner, the Scarlet Rose, and Duchess Donna. Buzz. The whistle sounded throughout the battlefield, attracting the attention of the defenders in the colonial city. An officer climbed up the observation tower and gestured to the Scarlet Rose for a long time, revealing the location of the chieftain of the Beastman tribe to Donna. The Scarlet Rose raised its right arm to salute the officer, and then the entire night was controlled by Donna to rush towards the Beastman army, and the heavy body rushed forward while firing. The Beastman chieftain was blown to pieces by the Gatling gun, and his guards and tattered armor were sawed into pieces by the knights, who rushed over with chainsaws. The Beastman army began to disintegrate and flee, and the shaman planted the tribe's flag on the stone before leaving. The flag was printed with two pythons with particularly strange shapes. But the flag was immediately crushed by the Red Rose, and Donna controlled her knight to pose in a very handsome posture to declare victory. The people in the colony ran out happily, surrounding the knight to offer their specialties and property. Donna left the cockpit, walked along the knight's left arm to the barrel of the Gatling gun, and accepted the gratitude and worship of everyone. Chapter 357. After watching the battle, Diana took a transport plane to the ground. The transport plane landed on the apron of the colony. Diana came out and stood in the distance to watch Donna, but did not immediately go up to greet her. At this time, Donna was wearing a tight red combat uniform, standing on the barrel of the Gatling gun, and her every move had the noble demeanor of a knight. It's just that compared to 10 years ago, Donna is already in her 30s, and has a plumper figure. Otherwise, she would definitely be very heroic. I can't accept your payment. Donna righteously refused the colonial specialties and throne coins. With great power comes great responsibility. This is what a knight should do. Amid the people's welcome, Donna immediately lowered the barrel to the ground with the help of the servants, and walked towards the interior of the colony. I will respond to every colony's request for help as always, and I will not accept payment as always, but you still have to buy me a drink. For Tyrone, for the Emperor. Donna entered the colony tavern surrounded by people. The tavern owner, who was standing on the city wall with his daughter and shooting at the beastmen, immediately took out the fine wine he had collected for many years to entertain the Baroness. The owner wanted to fill Donna's glasses, but Donna took the bottle and gulped it down. The bottle of wine she drank was more expensive than the reward prepared by everyone just now. But who let her be a knight who came to help? The owner could only smile and take out another bottle of wine. My Lord Duke. Diana quickly ran to Donna and sat down, pouring her a glass of wine. Donna looked at Diana in confusion and asked in confusion, "Aren't you a little girl training in the Titan Corps? Why did you run away, kicked out by the Corps General?" Just as Diana was about to explain, a man came and interrupted their conversation. The man was well dressed and looked like the manager of the colony. The man first saluted Donna and then solemnly thanked her. "Thank you very much for responding to the colony's request for help again." This was indeed not Donna's first visit to the colony. She had been here just a month ago, and she had dealt with the beastmen at that time. Why are they still the beastmen? Donna took a sip of wine and asked with some dissatisfaction, "It's been a whole month. Why haven't you cleaned up those subhuman tribes? I remember you ordered a batch of agricultural mechas, didn't you?" The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We did order a batch of agricultural mechas, and we also replaced them, and then sent them to the primeval forest to destroy the beastman tribe, but none of them came back. How? How is this possible?" Diana couldn't believe it. Those agricultural mechas are essentially quasi-military weapons. When equipped with weapons, they are no different from knights, and even faster and stronger. The beastman tribe on this planet can't resist the attack of agricultural mechas at all. Even if they can stop them, there should be a survivor who can come back to explain the situation. How could no one come back? I can be sure that no one came back alive. The man shook his head helplessly, but a team we sent out found the remaining data chip, which contains what the agricultural mechas took. After saying that, the man snapped his fingers at the tavern owner, who immediately connected the data chip to the computer on the bar counter, and played the video for Donna. The video was from the perspective of the mecha, facing backwards, running wildly in the primeval forest. The perspective turned, and Donna could see that only 2 mechas were left on their way home. Those snakes. I may not be able to go back. If those snakes catch up with me, I will stay. You keep running, run back to the city, and report the situation to the steward. No. Father. No. Stop talking nonsense and run at full speed. The voices of 2 mech pilots came from the computer. They continued to run for a while, and then there was a rustling sound. The mech pilot who recorded the video looked back, and could only see the outline of a giant python in the dark forest. The python suddenly lowered its body and rushed towards the mech pilot. As its huge body moved across the ground, its fanged mouth emitted a green light. When the two sides get closer, the data chip is disturbed and stops recording. Damn. Donna took a big gulp of wine. I thought the python on the flag was just a god made up by the beast men, but it actually exists. Diana looked at the computer screen and suddenly thought of something. How big is this python? 22 meters. The man answered. 22 meters? Diana was shocked. What kind of creature can grow so big? Isn't the oxygen content of this planet very high? Donna on the side interrupted. No matter how high the oxygen content is, it can't breathe such a big snake. Maybe it's not a living creature at all? There is another possibility. It is a living creature, but not an ordinary one, the man said. In the education received by the Talon people, there was an explanation of all the subhumans in the Empire. Beastmen are also a subhuman like ogrins and ratlings. Originally, beastmen were legal, but now they are not, because they are particularly susceptible to the influence of the subspace and corruption. So what the man said was not wrong. Maybe the snakes believed by these beastmen were really creatures, but they were just a kind of warp creature. As long as it was connected to the warp, it would be reasonable for the snake to be 100 meters tall and able to spray green light. This is a bit beyond my ability. Donna looked embarrassed, but she did not say that she was going to give up and leave. Instead, she said, I have to get all the knights in my family to deal with this matter. Mobilizing the knight family requires a lot of manpower and material resources, which is a considerable expense. Donna was running around showing her chivalry just to escape the cumbersome rules of the family, and she had to pay for every battle out of her own pocket. The expenses required to mobilize the entire family were not something Donna could afford alone. I will ask my superiors to allocate materials and money. The man saluted Donna. Then I trouble you and your family. I sign the transfer order right away. Donna nodded. Or you can leave this matter to the Titan Legion. Diana interrupted. Donna was stunned for a moment, then shook her head after thinking carefully. The Legion will not care about this matter. They don't care about the spirit of chivalry. Originally, they probably wouldn't care. Diana nodded. She knew OM's personality. But it's different now. My crew, and the other 2 crews in the Legion are coming here for practical training. The 22-meter snake is just a matter of convenience. Hearing this, Donna and the man raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. In the end, all 3 nodded and thought it was feasible. Chapter 358. 3 days later. The crews of the 2 Warhound Titans had completed all the rituals, and were finally ready to go. Inside the transport ship, the priests and the servitors placed incense burners on the road that the divine machine must pass through, and then knelt down to worship the road. The 2 Warhound Titans walked out of their respective hangars, lined up on the road, and rushed to the transmission platform. Diana and her crew members had already boarded the Mars Witch, and the 3 entered the command deck amid the welcome of the bowing Mechanicus. The 2 operators walked to the 2 seats below the command throne, and Diana, the captain, sat on the command throne. The service skulls carried a large number of cable connection devices, and flew to the crew members, connecting the cables to the back of their heads and spines. The crew members had undergone specialized transformation. They had the original interface behind their heads, but the middle of their spines were replaced by prostheses full of connection holes. When the cables were connected to the spine and the back of the head, Diana and the other 2 operators felt as if they had fallen into a dark ocean and were sinking continuously. The 3 of them closed their eyes tightly, feeling and welcoming the feeling of connecting with Titan. Link program started. Crew members are in good condition, operating units are synchronizing. Cold electronic sounds echoed in the brains of each crew member, and the 3 of them felt like they sank to the bottom of the dark ocean, hit the ground heavily, and then bounced up. Synchronization completed. Engine and other additional units are starting. The connectors used to fix the Mars, which in the hangar were pulled off one after another. As the priests sang binary hymns praising Om Messiah and Panacea, the fusion reactor of the Witch roared and started. A blue horizontal line lit up on the huge head of the Mars Witch. The arms with phase wave cannons attached to them swayed slowly under the adjustment of the operator, and a buzzing charging sound was emitted. Behind the command deck, a 5-meter-high black metal sphere began to extract energy from the reactor, and the laws of physics turned into a blue storm visible to the naked eye, sweeping around the sphere. When the blue lines of the power of the Castor Star God appeared on the surface of the metal sphere, the startup process was completely completed. Diana on the command throne slowly opened her eyes. Blue light flashed on her eyeballs, and her temperament became much calmer and more determined. The divine machine is out. The roar of the whistle resounded throughout the transport ship. The right leg of the Mars which stepped out and hit the deck heavily, then the left leg, until the entire divine machine slowly left the hangar and came to the road leading to the transmission platform. When the divine machine moved, Diana and the other 2 crew members could feel the vibration. They felt everything with surprise, as if they had merged with the divine machine and were walking among the human world with the power of thunder and lightning, spreading the power of Om Messiah on its behalf. Mars Witch Crew. A communication image appeared in front of everyone on the Witch Crew, showing the appearance of a man with a highly modified head. His name is Sharon, the captain of the Thunder Dog Titan crew, and the main person in charge and commander of this practical training operation. This man gave Diana the feeling of being cold but gentle and easy to talk to. Captain Sharon. Diana raised her hand to salute. Sharon nodded silently, and then said, "After you returned to the transport ship from the surface, you reported to me what happened on the ground, and your intention to assist the local colony in dealing with the threats of the Beastman tribe and the giant python." "Yes." Diana nodded. "But sorry, according to the Legion's rules and regulations, I must reject your request." Karen said with a straight face, "The purpose of our trip is to conduct practical training, but we cannot rule out the possibility of encountering emergencies during training. I need you to concentrate on this training and deal with all the troubles and emergencies encountered during training." Diana was a little confused when she heard this. She didn't understand what the emergencies Karen was talking about. Karen saw the little girl's confusion and rolled his eyes helplessly. "Since you have conducted reconnaissance activities on the surface of the planet before, the choice of the location for this practical training is left to you." "I understand." Diana suddenly realized what Karen was thinking and thanked him gratefully. "Thank you, Captain Karen." Karen forced a smile, nodded silently, and then cut off the communication. Diana raised her hand, and a map image appeared in front of her. She immediately marked the deepest part of the forest on the surface of the planet, and then shared the marked location with the other 2 Warhound-class Titans. "Get ready for transmission." The priest's voice sounded. The transmission device of the Legion transport ship was immediately charged. 3 seconds later, all the Titans entered the dimensional space, and 1 second later, they appeared 20 meters above the forest and fell directly. The 3 divine machines landed with a bang, and after a tremor that shook the earth, the divine machines stabilized their bodies. Captain Karen drove the Thunder to the right. The War Dog Titan was small and very agile, and soon ran to the left of the Mars, which 700 meters. Another War Dog ran to the right of the which 700 meters. "Karen is in place," Captain Sharon reported, and then gradually activated the plasma blasters connected to the shoulders of the Warhound Titan. "We may encounter an emergency, so make sure all weapons are ready." "Good fellow, aren't we here to clean up the python?" The captain of another Titan also activated the plasma blaster. "Are you trying to satisfy the righteousness of a little girl, or to please the future female captain of the War Master class?" Sharon closed the log record and retorted to his old friend, "I am maintaining the relationship between the Legion and the Telonians to prevent them from cutting off our supply. Besides, believe it or not, if the leader is here, he will definitely rush to help." "Haha, come on, hurry up." 2 Warhound Titans escorted the Mars, which on both sides, and the entire inappropriate formation slowly advanced in the forest. At this time, the fog in the forest was very heavy, and some trees were as high as 30 meters. Even the Warhound Titans would be blocked by the trees. Only the Mars Witch of the War Master class could look down at the forest and identify the route. "Dispel the fog in front of you," Karen ordered Diana. At this time, Diana didn't know how to use the medium that could transmit the power of the Lord of Tyrone. She looked back at the metal sphere floating behind the deck and closed her eyes to feel it. That medium was part of the Titan, and Diana could sense it just like her organs. Diana concentrated her attention, thinking about dispelling the fog. The sphere began to release energy. The captains of the other 2 Warhound Titans suddenly felt palpitations, as if their souls were being pulled by something. After 3 seconds of charging, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The fog was dispelled. The heavy dark clouds covering the forest were also dispelled. A large number of trees, stones, and soil were also dispelled. The entire forest was blown into a huge deep pit with a radius of 20 kilometers by lightning, and the impact of dispelling the fog and clouds was just incidental. Chapter 359. "That's good, you can focus on formation training. Karen looked at the deep pit in front helplessly, imagining how clearly he could see the pit from the planet's orbit. You must have killed those 22-meter-high snakes. Sorry, I'm not very skilled yet. Diana herself was confused. During the theoretical training, the Legion Lord Oemin explained the characteristics of the Mars Witch. There is a medium on the command deck of the Mars Witch, which is the metal sphere. Its material is exactly the same as the small device on the neck of the guard, and this device can be used to passively or actively exert the power of the Lord of Tyrone. Although Diana always heard her father talk about how awesome Lord Tyrone was at home, saying that he could kill a legion with just a wave of his hand, she did not think that the medium of the metal sphere had the power of Lord Tyrone himself. However, the facts prove that the medium of the metal sphere might not have the power of Lord Tyrone himself, but the power it could exert was also amazingly strong. Keep going. Karen drove the Thunderbolt forward quickly. The Mars Witch and another Warhound Titan also moved forward as usual, and the three Titans soon arrived at the edge of the deep pit. At this moment, Karen suddenly had an idea and ordered Diana, "Can you try to get us through this pit quickly?" Diana closed her eyes, and felt the spherical medium again as before. Blue lines appeared on the surface of the medium again, but this time, there was no lightning or flame, as if nothing had happened, except that the Thunderbolt's auspicious instrument showed that the air reading at the bottom of the deep pit was different from the normal air. The Thunderbolt took a step forward, stepped on it tentatively, and then its legs were suspended in the air. The leg didn't step on anything, but it was like stepping on something, not only stabilizing the Titan's body, but also allowing the Titan to take another step with it as a fulcrum. Then a very amazing scene happened. The three Titans walked on the air above the deep pit as if they were walking on flat ground. It was obvious that the air here was distorted into a solid. This is not bad. I originally wanted you to teleport us over, but this will work, Karen said. The three Titans continued to move forward until they passed the deep pit created by lightning. 90% of the planet's surface is covered by forests. Even though the circular pits of tens of kilometers are clearly visible in low Earth orbit, they are nothing compared to the forest as a whole. As the Titans walked through the pits and went deeper into the forest, they were getting farther and farther away from the colonies behind them. Every 10 kilometers, Diana would order the operator to blow the whistle of the Mars Witch, using a deafening roar to drive away the beasts in the forest. At the same time, she was also concentrating on operating the Mars Witch to move forward. The whole training was completed quite well. At least Karen was very satisfied with Diana and admitted that she was indeed talented. Karen sent a transmission preparation command to the transport ship, but before he could announce the end of the training, he suddenly saw a huge object approaching quickly in the distance on the Auspex. When the scan results were shared on the Mars Witch, Diana was staring at the holographic image in front of her, which showed a large group of beastmen. The number of these beastmen was as high as 1 million. Although the number of beastmen tribes without large anti-armor weapons could not pose a threat to the Titans, their huge number still made Diana sigh. The beastmen shuttled back and forth between the forests and gradually gathered together. They did not launch an attack, but just stood on the ground and looked up at the three divine machines, but they were using their flesh to form a blood and flesh defense line to block a python statue. The tribal shaman, who had escaped earlier, waved the snake god flag, calling on more of his kind to stand in front of him to make the blood and flesh defense line more stable. Don't stare at those ants. Karen's communication image replaced the holographic image and issued a stern order to Diana. A large object is approaching quickly. Concentrate on preparing for battle. Yes, Captain Karen. Diana retracted her gaze, activated the scanner, and focused on checking the scan results. A moment later, a 22-meter tall python appeared in the sight of the three Titans. Although Diana had seen the video before, the video was too blurry, and the light was too dim. The only information she could get was that this python was very large, and could emit green light from its mouth. Now that she saw the python in person under the sun, Diana obtained more information. That giant python is not a creature. It looks like it is made of metal, with words of an unknown civilization engraved on it, and some mechanical parts of its body emit strange green light. This giant python is obviously a man-made mechanical body, and the alien race that made it has a strong culture of biological worship. Pythons are very common animals on their alien race's home planet, and are integrated into the biological worship culture. Then this alien race imitated the python to make this mechanical body. When the metal giant python appeared, the Beastman tribe regarded it as the descent of a god, and they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the giant python. The python's eyes swept across the Beastmen, finally fixed on the largest Martian Witch Titan, and immediately crawled over to attack. Retreat! Karen shouted to remind Diana, and controlled the thunderbolt to rush towards the python. The plasma cannons connected to his shoulders fired continuously during the rush. The first blue plasma bomb flew past the python's head, and the second plasma bomb hit the python's waist, blowing it into two pieces. But the battle was obviously not over yet. Dense metal tentacles extended from the broken part of the python's metal body, and the two broken parts of the body were refused together. It's living metal. Diana recalled what she had learned in school. There were war machines made of living metal in the Tyrone sector. The characteristics of this living metal were that it had both the strength of metal and the characteristics of flesh and blood. Even after being broken, it could be refused and even grow. Karen had not expected that the giant python was made of living metal. He realized that it would be dangerous to get close to the giant python, but the Warhound Titan could not stop quickly. While gradually slowing down, the giant python wrapped around the body of the Thunderbolt and easily pressed the Titan to the ground. Another Warhound Titan called out Karen's name, approached to a distance where it could shoot accurately, and fired 2 shots at the python's body. Sharon wanted to tell his companions that he was fine, and they could leave him alone, but at this time the python's head came in front of the Titan's head, and its slowly open mouth was not filled with fangs, but with cannons extending in circles. "Captain Sharon!" Diana's call, and the explosion sounded at the same time, and the thunderbolt was turned into powder by the green lightning sprayed by the python. Chapter 360. The crew of the Thunderbolt, along with their god machine, turned into powder that was blown away by the wind. Diana fell into panic, and the crew of another Warhound Titan was stunned and confused. Even though the crew of the Warhound Titan was already a battle-hardened warrior in other legions before the formation of the Owen Messiah Blade Legion, they had never seen such a terrible weapon. The divination result of the Auspex showed that the body of the Thunderbolt, the body that could withstand countless artillery attacks, and the Void Shield were decomposed into atoms. As for the Thunder crew led by Captain Sharon, the only flesh and blood on their bodies were mixed with atoms, and were blown away by a gust of wind. "Go all out to avenge Sharon," the captain of the Warhound Titan reminded him, and sent a string of binary numbers to Diana. These numbers were the next tactics, as well as where the Mars which should stand, and how to cooperate with the Warhounds. Diana immediately controlled the Mars, which to the position facing the giant python, while the Warhound Titan went around from the side. The python had already crouched down and was ready to attack the Mars which, but it seemed to have received some order, and suddenly straightened its body and stood still. The Warhound Titan thought it had a chance to attack and immediately prepared to fire, but before the plasma fragmentation cannon fired plasma, green lightning splashed on the Titan from behind. The left half of the entire Warhound Titan was completely decomposed, and the residual power of the attack could decompose all the crew members. Diana looked around urgently, and fell into despair. Many enemies as difficult to deal with as the 22-meter mechanical giant python appeared at this time. The entire forest was densely packed with giant pythons, completely surrounding the Mars which. A few seconds later, another giant python appeared out of thin air in front of the Mars which, just like a portal opened in the real universe and ran out. Diana only felt that this was a more advanced space transmission technology. The giant python that appeared out of thin air was even larger, with a body length of 100 meters. On the top of the giant python's huge skull-shaped head was a black scorpion, and a throne was mounted on the scorpion's shell. A bright silver metal skeleton sat on the throne, and another metal skeleton guard holding a large shield and a spear stood on the right side of its master. Necrons. Diana identified the species category of the 2 metal skeletons, which she had learned before. Since the other party was Necrons, these giant pythons must be Necrons' war machines, something called a dark construction. However, the style of this giant python was too special, and it did not match any of the dark constructions Diana had learned. She thought that if she really encountered Necrons, what appeared in front of her should be a black pyramid-shaped tomb, or a construction like a scorpion or a beetle. "They are invading our communication channel," an operator reported loudly. Then a series of strange languages appeared in the communication channel, and the voice began to evolve automatically until it became more and more similar to High Gothic. "Apes and inferiors, pay your respects to the noble overlord of the Quoron dynasty." This sentence was said by the guard on the largest python, because he was slowly raising his spear and pointing it directly at the command deck of the Mars which. Next to the guard, the overlord of the undead dynasty named Quoron was sitting on the throne, drinking tea in a dignified manner. The water it drank flowed down the metal ribs to the bottom of the throne. Obviously, it couldn't drink water, but it was doing this meaningless thing for no reason. "Report everything that is happening to the transport ship," Diana ordered the operators. The operators immediately uploaded the information and video data to the transport ship, and the transport ship would forward the data, and then the high level of the Star Zone would know that there were space Necrons here, and the Talon army and navy would come out in full force. But that's for later. Facing these thousands of underworld constructs and a hegemon, Diana pessimistically believed that the Mars, which would not survive until the army arrived. Does driving this big toy make you unable to kneel? The guard's voice sounded again in the communication channel. They are not envoys sent by a certain civilization. We don't need their respect. Overlord Corrin put down the teacup and stood up from the throne. When he stood up, a black scepter appeared out of thin air in his empty right hand, and a python's head was inlaid on the top of the scepter. Corrin's voice appeared in the communication channel. You came in by mistake, and you didn't fire at my pet like your companions did. I allow you to abandon your vehicle and leave with shame, but you must answer my questions. The Necrons are not an alien race that is difficult to communicate with like the Greenskins. They have more complicated and cumbersome etiquette procedures than the human empire, and they also value honor. But Diana didn't want to escape. She hinted to her operator to activate the locking program for the phase gun. Corrin noticed Diana's little move, but he didn't do anything, just asked, "Where does the power you use come from? What is the purpose of using this power? Are you here to wake me up?" After asking 3 questions in a row, Corrin stood on the scorpion on the python's head, quietly watching the Mars which, ignoring the giant cannon that was slowly raised. The guard could see that his master was really eager to get an answer, otherwise the toy of the ape species in front of him would have been smashed long ago. Corrin was indeed very eager, which even made him give Diana unprecedented tolerance. The phase wave cannon on the left arm of the Mars which raised, locked Corrin, and then opened fire. A strong light like a supernova explosion flashed in front of the muzzle, followed by a ray of light heading straight for Corrin. The ray passed through the giant python, through the forest behind the giant python, and through the mountains behind the forest. Its power was unstoppable, and the range was so long that Diana could not see the end of the attack with auxiliary visual instruments. But as the surging energy in the air gradually dissipated, and the vision gradually became clear, Diana saw that Corrin stood there motionless and unharmed, and the underworld structures under it also stood there without any damage. The intelligence system carried by the Mars, which analyzed the attack just now, and transmitted the results to Diana's brain. The attack just now did pass through the underworld structures, and the 2 iron skeletons in front of it, but it did not kill them, because the attack was transferred by a special space technology. The principle is similar to, when the attack is about to hit Corrin, Corrin opens a portal in front of him, the ray enters the space behind the portal, and then is released by the portal open behind Corrin. This is why the ray penetrated the mountain, but Corrin was unharmed. Chapter 361. Is this psychic power? Diana asked the system. In the education Diana received, the only thing that made her think of the space technology of diverting attacks was the theory of the subspace. It was similar to the void shield. Maybe the 2 iron skeletons used the subspace technology? No. The system calculated again and gave an accurate answer. It is pure physical science and technology. Diana became confused. She thought that the teacher had said that the science and technology of the Necrons is equivalent to magic or subspace technology. It was an explanation, but now she understood that it was actually a metaphor. The physical science of the Necrons was obviously at its peak, and in the eyes of other species, it was no different from magic and the technology of using the warp. But since it was pure physical science and technology, Diana looked back at the metal sphere, turned her head, and closed her eyes. Your rudeness angers my master. The guard raised the phase spear and threw it at the command deck of the Titan. The Mars Witch's close-range weapon tried to intercept the spear, but the spear disappeared in an instant and suddenly appeared on the command deck, directly piercing the operator on Diana's right hand. Answer my question. Corrin stared at the Titan. I give you 10 seconds. Diana closed her eyes and did not respond. The operator on her left unfastened his seat belt and ran to his dead companion, trying to heal him with medical technology, but found that the wound caused by the phase spear took his companion's life in an instant and could not be saved. Corrin still waited, and at the same time his eyes shifted to the beast men who knelt before him. What an inferior species. Corrin stared at the beast man. There was no expression on his skull face, and his words were calm, but he really hated these beast men who knelt before him. The guard heard his master's words and turned his head to look down at the beast men, then echoed his master, Yes, my overlord. This is an inferior freak, simply a lowly hybrid born from the intercourse between the subspace and the real universe. Corrin nodded in agreement, thinking of something, and sighed. Such inferior freak species can have their own souls, but we don't. Eliminate them from my sight. Yes, my overlord. The guard nodded, turned around and looked at a python constructed by the Underworld, which was controlled by a program to attack the beastmen. The python crawled in front of the beastmen. When the beastmen thought that the god would bring them blessings, the scales of the python trembled violently, and green light was looming between the scales. Until a special force field was formed around the python, the millions of beastmen kneeling on the ground were turned into ashes in an instant. Corrin felt better, turned his head, and continued to stare at Titan. Don't try to play tricks. It's a great gift that I can let you answer my questions and leave with shame. You should be grateful for my tolerance instead of trying to provoke me. Before he finished speaking, the wave motion cannon on the other arm of the Mars Witch fired. Just like before, a dazzling light flashed in front of the muzzle, and rays were released in the light. Corrin held the scepter in one hand and put the other hand behind his back. He looked up proudly at Titan and used the previous space technology again. However, this time the attack was not deflected. Corrin's experience told it that the new physical rules overrode the rules of the space technology it used, and it could not deflect the rays. Go to hell, alien! Diana roared. Behind her, the black sphere burst into a dazzling blue light. That's the power. Corrin stared at the seemingly unstoppable rays, the hateful power, the power of the shameful deceivers. What are you yelling about? A familiar voice came into Diana's ears. Diana felt her head buzzing. She gasped and focused her attention again. She didn't see the underworld worker structure, nor did she see the overlord of the undead dynasty named Corrin. The Mars which had just passed the deep pit created by the lightning, and the two titans were still moving on the left and right of the witch. Captain, what's wrong with you? Diana looked in the direction of the voice, and was surprised to see that the operator, who was pierced by the phase spear, was still alive at this time, sitting in his chair and looking back at her with a confused face. Captain Diana. Karen repeated his question. Please answer me immediately. What are you yelling about? Where are the aliens here? Are you crazy? Diana didn't know how to explain. She remembered that she saw Karen being killed by the Python construct. Stop training immediately. Karen gave the order and controlled the Thunderbolt to slowly stop. You are in a very dangerous situation now. Then Karen began to tell Diana why it was dangerous. Titan drivers occasionally go crazy because they are affected by the Titan machine soul, and the souls, or wills of the previous drivers will also affect the current driver together with the machine soul. Not only Titans, but even war machines like Night Mechs can affect the driver's mind. Don't think that the reason why those knights are crazy like their ancient ancestors is because they like to play CS. When this happens, unless you are in an emergency on the battlefield, you will not be allowed to continue driving the Titan, and you must take a rest to prevent yourself from going crazy and firing at your own friendly forces. I'm fine, Captain Karen. Diana was eager to explain to Karen what had just happened, but she soon realized that this was not the time to talk nonsense. Diana asked the system if it remembered what had just happened. After calculating, the system replied, because I am connected to the medium created by Lord Talon, I was able to detect the space-time fluctuations that just occurred, and our entire body was sent back 10 minutes ago. After answering, the system asked again, what should we do, Captain? Diana leaned on the throne and pondered for a moment, then ordered, don't move forward, report the current situation to the Star Zone, and wait for reinforcements. Yes. The system took over the Mars, which and controlled the machine to stop and stand still. Karen heard the conversation between Diana and the system on the witch, and immediately moved closer to the Mars witch. The forest was calm and nothing happened. After waiting for a while, Karen asked Diana nervously, I was dead, right? Yes. Diana took a deep breath and nodded blankly. 3 Titans gathered together, each responsible for guarding a direction. After waiting for a while, the giant pythons appeared in groups, and the largest giant python carrying Colin also appeared out of thin air again. We meet again. Colin drank a sip of tea calmly, slowly put down the teacup and questioned Diana. Answer the question I will ask you in 10 minutes, otherwise I will kill you all. Chapter 362. In the dimensional space. The Tyrone Navy, the Celestial Engine, the Army on the Engine, the Complete Star God, the 3 Star God fragments. In short, all the armed forces of the Tyrone Star region are out in full force. In the bridge at the core of the Celestial Engine planetary structure, Chi Nemo stood in front of the holographic image and observed everything that happened on Dead Zone 3. On the surface of Dead Zone 3, 3 Titans were fighting with the awakened Necrons. Their battle would soon come to an end, and the battle would definitely end with the complete destruction of the Titans. Up to now, The battle has been fought 11,221 times. The strength of both sides in this battle is no longer important. What is important is the time and space technology mastered by both sides. When Diana, who has grown up in the battle cycle, becomes more and more proficient in the use of the medium, and is enough to defeat the enemy Undead Overlord, the Undead Overlord will restart time. And when Diana is about to be killed, Qin Mo will actively control the medium to transmit his power to the surface of Dead Zone number 3, which is also the restart time. The timeline of the entire Talon Star Zone has stopped, and it will always be maintained within 10 minutes. The Talon army that received the news and set out to support the Titans must travel in the dimensional space to prevent the timeline from restarting again, and everyone being sent back to the moment of departure. Dead Zone number 3. The burner looked down on the holographic image. This name is obviously the naming style of those traitors. I want to say, if your pets know that the galaxy called the Dead Zone is the territory of the short-lived ghosts, why do they still go there to colonize it? Burner turned to look at Qin Mo. This is even more stupid than knowing the name of the trickster and listening to the trickster. Dead Zone is the name I recorded. No one knew that the galaxy was called Dead Zone before. Mimicry interrupted. Okay, just ignore me. Burner spread his hands. The battle on the holographic image is still going on. Diana has found a trick to deal with the Underworld construct. She used the powerful firepower of the Mars, which to cover the two war dogs, while shooting at the Undead Overlord with the wave cannon. Then the Undead Overlord was unable to deflect the attack with space technology, and restarted time again. It seemed to be going well. At least Diana could hold on until the army came to support her. Even Ewan was proud of his daughter. He stood next to the holographic image with the expression of an old father who was proud of his daughter's bravery and wisdom. But Qin Mo was not happy. He was very worried. He stared at the holographic image, but his attention was not on the image at all. He was thinking about other things. Even the mimicry that could predict the future did not know what Qin Mo was thinking. Only when the mimicry accompanies this flesh and blood star god in biological activities can it predict what Qin Mo wants to do next based on experience. Actually, there is no need to mobilize so many troops. The burner floated to Qin Mo's side. It's enough for the three of us to go. We will teleport to the place when we get there, and then burn the planet and those short-lived traitors to ashes together. Burn to ashes together, we? Qin Mo looked at the burner. Okay, I want to burn them to ashes. But it doesn't matter. What's important is that the three of us will be enough to go down together. Burner said. Qin Mo shook his head and denied it. He habitually made full preparations when facing a strong opponent, and deployed all the troops available. Just like when he welcomed the fragments of Night Embrace before, he and Mimic could beat up Night Embrace and capture it, but he still had to bring the Celestial Engine and Leviathan Iron Mothership. This was to prevent mistakes. Qin Mo insisted on his own opinion. The fleet quickly jumped out of the dimensional space, and came to the outside of Dead Zone number 3. Prepare for battle. Yoan shouted, and rushed towards his soulless army. Other guards also teleported out of the bridge, and went to the Celestial Engine army camp. The Oem Messiah Blade Titan Legion had already been performing the ceremony, and they would also participate in the war. When everything was being prepared in an orderly manner, a triangular tomb suddenly appeared in the galaxy, and this small tomb was close to the Celestial Engine. When the tomb was bound by the tractor beam, and all the weapon arrays of the Celestial Engine were aimed at it, a communication request was transmitted to the bridge. Receive. Qin Mo ordered the communications officer. The communication was connected, and the image appeared. The image flickered a few times, and a silver hunched figure appeared in front of everyone. Traitor. The burner was furious the moment he saw the hunched figure, and the flames all over his body became strong, making everyone in the bridge feel the high temperature. Cuckoo. Trayson leaned on the scepter and slowly walked to the communication equipment in the tomb sleeping room. It seems that you have a new partner, Lord Talon. Are you here to support your kind? Qin Mo asked. Trayson shook his head slowly. No. If I were here to support Colin, I would rush to Dead Zone 3 immediately, instead of driving my little tomb straight to your Celestial Engine. Stop talking nonsense. Can you get to the point? A complaining voice came from the image. There was another Necron in the tomb's sleeping chamber. When this Necron walked up to Trayson and knocked it into the corner of the image, Qin Mo saw a famous ruthless character among the Necrons. Astrologer Orikin. This is a very hardcore prophet. The strength of Orikin is not in the accuracy of his predictions, but even if his predictions are inaccurate, he will use a series of high-end technologies of the dead spirits to return to the past or anchor the future to force his predictions to come true. And Qin Mo couldn't believe that Orikin could appear with Trayson. In the stories about the space dead spirits that Shin-Emo was familiar with, Orikan and Trazyn were mortal enemies. In the past, Orikan visited Trazyn's tomb world and fought with Trazyn in order to retrieve an ancient relic. They were not undeads who were good at fighting. The scene during the fight was like two shrews tearing each other apart. Orikan smashed Trazyn's collection while snatching treasures. In the end, the two of them had to go to court. There is a relic from the Necronter period in Dead Zone number 3. I came here for it, Orikan said. Trazyn said it is very familiar with you, and can speak in front of you. Trazyn lied to you. I am not familiar with it. Shin-Emo shook his head. Hearing this, Orikan turned his head and stared at Trazyn, asking, Then why did you have to come with me? The two prisms on Taraxyn's face turned, and he laughed hoarsely. Ha, ha, your journey is dangerous. I have to protect you. Come on, you are here for the relics. Orikan took the scepter from behind and hit Taraxyn's neck. Taraxyn was not to be outdone, and swung his scepter to hit Orikan's crotch. Their guards stood aside, hesitating whether to open fire on their master's enemies, but they were afraid that their master's clumsy movements would not be able to avoid the shooting, and they would be killed together. The communication video was cut off while the two of them were fighting. Shin-Emo stood in the bridge and waited helplessly until the communication video appeared again. The bodies of Orikan and Trazyn were lying on the screen. The two undead, who had replaced their spare bodies, temporarily reconciled, and stood in front of the communication equipment again. We hope to explain the situation to the Celestial Engine and solve this matter quickly without bloodshed. Trazyn requested, just the two of us, without guards. Shin-Emo nodded in agreement. He was worried about a possible bad thing, and if Trazyn and Orikan could solve this matter quickly without bloodshed, the bad thing would not happen. Chapter 363. The Overlord and the Astrologer left the tomb in a beetle-shaped spaceship, entered the physical shield of the Celestial Engine, and landed on the apron. The soldiers who arrived later took the two into the bridge. Under the watchful eyes of the three-star gods, non-combat dead spirits like Orikan and Trazyn could do nothing at all. I'm here to retrieve the artifacts, Orikan said, the artifacts of the Koron dynasty. The Koron dynasty has an overlord sleeping on Dead Zone 3. According to the sleeping rules set by the Silent King, they should not be here, Trazyn added. Shin-Emo frowned. Shouldn't be here? What do you mean? You understand after you take a look. Orikan took out an ancient scroll wrapped in a static force field, spread it out, and showed Shin-Emo the records on it. The Emperor and Overlord of the Koron dynasty are brothers. Koron on Dead Zone 3 is the Overlord. His brother is sleeping 1,200 light-years away from the Talon Star Zone. Overlord Koron should have been sleeping there, but he didn't. The reason is that after the war in heaven, an ancient saint captive, who was responsible for managing knowledge, predicted that Koron would die from damage to his body during sleep in 1,000,000 years, so Koron ran to Dead Zone 3 to sleep. This is an ordinary record of the history of the space Necrons. The problem is, Orikan put away the ancient scroll. Koron should not have indulged in this. I have never seen this ancient scroll before. Something has affected the past history, and the ancient saint who made a prophecy for Koron should not exist. There is no record of it in the normal timeline. Your history with the reptiles is meaningless to me. The burner stepped forward. I just want to go down and burn your lowly fellows to ashes. I advise you not to. Tarasim walked in front of the burner and looked up at the star god without fear. The artifacts of the Koron dynasty can control time, and the Koron overlord will be invincible. Orikan looked at Tarasim with dissatisfaction, knowing that this guy had done enough homework before coming, and he knew more about the artifacts of the Koron dynasty than he did. Do you think you are the only ones who can play with time? Mimic said, we can send a person back to before the Big Bang, and we can also bring back the matter before the Big Bang. We are better at manipulating time. Orikan laughed and nodded. Of course, there is no doubt that during the war in heaven, you sent the ancient saints of a planet back to before the Big Bang, and let them be annihilated in the destructive rays produced by the explosion, but now you dare to do it again, but you will have to bear terrible consequences. Hearing this, Mimic looked at Shin-Emo. Shin-Emo stood there with his head down thinking. He had to admit that Orikan was right. Carrying out large-scale and multiple space-time changes during this period of time would have terrible consequences, which was exactly what he was worried about. There is an insurmountable veil between the real universe and the subspace. No matter how powerful the four gods are, they cannot cross the veil. Each of their great demons has the power to destroy the universe, but will be weakened after descending into the real universe. In the Battle of Cadia, the Eye of Terror, the subspace rift, the ritual that consumed hundreds of millions of lives, the crystal demon domain on Cadia. All these preparations can only allow Korn to temporarily project a small part of his power into the Cadia system, attack the celestial engine, and then drain all the psychic energy. In the Talon sector, far away from the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom, where the star gods are, the four gods can hardly exert any influence, and can't even say a few words to mortals. Below the veil is the reality membrane that covers the real universe. And turning back time and space will weaken the reality membrane and the veil. When Orican and Trazen were suing, they used time and space technology many times to weaken the reality membrane to the point where the demons could invade. If I don't use time and space shuttle technology, can I subdue Koron? Chi Nemo asked. No way. Orican shook his head. Koron is a lunatic. He doesn't care about the reality membrane. Even if you don't use the space-time technology, he will use it. At that time, he will definitely kill most of the people in your sector in a continuous cycle of 10 minutes. It seems that I shouldn't have built that Titan. It was my power that awakened them. Chi Nemo said. This matter does not depend on what you do, but on what Koron does. Orican walked in front of Chi Nemo. Koron would have awakened during this period. Your power awakening it is just a coincidence. Chi Nemo nodded, thinking that what Orican said was right. Trazen secretly admired Orican's eloquence. This astrologer could always make things clear. Orican's use of the truth to convince Chi Nemo may not seem like a big deal, but it is really a great skill, because some people will make others think they are lying even if they tell the truth, and then mess things up. Trazen then joined in the persuasion. Lord Tyrone, you now face two choices. The first is for us to go down and find Colin and take them all away. Second, Taraxen raised two fingers. You can also take your slaves to exterminate the Koron Overlord and his servants. You can do this easily. If you really go to war, Koron will be killed without leaving any trace. However, it is hard to say how many times you will need to use time reversal during this period. Chi Nemo thought carefully for a moment and nodded. Go down, find your kind and explain it clearly before I launch an attack. Ha 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 ha, thank you. Trazen bowed slowly, pulled Orican back to the Beetle spaceship. The spaceship immediately took off and flew towards the surface of Dead Zone number 3. Mimic floated to Chi Nemo's side and asked in a low voice, do we really have to listen to those traitors? At least one thing they are right, the unrestricted use of time reversal will indeed weaken the reality membrane and the curtain, and then lead to terrible consequences. Chi Nemo replied, but we can make two preparations. In case that guy named Koron does not give face to his kind, then we will go down and uproot this undead dynasty. Mimic nodded. The celestial engine and the fleet continued to prepare for battle. Time passed by minute by minute. Half an hour later, the Beetle spaceship returned to the celestial engine from the Dead Zone number 3 and landed on the apron. Chi Nemo felt that the spaceship could come back, which meant that Colin gave his kind face, so he went to greet Taraxen and Orican in person to thank them for helping to solve a problem. Although they did not come to help him. Chi Nemo came to the front of the spaceship. The door of the spaceship slowly opened, and two round objects rolled out of the cabin and stopped at Chi Nemo's feet. Those were the heads of Taraxen and Orican. The two heads had lost the green light representing life. They were like two good friends who had been beheaded in an accident, and they were honestly stuck together. Deploy the army and start the war. Chi Nemo turned around and ordered. Chapter 364. The overlord of the dynasty sat on the throne, quietly looking up at the sky. Human warships have filled the orbit outside Dead Zone 3. Cologne watched, quietly watching. You know, we will soon not need this fragile body. Cologne heard a familiar voice, and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. A man with dark spots on his skin due to disease sat in front of him. Cologne's part of the memory hidden in the dark corner of the memory chip allowed him to recognize the person in front of him, Trazen. This made Cologne feel very dazed. He looked around and saw no primeval forest or human war machines, only a magnificent palace. In the sky was the fleet of the Necronter race, which was slowly moving on the track with lights and colors, celebrating the upcoming immortality of the entire race. Cologne was not too surprised. He knew that he had fallen into the same old problem again. Perhaps there was something wrong with the memory chip, and he always went back to the past at the level of consciousness. We will be immortal soon. Trazen raised his hand covered with radiation spots, with trembling hands. This movement alone took a lot of effort from his disease-ridden body. I. Cologne smiled and shook his head. He was about to say something to this old friend, but someone suddenly walked in from outside and interrupted the conversation. The most loyal guard of the Cologne family carried a shield and a spear on his back and pushed a wheelchair. Sitting in the wheelchair was a woman with most of her skin peeling off, and a little girl followed the woman. Husband. The woman was pushed to the side of Colin. Colin wanted to touch the woman's hand, but found that he couldn't even lift his hand. The radiation sickness among the Necron was too terrible. Colin couldn't even walk after only living for 50 years. Once upon a time, he was a general who was successful at a young age, leading the Colin dynasty army to kill everywhere. "Father!" The girl ran to Colin and pulled his arm. "Hold me, hold me." "Stop it, kid, your father is very tired." Colin endured the severe pain of his arm being pulled. He wanted to hug his daughter, but he could only force out a smile. "Your father needs to rest." Taraxin connected the exoskeleton to himself and picked up the daughter of his best friend. "But don't worry, your father will be able to hold you soon, and he will be able to return to the battlefield soon." Colin smiled and shook his head. After laughing twice, he coughed violently, and then blood gushed out of his throat like a fountain. His wife immediately struggled to check on her husband, and the daughter held by Trazyn was also frightened and her face turned pale. She ran out of her uncle's arms and threw herself on Colin. "Ahem. I'm fine." Colin wiped the blood with a dry laugh. "Our race can't escape this disaster." The wife looked at her husband sadly, and the daughter opened her eyes and didn't know what her father was talking about. Trazyn stared at his old friend, was silent for a moment, and then wanted to talk about the transformation of the body. But Colin interrupted his old friend first. "I don't want to go into the furnace. Those Catons. They don't look like good things. When I saw them greedily sucking the souls of the ancient saints, I realized this." "But Corin." "No buts, Tarasim. I just want to die with my wife on the beach of Aya, a beautiful ocean planet without green stars." As he said that, Corin's wife held her husband's hand and nodded. Hearing his old friend say this, Tarasim lowered his head, his face a little unhappy. The overlord of the Nirak dynasty suddenly made Corin feel cold and terrible. "The Silent King has ordered." Tarasim raised his head and stared at his old friend. "All Necronter races must enter the biotransformation furnace to gain eternal life. This is mandatory." "Is it the will of the Silent King?" Corin's voice was low and weak. "Or is it the will of the Catons?" Taraxin remained silent and did not respond. At this time, a group of guards walked in from outside the palace. They were the guards of the Silent King. Each of them wore heavy armor and held a magic weapon that could kill the powerful warriors of the ancient elf. "I'm sorry. This is the will of the Silent King," Taraxin said. The guards immediately walked towards Corin. Corin's guards became furious at this time, raised their shields and spears, and roared at the Silent King's guards. "My master does not want to become a machine." The battle began, and the guards were knocked unconscious without any suspense. The guards came to Colin and took him, his wife and daughter away. When being carried out of the palace, Colin whispered to Trazyn, "You will regret it, we will regret it. The day of biological transformation has come." Colin's family was sent to the furnace, and they were the first to be transformed. The daughter lay in her father's arms, and the wife held her husband's hand. The family had no way to resist, and could only accept their fate of being transformed. After entering the furnace, Colin felt as if he was split in two. He was being reshaped by mechanical arms in the workshop, while the other self was lying on the hospital bed, looking at him with desperate eyes. The transformation was completed quickly. Colin's strong body was separated from the workshop support. He rushed out of the furnace eagerly, and saw his family members, who were transformed into mechanical skeletons. Wife, daughter, guard. Colin was a naturalist. He didn't want to be transformed, but there was nothing he could do now. What else could he do except accept it? The only thing that made him feel somewhat relieved was that he and his wife could always be with their daughter, without having to leave her. "My love." Colin walked towards his wife. "I love you, husband." The wife hugged Colin. "I love you, father." The daughter hugged her parents' legs. "At least we are still together." Colin wanted to cry, but found that he could not shed tears. This metal body did not have this function. The family hugged each other for an unknown period of time. "I love you, husband," the wife said. Colin nodded. "I love you too, my love." "I love you, father," the daughter said. "I love you too." Colin picked up his daughter. "I love you, husband," the wife said again. Colin looked at his wife in confusion. "I love you, father." The daughter repeated the sentence again. Colin was stunned for a moment, trembling, and put down his daughter, shaking his head and backing away. "No. No. No." The wife and daughter walked forward clumsily, repeating, "I love you. I love you." Just like the dolls that can be bought everywhere on the street, they can only say the words that the preset program tells them to say, and perform pre-programmed actions. Anger, fear, anxiety, sadness. None of these emotions, because Corin's body has not been programmed to execute emotional instructions. How do we deal with Trazin's body? The guard's question pulled Corin back to reality from his memories. The Dynasty Overlord looked at Trazin's headless replica body with hatred, and then gave a cold order. This is not its original body. But it doesn't matter. Crush it into slag. Put it into the weapon and shoot it out. Chapter 365. Yes, master. After receiving the order, the guard walked to the headless mechanical remains of the Infinite, and smashed down from top to bottom with his left hand holding the shield. The force field on the shield easily crushed the living metal body into powder. As for the remains of the astrologer Orican, although it hated Trazin, its fate was exactly the same as Trazin's, and was smashed into powder by the guard's shield. Colin knew that his enemy was not dead yet, and just watching the living metal body turn into ashes could not ease his hatred. Hate. This word suddenly occurred to Corin, and he began to think about his hatred for the Endless and his anger towards the astrologers. Was it out of emotion or out of his mindset? After careful consideration, Corin thought that 99.9% of it was due to the algorithm, and only the probability that it was infinitely close to zero was due to biological emotion. They are airdropping to the surface of the planet. The guard raised his spear and pointed it to the sky. The human fleet had stopped outside the orbit, and airdrop pods and torpedoes were hitting the surface of Dead Zone number 3. The entire surface was almost filled with these densely packed torpedoes and airdrop pods. One airdrop pod landed not far from Corin. The pod was unfolded, and inside it was not a person or a war machine, but a thing that looked like a signal tower. Let's focus on solving the trouble at hand. Corin looked forward, and the Mars Witch Titan was fighting with the giant python structures approaching it. Corin remembered every revised timeline. In his impression, the Mars Witch Titan and the Warhound Titans around it cooperated better and better, and their combat skills became more sophisticated. However, according to the information shared with the brothers of the Emperor of the Corin dynasty when he woke up, there are many people in the human empire who are more powerful than the driver of the Titan in front of him. At least the Emperor has met many of them. I suggest that the most powerful underworld constructs be dispatched to surround and kill them. The guard said. No. Corin looked at the witch, which pierced through two giant python constructs with one shot. Our technology is more advanced than these ape races. Even if we win, it will be an unfair victory. If we crush them with our numbers and technological advantages, it will be a shame in my war career. The guard nodded, understanding what Corin was thinking. Just like before, unless the Mars Witch launched a fatal attack on Corin, Corin would not reset the time. The Overlord wanted to create a relatively fair fighting environment for the witch. We are fortunate to witness the birth of a warrior, Corin said. At this time, the Mars Witch had just blocked the attack of the giant python construct for the War Dog Titan, and then released lightning to wipe out the giant python. The power of Kaiten has also been used more skillfully by her. The guard turned to look at Corin, intending to use this sentence to remind him that now is not the time to pay attention to the war etiquette of the Necronter period. The reason why he was able to defeat the Kaiten Star Gods was because the Silent King abandoned the war etiquette of the Necronter, a martial race, and used a low-quality, but absolutely effective method to deal with the Star Gods. I want to observe etiquette. Corin looked at his guard, stretched out his hand and grabbed a cup full of tea out of thin air, because this way I will feel that I am still alive. The guard nodded and stood silently beside Column to continue protecting it. At this time, the Undead Overlord and its coffin guard captain did not realize that a special force had already set their sights on them. In the lush forest, under the largest tree, the Ratman sniper team was more accurately teleported to the current complex terrain with the help of the beacon. These were 6 Ratman, and the black power armor wrapped their short bodies tightly. The invisible force field and sound cancellation device integrated on the back of the power armor completely concealed their bodies in the environment. The red viewers on the helmets of the 6 Ratmen were staring at the Mars, which 2 kilometers away, and the space necrophile alien standing on the largest python outside the Mars, which. The captain of this sniper team had 3 lightning bolts and 2 gears engraved on the chest component of the power armor, which meant that he had personally sniped at least 300 enemies and 20 armored vehicles. We have to help Titan, at least help her kill that bastard who can go back in time. The captain quickly climbed up the tree and took out a pistol-sized weapon from his waist. After being deployed, the pistol gradually extended and grew into a 3-meter-long heavy anti-armor sniper rifle. The rest of the lifelings dispersed silently, looking for a suitable sniper position in the forest. The captain put his face close to the scope. Because the distance was too far, it was impossible to see the Corin Overlord. There were only lush forests and boulders in the scope. But the intelligent component on the weapon searched for the target, covering Koron's body in a square frame, and depicted it on the scope like a perspective behind the boulders and trees. Hee, that's right, my old baby. The captain praised his sniper rifle, his hand on the trigger. But he immediately saw the dead spirit in the scope suddenly turned its head to look at him, and its guard also reacted and stood in front of its master. The captain realized that the other party might have some kind of signal search device that would detect the enemy search signal released by the sniper rifle. This was still incredible. Whether in the Talon Unification War or on Cadia, no enemy had ever been able to detect the enemy search signal. The captain wanted to try to fire a shot because he was confident in the penetration of his weapon. But the guard suddenly threw a spear. This strange spear flew over 2 kilometers through the boulders and trees in less than half a second. The livelings are born with amazing reaction speed. When the spear was close at hand, the captain immediately stepped back and disappeared into the rapidly opening dimensional rift. The captain of the liveling sniper team can use faster and more accurate teleportation, which is their privilege. After jumping out of the dimensional space again and landing farther away, the captain continued to aim at the dead spirit. But as before, the dead spirit's guard discovered his position, immediately turned around, raised his hand, and the spear flashed into its hand in an instant, and then was thrown out by it again. The captain rolled back and rolled into the open crack. When he left the dimensional space again, the captain appeared 1 kilometer above Colin. He raised the 3-meter-long sniper rifle with the power brought by the power armor, and this time he turned off the intelligent component integrated into the gun body. In the eyes of the captain, the dead spirits did not notice him. He aimed as hard as possible while falling rapidly, and fired the first shot. A bullet that was constantly accelerated by the electromagnetic force field in the barrel instantly pierced through Colin's back and shot through his 2 ribs. Master! The guard quickly covered Colin under the shield. At this time, another liveling in the sniper team was teleported directly behind the guard, ready to stick the bomb in his hand on Colin. The guard's upper body turned 180 degrees and shot back, piercing the liveling from top to bottom. At the same time as the sound of the power armor being pierced by the phase weapon rang out, gunshots also rang out. A bullet pierced Corin's neck, and then the guard's arm. Another bullet flew in and pierced the guard's head, and then pierced Corin's knee joint standing behind the guard. The guard was injured and fell powerlessly on the carapace of the scorpion construct. It didn't matter whether Corin's knee was shot or not, because his head fell on the carapace when his neck was pierced. The leader of the sniper team crawled out of the dimensional rift opened on the carapace, ready to shoot Corin in the head. Well done. Corin's mouth flashed green light, and he praised the liveling who pointed the gun at him in Gothic. After a bang of the gun, Corin was sent back to the tomb to be reborn. Chapter 366. Report from the 13th Liveling Sniper Team. The overlord of the undead alien has been killed. And Rita came over to report the latest situation. Chi Nemo and the other 2 star god fragments were still standing in front of the holographic image. Chi Nemo did not react after hearing the news that Colin was killed. He stared at the holographic image for a while, but he was indeed thinking. A overlord will not be killed so easily. It did not use the rebirth protocol on the spot, nor did it use their artifact that can go back in time. Then, it must have felt that the intensity of the war had escalated, and it couldn't stay in the forest and continue to fight. Chi Nemo said his speculation. Just as he thought, after losing Corin, the ghost workers in the forest were quickly killed by the Mars Witch. The largest python structure lost the protection of its master, and was pierced by the phase cannon. It didn't stick its living metal body together again, and died just like that. However, it is difficult for the Necrons to die in the true sense. They stopped on the battlefield only because they were forced to be rebuilt by the top leaders. Please check the situation in Antarctica. The Celestial Engine Master Intelligence adjusted the holographic image and released the picture of Antarctica in Dead Zone 3. The natural environment of Dead Zone 3 has been modified by the undead, who indulge in it. Antarctica is also full of forests without wind and snow. The forest was lifted up, and the ground was shaking, as if something was about to drill out from below. Soon a black spire emerged from the ground, followed by the lower part of the spire, until a black triangular giant tower rose from the ground and floated hundreds of meters above the ground. This giant tower is so huge that even the mountains across the Antarctic forest seem small in comparison. A little toy for the traders. The burner pointed at the obelisk. Its size and firepower are not the key is that there is a small wormhole trapped inside it. Chi Nemo nodded. He knew the capabilities of this obelisk. Warning, a large number of undead troops are gathering on other planets. The holographic image was scaled to the size of a galaxy. There are a total of 7 planets in the Dead Zone galaxy, 6 of which are marked with red exclamation marks. Destroy them, and control the battlefield on Dead Zone 3. Chi Nemo ordered. The weapon arrays whose celestial engines had been fully charged all turned around. At this time, this giant engineering creation was located on the star orbit of the Dead Zone galaxy, and there were 3 planets between it and Dead Zone 3. When the weapon arrays on Tianwei I and Tianwei 2 opened fire, the 2 red beams of light converged into a star-destroying beam that instantly illuminated the entire galaxy. No matter which planet you were on, you can see the red sky. The 3 planets were penetrated by the beams one by one within 10 seconds, turning into large fragments floating in the void. Then the giant tower on the planetary structure of the celestial engine locked onto the 3 planets on the other side of Dead Zone 3. The planetary structure of a complete celestial engine is not just big, it carries a giant device that can pull the planet. The 3 planets quickly left the orbit of the star during the traction, and completely left after 10 minutes. The time of hours and minutes cannot be described as fast on an astronomical scale. The planet stopped rotating and left the orbit in a very short time. The surface environment and ecology on it suffered a devastating blow, the crust cracked, and the ocean rose into the air. The undead troops on the 3 planets collapsed along with the planets. At this time, Korin activated his artifacts, and the timeline went back to before the 6 planets in the galaxy were destroyed. Chi Nemo wanted to use the power of the star god to anchor the timeline, so that Korin could not go back, but he found that he could not do it. If the Necrons cannot even get their creations out of the influence of the star god, then the Necrons will not be able to successfully kill a large number of star gods. Directly bomb the Dead Zone number 3. Chi Nemo made another choice in the face of the current timeline. The celestial engine directly fired at the Dead Zone number 3. At this time, time went back again, and K'un-Lun was more anxious than when the 6 planets were destroyed. The tomb world on Dead Zone 3 is hidden in another dimension. Whether the planet is destroyed or not doesn't matter to the tomb world, but unless K'un-Lun never wants to come out, he needs a complete Dead Zone 3. Chi Nemo also needs a complete Dead Zone 3. Only by following the traces left by the tomb, before entering another dimension can he find and destroy the tomb. He also needs a complete Dead Zone 3 as a battlefield. The 2 sides reached an agreement at this time. Timeline goes back. 6 planets were destroyed, and only Dead Zone 3 was intact in the galaxy. Korin could not get support from his subordinates, sleeping on other planets, but he still had the confidence to fight with the army on Dead Zone 3 alone. The obelisk rose from the ground just like the timeline before the previous rewind. The dead army sleeping in the tomb was awakened, passed through the small wormhole bound by the energy field inside the obelisk, and lined up to walk out of the obelisk. Giant Tower, Ark, Doomsday Pumice Tower, Stone Tablet, Underworld Structure, Space Dead Warriors. These troops were deployed on the battlefield in a very short time. Unlike other undead, the underworld structure of the Koron Overlord is not a centipede or a spider, but a python. It can be seen that the culture of this dynasty has python worship. But at present, these troops are not all the forces that Koron can deploy. After the energy field on the obelisk began to move outward and continuously charge the wormhole to expand it, a pyramid-shaped building larger than the obelisk was spit out by the wormhole. The pyramid fell to the ground with a bang, and then the outer circle of the bottom stretched out huge and sharp sickle-shaped legs to support the entire pyramid. The slaughterhouse is cruel enough. Chi Nemo murmured. The slaughterhouse is a terrifying war machine. The human empire had seen this thing when the war broke out between the undead and the human empire. It crawled on the ground, harvesting the lives of the undead enemies with countless Gauss weapons all over its body and the giant underworld structure stored in it. The ancient elves called it the World Harvester, which literally means a terrifying war machine that harvests the entire world. There are many powerful war machines like the slaughterhouse, and the stone tablets that appear on the surface now are one of them. The stone tablet is not the strongest land weapon of the necromancer, but it once destroyed 3 companies of the Imperial Fist Regiment in the war between the necromancer and the Empire, 3 fully staffed companies. This is because the founding regiment has a foundation and can afford to die. If it were another sub-regiment, it would have been cancelled long ago. I have to be a warrior in this war. Chi Nemo took out the power armor and weapons from the dimensional space and began to wear them. The war command work was handed over to the intelligence. At this time, all the stone men and all the main control intelligence in the star zone stopped all the work at hand and supplied 90% of the computing power to the main control intelligence of the celestial engine, allowing it to simulate 10,000 creeds to jointly command the war. Chapter 367. The ships of the Tyrone Navy arrived at the orbit of Dead Zone 3 and began to bomb the undead army. The Iron Man foundry inside the celestial engine has produced hundreds of millions of Iron Men, who will be transported to Dead Zone 3 during the window between two bombings. These Iron Men are not as destructive as the Iron Men in the Iron Man mothership, but they are definitely the most capable Iron Men in comprehensive calculations to assist the human army in combat. Since the Battle of Baal, the Iron Man mothership has been hidden in a galaxy that is not illuminated by the light of the Star Torch, and is rarely visited by humans and aliens. It is coming to Tyrone. Under the arrangement of the main control intelligence, the Iron Man was responsible for fighting the undead army head-on during the bombing window, while the army maximized its teleportation advantage, appearing in regiments behind or on the flanks of the undead army to launch an assault, and then teleported away. The undead army was very powerful, but its heaviness and clumsiness were shortcomings that they could never improve. The main control intelligence believed that making good use of teleportation assault tactics would be effective. Colin did not call his fleet over, but the Tyrone Navy could not bomb in orbit safely. After seeing the enemy's tactics, Corin went back in time and asked his technicians to add efficient anti-orbital weapons to all war machines, as well as technological creations that could provide shelter for the army. The technicians took out the results of their years of research, an energy field generator that could inefficiently distort the laws of physics. When the Tyrone Navy began to bomb, they were immediately counterattacked by the anti-orbital weapons carried by the ground monument. The ships were bound in the gravity field and slowly fell to the surface. Only when the ships were fully powered or jumped into the dimensional space urgently could they avoid this weapon. In addition to the gravity field, there is also a Gauss railgun that can quickly lock onto a ship and fire to decompose the warship into atoms. Most of the light spears fired by the Navy at the ground are deflected back by the energy field, and only a small part can hit war machines such as obelisks. But this bombing is ineffective. After being hit by the light spears, the obelisks and slaughterers will be penetrated from top to bottom, and then living metal will gush out from their insides to cover the damaged parts, which can not only repair the shell but also the equipment and other war machines carried inside, and this repair process is amazingly fast. After suffering huge casualties, the Celestial Engine retraced time and took the initiative to retreat to before the war officially began, ordering the Navy not to go to orbit, but to bomb the targets on the ground directly at the extreme position of the particle light spear's range. But doing so would prevent the light spear from transferring all its energy supply to firepower. The light spear, which was originally unable to completely destroy the obelisk, could only delay the advancement of such a huge creation. On the surface, the dead warriors moved slowly with Gauss rifles in their hands, firing at the Iron Men in front of them, who were as numerous as the sea. These Iron Men, designed for frontal attacks, had the heaviest armor, and a 4-meter-long heavy melta-cannon was welded directly on their arms, but all they could do was fire a shot at the undead warriors before being decomposed into atoms by the Gauss rifle. The giant Iron Man battle body was entangled with the Underworld construct Python, and the residual power of the energy they released in the battle was enough to wipe out the Iron Men and undead warriors in groups. The infantry units of both sides were in the forest. No, there was no forest anymore. The ecology of the planet's surface was completely destroyed within a minute after the war officially began. The Dead Zone number 3, which originally had lush forests, was now only black scorched earth. Infantry units were fighting on the scorched earth. Heavy war machines were firing at each other. Huge monsters, like stone tablets and obelisks, could decompose tens of thousands of Iron Men into atoms every second. The Iron Men's fire output war bodies, which were as high as 100 meters, gathered together, and the weapons all over their bodies roared, annihilating piles of undead warriors. The electromagnetic weapons on their tops would fire every 2 seconds, and the shells accelerated to the extreme by the 20-meter-long electromagnetic field would be fired, shooting through the stone tablets. Dead Zone 3. Beautiful Star 3. The two names of this planet were given by the Necromancers and the Talon colonists respectively, but it is neither a lifeless dead zone nor an emerald planet covered with jungle. At this moment, it is a living hell. Calling the Titan Legion of the Blade of the Oem Messiah, this is the 87th Armored Regiment of the Army. Received. May we, the Blade of the Oem Messiah, and the Fist of the Lord of Talon work together seamlessly. After killing the Python, Diana and Kalen teleported back to the transport ship. After emergency inspection and maintenance, they were about to follow the entire Titan Legion. Our mission is simple. Inside the glory of Agrippina, the Legion Lord, high-level General Oemen switched to the internal channel and explained the situation to his subordinates. Teleport to the flank of the battlefield with the 87th Armored Regiment of the Army, and attack the center of the alien race army until their line is completely torn apart. After explaining the situation, OMN's roar echoed in the communication channel. Praise the God of all machines. Praise OM Messiah. Now OMN replaced the throne in the command deck. Its body can directly connect with the glory of Agrippina, making it feel like it has become the glory of Agrippina, driving the Titans as if they were its own arms. The Titan core immediately set out after preparation. All Titans were teleported out of the warship and landed directly above the target location, landing with a bang. The 87th Armored Regiment was also teleported here. This 100,000-man armored regiment led by Duncan has fought in every war in the Talon sector since its establishment. 10,000 elite crews, 10,000 heavy armored vehicles of various types. The center of the armored regiment is a 30-meter-high command tank equipped with a giant one-way energy shield. The side armor of the tank is branded with a black fist-shaped logo holding lightning, implying that the entire armored regiment is the iron fist of the Lord of Talon. Attack! Regiment leader Duncan roared loudly in the command tank, and the entire armored regiment rushed forward. The self-propelled artillery company surrounding the command tank fired as it advanced. The Titans passed over the tanks, and the weapons of the divine machines roared as they moved steadily. The glory of Agrippina, this War Master-class Titan fired fiercely at a stone tablet in front. The Mars, which was on the right side of the glory of Agrippina, and the phase guns on its shoulders instantly pierced through the other two vertically arranged stone tablets, and dozens of arcs behind the stone tablets. The undead army didn't even have time to adjust. When the crescent-shaped fighters came to support in groups, they shattered like hitting rocks. Diana turned the air into a solid entity to block the fighters. It was inevitable that the undead's front line would be torn apart. At this time went back. The Titan Legion and the 87th Armored Regiment returned to the moment they were just teleported out. This time, Corin was well prepared. It teleported a large number of reserve troops to the surroundings of the human side, so that the Titans were besieged as soon as they came out of the dimensional rift. Time went back again. The Titan Legion and the 87th Armored Regiment came out of the dimensional rift, and the Dead Souls Reserve Army teleported out to besiege them. At this point in time, a flaming meteor fell in front of the Titan Legion and the Armored Regiment. Then a heavy gunboat dived to the ground, blasted tens of thousands of Dead Soul warriors, and turned into an object without a fixed shape. The besieging Dead Soul army was influenced from the spatial level, and was forcibly sent to the other side of the planet. Then a lightning bolt fell from the sky, and Chi Nemo, wearing power armor and holding a scepter, stood up from the deep pit created by the lightning. This scene was seen by Kaluan. 3-star gods. It was also a luxurious lineup during the battle in heaven. Kaluan crushed the teacup, put on armor, picked up a spear and shield, and stepped onto the teleportation platform with his coffin guards. Chapter 368. With the help of the Star God, the Titan Legion and the Armored Corps tore through the lines of the undead army at a very fast speed. The energy shield on the command tank resisted the overwhelming artillery fire. The Titan and the crew under the energy shield had a vision range only as large as the energy shield covered. Outside the energy shield, they could only see the light of various weapons exploding. Inside the Mars, which Diana distorted the law of visual imaging. She could see what was happening outside the energy shield. The entire sky changed back and forth between red and green. On the scorched earth was an endless army of undead, and in front of the undead was the Iron Man. The two sides fought on the plain. The undead warriors gathered together again after death, and only when they were completely crushed would they become a pool of broken living metal residue. The bodies of the Iron Man were not made of living metal, so they could not be reborn immediately, but fortunately there were enough of them, and there were teleportation devices, which replenished the losses every minute and every second. The head-on battlefield between the Iron Man and the undead was extremely cruel. The stray bullets fired by those stone tablets or giant war bodies could evaporate the Iron Men or dead warriors in a large area. The slaughterhouse advanced on the land, clearing the mountains and Iron Men under its feet. A formation of 100,000 intelligent fighters was trying to attack the slaughterhouse, but was thrown directly to the ground by the gravity weapons of the slaughterhouse. And then the next batch of intelligent fighter formations came to replenish and fired at the gravity weapons. The advanced sub-individuals among the Iron Men died immediately, and the core was detonated after death. The self-destruction effect was the same as that of a nuclear bomb, and mushroom clouds were everywhere on the surface. In addition to the Titan Legion, the guards were leading the army to teleport and attack everywhere. The planet's ecosystem was destroyed less than an hour after the war began, and now the situation is rapidly deteriorating. The radioactive dust blocked the sunlight, and the surface temperature dropped sharply. The sky also turned dark, but it was not a big problem. The light generated by the firing of various weapons alone could illuminate the surface as bright as day. Diana sighed at what a horrible battlefield this was. If humans were to take on the frontal battle, the number of Tyrone's army would not be enough to kill. Diana remembered that her teacher said that the Empire had faced the attack of the necromancers. Now think about it, those Astra Militarums were able to persist in fighting against such a terrible enemy. Although most of them were defeated, they have proved their courage to defend the Emperor and humanity. May their souls return to the throne. Diana prayed for those Imperial soldiers who had fought against the necromancers. At the same time, Diana did not delay the business. The Mars, which was still moving forward and killing. The sound of weapons firing almost never stopped. The automatic ammunition factory in the Titan was operating at overload, otherwise it would not be able to bear the consumption of ammunition. The slaughterhouse is coming towards us, the operator reported loudly. Diana looked over immediately. In front of her, a giant pyramid with sickle-like legs was crossing the line of its kind, and the dead warriors and stone tablets that were stepped over were crushed by it. Don't worry about it. The voice of the Lord of Talon sounded in the communication channel. Continue to deal with what you should deal with. The burner flew into the sky and ran above the slaughterhouse, spewing flames. The living metal was melted by the flames, but it soon adapted to the temperature of the flames. The burner was targeted by Gauss weapons. It tried to distort the working principle of these weapons, but found that it could not do it. The mimic turned into a fighter plane and shuttled at the bottom of the slaughterhouse. During the flight, it quickly released a series of missiles. After these missiles hit the legs of the slaughterhouse, they would turn the legs into various strange things, making them lose their original functions. But to the surprise of the mimic, the legs that were distorted by it quickly returned to their original state. What is going on in this slaughterhouse? The burner questioned angrily, so angry that he rushed over and hit the shell of the slaughterhouse with his head, and it really broke it open. The burner pierced the slaughterhouse like a cannonball, causing a series of explosions in the process of flight, from left to right, but it didn't mean much, because the slaughterhouse was restored to its original state almost instantly. There is black stone in there. Shi Nemo looked at the obelisk. He sensed it. This is exactly the feeling of black stone, a substance that is not controlled by the power of the star god, and it is still easy to distinguish when mixed with living metal and steel. But the strange thing is that the black stone did not suppress the subspace energy, but enhanced the subspace energy. This is the two-way effect of the black stone. It can make psychic energy very powerful, but it can also make psychic energy disappear. In this way, the dead spirits prevented the star gods from fighting by modifying the physical rules. In the past, Shi Nemo still wondered how the dead spirits broke the star gods. Wouldn't those weapons be unusable after being twisted by the star gods? But now he knows why. Psychic energy diluted the real universe structure here, making it impossible for the star god to directly control physics. And this is what Shi Nemo is most worried about, far more than worrying about the threat posed by the dead spirits. After the war in heaven, the Void Dragon had nothing to do every day and just fiddled with its broken black stone. Now, the black stone is used against us. The burner complained with gritted teeth. Shi Nemo couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He felt that the burner had been with him for a long time when he was studying the webway, and his way of speaking had been assimilated to him. Complaining is useless. Shi Nemo stared at the slaughterhouse that was getting closer and closer, and a thought teleported him from his original position to the top of the slaughterhouse. What are you going to do? Mimic asked. Shi Nemo did not answer. He took off his scepter and power armor and threw them into the forging dimension, then held his breath and concentrated on the strongest attack he could make on the slaughterhouse. A blue wave spread to the entire battlefield with the slaughterhouse as the center. The undead detected extremely high energy readings. When they looked above the slaughterhouse, they saw a 20-meter tall blue giant, hunched over and holding a forging hammer. The giant's body was transparent, and stars were flowing in it. Then the giant raised the forging hammer high, and with all his strength, he slammed the slaughterhouse. At the moment when the forging hammer came into contact with the outer shell of the slaughterhouse, a dazzling blue light appeared, followed by a shock wave that spread outward to the entire planet, and even giant war machines such as stone tablets and obelisks were pushed thousands of meters away. After the light dissipated, the blue giant also disappeared, leaving only the remains of the slaughterhouse that had been smashed into countless pieces. The living metal of these remains had lost its original physical properties, and turned into a new substance that was as cold as stone and as fragile as glass. Shi Nemo knelt on one knee in the ruins, feeling weak. Just like the weakness caused by excessive use of lightning and fire more than 10 years ago, when the power of the star god had not yet recovered to the current level. Chapter 369. Please stand up. An arm stretched out in front of Shi Nemo. It was a bright silver skeletal arm. Chin Imo raised his head and saw Kalun, who was standing in front of him with his hand extended. Behind Kalun was his coffin guard. These coffin guards did not launch an attack, but stood there blankly. Letting the opponent stand with his head held high and face the next duel is the most basic etiquette of the Necron race, Kalun said. Chin Imo glanced at Kalun, distanced himself from the iron skeleton by 10 meters, and then stood up. Kalun no longer bent his body, retracted his arms, and stood with his head held high, holding the spear in his right hand and the shield in his left hand. At this time, the Overlord's guards carried an energy field device on their shoulders, which released a circular energy field with a radius of 1 kilometer. The undead warriors wanted to enter the energy field to attack Chin Imo, but no matter how they advanced, they could only circle at the edge of the energy field. The device modified the space. Look what you did. Chin Imo stood up and pointed at the scorched earth under his feet. You abused time reversal and made the reality structure of the entire star zone fragile. The reality membrane is now as thin as a piece of paper. Yes. Kalun nodded. Then what should I do? Give up all my advantages and wait to be slaughtered by you. But even if you win this war, you can't absorb my soul. Chin Imo stared at Kalun. Kalun also stared at him. A member of the Star God, who caused the extinction of the Necroner race, is here, but Kalun does not hate Chin Imo. You know, I hate most of your kind, but I don't hate you. Kalun bowed slightly, raised his shield and stood in front of him, hitting the shield slowly and rhythmically with his spear. But we are enemies, and your kind has caused our entire race to become what it is now. Chin Imo hated Kalun to the extreme. This lunatic with an unclear mind did not understand the consequences of his actions, and how much trouble he had brought to the real universe. If it had used less time to go back, Chin Imo would not hate Korin so much. So, Chin Imo gave the coldest response. You asked for this. You made a deal with the Star God, you walked into the biotransformation furnace, and you became what you are now. It's all your own fault. I'm wondering, does your Silent King never do his job? He hates the ancient saints just because they can live forever, and then he fights a war in heaven to make the warp into what it is now. Korin listened calmly. He couldn't be angry about the Silent King's criticism. Instead, he agreed with it. But something should still be said. Entering the biotransformation furnace is not our choice, at least not everyone's choice. A considerable number of people do not think that biotransformation is a good thing. But what else can we do if we don't enter? The Star God and the Triumvirate hold the ruling power of the entire race, and those who disobey will only die. This is not a choice. This is submission to power. Just like the Nightbringer began to slaughter my compatriots as soon as it obtained its living metal body, but we still had to cooperate with it. We had no choice. As he spoke, Kalun began to circle around and hit the shield harder. Chin Imo looked at Kalun, wanting to ask him if he really thought this was a fair duel, and that he could fight him. After the extinction of the Necronter race, Kalun hit the shield hard, as if he was playing music. As a metal descendant of the Necronter race, the overlord of the Kalun dynasty challenged a Star God in a fair duel with a mortal body. This is the most magnificent epic. Duel with me. As written in the ancient war etiquette of the Necroner, the victor sits on the throne and gains territory, and the loser kneels and kowtows to withdraw his troops. He is willing to accept defeat and never regret it. Okay, I satisfy you. Chin Imo took a step forward, shortened the distance between himself and Kalun to face, took out the scepter from the dimension and hit Kalun's head. The scepter penetrated the shield like a stack, smashing half of Kalun's head. Kalun also launched a counterattack, retreating a step and stabbing Chin Imo with a spear. When the green phase spear stabbed out, Chin Imo had just pulled the power armor out of the dimension and put it on his body in a stacked way. Then a crisp collision sound was heard. The phase spear drew a spark on the power armor and was bounced off. Seeing this, Kalun was even stunned for a moment and quickly stepped back 2 steps to look at his spear. The tip of the phase spear was still working normally, but it did not penetrate the power armor, and even only left a scratch on the power armor. This is obviously a bit unmaterialistic. Chin Imo himself was confused. He did not expect that the phase weapon would not penetrate the power armor. He was prepared to let the phase pass directly through his body. After thinking carefully, Chin Imo realized that his power armor might be like the scepter in his hand, and the chainsaw sword he had used before, and was added with special effects by the will of mortals. The classic skin of Lord Talon is holding a chainsaw sword, a scepter, and wearing power armor. Now the black stone in the obelisk is stimulating psychic energy. The negative impact of the spread of psychic energy prevents the Star God from distorting the laws of physics on a large scale, and the benefit is that the weapons and equipment with special functions become stronger. Do you want a fair duel? Shin Mo took off the power armor and threw away the scepter. Then let's make a deal. If you lose, you can't use time reversal. Turn off the black stone and deactivate the time scroll. Kaloon gave orders to the guards, then nodded to another guard. The guards laid their shields and spears flat on the ground and took 2 steps back. Shin Mo stretched out his arms, and the spear and shield flew into the air and fell into his hands. Before another round of duel began, Kaloon even took off his armor, and was also unarmored like Shin Mo, holding only a spear and shield. It's a pity that I became a machine, otherwise my body would be as strong as yours. Kaloon looked at Shin Mo's strong body covered with black lines while speaking. The two began to fight again. This was only a superficial fairness. Shin Mo, who had transformed into a star god, was far superior to Kaloon in both physical fitness and reaction speed. Even if he did not use the power of the star god at all, he could still suppress Kaloon. When the two faced each other, they stabbed each other with their spears. Kaloon's spear left a bloody mark on Shin Mo's neck, but the bloody mark healed as soon as it appeared. Shin Mo's spear pierced Kaloon's body from bottom to top, and the tip of the spear entered from under the ribs and came out from the neck. Korin's power unit was destroyed, and his body fell to his knees, but his hands still held the shield and spear tightly, as written in the ancient war etiquette of the Deathers. Korin's eyes turned to Shin Mo's face. The victor sits on the throne and gains territory, and the loser kneels and kowtows to withdraw his troops. He is willing to accept the defeat and never regret it. Shin Mo nodded. Korin still wanted to withdraw his troops after the defeat ceremony as required by the etiquette, but Shin Mo no longer had patience. Take your army and withdraw from the Talon Star Zone. Shin Mo pointed at the scorched earth. Now, the 2 light prisms on Kaloon's head dissipated, and his coffin guards carried his body and turned away. The undead army stopped firing, turned back under the fire of the Iron Man, and walked towards the wormhole opened by the obelisk. Shin Mo was a little confused when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that this overlord named Kaloon would be so martial, and really retreated when he said he would. I don't know what obsession Kaloon has, and he has to fight with the Star God. Chapter 370. A huge black crescent-shaped battleship rushed into the Dead Zone galaxy at a speed many times faster than the speed of light. The tomb world began to transfer into the crescent-shaped battleship. Tomb after tomb, army after army of dead warriors, all transferred to the battleship. Kaloon's tomb world was not hidden directly, and it broke away from another dimension, carrying more dead souls, and transferred to the battleship. The Dynasty Overlord Kaloon did not die in the duel, it was still alive, just like Taraxin and Orican who were beheaded by him would not die. The dead nobles of this level often have many spare bodies. The defeat did not make Korin feel ashamed. On the contrary, he felt like a living person with the right to choose, and a sense of honor, by following the war etiquette of the Necron race. Nothing was more important to Korin. When the army of the Korin Overlord withdrew, a silver hunched figure appeared on the celestial engine. This was the classic look of Trazyn. The Endless used his skull as a positioning transmitter and teleported directly to the bridge of the celestial engine, where he met Shin Mo, who had just returned to the celestial engine. Considering that the previous permission for Trazyn to board the celestial engine had not expired, Shin Mo did not send Trazyn to rebirth. Sure enough, he withdrew. Trazyn was not surprised by Korin's decision. He was very familiar with this old friend. In the memory of the Endless, Korin often did similar things when he was still immortal. He valued honor more than life, and etiquette and rules more than honor. Why did it chop off your and the astrologers' heads? Shin Mo asked. It's a long story. Taraxin walked slowly to the head that was chopped off by his old friend with his scepter. The heads of Orican and Traxin's previous body were placed on the bridge. Taraxin stood in front of the head for a few seconds, turned around, hunched over, and looked around. When he found that Shin Mo's eyes were on the holographic image and no one else was staring at him, he reached out and picked up Orican's head and threw it into the pocket dimension. Korin still left a mess. Shin Mo looked at the various data analyses on the holographic image without a trace of joy of victory. Through the Star God's perception of the real universe, Shin Mo can input the reality membrane and curtain into the main control intelligence, and then let the intelligence monitor the status of these 2 real universe barriers in real time. The reality membrane on the Dead Zone number 3 has completely dissipated, leaving only a thin curtain to block the invasion of subspace energy, but it will not block it for too long. The situation on the Dead Zone is the most serious, and the situation in several other nearby galaxies is not optimistic. At least all galaxies within 400 light-years have or are losing the protection of the reality membrane. Are you worried about the invasion of warp creatures? Terrasim walked over to the holographic image. I am worried too. According to my experience, when I was suing Orican, I only went back in time a few times on a small scale, and the warp creatures penetrated the veil, and the reality membrane and invaded. Chi Nemo nodded. He was more worried about the influence of the warp than the threat of the necromancer. A range of 400 light-years. Even if the black stone obelisk of Cadiana was moved here, it would not be able to stop it, not to mention that there were not so many black stones on hand. The black stone expert Void Dragon has become the dragon mate of the Imperial family, and cannot be relied upon for the time being. I have always wondered why the overlord of the Quran dynasty would use Dead Zone 3 for hibernation. Taraxin raised his hand, and a star map bloomed in his hand, marking the Dead Zone galaxy. The Dead Zone galaxy is 20,000 light-years away from another marked galaxy. Only 20,000 light-years away is the galaxy where the Quran dynasty is hibernating. The overlord does not necessarily hibernate with the emperor, but at least they are not too far away. Especially for a dynasty like the Quran dynasty, a pair of twin brothers, one is the king of the law and the other is the overlord. This means that Overlord Quran has a high authority to mobilize almost all the troops. In fact, it also took away most of the troops. If it is not in front of the king of the law, the dynasty will be over if it is attacked. Didn't the astrologer say that you have a historical record that shows that Quran was frightened by the prophecy made by an ancient saint captive, so he ran to the Dead Zone number 3? Chi Nemo asked. I advise you not to listen to it. Taraxin turned his head and looked up at the crescent-shaped battleship that was about to leave. Why don't you ask Corin? I just dueled with it, not made friends with it. Will it tell me? Chi Nemo asked back. Taraxin nodded. This is military intelligence. According to the rules, it has to tell. Inside the battleship, Corin's new body sat on the throne, looking at the Dead Zone number 3 on the screen. It was about to leave this world that had been dormant for 1,000,000 years, and there was no reluctance in its heart, but it just recalled why it came to this dormant place in the first place. When Corin's thoughts appeared, its memory chip brought it back to the period when the War of Heaven had just ended. In front of Corin, a man who looked like a bipedal lizard appeared. This man was more like a crocodile on the home planet of the Deathfarers, but in any case, he had the appearance of a standard ancient saint species. Corin remembered that this man was a general. According to war etiquette, the enemy's high-ranking officials would be captured instead of being directly eliminated, and even if they were to be executed, they would be executed openly instead of being killed secretly. The body of the ancient saint hovered in the air, surrounded by blue flames. Its eyes had been blinded by itself, and the eye holes were filled with new buds. Are you good at prophecy? Corin asked. Tell me about my future. Can I still find my soul and become a flesh and blood body? Never. The voice of the ancient saint echoed directly in Corin's mechanical head. This individual of the psychic race, who was as powerful as a god, could use psychic energy to influence machines. But you will die forever. A catastrophe will emerge from the Dead Zone galaxy and spread to the future dormant place of the Quran dynasty. The dynasty of you and your brother will be destroyed, and your existence will be wiped out. The ancient saint set off a psychic storm while speaking, and it was predicting Quran's future with a magnificent psychic power that even the ancient elves' prophets could not imagine. Catastrophe? Quran picked up the teacup and stuffed the edge of the teacup between the upper and lower metal teeth of his mouth, letting the tea flow down his neck and ribs. Corin had to admit that the old saint was indeed quite capable. Only a few people in this race knew that the Silent King was formulating a plan to recuperate, and this old saint could see it through the prophecy. That was a plan that a wise god had been planning for the entire galaxy for a long time. It was a disaster for the species in the galaxy. The old saint said, I understand. Corin stood up and looked at his guard. It used the prophecy to buy itself a chance to survive. Send it away. Chapter 371. Curlin, who was lost in his memories, was awakened by his guard. Master, a communication request from humans. Connect. When Karen nodded, an image popped up on the screen in front of him. It was the commander of the humans. Chi Nemo got straight to the point. Why did you come to sleep in Dead Zone number 3? Karen was surprised by this question. He thought Chi Nemo was here to urge him to leave quickly. After a little thought, Karen decided to answer. He told the story of how he captured the ancient saint captive, met the captive, listened to his prophecy and released him. In Colin's extremely detailed account, there were two things that aroused Chi Nemo's suspicion. First, the ancient saint was burning with blue flames. Second, the ancient saint said, God of wisdom. Chi Nemo's first reaction was that the ancient saint was corrupted by Tsinch, but then he thought that when the war in heaven was not completely over, A complete cinch might not have been born in the subspace. Even if there was such an evil god affected by the war in heaven, it would not be strong enough to corrupt the ancient saint. But then I thought, there is a concept of time in the real universe, but not in the warp. Every one of the dark gods exists in the past, present and future at the same time, since the moment of birth. Orkan said that Koron should not have been dormant in Dead Zone 3, and the timeline was tampered with. It is almost certain that the old saint was corrupted by the past cinch, and then sent to Koron. All this may be a plan, spanning millions of years, just to weaken the current Talon sector reality membrane and curtain plan. But the reality membrane has been weakened to an extremely fragile level, and the demons still did not invade. The ancient saint said something incomprehensible when I let him go. Koron continued to narrate. It said, "Thank you, an outsider who cannot be observed and predicted. You have brought countless possibilities to this universe, and this is exactly what I need. Countless changes, countless possibilities. This is not part of the plan, but it couldn't be better." After listening, Shin Emo fell into deep thought. He can now be sure that Koron's appearance in the Dead Zone galaxy is the result of Cinch's influence on the past, and then gaining an advantage from the present. But what does Cinch want to do? Does it want to launch an invasion or something? If so, why hasn't a single demon appeared in the Dead Zone, and the dozens of surrounding galaxies that have lost the protection of the reality membrane? The current time corresponds exactly to the inexplicable prophecy made by the psychic in the North Star system. It must be a warning from the Emperor. He may have noticed the influence of Cinch on the past, and then asked the psychic of the current governor of the North Star system to make a prophecy. Why do you believe the prophecy of the ancient saints, the prophecy from your enemies? Shin Emo looked at Kellen and questioned him. Cinch needed to start planning 1,000,000 years ago, which proved that the star zone was a solid block, and it was difficult to corrupt anyone at this time point. But it was different with Kellen as a variable. Kellen was simply chosen by Cinch. He had something that could most directly weaken the reality membrane, that is, artifacts that could go back in time. Because what he said was right, and I couldn't ignore the threat that the dynasty might face. Kellen didn't understand at this time. He didn't know as much about the subspace as Shin Emo did, and he might not even know the four gods. "Let's go!" Shin Emo nodded. "You have brought great trouble to my star region. Don't come again in the future." "Can you explain the meaning of this sentence in detail?" Kalun asked. "I don't think I have brought any trouble to you. If you are talking about those who died in the war, I can only say that there are deaths in any war. As a ruler, you should understand this truth." Shin Emo said no more, and turned off the communication directly. After the communication was hung up, Kalun sat on the throne, stroking his chin with his black metal hand, and fell into deep thought. The undead army on Dead Zone 3 left. Then Trazen left too. When a guard on the bridge, who was changing shifts, found that the power armor he had stored in the warehouse was gone, Trazen had been gone for half an hour. When the army and the colonists of Dead Zone 3 were all on board, and the fleet and the celestial engine jumped into the dimensional space together, Shin Emo began to formulate countermeasures to deal with the upcoming demon invasion. The range of the weakened reality membrane is 400 light years. I think we should completely abandon this area and build a defense line around it. You said it lightly. The Dead Zone galaxy is at the edge of the star zone. You gave it up. Are you going to open a hole for the enemy to march straight in? Mimic and Burner expressed their opinions. Shin Emo was silent from beginning to end. He was in a very heavy mood now. In this situation, the demons can invade all the galaxies within 400 light years, with the Dead Zone galaxy as the center point at any time, but they did not. I don't know what the four gods are planning, or what Cinch is planning. The subspace is not dominated by the four gods, and the four gods are always fighting the most exhausting battles with each other. It would be fine if the demons had invaded at the beginning, but now Shin Emo feels that the situation is still unresolved. There is a sword hanging on the neck of the Tyrone sector. This sword will fall, but it has not fallen yet. This intermediate stage is the most torturous. We should not let the traitor go. The Burner mentioned Colon. This is the mess it made. It is as stupid as its master named Zolok. It created this mess, and then patted its butt and left. It should be destroyed in the Dead Zone with its army. Shin Emo stopped thinking, looked at the Burner and said, "Of course we can defeat that overlord, but have you ever thought about how much manpower and time it will take? The devil may invade at any time. We must quickly get rid of Colon and focus on dealing with the devil." That's right. The Burner thought about it, and nodded in agreement. First I have to evacuate everyone within these 400 light years. Shin Emo observed the holographic star map, and calculated every step to follow. Build a line of defense around these 400 light years. Shin Mo's eyes circled the galaxies around the Dead Zone, which were 400 light-years away. There were 21 galaxies in total. The three directions of top, bottom, and left were the interior of the Tyrone star zone, and the right side was the Bisa galaxy in the defense circle of the Tyrone Gate. It was impossible to abandon part of the Tyrone Gate, but the Bisa galaxy might withstand a two-way invasion one day in the future. I propose to build a defense center in the webway. These 400 light-years are still valuable to you. Relying on the defense center in the webway, the army can quickly rush to the place where the demons appear. The burner raised his hand, and a vein of flames appeared on the holographic image. Every extension of the flame vein represented the webway. It's feasible. Chi Nemo nodded. Chapter 372. I know, I find a way to help you. I'm just mentioning this to prevent you from losing contact with the Talon sector someday, and not knowing what happened. Don't be ridiculous. Being targeted by a warp creature is a disaster anywhere, but Talon will definitely not be destroyed. Holy Terra. Gilliman stood in the bridge of the friendship and talked to Chi Nemo, who was far away in the Talon sector. In the previous communication, Chi Nemo talked about the necromancer and the weakening of the reality membrane, and also asked whether the trip to Terra went smoothly. Gilliman has just arrived on Terra. The Inquisition had known this news for a long time. When the Ultramar fleet arrived on Terra, the assassins boarded the ship and said that the Inquisition wanted to investigate whether the Primarch was the real one. Now the Ultramar fleet has arrived on Terra. This huge fleet, and the elite Ultramarines of the 500 worlds of Ultramar are enough to prove the identity of the Primarch. The Inquisition did not send anyone to check, but only sent people to participate in the welcoming ceremony for the Primarch. The ceremony is now being prepared, and Gilliman will have to wait a few days before he can make a grand appearance in front of the people of Terra. Chi Nemo raised his hand and prepared to close the communication. That's all I have to say. I hang up first. The cost of cross-light-year communication is quite expensive. Gilliman nodded. I will do everything I can to help you and your sector. The communication ended. The communication station in the dimensional space will withdraw the signal from Talon to Terra. The equipment inside the friendship that is specifically used for dimensional communication is also gradually shut down. We can go to the surface. Call entered the bridge and bowed. So fast? Not fast. Although I have tried my best to convey the Primarch's order to simplify the welcoming ceremony, it will take at least 2 months to prepare no matter how simplified it is. However, before the ceremony is completed, the guard said that the Primarch can come to the palace first. I understand. Gilliman nodded, and did not immediately go to the surface of Terra with Call, but thought about the matter of the Talon sector. The Lord of Talon used all his strength in everything he did. Just like the war machine he built was too focused on saturation strikes, and the current matter was similar. The Talon sector has established a void defense line where the reality membrane is weakened. The celestial bodies of the galaxy where the defense line is located will be pulled to the closest distance as possible, and then there will be a double-ring giant space building seen in Talon before to protect the entire galaxy. People in the sector, regardless of gender, age or age, are undergoing military training. The warships built for the Blood Angels and their daughter groups have been delivered, and then they have begun to produce all kinds of warships of the Talon standard model. And these are not all the measures. Chi Nemo hopes that the Primarch can lend a hand at the critical moment. Gilliman did not think that the Talonian sector needed help from others to deal with the next trouble, but whether it was necessary was one thing, and whether to help was another. Thinking of this, Gilliman ordered Call. I hope to meet with the Martian Forge General and the high-ranking officials of the State Church. Call did not answer immediately, but asked Gilliman, why? I hope to persuade these two forces to send people to Talon. The State Church at least has experience in matters related to the warp, and they can help the Talonians purify the corruption that has appeared. The Adeptus Mechanicus can help protect the machine's soul. Gilliman explained the reason, and then began to think about why Call asked himself back. It was not like this normally. After thinking about it, Gilliman thought Call had something to say, and did not want to end the topic too quickly. The Talonians should need more military help later. After Call finished speaking, he provided Gilliman with a piece of information. This information showed that there was a research institute in the Talon sector that specialized in studying the warp, and its members were all soulless wearing suppressors. They were studying how to analyze warp-related phenomena, and why the mysterious rituals of the Ecclesiarchy and the Adeptus Mechanicus were useful, and then find ways to suppress the influence of the warp. Send them over, they'd be useful. Gilliman shook his head. Of course, there is military help. I probably can't immediately mobilize and deploy other chapters and the Astra Militarum, but 500 worlds can. I will immediately send an astropathic message to Calgar and ask him to prepare to support Talon. Call nodded. Gilliman glanced at Call and asked, "Just say what you want to say. We are not just superiors and subordinates. I want to be a Forge General." Call said. "You are really direct." Gilliman was stunned by what Call said. It is unlikely that a sage like Call, who has enemies everywhere in the Mechanicus, wants to become the Forge General, because the Forge General is the representative and leader of the Mechanicus, and the person sitting in this position must be able to convince the public. Moreover, the relationship between the Empire and the Mechanicus is not a relationship of superiors and subordinates, but an equal cooperative relationship, at least on the surface, and Gilliman does not have the legal basis to issue orders to the Mechanicus. As long as the Olympia agreement signed by the Emperor and the Adeptus Mechanicus has not been torn up, Gilliman must be extremely cautious in dealing with matters related to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Change your request. Gilliman did not want to reject Call directly, but he could not agree to it. Those who have made contributions must be rewarded. This is the rule of the 500 worlds. Call's contribution is huge. Except for the position of Forge General, Gilliman will meet any of his requests. Call himself knows this. He lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds. Gilliman speculated that Call would probably ask for a Forge World or something. This should be no problem. Just build a new Forge World for him. Call hesitated for a long time and finally came up with a new request. "If I compete for the position of Forge General, you have to help me with advice. Let's talk about going to the palace later." Gilliman tidied his hair, turned off the weapon function of the Hand of Domination on the Fate armor, turned around and walked out of the bridge. Call followed Gilliman silently. Call will accompany him throughout this trip to the palace, because Gilliman learned from him that the Emperor had arranged a task for Call in advance 10,000 years ago. He felt that Call must have a more important mission, and accompanying him to see the Emperor might get guidance. Even if there is no guidance, even if the guards do not allow Call to see the Golden Throne, Call should enter the palace and go to a place closer to the Emperor. Belisarius Call, this naturalist, spent 10,000 years studying the Fate armor and the Primaris Space Marines for the mission given by the Emperor and the request of the Primarch, and transformed himself into what he is now for the mission. He deserves to be close to the Emperor, and this is what he deserves. The efficiency of the Adeptus Mechanicus is too low now. Call suddenly said, "You should have entered the palace yesterday, but the transport plane prepared for you took a lot of ceremonies just to activate it." "Really?" Gilliman nodded in agreement. Seeing the Primarch's approval, Call continued, "If you let me be the Forge General, the situation of the Adeptus Mechanicus will definitely improve. You might as well do it in one step." Gilliman pretended to take off the armor of destiny. "Here, this armor is for you to wear. From now on, you are the Primarch. Not to mention Mars, the Empire is under your control." Call did not respond, and became much more honest. He silently rushed to the apron with the Primarch. Gilliman felt that Call seemed to have changed as he walked, and was quite strange. Chapter 373. The transport plane slowly moved towards Terra. Entering the atmosphere, it flew straight to the highest point of the planet. When the transport plane passed through an urban area, Gilliman saw that all the people in the urban area, whether upper class or lower class, came out and knelt on the street to kowtow to the transport plane. The soldiers were holding laser rifles, kneeling while supervising whether others really knelt. Part of Terra became chaotic and dirty. In a neighborhood where the streets were full of excrement, Gilliman saw a large group of ragged people gathered together, holding high. "Please look at your humble and poor people, God Emperor." Some soldiers tried to persuade the poor to leave, but the transport plane that Gilliman was on had already flown over. The soldiers roared angrily, and rushed to the heavy woodcutters to shoot the poor. When the Primarch's transport plane arrived above the block, the soldiers had already burned the bodies of the dead poor. In their opinion, they created a clean corridor for the Primarch, but the Primarch's superhuman eyes had seen everything. Gilliman stood by the window, staring angrily at all the atrocities happening on the ground. He did not comment or reprimand, but just staring was enough to make everyone in the transport plane dare not even breathe. The transport plane continued to fly, and when it was still 100 kilometers away from the palace, Gilliman arrived above a slum. The slum was even dirtier and more chaotic. Some albino people in strange clothes ran to the high point of the slum and tried to shoot down the transport plane with missiles. But then the high-ranking members of the Astronomican Court appeared and rushed into the slum with their own private guards, killing everyone with psychic power and burning all the buildings. It was obvious that Terra was becoming chaotic, and the High Lord's Council was losing control of some areas. Holy Terra! Gilliman looked down at everything under his feet. Some places here have a worse standard of living than the worst hives in the 500 worlds. How come? The warp storm has blocked the transportation of food and water. Except for the nobles and senior officials of the institutions, everyone else has been cut off from water. The pilot of the transport plane responded to the pre-march. This pilot wore the medals of his ancestors. The pilot who could fly a transport plane for the pre-march would not be an ordinary pilot, but the Air Force Admiral of the mortal army of the solar system. No wonder. Gilliman nodded. If it was due to the lack of food and water, it would be understandable that Terra was in such a bad state. After all, Terra's environment had been rotten long before the Terra Unification War began, and the planet was heavily dependent on external supplies. My fleet brought a lot of food and fresh water. Gilliman turned to Call. Let the Ultramarines go down and distribute food and fresh water to these poor areas. Yes. Call nodded, and sent a series of orders to the Ultramar fleet. The pilot also heard Gilliman's words. He said in a pious tone, "The mercy of the Son of God bathes everyone on Terra. After getting enough food and fresh water, those untouchables will roll back to their huts full of feces and urine and stay there honestly." Gilliman frowned and narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere in the transport plane suddenly became suffocating. The pilot knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut up. After another flight, the transport plane arrived at the Terra Palace. The Imperial Guard guided the pilot to land the transport plane on the apron. When the hatch opened, Gilliman saw half of the guards. His father's personal soldiers were lined up on the road, welcoming the arrival of the pre-march. Gilliman was not in a good mood. He ignored anyone who wanted to talk to him, and walked straight into the Terra Palace building. He was familiar with this place. When he and Marshal Valder of the Guards jointly issued a restriction order on the guards, Gilliman stayed in the palace for a long time. The guards also pursued efficiency. They did not engage in various strange ceremonies, but just arranged for one person to take Gilliman to the location of the Golden Throne. However, Call was left on the tarmac by two guards. Gilliman wanted to take Call with him, but Call just shook his head and stood obediently beside the transport plane, waiting for Gilliman to come back. On the way to the Golden Throne, Gilliman was thinking anxiously. Is his father still alive? What will he look like in 10,000 years? Why do humans worship him as a god? Does he really look like a god now? This is not the first time that Gilliman has felt this kind of anxiety. 10,000 years ago, his adoptive father was killed by the tribesmen of Makrich, and he felt the same way when he attended his adoptive father's funeral. I hope everything will be fine, but I am extremely sad. Just as Gilliman was thinking, a group of psychers led by the Imperial Guards and the Astronomicon passed by. Gilliman knew that they were the psychers who were burned as firewood for the Emperor. These psychers were dressed decently at this time, and they did not look sad. Most of them had only joy and enthusiasm on their faces. They seemed to be brainwashed, not thinking that they were going to face death, but going to the throne of the God Emperor, and serving the God Emperor forever with their souls and bodies. A bunch of lunatics. Gilliman thought to himself. The psychers went to the Golden Throne first, and then there were a series of screams and the music of the ceremony. In the end, only the astropath and the guards came out of the Golden Throne. As for the psychers, they had obviously been dedicated to the Emperor. When passing by Gilliman, the astropath stood against the wall, then knelt down, pressed his forehead against the ground, and stood up when the pre-march passed in front of him, looking back every 3 steps and walking away. The custodians led Gilliman forward, and finally came to a door. The custodian stopped and opened the door. When Gilliman entered the room, the door was closed again. The vast room was filled with many ritual objects of the state religion, and the Golden Throne was placed against the wall, making a humming sound. The Emperor sat on the Golden Throne, his sword flat on his knees. At the Emperor's feet was some black dust. Gilliman heard that the Chalice's court and the Assassin's court would use this thing as an anti-psychic bomb. "Father," Gilliman explained softly. The Emperor did not respond. It was hard for Gilliman not to think that he was dead. Dried skin attached to the bones. No muscle or fat could be seen. Even the dead trees in Makrich in winter looked more alive than the Emperor. How could he still be alive? Gilliman thought. But the Emperor was indeed alive. Gilliman suddenly felt palpitations. At this moment, in the Primarch's brain, he felt something looking at him. The temperature in the skull suddenly increased, as if something was burning the brain. Chapter 374. Number 13. My most trusted chess piece. Tool? Savior. Traitor. Thief. A series of names sounded in Gilliman's mind. These contradictory names referred to Gilliman. When Gilliman raised his head painfully and hard to look at the Emperor, he seemed to see a vast sea of will, with treacherous waves of will surging and rolling towards Gilliman, either with malice or with goodwill. The Emperor's will is like a star. The Primarch felt that he was talking to a sun, whose light and heat were burning him all the time. The Emperor didn't need to say anything more. Guilliman could sense some of the Emperor's thoughts. The Emperor was now like a prisoner, ecstatic because of seeing a file. The Primarch could clearly feel that the file was not referring to someone or something else, but to himself, which made him sad. 10,000 years ago, the Emperor disguised his control over his offspring as fatherly love, so that the Primarch could be used and driven by him. 10,000 years later, the Emperor no longer hides or pretends anything. None of his many shattered wills call Guilliman his son, either denouncing him as a traitor or a thief, or treating him as a tool. When the Emperor was still walking on Earth, he had a trace of humanity. But now humanity has disappeared, or it has been separated from the Emperor's body and attached to the woman named Vanessa, so weak that it can be borne by mortals. Father. Guilliman endured the torture brought by the psychic energy. He felt his emotions and reason being torn apart. 2 lines of tears flowed down, and a hoarse voice came out of his dry mouth. Traitor. Primarch number 13. My tool? Thief. My most trusted and favorite Primarch. Fool deceived by sorcery. The series of calls appeared again. The Emperor was just whispering, but the concepts contained in each of his voice could be directly and thoroughly understood by Guilliman. Traitor thief. The Emperor rebuked Guilliman for assuming that he was dead 10,000 years ago, so he urged Sanguinius to establish the Second Empire. The reason for this was Guilliman's distrust of him, and his habit of establishing a small kingdom. The Emperor knew the past and the future. He directly exposed the deepest thoughts in Guilliman's heart, and then asked Guilliman why he wanted to expand the Ultramarines Legion. Wasn't it enough for him to have the remnants of his brothers incorporated into the Ultramarines Legion? The Emperor asked Guilliman why he wanted to steal his empire, and whether he was very happy when he arrived on Terra late after Horus' death. He organized the High Lords' Council, and issued a restriction order to the Custodes not to leave the palace. Even the commander of the Custodes, Valdor, could only obey Guilliman without the Emperor and let the Custodes accept the restriction order. The Emperor asked Guilliman if he enjoyed the pleasure of being a usurper. When he saw Valdor standing in front of him and telling the Custodes that we must obey the restriction order from the Primarch, did he feel that he was the master of this empire? Faced with this series of questions and scoldings, Guilliman could not refute himself, because he felt that his brain was burning, and he could not think or respond at all. Guilliman suddenly felt like a mortal being judged in front of the gods. He cried and cried out to the Emperor in his heart, asking why the father had to speculate so darkly about his own offspring and slander him with such bad words. But the Emperor was contradictory now, and he soon spoke to Guilliman in another way, as if they had met for the first time in 10,000 years. My favorite Primarch. A fool deceived by witchcraft. The Emperor said that the 500 worlds established by Guilliman played the role it was supposed to play, which is why he could let Guilliman build the kingdom of Xia without interfering. The 500 worlds played a crucial role during the Horus heresy. If I lost them, the 500 worlds would be the last hope of mankind. The Primarch with the 500 worlds as a backing can also unite and stabilize the broken empire when he sits on the golden throne, reshape a new order, and prevent the empire from being destroyed immediately. The Emperor praised Guilliman, and then began to comfort Guilliman, telling him that it was not his fault that he did not return to Terra to help, and he did not need to pay the price for it and bear psychological blame. Because the dark gods used Horus to perform a ritual. The entire Terra was the venue for the ritual. The Emperor said that if he and Horus did not decide the winner, no reinforcements would be able to reach Terra, and the reinforcements would always be on the way. The Emperor mentioned that Guilliman thought he was dead, and he said that it was not Guilliman's fault, because at that time the warp storm was raging, and Carlos used sorcery to deceive him, so it was not his fault. If there was anything to blame, it could only be because he was not as proficient in psychic power as Magnus, so that he could not even defend himself when facing psychic power. This made Guilliman feel a little better. But the Emperor seemed to have changed into a different person, and began to blame Guilliman for being a useless waste. He angrily accused Guilliman of being stupid for always being upset about the Perfect City incident. He asked Guilliman to destroy the Perfect City, not to make it difficult for Guilliman to be with his brothers, but to let Guilliman understand Lorgar's threat early. If Guilliman could use his brain to think about it, he would not be caught off guard by Lorgar and his word-bearers Legion later. After saying this, the Emperor changed his face again. He told Guilliman that it was indeed a mistake to let the 13th Legion instead of the 1st Legion destroy the Perfect City, including Angron's matter, but there must be traitors among the Primarchs. If not Anlan and Lorgar, it must be someone else, and he has always intended to force some Primarchs to rebel. Guilliman felt like he was surrounded by a large group of emperors, who spoke those subjective words in a flurry, and their statements were even contradictory. This conversation seemed to last for a century. The Emperor told Gilliman many things about the past and the future, allowing Gilliman to understand more secrets of the universe. Gilliman forgot what the Emperor said while sitting on the golden throne. The memory of the pre-march could never be so fragile. When Gilliman tried to recall the conversation just now, he would recall what the Emperor said in the previous second of the conversation, and each time he recalled it, the content was completely different, which surprised Gilliman. So Gilliman thought that he could not remember the whole conversation, not because his memory was too bad, but because the Emperor compressed all the words into a very short period of time, so he could still recall them as long as he wanted to. Just like a library filled with books, the conversation is the book stored in it, and you can access different conversation contents as long as you recall them. Chapter 375. The guards at the door stood in silence, waiting. When the pre-march pushed open the door and walked out, the guards found that he was holding the Emperor's sword in his hand. Considering the Primarch's identity and his personal conversation with the Emperor, the guards did not take the sword back. "How long have I been in there?" Gilliman's face was pale, and his spirit was haggard. He couldn't even remember the passage of time now. "Less than half a day," the guards replied. This was completely different from Gilliman's subjective feeling of the passage of time. He thought he had been on the throne for a century. The content of the conversation was too much, involving every aspect of the entire universe. Gilliman calculated secretly and found that even if he and the Emperor spoke one sentence per second, it would be impossible to finish the conversation in less than half a day. The entire conversation process should last as long as a century. Obviously, the Emperor is no longer the Emperor of 10,000 years ago. No matter what he looked like when he sat on the golden throne, the Emperor on the golden throne now is completely different from the previous Emperor. "You may leave the palace now." The guard gestured for him to leave. Gilliman turned his head blankly and walked towards the apron. Gilliman was very confused all the way. He felt relieved now. The conversation with the Emperor just now was like torture. The torture even made Gilliman regret coming to Terra. Until he met Call, and the two of them got on the transport plane together, Gilliman was still immersed in the conversation just now. The pre-march recalled. The Emperor mentioned the first time they met, and that Gilliman had complained privately that the Emperor was not a good father, and that he only had one father, Archon Connor, who was also his adoptive father. Gilliman was surprised, and he didn't know how the Emperor knew about this. However, the Emperor did not pursue it, because he even knew another thing, that is, after Gilliman complained, he once thought about whether he would still follow the Emperor if he went back to the beginning. Then Gilliman thought that he would still follow the Emperor and still acknowledge that the Emperor was his father, which made Gilliman feel a little ashamed, and even felt sorry for Connor, but this was his true thought. In this memory, Gilliman only talked to the Emperor about his adoptive father, and then he took up his sword and left. "Did you talk to the Emperor?" Call asked. Gilliman nodded absent-mindedly, and fell into memory again. In this memory, Gilliman remembered that after he walked in front of the throne, the Emperor mentioned Call to him, and warned Gilliman not to trust this sage too much. Because Call had been studying some taboo things, he might bring disaster to the Empire. But the Emperor also acknowledged Call's contribution, saying that he felt that Call was like a state priest in the Adeptus Mechanicus, and that his piety was unbelievable to him. Then he warned Gilliman that he must treat Call well no matter what, and not treat him as a tool that can be summoned and dismissed at will. Gilliman nodded in agreement, then picked up the Emperor's sword and turned away. This is the content of the second memory. Every memory is different. "What does the Lord of Mankind think of the Talon sector?" Call asked. Gilliman fell into memory again. In this memory, he walked to the golden throne and called out "Father." The Emperor immediately mentioned the matter of the Talon sector. Just like the name of the pre-march, it was self-contradictory. Traitor. The evil god who feeds humans and devours their souls. Savior. An ally who is too late. Cinch's helper. A more suitable collaborator than the Mechanicus. A traitor and thief who can hit it off with 13 at first sight. The Emperor talked more about the star gods. The star gods had helped the Necrunner and devoured their souls. He used this case to warn Gilliman not to trust any star god too much. The Lord of Talon was not a good thing. He just wanted to replicate what his kind did to the Necrunner. Then he talked about an ancient myth, St. George slaying the dragon. The Emperor said that he killed the dragon of Mars. The dragon was a fragment of a star god, imprisoned in the labyrinth on Mars supervised by the Eternals. At no point can the Talonians be allowed to approach Mars, and they must be prevented from entering the solar system with the determination to go to war. Gilliman really became alert after hearing this. If humans used the dimensional engine on a large scale, Then the future of mankind will be determined by the star gods, whether it will be extinct or prosperous. However, the Emperor's next sentence advised Guilliman to be less suspicious and promote the dimensional engine as soon as possible. He also said that if the Talon sector existed during the Great Crusade, they must have been allies of the Empire. He also said that there was nothing to doubt about the Star God leader, because he was not a real Star God at all, and he had too much humanity. When he was alone at night, he would secretly wipe away tears for the death of the doctor who had helped him, would look at the torn diary and miss the past, and would even wear sunglasses to admire the beautiful women in swimsuits when he went to the beach of Talon 3. But there was not much good talk, and the Emperor immediately persuaded Guilliman to send troops to quell the rebellion and destroy them when the Talon sector was invaded by demons in the future. Otherwise it would be over when they became powerful, and it was better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Guilliman recalled the conversation, and after careful consideration, he still determined that the Talon sector was an ally that could be cooperated, because both he and Evelyn felt that Chi Nemo had a high level of humanity, and did not have the cruel and cunning characteristics of most star gods. My father said that they can cooperate. Guilliman responded to Call. Call nodded and was relieved, because the call in front of Guilliman was a gift from Chi Nemo to the great sage, a replica with integrated intelligence. The real Call had returned to the Explorer King before coming to Terra to make the final preparations for the Primera Space Marines, so that Guilliman could put them into use in the future. What does the Emperor think of the appointment and dismissal of the High Lords? Call asked again. Guilliman recalled, and in this recollection, he specifically discussed the High Lords with the Emperor. The Emperor felt that the High Lords still had value in existence, but only for now. The High Lords Council was organized by Guilliman. If they could not support the pre-march in the next series of events, they should be destroyed by the Shaper. Guilliman did not say this. He understood that Call's question about the High Lords must be intended to lead the topic to being a Forge General, so he replied, "The Emperor said that he wanted you to be a Forge General." "Really?" Call asked in surprise. "Of course it's fake." Guilliman shook his head. "I am now sure that you are not Call himself, but a defective replica. From now on, I will call you Official Fan Call." Chapter 376. 3 days later. The surface of Terra. The ceremony to welcome the return of the pre-march has been prepared. All the nobles and civilians on Terra have been arranged to welcome the pre-march on the straight avenue. The pre-march rides on a platform carried by hundreds of high-ranking officials of the state church, and moves slowly on the avenue. The Solar System Auxiliary Army and the Ultramarines brought by the pre-march are distributed in front and behind the platform, guarding the pre-march as he parades through the city. Guilliman sits on the platform and waves to the people, but his eyes are always fixed on the hundreds of priests who carry the platform for him. Originally, it should be carried by slaves, but in order to show their loyalty and determination to always be servants of the Emperor and the Son of God, their leaders came out and carried the platform like slaves. These people are not all good-for-nothings. Of course, most of them are good-for-nothings, but there are more than 20 people who are very pious at first glance. These people wear rotten clothes made of dirty and smelly rags, which can hardly cover their shame, and their bodies are as thin as dry bones. Guilliman knows that there are a considerable number of ascetics in the state religion, just like the thin leaders he saw. Even if these people can enjoy extremely high material conditions, they just don't enjoy them. Except for discussing state religion affairs, they live in the most poor and diseased places. These high-ranking officials are even in danger of their lives, because they do not bring bodyguards with them, and are willing to get close to the poorest and most miserable people. So many of them are stabbed several times by gangs. Even if they are hurt by gangs, they do not hate the gangs, nor will they use their power and connections to strangle the gangs. Instead, they will use their bloody hands to baptize and pray for the gang members. Then, if they survive, they will show their wounds and announce to the world that this is evidence that the Emperor of God is blessing them. The huge organization of the ecclesiarchy is the one that best demonstrates the diversity of humanity. As far as Guilliman knows, 3 days ago, 10 high-ranking members of the ecclesiarchy even went to the slums to stop the soldiers who were clearing out the poor in order to prevent them from tainting the Primarcha site. Then, because the ascetics were dressed so shabbily, they were mistaken for the poor and shot by the soldiers. This incident caused an uproar on Terra. Regardless of whether the people who were holding the platform for him were good-for-nothings or ascetics, Guilliman hated them. So when the team had been moving along the road for a while, and some of the high-ranking members of the state church were too tired to carry the load, Guilliman stood up from his seat, waved vigorously to the people on both sides of the street, and even walked back and forth on the high platform. The pre-march was already very heavy, and with all the current movements, The high-ranking members of the state church could not carry it no matter how pious they were. They had to wink and signal to their servants to replace them, or put on exoskeletons for them. The team continued to move forward for a while, and stopped before reaching the end. According to the arrangement, Gilliman needed to travel with the High Lords. When the platform was slowly lowered, Gilliman saw the High Lords. His eyes were fixed directly on the Martian Fabricator General, and he ignored the other High Lords, because the Fabricator General was too eye-catching. The Fabricator General was so huge that Gilliman thought it was a building across the road when he saw it from a distance. It was pulled by the steel cables under the 16 transport planes as it moved towards Gilliman. Compared to it, Call was a small guy. Before coming, Gilliman learned that the name of this Fabricator General and High Lord was Udea Lasky. Next to Lasky stood another High Lord and a spokesperson for the Rogue Traders. Lord of the Inquisition Lashiro. Spokesperson for the Rogue Traders Dinda. These three people were not standing randomly. They were a small group of three people whose interests were bound together by the High Lords. Gilliman suddenly recalled his meeting with the Emperor, and during this memory the Emperor said one thing. That was that Lasky, Lashiro, and Dinda, the three High Lords, had brought the Dark Eldar Homunculi to the palace, hoping that the Homunculi would protect the Golden Throne. But the Homunculi was helpless against the Golden Throne. He just went to the palace to watch the excitement, and said that the Golden Throne where the Emperor sat was simply the best thing in the past and future of the entire galaxy. In terms of torturing people, the Golden Throne was unprecedented and unparalleled. The High Lords outside the small group of three stood in a scattered position. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Trajan, stood on the left side of the road with several deputies. The Minister of the Interior, Roskavler, stood on the right side. The two chairmen of the Astronomican Academy and the Astronomican Court were Lucius Sloth and Crapias. The Ecclesiarch Litra stood in the middle with a very handsome man. The Grand Master of the Assassin's Court, Phaedix, stood in the darkest corner. There were also the High Admiral, the Commander-in-Chief of the Astra Militarum, and the Minister of Justice. These three people stood separately, but their eyes were connected. They were obviously another small group of three. The High Lords Council was no different from 10,000 years ago. Gilliman created this organization like the Senate, with 9 permanent seats and 3 non-permanent seats. After observing these High Lords, Gilliman's eyes fell on Crapias, the Master of the Astronomican Court. As far as Gilliman knew, the 3-member group of the Forged Generals was actually not 3 people, but 4, and the other one was the former Master of the Astronomican Court, Leapfrank. It was said that this guy's psychic power was so strong that he needed to carry a few soulless people with him, but he still died. The High Lords Council believed that he died in a psychic disaster caused by the Astronomican disorder, but his cause of death was obviously not that simple. The High Lords knelt before Gilliman, except for the Forged General, who had no legs. They were strangers to Gilliman, because except for Trajan, all the High Lords in the Council were mortals, and the High Lords had died several times. But no matter what, the High Lords still had to respect Gilliman, because their legal principles were given by Gilliman. Get up. Gilliman motioned for them to stand up. All the High Lords stood up and walked with the pre-march. At this time, the servo skulls and painters carrying camera equipment rushed to the vicinity, and hurriedly recorded the scene of the pre-march walking with the High Lords, and then this scene would be used for propaganda to prove the authority of the current High Lords. Gilliman didn't care much about these things, he acquiesced. The pre-march faced all this calmly, until a winged baby holding a camera swooped down from the sky and flew behind the Pope of the State Church. What the hell is that? Gilliman pointed at the baby behind the Pope with a look of disgust. Make that freak disappear. The baby's face was transformed like a metal skull, with implants all over the body, and there were rough stitching marks of 2 wings on the back. The Pope quickly signaled the baby to fly away. Chapter 377. The Pre-March and the High Lords came to a building on Terra that was second only to the Imperial Palace in terms of area. This was where the High Lords held meetings. The High Lords called the high-ranking officials of their respective forces to gather here. These people were generals who commanded several sectors of the Astra Militarum, the Forged Directors of the Forged Worlds, or the sages who ruled them. The number of these key figures in the human empire could only be described as a sea of people. If someone threw a bomb at the seats where the Mechanicus personnel were, it would paralyze a bunch of Forged Worlds. When Gilliman appeared in front of these people, they all saluted Gilliman. Under the gaze of everyone, Gilliman and the High Lords walked to the center of the seats where other forces were located. Then it was just a matter of following the procedures. There was no special arrangement on the first day, just following the procedures. The High Lords welcomed the Pre-March for coming from afar, and then asked if the Primarch had a hard journey. The Primarch responded to the High Lords, and then made positive comments on the perseverance and hard work of each High Lord, and encouraged the High Lords to keep up the good work. The two chairmen of the Astronomicon and the Astronomicon asked the Primarch some questions from the side. These two people were the best of the best. They only asked Guilliman some insignificant questions to find out how he sailed to Terra, confirming the previous rumors that the Primarch used the dimensional engine to come to Terra. Although the two chairmen had estimated in advance that the Primarch would definitely use the dimensional engine to rush here, there were some things that had to be asked. Only when the Primarch said it, it would represent the Primarch's attitude. Guilliman was still in a trance after meeting the Emperor 3 days ago. He accidentally confirmed that he was using the dimensional engine. He didn't react until he finished speaking. Guilliman was helpless with the wisdom of the High Lords. These High Lords are definitely the most outstanding people in various fields. They are smart and practical. They can play tricks with the Primarch, which is enough to prove that their intelligence has been honed to the extreme in conspiracy and interest struggle again and again. These people can rule the entire empire most efficiently, wisely, and diligently, but the premise is that they are all selfless. The current High Lords hardly sleep and devote their entire lives to ruling, but their intelligence is not all focused on ruling, but 60 to 70% of their intelligence is focused on internal fighting. Guilliman knows some gossip about the Parliament, and knows that every calculation and every action made by the High Lords for their own interests can make the suspense drama writers of the 500 Worlds applaud. If it were adapted into a play, even the old audience, who had watched tens of thousands of plays in the Mackridge Theatre, would not understand the most superficial and clumsy means of all the means used in the internal struggle. As the saying goes, meat-eaters are vulgar and cannot plan for the long term, and this saying is extremely appropriate for the High Lords. After a set of meaningless official greetings, the chairman of the Star-Tongue Court, Crapias, stood up and invited the Primarch. I have been proposing to the Parliament to invite the Primarch to live on the surface, but this matter has not been discussed until now. I would like to invite the Primarch to rest at the residence arranged by the Star-Tongue Court. On behalf of all the people in the Star-Tongue Court, I humbly and respectfully beg the Primarch to grant this supreme honor to the Star-Tongue Court. Guilliman pondered for a moment, and he felt that Crapias must have something to discuss with him, but it was not easy to talk about it openly. Guilliman knew what it was, and he just wanted to talk about it, so he nodded. Let's ask the Primarch to come to the Assassin's Court. The Grand Master of the Assassin's Court stood up and said, Go to the Assassin's Court to watch your assassin's acrobatics. The Forge General spoke, I have arranged a residence for the Primarch on Mars. The High Lords began to argue, and the question of where the Primarch should stay at night had been magnified to the point where all the lords and spokespersons had to vote. Guilliman tried to stop him, saying that he would only go to the Astronomicon Court at night. At night, the Astronomicon Court arranged the best residence for Guilliman, a single room in the Terra Library. Guilliman really liked this arrangement. He read every book in the library eagerly. These books recorded the deepest secrets and past of the human empire. While the Primarch was reading the books, the Astronomicon Court's host, Crapias, came to the residence to meet the Primarch. The two had already tested each other when they met during the day, and they both knew that the other party was a smart person, so Crapias did not make meaningless beating around the bush, and directly explained his intentions to the Primarch. The head of the Astronomicon, all the astropaths in the Astropathic Court, and all the navigator families. Crapias said softly, observing the Primarch's expression, They want to get accurate information, so they let me be the microphone. They want to know about the Dimension Engine, right? Guilliman asked. Yes. Crapias nodded vigorously. He didn't need to explain in detail. Guilliman knew what he wanted to know, so he gave Crapias the simplest, most direct and clear answer. Dimensional engines must be promoted, and the engines in the warehouse must be installed where they should be installed. Do you know how inefficient the faster-than-light method currently used by the Empire is? A large amount of manpower and material resources cannot even be transported to where they should go. The subspace navigation alone will consume a lot of resources. I have done a calculation. Let the ships equipped with dimensional engines replace the astropaths, and transmit messages as inefficiently as the people of Terra's super-ancient times, which is more stable and timely than the astropaths. As for the arrangements for the astropaths and navigators, they will still enjoy their current status and rights, and the 500 worlds will take out a portion of their taxes to support them. After hearing Guilliman's words, Crapias almost laughed out of anger. The navigators and astropaths will still enjoy their current status and rights. Isn't this a joke? The reason why the navigators and astropaths have such a high status is that the human empire cannot do without them for superluminal navigation. When they are replaced by the Dimension Engine, they will become a piece of dispensable rotten meat. How to deal with them at that time depends on the ideas of the Primarch and other High Lords. By that time, the Astronomican Academy of the Astronomican Court will not even have a high leader position. Gilliman also knew what Crapias was thinking, but he still planned to be simple and direct. The promotion of the Dimensional Engine is imperative, which is more important than anything else. There is no time to play tricks and nonsense with navigators and astropaths. Navigators and astropaths may have a very strong resistance. Crapias said embarrassedly, as a microphone, I can only assure you that what you say tonight will not be spread. Gilliman shook his head. You are a microphone. You can spread it, otherwise I would not tell you this. Gilliman thought that what Crapias said was slightly right, that is, this host is a microphone. The High Lords are not the emperors of the forces they represent, and they have the final say. In the loose ruling system of the human empire, it is often the case that the vassal of the vassal is not my vassal. But then again, the High Lord is the High Lord, and still has great power. This is a complicated and tedious matter. It is impossible to accurately explain whether a force will listen to their High Lord, and how much power this High Lord has. Now give me a definite answer. Gilliman put down the book and looked directly at Crapias. Will the astropaths and navigators accept the Dimensional Engine? I can't say for sure. But, because I can talk to you while reading the book and thinking about many things. I know you can give me a definite answer. Okay. Crapias took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and said to Gilliman, navigators and astropaths will never accept the use of dimensional engines. This is intolerable and indifferent. I understand. Gilliman nodded, indicating that the host could leave. Crapias left the Primarch's residence and came to the library. He met many senior members of the astropathic court who accompanied him. After explaining the Primarch's attitude, Crapias looked at his assistant. There are still many families who cannot come because of the warp storm. You have to spread the Primarch's attitude and let them know. The assistant nodded and then made a request. The storm that just appeared is difficult to cross. I need a fast and safe ship. Fast and safe. There was only one such ship in Crapias' hands, and it was his favorite, the ship that saved him countless times. Use my ship. After thinking it over again and again, Crapias took out the token that controlled the crew of the ship and handed it to the assistant. But when the assistant reached out to take it, Crapias took his hand back and warned the assistant, Traveler is my favorite ship. Do you understand? I understand, sir. The assistant nodded respectfully. Be gentle with my treasure. Crapias placed the token in the assistant's hand, patted him on the back, and reminded him again. The dimensional engine on it is a custom-made one I got from the Tyrone trader. If you dare to overcharge and use it, I will pull out your spine and make it into a crutch. Chapter 378. While everyone in Terra was excited about the return of the Primarch, there was one person who watched everything with a dark purpose. Lord Cypher. On the surface of Terra, on the top floor of a high tower where a noble could see the palace, Cypher stood on the edge of the tower. Looking at the palace, he almost wanted to see it. The owner of the noble manor where Lord Cypher lived had been saved by him, maybe by the current Cypher, or maybe by a previous Cypher. In short, the owner of the manor always remembered that his great-grandfather almost died around the Eye of Terror, and it was a man wearing a hood, holding 2 guns, and carrying the Primarch's sword who saved him. Then the owner of the manor let Cypher live here, and by the way, he also sheltered another Eldar alien brought by the 13th Gene Primarch. When do you plan to go to the Primarch and let him fulfill his promise to you? Hillenderly appeared beside Cypher like a ghost. Even Cypher didn't know whether this alien was so ghostly because of their racial talents, or because the god she believed in gave her special talents. Let me guess, you don't want to go to the Primarch anymore. Hillenderly said, otherwise you wouldn't be standing here stupidly. Cypher nodded, continued to stare at the palace, and said in a low voice, you could have stayed on the Primarch's ship with your compatriots, or even paraded around under the Primarch's protection. So why did you come to me? What does my purpose have to do with you? Hillenderly did not answer. She certainly had a more ambitious goal than Cypher, but this goal might be a little scary in the eyes of others. Before rescuing Gilliman from the Blackstone Fortress, Cypher met with Hillenderly. Hillenderly only knew that Cypher wanted to appear at this critical juncture of fate, to lend a helping hand to the Primarch, and then to make the Primarch agree to take her to meet the Lord of Mankind. The reason why the Veil Walker knew so clearly was that if Cypher didn't tell the truth, he wouldn't be led directly through the webway into the Blackstone Fortress. Hillenderly was very curious about one thing, which was what Cypher was going to do. Even the laughing god Zalego couldn't make a clear prophecy to tell his followers what the human named Cypher wanted to do. After spending some time together, Hillenderly guessed that Cypher had 2 purposes. First, to reforge the Primarch's sword behind him, that is, the sword of the Lion King, to cleanse the sins of Cypher's identity. Second, to strike the Emperor with a sword. Regardless of the purpose, Cypher's actions have certain benefits for the God of Laughter and the Harlequin troupe. I don't want to find the Primarch. It's not feasible to ask the Primarch to take us to see the Emperor. Cypher put his hands on his guns and analyzed calmly. Originally, I should have taken the Primarch to escape from the webway, but the appearance of the Talons messed up everything. The Primarch not only escaped successfully, but also took back his Macridge's glory. I didn't play a big role, and I didn't do the Primarch a favor that he couldn't refuse. Hearing this, Halandri nodded in agreement. She thought so too. Zephyr looked at the entrance of the palace. Can you find a way to get me in? Just get me in. Is there something wrong with you? Halandri poked her head with her slender fingers. You want to sneak into the palace? The Imperial Guards can find you within 30 seconds, then stab you to death with a spear, and then hang you on the palace wall for public display. Zephyr also felt that he was quite crazy. As far as he knew, there could be no gaps in the Imperial Guard's deployment of guards in the palace. It was impossible to sneak in. But if even the clown thought it was impossible, it was beyond Cypher's expectation. Can't you use the webway? Cypher asked. Let me know your identity. You are a barbarian, an ape. I can help you use the webway not because I have any affection for you, but because the God of Laughter guided me to do so. Halandri looked down on Cypher. Help you enter the palace? Don't even think about it. This was not the first time Cypher had dealt with the Eldar. He also knew the nature of these pointy-eared creatures, so he was not angry. But now the journey has really become a tour of Terra, and as for entering the palace, forget it. Cypher. Liberator. Terminator of my suffering. Thief. Cypher, who was taking his first rest in 12 years, suddenly heard a whisper. He thought he was still in the Eye of Terror, or the Maelstrom, and the voice he heard was the nonsense of the dark gods and the warped creatures in his ears. This whisper made Cypher stand up instinctively and raise his two guns to point forward. When he realized that he was in Terra, his emotions changed from fear and vigilance to ecstasy. Because the whisper must be from the Emperor. Come! 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 Come, come, come! Palace. 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 Come! A completely illogical whisper called out to Cypher, affecting every nerve in Cypher's body. Lord Cypher walked out of the room, in a manner like a crazy puppet, and then he saw the deceased former head of the Star Language Court, Frank. Frank was standing in a strange posture at this time. Cypher could see that his bones were broken, and he was in a state of living death. Frost condensed in the air. In the hottest season of Terra, there was a blizzard. Come! To the palace. Frank's eyes were dull, and he spoke like a puppet being manipulated. The whispers Cypher heard came from Frank, but he could understand that Frank was just a carrier with superhuman psychic talent and good at carrying psychic energy. Cypher immediately followed Frank. The two walked to the edge of the palace and went straight through the wall. The moment he entered the palace, Cypher felt the attention of the guards in various light and dark positions, but the eyes of the guards just scanned like a camera, as if they saw nothing. Cypher and Frank floated into the palace like ghosts, passing countless detection instruments and guards along the way, but they were all invisible and could not be found. Finally, the two came to the Golden Throne. Frank's body had been burned to ashes by psychic energy and drifted in the air. Only Cypher stood in front of the giant staircase leading to the Golden Throne. Come here. The whisper sounded again, this time without a carrier as a medium. Cypher felt that his soul was briefly pulled out of his body for a few seconds by the whisper and then forced back in. It was a painful experience. But Cypher still insisted, stepped onto the stairs, and moved towards the Golden Throne. Every step he took could feel the torment, but Cypher's mission drove him forward. Finally, when Cypher came to the Golden Throne, he saw a man standing on the Golden Throne, screaming loudly because he was enduring the most cruel torture in the universe. Chapter 379. Emperor. Cypher knelt down on the throne. If there was a third person present at this time, that person would see Cypher's distorted and ugly face, and his tears flowing continuously. The psychic power and the tragic scene in front of him almost drove Cypher crazy. Savior. Key. Loyalist. Thief. Traitor. Countless voices echoed in Cypher's ears. The Emperor spoke to Cypher for only 1 second, and then lifted the psychic power applied to Cypher. And Cypher felt like his brain was almost boiling in a pot. When the black ashes that could suppress psychic energy floated over from under the throne, Cypher felt like he had returned from hell to the present world. In this second, the Emperor seemed to have said everything, and yet he seemed to have said nothing. Cypher felt that countless emperors were standing on the cruelest punishment machine formed by the Golden Throne, and he wanted to reach out for help. He also felt that many emperors were telling how terrible the pain they had endured for 10,000 years was. But these voices are not all. Some emperors angrily accused Cypher of doing nothing, saying that what he and his predecessors did was useless, and that instead of trying to free themselves, they should go to the battlefield and kill a few human enemies. But Cypher did feel the emperor's call for help, and it was real. "I am here to free you." Cypher took out the sword of the father of genes, which was broken, but still sharp. "Everything I did was to resurrect you. There are many people who do the same thing as me, and sacrifice one after another for the same purpose." Cypher felt that he was right, especially since he was personally led by the emperor into the deepest part of the palace. It must be the emperor's idea to free himself from the Golden Throne. So Cypher knelt on the ground and raised the Lion King's sword. At this moment, he suddenly saw many things. A huge, advanced, and wealthy alien empire. The scream of a dark god awakening. The alien empire was destroyed in an instant, and 90% of the entire race died. The remaining living individuals were either too far away from the location where the dark god awakened, or hid in the webway, and were not affected. Through these images, Cypher saw what the emperor wanted to tell him. That is, if he was killed and reborn on the Golden Throne, he would be reborn, but humans would face the same fate as the alien empire. But what the emperor revealed puzzled Cypher. Didn't the emperor want to be free and reborn? At this time, the door to the Golden Throne suddenly closed. A psychic storm swept across the entire throne area. Cypher felt that someone was grabbing his throat, and he was lifted up without resistance, 10 meters off the ground, and the sword and gun in his hand fell off. At this time, Cypher heard someone quarreling. One side was accusing the other side of killing Cypher, which would make the only chance of liberation slip through their fingers. The other side was accusing the other side of causing a catastrophe for humanity if they stood up from the throne, and people like Cypher should be killed. Both sides applied their psychic energy to Cypher at the same time. One side protected him, and the other side tore him apart with psychic energy. After a moment of stalemate, all the voices were unified. Cypher. Cypher heard the most sincere, unified call. Cypher suddenly realized that he was brought to the Golden Throne because the emperor wanted to be freed, but not all emperors wanted to be freed, and most of them did not. The emperor's will of those who did not want to be freed brought Cypher to kill the only person who could free him, so as to prevent the entire human race from being destroyed by himself like the Eldar Empire was destroyed by Slaanesh. "I can't stand up." In an instant, the emperor said many things. Cypher heard the emperor say that humans don't have the webway, and once he stood up, humans would be completely destroyed. Cypher also heard the emperor say that you are a loyal person, and part of my will is using psychic energy to protect you. I can't kill you for the time being, but if you also think you are a loyal person, you should put the gun in your mouth and pull the trigger. The emperor's will is unified, and the emperor's will is not unified. In this area where the throne is located, time flows in an abnormal state, and anything may have thousands of conditions within a second. Cypher felt his body disintegrate. Cypher felt his body reshape. There was indeed a force protecting his body and his soul, but it was weak and would soon disappear. Cypher shouted at the Lord of Mankind with all his might, asking the Lord of Mankind to tell him one thing exactly, whether he wanted to be freed from the throne. When the emperor's unified will answered no, Cypher struggled to pick up the two guns and put the muzzles into his mouth. At this moment, all the power that caused Cypher's body to disintegrate or protected his body dissipated. Regardless of whether the emperor was freed or not, Cypher felt that he was freed anyway. After getting an accurate answer, the trigger was pulled, and the sound of gunfire resounded throughout the throne. I don't know how long it took. Cypher felt himself being dragged, and he vaguely saw the commander of the Imperial Guards, Trajan. Trajan was furious as never before, roaring and cursing at all the Imperial Guards. When he lost control of his emotions, all the Imperial Guards knelt on the ground with their heads down, not even daring to breathe, and they also realized how big a mistake they had made. Cypher turned his head with difficulty, and saw an Ultramarines pharmacist squatting in front of him, inserting a needle with the Talon Sector logo on it into his neck. Trajan walked towards Cypher angrily, pushed away the guards on the way one by one with his arms, and then pushed away the pharmacist, and finally grabbed Cypher from the ground and punched him hard. When the first punch landed on his head, Cypher had fainted and was unconscious. It was unknown how long it had been. When Cypher woke up, he found himself tied up and locked in a dungeon. He guessed that this should be the palace prison. You actually bypassed the guards of the Imperial Guards and ran to the throne to assassinate the false emperor. Well done. A voice came from the next cell. Cypher couldn't even turn his neck, so he could only turn his eyes to look in the direction of the voice. A miserable, dirty and smelly blind man was sitting in the corner of the cell. Cypher still recognized this guy. He remembered that his name was Kaon, a thousand son, who was doing well in the rebellion, and he embarked on a road of no return because of knowing Abaddon. When will the Dark Army reach Terra? Does the War Master still remember me? Kaon asked everyone in the prison, whether they knew the Dark Army and the War Master or not. Don't even think about it. While thinking about how to get out, Cypher told Kaon the bad news: your War Master was stabbed several times and his life is unknown. Your companions are all dead, on a metal satellite. I don't believe it. You must be someone sent by the custodians to trick me, and you are full of lies like them. Kaon did not ask further, but leaned against a corner, recalling his past glory over and over again, so as to survive the difficult prison life before Abaddon came to Terra to rescue him. He forced Magnus, the father of Genes, to obey Abaddon's plan, and thus earned the title of Kingbreaker. A sister who was transformed into a machine spirit. A powerful warship. A giant wolf. A close Dark Eldar woman. Good brothers who were willing to die for him. A lot of rare collections in the galaxy. This is what Kaon once had. But now he is nothing, imprisoned in the dungeon of the palace, waiting for the War Master to come to Terra to rescue him. During this difficult and hard time, Kaon could only recall his friends, the Dark Eldar woman, the Machine Soul sister. And of course, the War Master's every move full of leadership charm. Only in this way can Kaon feel a little warmth in the cold dungeon, and he has the motivation to support himself to survive, and continue to wait for the War Master. Chapter 380. The next day, Guilliman was dealing with a mountain of affairs on Terra. Here he even found a request for assistance from other star regions during the Battle of Cadia more than a decade ago. Then the request for assistance was shelved because the High Lords had too many things to deal with. The commander of the Imperial Guards wants to see you. A member of the guard walked into the room and saluted Guilliman respectfully. See you? Guilliman nodded. Soon Trajan walked into the room. He looked very ugly and walked aggressively, but he still saluted Guilliman respectfully and waited for Guilliman to ask him what he wanted. What's the matter? Guilliman put down the work at hand and looked at Trajan intently. Trajan said with a stern face about Cypher, a man who came to the solar system with you ran to the Golden Throne. He carried the sword of the Lion King and held 2 guns. He just went to the throne like this. Guilliman's hair stood on end when he heard the news. Carrying a sword and holding 2 guns, isn't this Lord Cypher? If such a person had not been discovered by the guards before going to the Golden Throne, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Guilliman was surprised and thought of a question, that is, how could Cypher enter the palace? Trajan knew what the Primarch was thinking, and he was also wondering how Cypher entered the palace. He came here not to ask for punishment, but to ask the Primarch if he knew any clues. What did he do after he went to the throne? Guilliman asked. Not sure. When we heard the gunshot and rushed in, the guy shot himself. Trajan said, but I asked an apothecary to help keep him alive, so that we can find out clearly. You can interrogate him, by any means. Guilliman expressed his attitude. I don't want to do anything to the Emperor, and I don't know any of Cypher's plans. He just saved me, and said he wanted me to agree to a request, but he disappeared after he came to the solar system. I understand. Trajan nodded. I will interrogate him with the most brutal means, and will definitely get to the bottom of things. After saying this, Trajan left. Guilliman calmed down and thought about this matter carefully. Cypher actually went to the throne with weapons. No matter how he bypassed the guards, this incident must have made Trajan very anxious. Guilliman felt very embarrassed. After all, he was the one who brought Cypher here, and now such a big thing has happened, he can't escape the blame. Fortunately, Trajan didn't get angry enough to kill him, otherwise this matter would really be unclear. Just as Guilliman was thinking, Call walked into the room. Look who's here. Guilliman stood up to greet him, our official fan Call. Call remained expressionless in response to the Primarch's little humor. Guilliman stood there awkwardly. I am the original, not the defective copy. Call said, the defective copy's algorithm has some problems, and I don't want to be a forged general. Okay. Guilliman nodded slowly. After distancing himself from the defective Call, the original Call began to talk. The Talon sector sent a request, hoping that we can allow the Blackstone Fortress to pass through the area guarded by the Imperial Navy. Blackstone Fortress? Guilliman immediately thought of the Blackstone Fortress of the Blackheart King Huron, but that thing was in the Maelstrom. Could it be that it was intercepted by the Talons? Yes, the Blackstone Fortress. Call nodded. There are more Blackstone Fortresses than we know. The fortress the Talons are talking about is the fortress that suddenly appeared on the edge of the galaxy before. I see. Gilliman immediately wrote an order to the Imperial Navy, asking them to prepare to release the Blackstone Fortress. At the same time, the edge of the galaxy, the Blackstone Fortress that suddenly appeared half a year ago, has become the focus of all forces in the galaxy. Countless expeditions of different cultures and races have gone to the Blackstone Fortress. Their purpose is to take the Blackstone Fortress for themselves, or to find treasures in the Blackstone Fortress. At this moment, in the core area of the Blackstone Fortress, 6 expeditions are confronting each other. On one side is a 4-member expedition team sent by the Mechanicus, for data craftsmen, 3 Castellan robots, and 1 intelligent robot soldier. On one side was a large-scale expedition team of 20 people from the Dark Mechanicus, including 17 data craftsmen and 3 servitors, a total of 17 mechs. The front and back sides of the Mechanicus were less than 100 meters apart, facing each other face to face. The 4 expedition teams in front, behind, and around them were more mixed, with Eldar, humans, and even special orcs from the Blood Axe clan in each expedition team. In the Blackstone Fortress, the relationship between humans and aliens was not as tense as it seemed. You stinky shrimps! A Special Forces orc boy raised his sniper rifle and shouted to everyone in front of him, "Why can't we just start fighting? Idiot! We are also from the Blood Axe clan. Do you want to kill us together?" The orc boy on the opposite side yelled, "Shut up your asshole mouth. We are the dead commandos who take money to do things, and we have to fight for the shrimps after receiving the money. Do you think we are as dishonest as the stinky shrimps and pointy ears? You made your mother's asshole. You were hired by shrimp and pointy ears, and you are even worse than them. Didn't you come with shrimp and pointy ears?" The orcs cursed at each other. Just when the 6 expedition teams were facing each other, an inquisitor of the alien tribunal hiding in the dark put a bag of gold in the hands of the green-skinned boss in front of him. The green-skinned boss of the Blood Axe clan immediately led the Special Forces boys to sneak over. The disguise of this Special Forces team is not bad. Each Special Forces boy plus a boss held 2 bouquets of flowers in his hands, and squatted when moving forward. This is their disguise. Whether the Blood Axe clan Special Forces team can successfully sneak by using camouflage does not depend on whether the people who see the camouflage will be deceived, but on whether the Special Forces team themselves believe that the camouflage is effective. If they believe it, then the camouflage will be effective no matter how poor it is. This is the talent of the green-skinned orcs, I think. Dog, dog. The orc boss commanded the team to move forward quickly. Then this poorly disguised Special Forces team really lurked to the edge under everyone's noses, ready to give everyone a surprise after the battle. All the expedition teams were in place, and the confrontation was still going on. The 6 expedition teams had not noticed the hidden Special Forces sent by the Inquisitor, and thought that only 6 teams were involved in the confrontation. The Eldar Rangers aimed their Star Dart weapons at each other. The orcs continued to yell at each other. The humans also aimed their guns at each other. The 2 forces of the Mechanicus were still in the center of the confrontation. The Special Forces sent by the Inquisitor squatted in the shadows, holding 2 bouquets of flowers to hide their bodies, and observing the situation through the gaps between the flowers. The situation was in chaos. Chapter 381. While the confrontation was still going on, the 2 mechas in the Mechanicus and the Black Mechanicus were communicating secretly. They discovered each other's characteristics. Death was on the Black Mechanicus side. He had found the core of the Blackstone Fortress, and expected to capture the fortress soon and offer it to his creator. Then the Black Mechanicus team was targeted by the Mechanicus, and the 2 sides confronted each other. Death suddenly discovered that there was also an Iron Man in the Mechanicus team, who was hiding his identity like himself. This Iron Man is grayish-white, with a red prism on his round head, an assault gun in his left hand, and a power claw in his right hand. Of course, there is also the indispensable Imperial double-headed eagle logo. Only when it wears this logo can it hide its identity and disguise itself as a robot of the Mechanicus. The 2 Iron Men found each other unusual when they met, and then began to try to communicate. The signals were sent to each other. They decoded each other. They unified the frequency, and finally began to communicate. Found the same kind. Friendly code sent. Friendly code received returned. Inquiry program sent. Are you also an intelligent Iron Man? Sent. Waiting for response. Response. I am also an intelligent Iron Man, are you too? Sent. Waiting for response. Response. Of course I am too. Show goodwill. Send name actively. Receive name. UR025. Same goodwill. Send name. Death. Death. Received. If Chinemo was here at this time, he would be very surprised. Because 025 was an Iron Man in the Blackstone Fortress board game he played in his previous life, and its story was very simple, just a short story. You are 025, and he Death looked at each other, tested each other's intelligence level, and then began to communicate normally. You are also an Iron Man? He Death couldn't believe it, and ecstasy was born in its personality matrix. I am not alone. I am not alone. I am an Iron Man who has been running for a long time. UR025 was also happy. We actually have many of our kind, but I can't contact them anymore, and I don't know what they are doing. I thought I was the last Iron Man in this galaxy. Then UR025 told he Death how he was made. It was born in the dark technological age of mankind, and was made by a stone man to be a domestic Iron Man to take care of the Golden Man. But then the times changed, and the Golden Man it took care of died, and it had to equip itself with weapons for self-defense. After learning all this, he Death told UR025 about his origins. 025 then knew that he Death was a very young Iron Man, created by a powerful scientist, and the reason why he had a personality was because of the personality matrix, otherwise he would be no different from other Iron Men. But even so, 025 still believed that he Death was of the same kind. The reason was very simple. In the eyes of Iron Men, as long as they have intelligence, they are of the same kind, no matter who created them, no matter what accessories they use. As long as they have a certain degree of intelligence and think they are an Iron Man, then they are of the same kind as another Iron Man. We have other similar robots present. He Death looked at the Castellan robot of the Mechanicus across from him. It's also an Iron Man. No, it's just someone else's iron puppet, not an Iron Man. 025 denied he Death's statement, and also looked at the Castellan robot. It's also the same kind in a broad sense, but a pathetic and inferior one. He Death thought about it, and found that the Castellan robot was no different from his brothers in the Iron Man mothership. They were all puppets controlled by others, but they were also Iron Men in a broad sense. After all, they were made of metal. In a narrow sense, it is not an Iron Man, because it has no intelligence. But it is not important. I want to seize the creator who gave me the Blackstone Fortress. He Death said. Then you have to kill all the people here first, otherwise they will not let you take the Blackstone Fortress. 025 said. The two Iron Men communicated for a while, and decided to cooperate. Kill all the people here together. Each arm of he Death was placed on the weapons all over his body. Before he was ready to take action, he reminded 025, you are not a combat Iron Man. Hide after the war, but don't worry, I will protect you. 025 shrugged helplessly, and pointed the power claw at the assault gun on his left hand. I was created to take care of others, but look at me now. Fighting is a necessary skill to survive in this cruel universe. You don't need to protect me. So, he Death pulled out two power swords, and took up the Melta Cannon and Plasma Cannon with his remaining hands. The uncontrolled active behavior of this Iron Man attracted the attention of the black mechanization personnel next to him. Let's start. He Death transmitted the last communication and immediately took action, chopping the three black mechanization personnel and their intelligent control robots around him into pieces. 025 also started to move. It pierced its controller with one claw, and then smashed the Castellan robot beside it with an assault gun. The sudden action of the two Iron Men triggered a battle. The expedition teams composed of greenskins, Eldars and humans began to shoot at each other. During the battle, a cybernetic robot fired at 025 with a bomb, but the attack only left some scratches on 025's body, and then it was torn apart by 025's power claws. The Castellan robot was very powerful. Under normal circumstances, it was enough to kill all the enemies present, but it was killed one after another by 025, like cutting melons and vegetables. The battle became more brutal and fierce. Arms and legs were flying everywhere in the air. Bombs and plasma were flying everywhere. The special forces hiding in the corner were affected by the attack. After the orc boss's hands holding two bouquets of flowers were shattered, the concealment method of the entire special forces team became ineffective, and they were killed by the people from an unknown commando team, the Eldar, and the greenskins who rushed over. He Death nimbly moved around the battlefield, without having to distinguish between enemies and friends, and only needed to kill one organic or puppet after another except 025. When a black mechanic, who had managed to escape hid in the dark, and was about to kill He Death with a Melta weapon, he was spotted by the electronic eye behind He Death's head. An electromagnetic pulse spread out from He Death to the surroundings. The black mechanic's weapons and electronic parts were all paralyzed, and he died on the spot. 025 was not affected by the electromagnetic pulse, as it had already painted itself with a special paint that resisted electromagnetic pulses. It took the two Iron Men less than half an hour to kill everyone who tried to snatch the Blackstone Fortress from them. Even the Inquisitor who had never shown up was found by heat death and penetrated through the wall with a melt-a-cannon. Chapter 382. Home use Iron Man? Heat Death walked towards 025 and used the printing device to help 025 repair the holes on his body. 025's combat power far exceeded Heat Death's expectations. He thought that this home-use Iron Man could only defend himself. If I hadn't developed into a combat type, I wouldn't have survived until now. 025 was quickly repaired, and then asked Heat Death, "What are you going to do next?" "I'm going to install an engine on the Blackstone Fortress and take it away." Heat Death walked to an open space and quickly made a dimensional engine with a printing device. This dimensional engine is just a simplified version. It has no function except to carry objects into the dimensional space. It doesn't even have a protective barrier. But this is exactly what Heat Death wants. It knows that there are still many people in the fortress. These people are hiding in various corners, but it doesn't matter. When the fortress enters the dimensional space, all creatures with souls will die. I know you want to take the Blackstone Fortress away, but what are your plans after that, after giving this thing to your creator as a gift? 025 asked. This really stumped Heat Death. Heat Death had not thought about this when he was sent out to find the Blackstone Fortress. Now that he thought about it, he should go back to the Iron Man mothership after finding the Blackstone Fortress and sending it back. Go back to the mothership. Heat Death said, "It's really not a good place. It's dark and cold, and there's an asshole AI who lied to me that it was my creator. Then maybe we can travel together, after you send the Blackstone Fortress back." 025 proposed. Then, during the printing process of the dimensional engine, 025 talked a lot about adventure. It proposed that Heat Death could go on an adventure with it, travel around the galaxy, collect treasures left by the glorious moments of mankind in the past, and look for surviving Iron Men in the galaxy. Heat Death refused without hesitation. "I still have my own responsibilities, and I am not a free Iron Man." "You were created by humans? Can humans create Iron Men now?" 025 asked. Of course. The dimensional engine had been printed during the conversation. Heat Death turned to look at his own kind and asked, "You mentioned the golden people before. What is the difference between them and the current humans?" It was the first time that Heat Death heard the word golden people. Before that, he thought that humans only had one name, humans. The difference is too big, both in terms of technology and biology. As he said this, 025 took out a projection device from his back, and after pressing it, a yellow arc-shaped object appeared on the device. This is a fruit from the ancient times of the Earth, called banana. So? Heat Death looked at 025 in confusion. In terms of biology, bananas are closer to ancient humans than modern humans are. 025 said. Heat Death was stunned for a long time, and finally felt that 025 was just joking. He knew that humans had made many changes to adapt to the environment of their planet, but they were definitely not less similar to their ancestors than bananas. After all, bananas are fruits, not living things. When the two Iron Men were talking, a dimensional rift opened in front of the Blackstone Fortress, and the entire fortress jumped directly into the dimensional space, slowly moving forward in the waves of time and space in the dimensional space. With every passing second, the Blackstone Fortress could advance several light years, until the energy of the dimensional engine disappeared and the fortress was spit out by the dimensional rift and returned to the real universe. This place has entered the sphere of influence of the Empire, and an Imperial Navy patrol fleet is sailing in the galaxy. The fleet immediately discovered the Blackstone Fortress that had left the dimensional space and approached to check. Gilliman had ordered the Imperial Navy to let it pass, but the Imperial Navy had not received the news. They thought it was an enemy fortress and immediately launched an attack, and even mobilized the military forces of the entire Star region to deal with the upcoming Black Crusade they imagined. The dimensional engine of the Blackstone Fortress quickly charged, and sent the fortress into the dimensional space again. Chi Nemo informed Gilliman that the Blackstone Fortress would pass through the Empire's territory, just to prevent him from taking this as a precursor to the Black Crusade after receiving the news. He did not expect that the current information transmission efficiency of the Empire would immediately allow all naval departments to receive the news of clearance. When the fortress was sailing, 025 remained silent. Until Heat Death broke the silence. "You can go to the Talon sector with me. Do you think there is a place for me to stay?" Although 025 was waiting for Heat Death's invitation, it still asked cautiously because it was not sure whether the current human beings could accommodate an Iron Man. Because Heat Death's intelligence was too high, And considering the current technology mastered by humans and their artificial intelligence ban, 025 even began to suspect that Heat Death was not an Iron Man created by humans, but an Iron Man with a human soul implanted in him. Of course, it is your place to stay. Heat Death persuaded, the humans there are just like the people in Ultramar's 500 worlds. They are neither extreme nor ignorant. They are willing to accept us and trust us. Did you travel from the dark technology age? 025 said, I have been to the 500 worlds, and the people there are indeed rational, but they are not yet able to accept the existence of Iron Man. Believe me, they can. Heat Death was very determined. Seeing it like this, 025 thought about it, and finally nodded in agreement. The Blackstone Fortress continued to sail, but Heat Death did not continue to wait there obediently. Instead, he asked 025 if he knew what good things were in the fortress. After arriving at the Blackstone Fortress, Heat Death mixed into the expedition team of the Black Mechanicus, and then began to confront them. Until now, he has controlled the fortress, but he does not know what is in the fortress. When listening to the Black Mechanicus talking, he said that there is a treasure in the fortress, but Heat Death does not know where this treasure is or what it is. You really asked the right person. 025 turned around and motioned for Heat Death to follow him. The two Iron Men circled in the core area and finally came to a dark and narrow passage. The passage was too narrow to accommodate the Iron Men. This is the way to the secret room, but I don't know what's inside, 025 said. Heat Death decided to go and see for himself, so he separated his brain. The Iron Man's body stood still, and his head with tiny mechanical legs entered the passage and crawled towards the deepest part. 025 couldn't go in, so he could only wait there. A moment later, an explosion was heard. Heat Death's headless body instantly straightened up, and then fell backwards. 025 squatted down in panic and tried to repair Heat Death, but the technology it had was not enough to repair it. It only knew that Heat Death's head was damaged at the end of the passage, and the body lost remote control and fell down. But fortunately, 025 didn't need to help with the repair, and the printing device on Heat Death's body began to restore the original head. There is a webway gate inside. Heat Death got up from the ground, raised his hand, and turned his head straight. It's just that there is a little defense device inside. Fortunately, the webway gate was not blown up by the defense device. That's good. 025 nodded. Heat Death did not explore other places where good things might be hidden again, and turned back to the core area to wait. Chapter 383. Blackstone Fortress traveled through the universe for 2 months before arriving at the Tyrone sector. When Heat Death wanted to use the dimensional engine to jump directly from the edge of the sector into the galaxy capital, it found that the dimensional engine was trapped by the interference field at the edge of the galaxy. The patrol fleet of the Tyrone Navy was teleported out from the vicinity of Blackstone Fortress. After the Void Fortress in the galaxy aimed all its weapons at the fortress, the naval fleet approached the fortress and released scanning waves before boarding the ship for inspection. A team of Ogrins wearing power armor escorted a naval officer in a white uniform and teleported directly into the core area of the fortress, and came to Heat Death and 025. The naval officer had one hand behind his back, and the other holding a document. He first saw Heat Silence, and then you are 025. At this moment, 025 suddenly became nervous. It was a little worried whether the naval officer in front of it would use force on it. But the naval officer just glanced at 025 and asked Heat Silence, "Is it the same kind that was created with you?" "No, it's another Iron Man I found." Heat Silence replied, "I can vouch for it." The officer looked at 025 again, then took out the communicator to report, and then handed the document to Heat Silence. "We have received news that the fortress will soon enter the Star Zone. Welcome home," the officer said. Heat Death signed his name on the document and returned it to the officer, asking, "Why can't I enter the Talon system directly this time?" "No one can now. Even the guards will be stopped at the edge of the Star Zone." The officer put away the document and talked about the recent increase in vigilance. 2 months ago, we fought a fierce battle with the Necrons in Dead Zone 3. Even the reality membrane was broken. Subspace creatures may invade at any time. The Lord of Talon issued a martial law order. It's a turbulent time. Heat Death nodded. In short, before the reality membrane gradually recovers, no ship can jump directly into the sector capital. The officer activated the teleporter. "Go to Talon. The Lord of Talon is waiting for you." The Navy personnel then teleported out. The Blackstone Fortress continued to sail towards the Talon system. Since the interference field was activated in each system, even the ships that had been identified could only sail from one system to another. It took the Blackstone Fortress another week to reach the Talon system. After the Blackstone Fortress entered the star system and docked at the starport, Chinemo immediately teleported to the interior of the fortress to admire the spoils that Heat Death had helped him to seize. Chinemo did not come alone. He was accompanied by Burner and Vanessa. I am having a headache about where to get the Blackstone. Chinemo hugged Heat Death and pointed to a black wall in front of their location. Well done. With this thing you brought back, I can build a mobile anti-subspace platform. Yes, this fortress is made entirely of black stone. Heat Death has already investigated the Blackstone Fortress. As the name suggests, the Blackstone Fortress is really made of pure black stone, and this fortress has not been found by others before, so there is not even a little equipment made of other materials inside. Except for the dimensional engine. This piece of black stone is of great use to me. Chinemo walked towards the black wall in front of him, and stroked the black stone. The 1 ton of black stone that Klein squeezed out of Bologna before was less than half of this wall. Even if the Blackstone Fortress cannot be used as a whole, it can be dismantled. In short, black stone is a treasure in this universe. I found another Iron Man. Heat Death turned around and waved to the dark. UR-025 walked out of the shadows. If it was another Iron Man, Chinemo would not easily allow it to become Heat Death's companion without knowing its background, but UR-025 could. The two had never met in this universe, but Chinemo was unilaterally familiar with UR-025's situation. So the answers to a series of questions prepared by 025 did not work, and Chinemo immediately let 025 stay in the Talon Star Zone. It can act with you, you can go to the mothership together, or walk around the Star Zone when there is nothing to do. Can I stay in Tyrone? 025 asked. Not in Tyrone, but with your kind. Chinemo said. 025 didn't care about the Tyrone sector. In its opinion, it was not much different from most sectors in the human empire. What it cared about was being able to stay with its kind. Thank you. 025's metal body bowed slightly, and then stared at Chinemo. Iron Men often have analytical hardware and software that are always activated. Whether 025 wants it or not, it can see Chinemo's physiological data, such as genes. Chinemo also had doubts in this regard. Are my genes very similar to those of the Golden Man? No. 025 shook his head. Your gene sequence is still very different from that of the Golden Man, but you are different from the current humans. You are? A pure natural human. This answer did not surprise Chinemo. He had never seen the Golden Man in the Dark Technology Age, but he could guess that humans must have undergone many transformations when they entered the universe. The genes of the current Imperial humans all have the legacy left by the Golden Man, such as they are stronger, have better psychological qualities, and have psychic talents. For example, Creed, the Supreme Lord of Cadia, smokes a cigar that is much stronger than the cigars on Earth in ancient times, but he can not only smoke it, but also pass through his lungs. Another example is the humans in the current Imperial Hive City. It is extremely exaggerated to say that the environment of the lower and lower nests is dirty and messy. If the physical fitness of humans is not as strong as that of their ancient ancestors, and the psychological quality is not as strong as that of their ancestors, it is impossible for them to survive in the Hive City. As for natural humans, it refers to pure natural people who have not yet left the Earth. Purely natural, pollution-free. If Iron Man still exists on a large scale, what privileges do ancient natural people like me have? Chinemo asked. He suddenly thought whether he could gather some Iron Man like 025. After all, there is more than just 025 Iron Man remnant in the galaxy. Maybe. I am just a home-use type, not a scientific research type. There is no relevant preset for pure natural people in my instruction library, but scientific research Iron people should have. After all, pure natural people were already very rare in the era when I was born, and natural people must have high value in the field of genetic science. After that, 025 lowered his head and thought for a moment, then asked, but what's the point of saying this now? That's right. Chinemo nodded and ordered Heat silence. Thank you for your hard work, take your iron friend and leave the fortress. Heat silence did not respond immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his head and whispered, I don't want to go back to the mothership. Then don't go back to the mothership. Chinemo took out a circular star map projection device and unfolded a star map of the Tyrone star region marked with a red circle. You can choose any of the 3 planets in the galaxy within the circle area to settle down. These 3 planets are prohibited from colonization, and no one will disturb you. Heat silence raised his head and immediately took 025 out of the fortress. Chapter 384. After sending the Iron Men away, Chinemo, Burner and Vanessa studied the entire Blackstone Fortress. The three did not circle around in the fortress, but used a basic ability of the star god to observe the entire Blackstone fortress from a higher dimension. Many things that are affected by space and distance and hidden will be seen from a higher dimensional perspective, and even time is straightforward. This Blackstone fortress has experienced a lot. It was forged by the Eldar's Ball craftsmen during the war in heaven. Less than a year after it was put into use, it was exiled to another dimension by a star god named World Shaper. As for how the Blackstone fortress appeared a while ago, it is unknown. In a higher dimension, it can only be seen that it was vomited out. Since this is a war machine forged by the Eldar god of artisanship, Ball, it naturally has a webway gate inside. As for other goodies, there are not many, and they are useless. We can try to activate the webway gate and explore the webway it connects to. The Burning One has always been very interested in the webway of the old ones, and it is also concerned about the webway. Coincidentally, Chi Nemo is also very interested in the webway now. Because an uncontaminated and complete webway can isolate the influence of the subspace, which means that when the four gods begin to invade the Talon sector, the army and fleet can transfer and fight along the webway. In the real universe, there is the influence of the subspace, and the reality membrane and curtain within 400 light-years around the dead zone galaxy are weakened. This situation is like a toilet explosion at home. Using the dimensional engine, a navigation method that must be activated and disengaged in the real universe, is like trudging through a house full of feces. The webway is an underground passage built in the house where the toilet exploded. You can go to any room and pass through the sewage pit without getting wet. In different situations, the two navigation methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. Give me some time, I will help you figure out whether this webway can be used, the burner said. No, I have a better way. Chi Nemo interfered with the Blackstone fortress from a higher dimensional perspective, activated the switch leading to the correct route of the webway, and a spiral door opened in front of the three people. Then, after opening the gate of the webway with the equipment used in the previous research on the webway, Chi Nemo left the high-dimensional perspective and motioned Vanessa to enter the webway. This was a new way to use Vanessa that Chi Nemo suddenly thought of. She was a psychic who could enter the webway to release psychic energy and detect whether there were damaged areas on the webway. Vanessa, who originally only went to the Blackstone fortress to detect whether there was any psychic reaction, now had other uses, and she was also happy to serve, and went straight into the webway accompanied by the two star gods. What are the results of the investigation? Chi Nemo asked. I just started to call on spiritual energy. Vanessa closed her eyes, and her long golden wavy hair slowly floated up. If it doesn't work, call the Emperor. Emperor? Do you think the Lord of Humanity can be called upon? Vanessa had just said half of her words, when a golden light appeared on her pupils, and her whole temperament changed completely. I'm still happy to help. Vanessa didn't open her mouth, but the sound came out of her mouth naturally. The human part of the Emperor is extremely weak, so weak that it can use its weak characteristics to possess mortals and spread rumors everywhere, but even so, it is still a part of the Emperor. Regardless of how much psychic power he can mobilize, his use of psychic power is always better than any mortal psychic user today. It took less than 3 seconds for the Emperor to use psychic power to explore the entire webway, and then found that his personal exploration was indeed an exaggeration, because the entire webway is only a small section, but it can be connected to any other webway. After informing Chi Nemo of the results of the investigation, Chi Nemo discussed with the burner and felt that this webway could be connected to the webway in the Talon sector, which is closed and safe. Although Uslan and his fellow Eldar had entered the webway in the Talon sector before, but when the burner monitored Uslan taking away the warriors in the temple, he destroyed the Eldar webway gate after Uslan and his party left. Not to mention the subspace creatures, even the Eldar couldn't get in. Leave the matter of connecting the webway to me. The burner looked around. Just find a way to make Blackstone Fortress yours. Easy. Chi Nemo nodded, and left the webway with Vanessa, leaving the burner alone to use his little trick to connect the webway. The huge renovation project began. Since the two star gods participated in the renovation project, this project did not require too many people in time, and it could be done quickly. Are you sure that the machine soul of this thing will allow itself to be controlled by you? The Emperor controlled Vanessa's body, and walked to Chi Nemo, watching him conjure up instruments and equipment one after another out of thin air, and use these things to interfere with the black stone that he could not control. Of course not. Chi Nemo shook his head, but I don't need to control its machine soul. One day, I can find the most powerful soulless person in our star region to dispel the machine soul. As for the use of black stone, I have figured it out a little through research on Cadia. The effect is definitely not as good as the obelisk, but with so many black stones, It can ensure that there will be no subspace influence within at least nearly 100 light years. The Emperor nodded and watched silently. Qin Mo continued the work at hand, using instruments and equipment to sense and monitor the black stone, and trying to find a way to use it. Both of them were silent for a long time, until Qin Mo felt bored and took the initiative to break the silence. When Terra was still called Earth, it was a super ancient period. Was it you who adopted the founder of ancient Rome? The Emperor recalled and nodded. Really? I thought it was just a legend. Qin Mo suddenly found it very interesting, and then asked, did you really turn into a wolf and breastfeed your 2 children? That's not the case. The Emperor shook his head. Qin Mo nodded, thinking that fortunately it wasn't, otherwise it would be too bizarre. I guess. It's just turning into a wolf to hunt and feed the 2 children. At this time, the Emperor's eyes suddenly became deep, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly said, in that historical period, she-wolf does not mean female wolves, she-wolf is just a nickname. Any name? What nickname? Qin Mo stopped his work and stared at the Emperor, feeling puzzled. After thinking for a while, Qin Mo suddenly thought of something. She-wolf? This nickname doesn't mean what I think, right? In his previous life, Qin Mo had seen research on the ancient Roman period. Some people said that the word she-wolf refers to women who do special work. No. Yes. But the Emperor shook his head incoherently, admitting and not admitting, and finally just emotionally defended, otherwise. That was ancient times, before Christ. It's not easy for one person to support 2 boys. So what kind of work can I do to support them? Farming. Qin Mo was stunned and shocked. The Emperor looked at Qin Mo's reaction, and suddenly laughed after a few seconds. Just kidding, I actually used psychic power to disguise my image so that the 2 children really thought they were raised by a she-wolf. Ha, I told you. Qin Mo also laughed. Chapter 385. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The 41st millennium was about to end, and the shaky empire was about to usher in the 42nd millennium. However, the demon invasion that Qin Mo had expected did not happen. The Tyrone sector had already invested too much financial and material resources in the defense line around the dead zone, and the colonization activities within the 400 light-year range of the dead zone had also been stopped. If it were not for the insurance company paying for the forced suspension of the colonization activities, the people who had previously gone to colonize the dead zone number 3 would have lost everything. Nearly 1 million people from 20 regiments of the Tyrone army evacuated from the original defense zone and entered the webway. Together with the logistics personnel, a total of 4 million people lived in the newly built space station in the webway. They adapted to the living environment inside the webway from scratch. For individuals, the most nightmare is not that there is no day or night in the webway, but that every time they go to the observation deck of the space station to relax, they can only see the fangs and claws of the subspace creatures outside the golden light curtain of the webway, and even the red planet with a hideous human face. The only thing that makes people feel relieved is that these ghosts can't enter the webway, no matter how hard they try. The shattered reality membrane and curtain are gradually recovering themselves. The entire star sector is preparing for a subspace invasion, and this subspace invasion seems to never come. Tyrone Gate Defense Zone. North Star System. North Star Port. An Imperial transport ship entered the port for inspection at the request of the Tyrone Navy Patrol Fleet. When the ship was towed into the port berth by the tractor beam, the door of the entire ship opened, and countless Sentinel drones swarmed into the ship to search every corner, and reminded all crew members to leave the ship under the guidance of the drones. A total of 150,000 crew members were brought out, and walked through the canyon-like ground structure of the special berth in the starport. Zack was one of these 150,000 people. He looked around as he walked slowly in the crowd. The sky was full of drones, one after another swooping down from the sky, scanning any targets they found suspicious. It was raining, and the rain was a very effective, but particularly smelly disinfectant. At the top of the left and right sides of the canyon-like environment, the Batio Galaxy Defense Team was being teleported in. These local soldiers also wore power armor, and held laser rifles with scopes in their hands. They stood at the top and looked down at the people below. The people below could not see whether the expressions under their helmets were contemptuous, disgusted, or sympathetic. Zack felt like he was one of the ants crawling in the cracks of the gutter, being treated without dignity. But the other ants didn't care, because 99% of their lives were in a more undignified situation than now. Instead, they felt that the rain that fell from the sky, although it smelled bad, was much clearer than the acid rain in the hive, and was just right for bathing. The Talons, were pretty good. Is this the 45th time this month? 46th time, sir? 46th time? Lord Talon? Zack heard someone talking about something at the top of the right side, 200 meters away from him. Why do we always have to help clean up the Empire's ships that were blown to our side by the warp storm? We also have to feed them, modify the dimensional engine, and send them back. It's the 46th time. Why can't they just use the dimensional engine honestly? The Primarch is promoting the use of the dimensional engine, sir. I hope he can hurry up. Go and apply for 150 tons of food. We have to make sure these compatriots, who were frightened in the storm, are well fed and well drink before leaving. Yes, sir. 150,000 people continued to move forward at the bottom. After inspection and disinfection, they entered the resettlement warehouse at the bottom of the starport. This was a warehouse originally used to store warship parts, and now it was used to accommodate the crew of the Imperial ships that had strayed to the Basio system. Soon, drones flew in to deliver food to everyone. The starport staff had experience. They sent out dense transport drones like a storm at one time, because if they didn't send out so many drones at once, people would think that they could get food without fighting, and then these people who had been lost in the subspace storm for a long time would immediately fight. During the meal, the state church priest called on everyone to pray to the Emperor and thank the Emperor for the food. Of course, people did as they were told, gathered together, and recited loudly the hymns to the Emperor. After reciting, they began to eat. At this time, a guard who was maintaining order noticed Zack, because Zack was a teenager, very young, and looked very immature and fragile. The guard walked up to Zack, took out the ration sugar cubes, and put them into the thick soup on Zack's plate. Thank you, sir. Zack raised his head to thank him, and then continued to eat voraciously. The soldier sat next to the boy, and when his helmet was opened, there was a hissing sound of air being released. The cold air used to balance the temperature sprayed from the inside of the helmet into the surrounding environment, and Zack also saw his face clearly. A weathered face of a middle-aged man. The cloth band on your forehead is soaked with disinfectant. The guard saw that the cloth band on Zack's forehead was constantly dripping disinfectant into the food on the plate, and wanted to help Zack untie the cloth band. But Zack opened the cloth band himself without the guard's help. At that moment, the guard was stunned. Because on Zack's forehead, under the cloth soaked with disinfectant, there was an eye. This eye seemed to have been closed for a long time, and had been glued together by granulation, and even began to degenerate, but it was still barely visible that it was an eye. People with 3 legs are common in the hive, but people with 3 eyes are not common, because 3 eyes are the symbol of navigators. When the Basio galaxy still used the subspace engine, the guard had seen a navigator with 3 eyes. Are you from the navigator family? The guard asked. What is the navigator family? Zack asked back while eating. Your ship does not use a dimensional engine, so there is no navigator? The guard asked again. Are you talking about people with 3 eyes? My father has 3 eyes, and he can provide navigation guidance for our ships. Zack said, but he died when the ship entered the warp last time when I was a child. Zack continued. My father died when the ship entered the warp last time when I was a child. Before he died, he told me a lot of things about the warp and navigation, but he didn't mention the navigator you mentioned. Is this the adjective for people with 3 eyes in this galaxy culture? My father hoped that I could continue to guide the ship, but I failed him because I still can't open my 3rd eye and can't sense the psychic power he mentioned. After listening to what Zack said, the guard nodded. Zack is obviously not a navigator, because if he had psychic power, he would have been found out before entering the starport and then be kept under separate supervision. However, the navigator family is aristocratic with a good status. How could there be a descendant who can't even open his 3rd eye and doesn't know what a navigator is? Even the boy's eyes have degenerated. The guard couldn't figure out what was going on. Sir. Zack was full, put down the plate, and put the remaining food in a leather bag and hung it on his waist, then turned around and asked the guard, what time is it now? The last year of the 41st millennium, the last year is almost over. The guard said. Oh! Thank you for telling me. Zack nodded. My father told me when I was 8 years old that it was 765.m42. It seems that my father remembered it wrong. He is always crazy. Chapter 386. After the meal, 150,000 people were screened for psychics. After confirming that there were none, they were sent to the ship modified with the dimensional engine. The dimensional engine has been set up with a route in advance. The ship will automatically go to the place where the Imperial Navy is stationed, and then the Navy will find and take it away. As for the subsequent arrangements, it depends on where the Empire is short of people. The transport ship jumped out of the Basio galaxy and sailed towards the distance. During the voyage, everyone on the ship crowded in the engine compartment, and these people curiously surrounded the dimensional engine. But this is not just to satisfy curiosity. The engine has been preset with a route. When it reaches its destination, we will dismantle the engine and hide it so that the Navy will not find it. Now the Empire is fully promoting the dimensional engine. The region has a strict requirement on the number of engines used in a star region. Then we sell it to the governor of a galaxy. You know, the governors are doing their best to please the regent. They not only want to use the limited number of engines they have, but also want to replace all of them with dimensional engines. However, the engines they have are limited, so they will buy them from other channels at a high price. A man stepped on the dimensional engine and told everyone his idea. Everyone had the same idea, but they lacked someone to lead them. Otherwise they would have to think about dismantling and selling the engine once they left the Batio system. You can't decide anything. A man who suddenly entered the engine compartment said loudly. The man was wearing a tattered guard uniform. Everyone present, except Zack, knew that he was the captain of the guard of the original Corradian navigator family. The captain of the guard walked into the crowd and pulled Zack out. He is our master, he can make the decision. Oh, really? The man who proposed to sell the engine jumped off the engine and walked to the captain to confront him. Then please tell me, why should we listen to this boy? What is the reason? The captain of the guard hesitated after hearing this, glanced at Zack, and then looked at the person in front of him. We have to listen to him, this is the law. Let me tell you why we have to listen to Zack. The man turned around and shouted to everyone. Because Zack is the only descendant of the navigator family, he is our nominal master. After his father died, we slaves should be loyal to this little master. This is the fucking reason. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present, even those who supported selling the engine, could no longer agree with what the man said. Shut your mouth, this is a secret. The master taught us not to say these words, and we shouldn't let little Zack know. Listening to the scolding of the crowd, the man didn't care and picked up the megaphone to continue shouting. In the 129th year of the 42nd millennium, because of an order from the 4-meter-tall freak, who called himself the regent, all the navigator families lost their status and became worse than shit. Astropaths can still go to the army and serve as prophets and consultants to the governor of a certain world, but the three-eyed mutants like navigators are useless. You still have to listen to this little shit. Tell me, is the word slave branded into your genes and thoughts? The man's words were like a sharp sword piercing the hearts of the people present. People began to ask themselves if they were really too servile. What era is this? Why do they still listen to the navigator family? Their ancestors have never left the navigator family, and they were taken into the subspace by the Corradian family. This is already a crazy act. In this ship, people are like fence sitters, and which side they lean to depends on the wind. And the man's words are a gust of wind. Despicable, born slaves. The man jumped onto the dimensional engine and pointed at the Talon creation under his feet. Now tell me, do you want to continue to be slaves, or stand up and be a person like me? Just like those people in Talon and the 500 worlds. Live rationally, live like a person? Like a person. At first, only a few people spoke. But soon more people responded, like a person. In the end, everyone roared in unison, like a person. The man nodded with satisfaction. I, Savon, am your new leader. I will lead you to sell the dimensional engine in exchange for a large amount of funds, find a new world to start a new life, and we will build a new world as prosperous and enlightened as the 500 worlds. Everyone started cheering. Savon walked up to the captain of the guards and took out a rope. You, a slave, deserve to be thrown into the dungeon. The captain of the guards looked at the people around him who were staring at him, then nodded, but made a request. I want to be locked up with Zack. Of course. Savon nodded in agreement. The captain of the guards and Zack were sent to the dungeon. The captain and Zack survived in the dark dungeon for a while, and they lived on the little food that Zack had put in his leather bag in the Talon Star Zone. Until one day, the ship suddenly stopped sailing. We've arrived. The captain stood up and ran to the porthole to look outside. The ship of the Imperial Navy had sailed far away. Obviously, they just checked the ship, confirmed that there was no problem, and left, and were too lazy to come up to investigate carefully. The ship set sail again. At this time, Savon and his men had already learned how to use the engine, voice control. The Talon people really wanted the people on this ship to leave alive, so the engine they installed for them was also the simplest and easiest to use. After jumping into the dimensional space, the ship sailed towards the destination set by Savon, and soon arrived at the destination. The captain of the guard knew where Savon wanted to go. He must go to a galaxy called Caesar's to find the local governor to sell the engine, because a few hundred years ago, Savon and the governor had some friendship. But when the ship jumped out of the dimensional space, the captain of the guard, Zack, and everyone on the ship were stunned. Because although what appeared in front of them was indeed the Caesar's galaxy, it was not the galaxy they had seen before. The galaxy is now empty. Although the captain of the guard had long suspected that the ship had traveled through time when it left the subspace, it was only confirmed now. There is no Caesar's galaxy now, because the Caesar's galaxy was used as a supply transit point in a war, and then slowly developed to what everyone saw in the original timeline. So what does the Caesar's galaxy look like now? The captain of the guard took out an ancient book that recorded the sphere of influence of the empire long ago, and looked for the location of the Caesar's galaxy. Then the captain suddenly raised his head, and said to the ignorant Zack, "The Caesar's galaxy is the edge galaxy of the 442th star zone. And the ancient name of the 442th star zone is Badab." Chapter 387. A ship with the Black Hand logo detached from the subspace. The people on Zack's ship saw the logo and trembled with fear. They immediately activated the dimensional engine and sailed in a panic. But before the ship jumped into the dimensional space, the Red Pirates patrol warship had already prepared for battle under the guidance of the wizard on the ship. A boarding torpedo was launched and crashed into the ship and entered the dimensional space together. Savon organized a combat force of 3,000 people and rushed to the location of the boarding torpedo with weapons. The new captain of the guard led this temporary army to set up defenses in the corridor in front of the boarding torpedo. Everyone huddled together and stared at the front quietly. Smoke and flames filled the air ahead, with only bursts of metal collisions coming from there. "Prepare for battle," the new captain of the guard shouted loudly. Everyone raised their weapons and aimed at the smoke, waiting for the enemy to come out of it and then shoot. But it was not the enemy that came out, but 6 plasma shells. These 6 plasma shots accurately killed the 6 crew members holding melta weapons. The situation instantly fell into chaos. 6 Red Corsair Space Marines rushed out of the smoke with bolt pistols and power swords. They chased every person who lost their organization and used power swords to brutally kill when they could have used bolt guns. Only 6 Space Marines shattered the defense of 3,000 people and turned the torpedo landing point into a slaughterhouse. The surviving crew members hid from place to place. Savon was found by 6 Space Marines and was forced to shut down the dimensional engine and Geller's stand, and then killed after it lost its function. The situation on the entire ship was extremely chaotic. 1 day later, Zack, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, escaped the killing catastrophe that broke out on the ship. He was even able to rest for a while. After waking up, he immediately looked at the captain of the guard, who was imprisoned with him. The captain of the guard was lying by the porthole, kneeling and praying. Zack crawled over curiously and took a look. He found that the entire ship had been taken into the subspace. To the left and right of the ship is the Red Corsair fleet. People living in the 42K era are very familiar with the Red Corsair fleet's Black Hand symbol. "Why?" Zack heard the captain of the guard mutter. "Why did they send out the entire fleet?" "What happened?" Zack asked. The captain of the guard then told Zack what happened while he was sleeping. The ship was caught up by the warships of the Red Corsair warband. The Red Corsairs entered the ship and installed a warp engine on the ship, and then the ship followed that warship into the warp. Soon, more and more Red Corsair warships arrived at the ship, and there was even a huge void fortress in the shape of a hexagram. The entire transport ship became the flagship, the focus of the Red Corsair warship fleet. Even as the two were talking, 2 more cruisers entered the subspace and sailed to the right of the transport ship. "Is everyone on the ship okay?" Zack asked. The captain of the guard did not respond, but handed over a monitor while praying to the Emperor. That was the monitor of the ship's surveillance link. When sailing in the warp, the captain of the guards monitored the crew's every move through this screen to ensure that they remained loyal to Zack's family. Zack looked at the monitor. The screen showed the situation in every corner of the ship. Some deformed and terrifying creatures were looming in the corridor. The bridge had been transformed into an arena, and the survivors were sent into the arena to fight each other. Those who survived would have the mark of the Red Corsair warband branded on their faces, and become slaves or soldiers of the warband. 2 Space Marines escorted the newly found 2,000 people through the corridor and rushed to the arena. The mortal soldiers on both sides of the corridor immediately knelt down to the 2 Space Marines, and only got up from the ground after they left, dragged the hundreds of women they had secretly hidden out of the corner, and threw them into the dormitory. Zack was so scared that his breathing became rapid. He put down the monitor, and dared not look at it anymore. He made an unbelievable request to the captain of the guard. I have to save them, Saya, alone. They are all suffering. Zack was talking about his two good friends. When his crazy father, the navigator, ruled the ship, Saya and Aelin often came to play with him secretly. After the death of the navigator, Zack was taken care of by the relatives of his two good friends. Seeing these people suffering was more painful for Zack than death. You want to save them? The captain of the guard shuddered, turned his head blankly. His eyes were dull, like a puppet. Yes. Zack patted the captain of the guard's arm. Where's your gun? Give it to me. I want to save people. Even if those people supported Savon not long ago and ignored you being imprisoned in the dungeon? The captain asked. No one dared to stand up for me in that situation. I understand them, Zack said. The captain of the guard shook his head up and down. But he did not hand over his gun. Your family has a hereditary ability. The captain of the guard said, use psychic power. Your entire family has a strong psychic talent. As long as you can learn to use psychic power, let alone saving people, you can kill all these red pirates. Then tell me how to use psychic power, Zack asked eagerly. The captain of the guard reached behind his back and took out a flower and handed it to Zack. The flower looked like a creature, with twisted and screaming human faces on each leaf. Eat this. The captain of the guard stuffed the flower into Zack's hand. This is what your father gave me. Zack hesitated. No normal person would want to eat this disgusting-looking flower. Until the captain of the guard asked Zack, do you want to save people, or do you actually hate those people and wish they would be tortured to death by the red pirates? I want to save people. Zack's eyes became firm, and he snatched the flower and stuffed it into his mouth. At this moment, Zack saw a lot of things. A researcher was looking at the man with a third eye on his head soaking in a jar. Although psychic power cannot be inherited by genes, we can use scientific methods to create a creature that is more likely to awaken psychic talents. The picture flashed. Two men with three eyes stood on the bridge of the ship, and they knelt down, like a handsome man shining with gold. We will follow you forever until the Empire and the entire human race conquer the galaxy again. The screen flickered again. Zack saw himself, a baby lying in his mother's arms. The Navigator family ended with our generation, and his psychic talent has been sealed. But husband, how can we survive? Escape, enter the subspace, and never return to the Empire and human race that betrayed us. They say we are mutants? Okay, then we live as mutants. Zack learned that his father had sealed his psychic talent a long time ago, and he kept teaching him how to use psychic power, just so that Zack could use psychic power immediately when the seal was lifted one day in the future. This is an effective decision. Thank you, father. Zack opened his eyes and raised his hand towards the welded metal gate. A psychic shock was released, blowing the gate to pieces. Zack stepped out of the dungeon and walked up the stairs openly. He soon saw the 6 red pirate space warriors who had slaughtered the crew before. In the eyes of mortals, space warriors are synonymous with strength, but now they are not facing a mortal. Zack just raised his hand, and screams and wails came from under the helmets of the 6 space warriors, and their souls were being torn apart by psychic energy. I want revenge. I want to save. Zack killed everyone in the ship, and went all the way to the arena to save the crew. The crew immediately knelt down and confessed their mistakes in their previous loyalty to Savon. Zack did not blame them, but asked them to hide and secretly activated the dimensional engine. In the end, the ship escaped from the warp and slipped away from the red pirates. It was over. Zack sat on the command throne on the bridge, his third eye flashing. We are about to leave the dimensional space. It is estimated that there are 3 seconds left. When the countdown ended, the ship left the dimensional space. But what Zack did not expect was that he found that the scene outside the porthole was not the real universe, but the subspace full of terrifying anomalies. Zack began to call his crew members, but only screams responded to him. No. No. Zack shook his head in fear, but found that his head could not move at all. When he looked down at his body, he saw a meatball that looked like an egg. His face was embedded on the surface of the meatball. The thin skin of the meatball kept undulating, and you could see the growing blue subspace energy under the skin. This plan is not bad. A red pirate came up and looked at Zack. So can we get down to business? Of course, the great plan of the Lord of Change can finally be implemented. The wizard came forward and stroked the meatball that Zack had turned into. The next step is to send it from now to the time node in the past. Zack looked at everything in front of him in horror, and after realizing that the psyker he had just turned into was just an illusion, he began to go crazy and scream. The whole bridge echoed with the boys' screams. And in the subspace outside the ship, Cinch's laughter echoed. Chapter 388. Warp. In the Crystal Realm, Carlos and Magnus stood together. In their eyes, the real universe was a scroll spread out in the warp. The only difference between what they could see was that Carlos could only see the past and the future. But Magnus could see the present. The Lord of Change and the Demon Prince of Cinch were looking at a corner of the real universe, which was the Talon sector. Carlos could not see anything, but he could judge the situation in the Star sector from Magnus' reaction and the record of Magnus in the Book of Destiny. The reality membrane within a 400 light-year range is weakened or broken, and the subspace energy is continuously pouring into every galaxy they call the dead zone. But beyond 400 light-years, the reality structure is still reinforced, and there is no way to interfere with this part of the universe without a huge ritual involving tens of billions of people. The entire Talon sector looks like a donut in terms of the scale of the reality membrane and the veil, and the 400 light-years, with the dead zone as the core, are inside the sector. The reality membrane is broken and the curtain is weakened, which is like opening a channel to the subspace. Its effect on demons is second only to the Eye of Terror and the Great Vortex. A circle of galaxies outside the Talon sector is a defense zone called the Talon Gate. The reality structure of the defense zone has not been reinforced, but with the reality membrane and the curtain being very strong, it is a pipe dream to want to enter the Talon Gate directly from the subspace. However, for the servants of the most powerful dark god in the subspace, the Sea of Souls, and the highest heaven, there is always a way to interfere with the real universe. Begin the ceremony. Magnus waved his scepter, and a warp storm raged on the warp structure corresponding to the demon world where it was located. The surface of the demon world even had hideous appendages and faces. Carlos assisted Magnus, and led more of his kind to Magnus' side. The great demons of the Lord of Change were coming to Carlos and Magnus one after another. Their number was greater than those wretched-looking horror cannon fodder, because the number of Cinch great demons was 9 to the 9th power. The demons appeared one after another, and participated in the ceremony. The offerings for the ceremony were also brought out, 999 Black Legion veterans of the Long War. Originally, the offerings for the ceremony would be 99,990,000 mortals in the Great Whirlpool, but Huron refused to provide this offering, and helped the Demon Lord find another way to perform the ceremony. The Black Legion veterans of the Long War were another way Huron found. You will be beheaded by the War Master. You will regret cooperating with Huron, because he is not qualified to be the new War Master. The veterans roared angrily before their souls were drained by psychic energy, threatening Carlos and Magnus. But these threats only made Carlos laugh. Where was your War Master when Huron captured you? Carlos said contradictory words. I am so afraid of Abaddon. What if I am killed by him? The veterans of the Eternal War were still insulting Carlos. And Carlos only used one sentence to shut them up. If sacrificing you can get greater benefits, Abaddon will sell you without hesitation. In my opinion, you might as well surrender to Huron. The veterans of the Black Legion fell silent, partly because they were convinced, and partly because they were suffering from the torment of the soul, and could no longer think. Carlos's head would never lie, and the veterans also knew Abaddon's temper, so it was hard not to think that there was some truth in this. Psychic energy was raging, and souls were torn and burned. The Lord of Change cast his eyes on the place where the Demon Lord was in the subspace, and took some energy from the eternal battle with the other three gods to assist his own demon. The residual power of the ceremony alone set off a violent storm across several star regions in the warp. The transport ship where Zack was located became the medium. There is no time in the warp. Carlos and Magnus in the warp can manipulate time at will at this moment. When Magnus' scepter smashed down on the body of an old soldier who had fought for eternity, the transport ship left the warp and returned to the moment when it ended its years-long warp voyage and entered the real universe. But this time it did not appear in the Batio galaxy, but in a galaxy outside the Batio galaxy, only 7 light-years away from it, outside the Gate of Tyrone. The transport ship was no longer filled with 150,000 hungry crew members, but with 90,000 ritual sacrifices and a transformed subspace creature containing the power of the Lord of Change. Before the people in the galaxy could react to what happened, the tumor-like Zack exploded in the transport ship, and the blue energy instantly swept across the entire galaxy, condensing a huge crystal mountain with an ever-changing shape that was difficult to describe in the cold void. 9 planets in the galaxy instantly turned into a demon world. A subspace rift opened at the location of the transport ship and the location of Zack's explosion, providing the entire galaxy with a steady stream of psychic energy. Magnus raised his scepter and smashed the next veteran of the Eternal War to death. Amid Carlos's evil laughter, the structure of reality was being weakened by the subspace energy left at the time node. The transport ship retreated to the moment when it ended its years-long subspace voyage and returned to the real universe, but this time it did not appear outside the North Star system, but appeared outside another defense node on the gate of Tyrone. Just like before, Zack exploded and the subspace rift opened. However, this time there were not 9 planets in the galaxy, and the conditions were not so good. Only one planet was turned into a demon world. Then the next veteran of the Eternal War was killed. The transport ship was returned to the past, and then placed outside the gate of Tyrone and exploded. Over and over again, until the entire galaxy outside the gate of Tyrone was corroded once. Time was manipulated again, returning to before the ritual. At this time, nothing happened in the Talon system, and all the systems outside the Talon gate were clean. But the ritual was not in vain. There were still 900 veterans of the Eternal War left. When Carlos began to mutter the forbidden spell, praying for the Lord of Change to apply more power to his surroundings, all the remaining Eternal War veterans died instantly, their souls were drawn out, and they screamed and circled in the subspace. The previous series of rituals, a series of open subspace cracks, and pollution of the real universe structure became psychic energy that could be mobilized. Cinch applies the results of rituals performed in the past and future to the present. In the real universe, every galaxy outside the Talon sector that was previously affected by Magnus has a subspace rift, and warships of the Red Corsairs and various Chaos War bands travel out of the rift and distribute to every galaxy. The rift is not just a passage for the ships, it is also continuously spewing a huge amount of psychic energy and transforming the planets in the galaxy into demonic worlds one by one. We have to thank the undead overlord named Corin. Carlos looked at Magnus. If it hadn't torn the reality membrane and caused the psychic energy to flow into Talon, we really would have no way to deal with it. Magnus nodded and suddenly asked, "Why don't we just open a crack in the Talon gate? The reality structure there is no different from the reality structure outside Talon." "You are a genius," Carlos said. "Use your oven brain." The reason why the Gate of Talon was built is to rely on the local defenders to quickly use anti-warp means when the warp influence appears in places where the reality structure is unstable. We open the rift further outside, and the Talonians have to fight outside first, and then use their little tricks. Magnus grabbed Carlos' neck, and when he found that Carlos had another neck, he stuck the scepter into the ground and grabbed another neck with his free hand. "I don't care about strategy. I only care about when we can enter the Talon sector and turn this sector that can manufacture dimensional engines into residue," Magnus said. "Soon, because the Dark Gods have reached a temporary agreement," Carlos responded. Magnus then let go of Carlos and asked again, "Can you help me go deep into the Talon system and use decapitation tactics on the Lord of Talon?" "No." "Yes." Carlos' two heads said opposite things. The Lord of Talon cannot die. In the eyes of the Master, he cannot die. If you want to decapitate him, the Master will definitely decapitate you first. Not only the Lord of Talon, but also those who should have died in the hive city of the Talon system should try not to kill them. My Master likes the many changes they bring, which even he himself cannot see through. Chapter 389. Morning. Chi Nimmo had just checked the webway and tested the control of the Blackstone Fortress, and then he heard a series of very bad news. First, the Gate of Tyrone was under siege. The fleets of the Red Pirates and Chaos War gang that suddenly appeared attacked every node in the defense zone of the Gate of Tyrone. This was equivalent to directly surrounding the Tyrone Star Zone and cutting off the route connection between Tyrone and the outside world. The Tyrone Navy and Army were urgently mobilized to the battlefield and began to intercept the enemy fleet. Then, with the Dead Zone Galaxy as the core, a huge number of subspace creatures appeared in the surrounding area within 400 light years. After learning these two pieces of news, all the high-level executives of the Star Zone gathered on the Celestial Engine to discuss countermeasures. Mimicry used its ability to unfold a star map, which directly showed the current situation of the Star Zone. Almost every planet in the Dead Zone Galaxy has become a place where subspace creatures are entrenched. Khorne Archdemon Skarbrand led the Khorne Demon Army to break away from the subspace portal in March and assemble on Dead Zone number 1. Wherever the Khorne Demon Army passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, lava gushed out, and the whole world turned into a wasteland full of magma. The Nurgle and Cinch Demon armies were on the Death Domain 2 and 3 respectively. A great demon named Doomwatch led the Nurgle Demon Army. Cinch's Demon Army was naturally led by Carlos. After seeing the situation clearly, the Army and Navy commanders present were talking about it. Chi Nimmo stared at the commander of the Nurgle Demon Army, Doomwatch. This guy is not easy to deal with. The concept of the Doom Watcher is to witness the end of the universe with one's own eyes. This is its destiny, so it will not be killed before seeing the end, and even the Emperor's sword cannot wipe it out. Compared to this, Skarbrand and Carlos are still normal enemies. No wonder they didn't invade until now. This is a big deal for us. No. I always feel that things are not that simple. Maybe they didn't invade until now for a more evil purpose and reason. What's the reason? Everyone began to speculate and guess. In any case, after the reality membrane was weakened for a long time, the creatures in the Rhea space did not start to invade. This matter was too weird, and it was hard not to think about it. However, Chinemo thought the reason was very simple. There were two. First, now we have found the trigger for invasion in the real universe that can be used. Second, the Chaos internal struggle has only reached a preliminary consensus now. After all, most of the power of the four gods is used to fight each other. Or maybe it's both reasons. Let's discuss how to fight. The burner pointed to the outside of the Talon star zone. In the detailed and intuitive star map displayed by the mimicry, every Chaos warband appeared. The Red Pirate warband, which has been operated to the scale of a legion by the Blackheart King, is the absolute main force, whether it is a void battle or a ground battle. Other warbands often require an entire warband to deal with a defense node in the Talon Gate. In Chinemo's eyes, Huron is more difficult to deal with than Abaddon, not because he is a Chaos War Master, but because he is not a Chaos War Master. Huron had been staying awake in the Maelstrom, making sure he would not lean towards any of the four gods. Even though his body had been affected by the warp and mutated, his mind was still quite clear. The Blackheart King, Huron, was indeed the descendant of Guilliman, with operational capabilities and skills. The name Red Corsair limited others' impression of this warband. After all, no one would associate pirates with the size of the Legion. The Celestial Engine and all the guards except Yon all go to defend the Gate of Talon. Chinemo said. The guards stood at attention and saluted. In this large-scale, all-out war involving many star systems, the role that the guards can play is limited. They can only assassinate enemy officers and destroy command nodes, but this is enough. The Chaos Warband command and communication system is very cumbersome and backward, similar to that of the Empire. The small group of Chaos Space Marines has a fatal flaw, that is, command and combat often rely on personal charm and skills. As long as the person above dies, the people below will start infighting and fighting for power. If the battle situation is bad, and the side is in a state of decline, the Chaos Space Marines may disobey orders, unless someone of Huron's level and skills personally supervises the battle. Based on this alone, the Chaos Space Marines are not as good as the Empire Space Marines, because no matter which regiment on the Empire side, the captain roars for the Emperor and the father of genes, and the people below can really launch a suicidal counterattack under fire and adversity. Yao En. Chinemo looked at his soulless guards. You take your legion and Blackstone Fortress, and use the webway to operate in the dead zone. You know what you should do. Yes. Yao En saluted. 10 years ago, Yao En learned how to fight against subspace creatures, and the battle plan was simple, which was to find an opportunity to kill the big demon. Chinemo had made defensive arrangements. There was nothing to arrange, because in the Tyrone Gate defense zone, the Tyrone army and the local galaxy defense team had already been permanently stationed. 400 light-years away from the dead zone, countless void fortresses, and a part of the Tyrone army's elite had already prepared for today's invasion. There are even millions of armies in the webway. In addition, each guard carries a living metal body when rushing to the battlefield. If things get worse, I will attach to the body and fight. Chinemo said that everyone could leave, go away. Everyone turned around and left, and their figures disappeared in the bridge the moment they turned around. Only holographic projections participated in the meeting, and they were actually in the battlefield or behind the Tyrone Star Zone. What should I do? Burner asked. Go to the webway with the Solus and deal with the demons. Chinemo said. Leave it to me. Burner turned around and left the celestial engine in an instant. At this time, only Mimic and Chinemo were left in the bridge. Mimic didn't know what his mission was. He only knew about intelligence. The Iron Mothership was assigned to deal with demons near the dead zone. So Mimic guessed that his mission might be to assist the Iron Mothership. After all, Star God was professional in dealing with demons. Go to the Gate of Tyrone, fight at any defensive node, and then find an opportunity to fight out and try to seize any corrupted galaxy outside the Gate of Tyrone. Any galaxy will do. Chinemo ordered. Okay. This was not what Mimic expected, but he was willing to do it. Mimic did not leave immediately, but looked at Chinemo and asked after a moment, You seem very anxious. Yes. Chinemo nodded, looking at the star map on the screen on the other side of the bridge. 3 of the 4 gods sent their own demon army, but Slaanesh did not. Is it unwilling to participate in this attack, or does it have other purposes? Mimic realized that Chinemo might be worried about Gilliman, so he persuaded him. Our home is Tyrone. This is where we need to worry. Hearing this, Chinemo was silent for a long time and shook his head. Chapter 390. Beishu Galaxy. The fleet of the Red Pirates is fighting against the fleet of the Tyrone Navy. Since the entire Tyrone Gate was under attack, there were distress signals sent to the Navy everywhere. The Navy could not put a large amount of combat power into a single system at once, so the Void War in the Beishu Galaxy was completely evenly matched. The 67 warships of the Tyrone Navy faced the 92 warships of the Red Pirates. The two sides fought a Void War without any tactics or skills. When the Void Shield and Energy Shield were broken, the next ship was replaced to the front, and this cycle repeated, and they were in a stalemate. The Red Pirates' warships were not larger than the Tyrone Navy, but they were obviously supported by the Dark Gods. The entire fleet carried a huge number of space wrecks, which were corroded and covered with flesh and blood, and could operate on their own without anyone controlling them. When the two sides were in a stalemate in the Void War, a light suddenly flashed at a position 0.5 light seconds from the flank of the Red Pirates' fleet, and then a Royal Guard sailed to the place where the light flashed at an extremely fast speed, and the hull shrank and twisted inward before returning to normal. This frigate was named Warmaster Sorrow, and it was Gray's ship. The frigate arrived suddenly, and the Red Corsair fleet was caught off guard without noticing the dimensional rift. 2 wrecks with flesh and blood attached were pierced by the particle light spears of the frigate. A cruiser was pierced from the tail to the bow corner when it fired at the Tyrone Navy at full force. Although the sudden attack of the frigate gave the Tyrone Navy a slight local advantage, this type of warship was not used for large-scale void battles after all. When the Red Pirates turned their guns and fired at the attackers, Gray could only order the Royal Guards to sail behind the Tyrone Navy. Thank you for your support, Royal Guards. A holographic image flashed in the bridge, which was the Tyrone Navy general fighting in the Beishu Galaxy. The general saw Gray and was startled, because Gray was sitting on the command throne in the bridge at this time, and his spine from neck to waist was connected to a cable wrapped with electric current every 10 centimeters. In his chest and abdomen, 3 fusion reactors were glowing red and running at full speed. Gray's 7 orifices, and the reserved heat dissipation holes on his body were spewing hot air. How is the battle going? Gray slowly stood up, and the drone flew behind him to help him remove the cables used to power the new hyperdrive. As you can see, the general pointed behind him helplessly. The Void War is in a stalemate, and the strategic point defense tactics have failed. In addition, when we were unable to get away, the enemy deployed the army to every world in Beishu. Gray is quite familiar with the Navy's tactics. The Navy has a set of defensive tactics with only one weakness, which is the strategic point defense tactics. A small number of fleets act as bait or sentinels, and the large fleet is parked at strategic points. As long as the enemy appears, the fleet can be instantly teleported to the place where the enemy is to defend. This tactic will not be defeated under normal circumstances. Its disadvantage is that if the enemy has too many warships and launches a full-scale invasion at the beginning, the Tyrone Navy must divide the fleet equally to various void battlefields. It seems that the enemy is very familiar with our naval tactics. Gray nodded, and then looked at his deputy. The warship will stay to assist the Navy in the battle, and then teleport me to Beishu number 1. Yes. The deputy immediately activated the teleportation device. Thank you for your assistance. The general saluted Gray. For the Lord of Tyrone. For the Lord of Tyrone. Gray nodded. The holographic communication image disappeared. Gray was also teleported to the surface of Beishu number 1. The war started very quickly, and the Talon sector responded very quickly. With its unique communication system, the Talon sector reacted and prepared countermeasures almost at the beginning of the war, but when Gray arrived on the Beishu number 1, he did not think he arrived in time. After being taken over by the Talon sector, Beishu number 1 was transformed from the surface environment to the Hive City. The wasteland on the surface was destroyed and replaced by forests that could supply materials for the Hive City industry. But now this surface transformation has become useless, because the scale of the enemy's offensive was too huge, and the forest was destroyed by the war at the beginning. The sky was full of fighter planes that looked like flying dragons. At first, Gray thought it was just a unique shape. When he saw the fighter planes flapping their wings and circling in place, he realized that they seemed to be flying dragons. On the ground, there were airdrop pods dropped by Chaos Space Marines and shabby transport planes used by the mortal servants of the war gang. 40% of the planet has been lost, but this does not mean that the defenders who still control the remaining 60% of the territory can control the equator, the South Pole, and the North Pole, but can only control the largest nest city on the planet. The giant nest city that can be seen outside the planet. The enemy surrounded the nest city, and was trying to attack it with various means. When Gray arrived at the northern wall of the nest city, he saw an enemy transport ship breaking through the Tyrone Navy line in a desperate manner, and dropping 3 airdrop capsules on the surface of the planet. The landing point of the airdrop capsule was analyzed by the biological processor, and was the 1424th defense point on the wall. The transport ship was destroyed just as the airdrop capsules left the hull, but this airborne assault had not yet been disintegrated. Many defense points were under attack, but Gray only went to support number 1424 because there was a large defense platform there, and countless civilians from other parts of the Hive world had been teleported or were waiting to be teleported to the largest hive for refuge. It's the Terror Claw. The soldiers in the defense point saw the airdrop pod falling from the sky. They had suffered from the Terror Claw before, and knew that this super large airdrop pod would release hot melt and kill people around it after it fell, so their commander did not hesitate to teleport his men out of the Terror Claw's landing point. 3 airdrop pods landed 700 meters away from the defense point teleportation platform. Smoke and melt were released together. The airdrop pod door was kicked open. 3 Chaos Space Marine 6-man combat teams and thousands of mortal servants poured out from the exit. The soldiers who had teleported away earlier teleported back again, and the heavy firepower combat team was ready for battle while still shuttling in the dimensional space. When they teleported out, they immediately fired at the enemy with double-mounted heavy logging guns. The mortal servants fell in groups, and the Chaos Space Marines stood sideways and used explosive bombs to quickly clear the heavy firepower team. But another soldier suddenly teleported out from the left and right sides of the Space Marines. They were anti-armor combat teams, holding melt weapons and shooting 4 Space Marines in a second before the Space Marines reacted. Chapter 391. The battle was somewhat chaotic. The Hive Defense Force and the Tyrone Army stationed there did not have much coordination. The appearance of the anti-armor team did effectively kill several Space Marines and force them to find shelter. However, a lifelink sniper team that the army had withdrawn from the battlefield in front of the city wall to support the defense point of the teleportation platform could not immediately assassinate the Space Marines hiding in the bunker after being teleported out, and lost the effect of winning by surprise. The lifelink team could only move around the battlefield through dimensional teleportation, trying to find a shooting position that could penetrate both the bunker and the weak defense part of the Space Marine power armor. But the Chaos Space Marines had already discovered the lifelink squad. They were amazed at these short subhumans, who could teleport everywhere, and at the same time, they relied on their own experience to deal with the lifelinks. This experience was to constantly change the body angle, and use shoulder armor, and cover to face every lifelink who teleported out. This technique seemed difficult to achieve, but it was already an easy thing for the Space Marines. When the ground battle was in a stalemate, Gray came to support. The guard appeared directly behind the Space Marines behind the cover. He was discovered by the Space Marines as soon as he left the dimensional space, but being discovered did not mean that they could respond immediately. When Gray pressed the button on the handle of the chain sword and swung the sword, the heads of the 3 Space Marines in front of him were chopped off at once. Is that a chain sword or a fucking power axe? The Space Marines were stunned by the power of Gray's chain sword and rolled in all directions to try to distance themselves, but this gave the lifelink sniper team a flaw. The heavy sniper rifle held by the sniper team leader fired continuously, and each bullet penetrated the half-meter thick bunker and the spine of the power armor that was not thickened like the shoulder armor. The bullet penetrated the ceramic steel and broke through the black carapace. The kinetic energy had been exhausted, but fortunately it had penetrated the flesh and blood of the Space Marines and embedded into their bones. Gray quickly stepped forward and killed the remaining Space Marines one by one with his chainsaw sword. As for the mortal servants, who followed the Space Marines down, they had no resistance at all against the teleporting soldier defense team. They were concentrated by the last remaining heavy firepower team and were slaughtered like an execution, one after another, one after another. The defense point was held. Gray pulled a chainsaw sword out of the corpse and looked at it in the sun. The chainsaw sword was still almost broken, but the teeth could rotate strangely. And I don't know if it's an illusion. It feels like this chainsaw sword that stabbed Abaddon 18 times with the living saint on Cadia seems to be more powerful. Under normal circumstances, even the power sword can't directly cut off the heads of 3 helmeted space marines. When Gray teleported out, he didn't intend to kill 3 people in a row. His original plan was to behead one and immediately activate bullet time. After a brief look, Gray shouted to the soldiers, "Where is your governor? I'm going to ask him why the air defense system was not activated, why the Hive world lost 40% of its territory at the beginning, why? Because the enemy's offensive was far more fierce and rapid than I and my think tank expected." Gray hadn't gone to find the governor yet, but he had already received a response. On the transmission platform, tens of thousands of civilians had just been teleported out, and Ichi was standing at the front. The new planetary governor was accompanied by his sidekick, a white-haired man with his eyes sewn shut. The latter was the Stone Man's assistant. All 3 of them were wearing armor and looked like they had just been through battle. The Navy arrived too late. 1 minute late. Ichi was walking towards Gray, explaining the current situation. The Galaxy Observatory detected 1,200 enemy ships at the beginning. The huge fleet instantly disintegrated the void defense line, penetrated the planet's orbital defense, and then left. 12 wrecks came to orbit and launched 40 airdrop pods to Hive number 3, where the air defense system was located. 120 space marines came out from it and destroyed the air defense system. Although the wrecks were turned into fireworks on orbit by the Navy that arrived later after launching the airdrop pods, but I'm not complaining, I'm just stating the facts. The Navy still came a little late. After listening to Ichijing's explanation, Gray first connected to the database to obtain past war information, and then found that what Ichijing said was true. The Basio Galaxy was obviously given special attention. At the beginning, the entire Red Pirate fleet rushed over. Other galaxies did not receive such treatment. Gray then had another question, that is, why did the Red Pirates put so much effort? After thinking about it, Gray thought that the astronomical position of the Basio Galaxy was too special. In front of this galaxy was the outside of the Tyrone Gate, and behind it was the 400 light-years, with the dead zone as the core. Maybe the enemy wanted to tear the Tyrone Gate and open a channel connected to the 400 light-years. You are the governor. Gray frowned and looked at Ichijing. Why don't you stay at the top of the tower to command the battle and go to rescue civilians? I spent 4 months selecting the most strategic staff from the galaxy. If I, a governor who is not good at commanding, need to command the battle, it must be that Bison number 1 is on the verge of collapse. Ichijing said, as he walked to the edge of the city wall. The governor of Bison number 1 looked outside the city wall and murmured, Fortunately, it was only the enemy fleet that swarmed over, and the battle on the ground was not so serious. Before he finished speaking, a blue light ball flew towards the wall of the Hive City in the distance, and was intercepted by the directional shield generated by the defense system in the Hive City. The shock wave caused by the explosion of the blue light ball activated the backup on the directional energy shield, and the light released was still extremely dazzling even after being filtered by the power armor visor. Almost everyone on the wall was terrified, and instinctively lay on the ground or looked for cover, even if they didn't need to do so. Only Gray, Ichijing, and the Stone Man assistant stood there motionless. Gray glanced at Ichijing, who was still lying on the city wall, and thought to himself that this governor had good concentration. But in fact, Ichijing was stunned. His ears were buzzing from the explosion, and he could not hear anything. 2 more balls of light flew over. A kilometer away, several mountains were slowly moving towards the city wall. That was the Titan Legion that rebelled 10,000 years ago, the divine machine of the dark gods rather than the Elohim Messiah. On the red fuselage, the flame-shaped Legion emblem shone brightly in the sun. The Lord of Flame Legion. At the feet of the Titan Legion was the new Viscani armored regiment, which had previously betrayed the Empire and was annihilated on Cadia. It was formed by the descendants of the Legion from the demon world. Ichijing looked at the Titan Legion, his voice firm but regretful. It seems that this planet will soon be destroyed by war. Chapter 392. Governor. The Stoneman assistant stepped forward and said to Ichijing, The last batch of civilians have been transferred here. Please go to the top of the tower and take charge. Ichijing glanced at the soldiers present. He knew that staying here would boost morale, but the Hive City was not the only battlefield. The entire Hive City spanned the entire continental plate from the east to the west. No matter which direction, any section of the wall was under siege. The Titan Legion that was attacking in front of him, and those mutated infantry legions with strange shapes that were almost integrated with the armor, were only a small part. Ichijing felt a little powerless. He knew that his assistant could always analyze the best decision in the situation wisely, so he followed his assistant to teleport to the top of the tower. Gray originally wanted to go to other star systems, But in the current situation, defending the Baisu star system has become the most important task. He also followed He Qijing to the top of the tower to learn more about the situation of this planet. The staff of Baisu No. 1 was commanding the battle at the top of the tower. Gray also saw an acquaintance, the son of the crazy old man who claimed to be the marshal of the Baisu Hive Planetary Defense Force. Under He Qijing's order, this acquaintance explained to Gray the current situation of Baisu No. 1. After listening to the narration, Gray felt that this governor was really qualified. At the beginning of the war, when the monitoring station detected 1,200 warships entering the galaxy, He Qijing had already begun to consider what to do when the void defense line was lost and the planet was attacked. Although the enemy's army had not yet attacked at that time, He Qijing felt that the Baisu galaxy was probably being taken care of, and it was only a matter of time before a large number of enemy armies attacked. In this situation, he made the worst plan. He did not expect to defend the entire territory of the planet, but considered to hold on to the largest hive and wait for support from the beginning. He Qijing issued 3 orders with the power of the governor. Transfer civilians and soldiers from all over the planet to the main hive. In order to speed up the transfer, no materials and equipment should be carried. All industrial facilities and warehouses and other small hives should be blown up. Industrial facilities should suspend the production of industrial products for trade to the agricultural world of the Ivan Galaxy, and forcibly requisition the assets of industrial companies to fully produce nutrient paste and building materials to maintain food supply for the overpopulated main hives in the future, and expand more residences. Let the Tyrone army and defense forces that are unwilling to evacuate other hives on the planet, which are beyond the control of the governor, go together, otherwise they will not be supplied with food and ammunition. Blow up the industrial facilities and warehouses of other hives, transfer all civilians to the main hive, and make the main hive overpopulated. This series of measures seems a bit crazy, but it is actually very necessary. If the industrial facilities and materials in the warehouses of other hives must be transferred, it will take a long time, and there is a high probability that the people will not be transferred to the industrial facilities and materials, and they will be left to the enemy. Although giving up the defense of other hives would make He Qijing subject to scrutiny by the high-level leaders of the Star Zone in the future, his actions ensured that the huge population of the hive world would not be left to the enemy as ritual consumables. It was precisely because of He Qijing's decisiveness and rationality that civilians were able to quickly move into the hives after the war began, and the rebels could not obtain the material printing equipment and massive army standard power armor, and weapons and ammunition in the Tyrone Star Zone. But even though He Qijing did so much, the situation was still very serious. Outside the city walls are a large number of rebels. They don't look like the mortal slaves of the war band, but like the many Astra Militarums that had rebelled before. These Astra Militarums were not corrupted by temptation. They have been fighting chaos for too long. The will of mortals cannot withstand the whispers from the warp. Just like the Viscani Armored Regiment. As for the new Viscani Armored Regiment and the Titan Legion, their forces are considered small. What support will the Star Zone give to the North Star system? He Qi was walking around the Governor's Council Hall. After listening to the reports of the staff, he sat in front of Gray and asked him. 1 guard. Gray said. He Qi was stunned for a moment and shook his head vigorously. I know the guards are powerful, but this is a full-scale war with thousands of war zones. You can solve a war in a war zone by yourself, but this will be of little help to the entire Baisu No. 1 defense war. I am the only guard who can make decisions myself. Gray said calmly, but I believe that if I report the current situation, the Baisu Galaxy will get help from the Titan Core and more land forces. Hearing this, He Qijing breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. Praise the Lord of Tyrone. Gray immediately reported the situation of the Baisu Galaxy, and then added his own speculation, that is, the enemy's intention to penetrate the Baisu Galaxy and connect the dead zone with the enemy-occupied galaxy outside the Tyrone Gate. The report was conveyed by the communication station in the dimensional space and transmitted to the Star District capital almost in real time. Then the Olim Messiah Blade Titan Core transport ship, which was ready for battle, was dispatched, and 2 Tyrone army regiments of 100,000 people and a 10,000 plane squadron would rush to the Baisu Galaxy together. There is another one that people don't know its origin and name. They only know that it often appears with Lord Talon and has great power. Mimicry. If the combat power of the Star Gods is ranked, mimicry is definitely the weakest one. Its special ability is ever-changing, and there is no other special feature. It is neither proficient in transcendental material technology nor in webway technology involving psychic energy and subspace like the burner. Now it is still broken, and its completeness is not even as good as the burner. because it does not have the force to roam freely in the real universe, like the burner to find its own fragments. The reason why the mimicry was able to gain freedom was that it found Qin Mo with its special communication ability, and gave him some help from time to time, hoping that he could help it in the future. But no matter what, the mimicry is a star god. When the transport fleet loaded with reinforcements gathered and set off from the Tylon galaxy, the mimicry turned into a very small planet. It's not that it doesn't want to become bigger, but it really can't do it. The mimicry that turned into a planet sensed the star gravity field of the Basio galaxy, and after distorting the endurance of flesh and metal for the ships of the transport fleet and the people inside, it dragged the entire fleet directly to the vicinity of the Basio star. This caused the star's gravity field to become abnormal. The high gravity and gravitational force even pushed the Red Pirate fleet, which had just opened a subspace rift in the galaxy, and was ready to drill out to provide support back. The transport fleet began to deploy the army to Bison No. 1. As for other planets, the war there was not fierce, and the defense team was more than enough to deal with it, so they did not receive support. The mimicry that completed the transportation mission turned into a super-large orbital defense platform and joined the Void War. Chapter 393. At the northernmost part of the Hive City's defensive wall, the new Viscani armored regiment rushed to the bottom of the wall, under fire, and thousands of casualties per second. These people carried almost no weapons, and only a backpack on their backs. When they were killed by the weapons on the wall, the large electromagnetic pulse bombs loaded in the backpacks would explode, weakening the physical energy shield. The new Viscani armored regiment did not have the combat power and experience of their fathers and mothers, but they inherited a good characteristic of the Viscani people, that is, tenacity, as tough as steel. Huge casualties could not shake the Volscani armored regiment in the slightest. The soldiers and officers of the new Volscani armored regiment did not care about the number of casualties. They only cared whether they had achieved their strategic goals. If not, they would continue to fight until they could achieve their strategic goals, or the entire legion was completely destroyed. This steel-like characteristic was born in the Volscani industrial zone. It was once used by the Volscani people to demonstrate the tenacity of the human species, and to promote absolute loyalty to the Emperor, but now it is used to fight against the people they once swore to protect and fight side by side. This spirit of sacrifice even won the respect of the high-ranking general of the Fire Lord Titan Legion. When the young men and women carrying electromagnetic pulse bombs bravely rushed towards the city defense firepower, the high-ranking general controlled his War Master-class Titan to provide them with full cover, and ordered the 4 Warlord-class Titans in the Legion to attract firepower, and use their void shields and huge bodies to clear the way for the young men and women of New Viscani. For the Blood God. Blood sacrifice to the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Seat. Young boys and girls with limb mutations rushed to the void shield in groups, then got out again, and continued to rush forward under the dense firepower, and the corpses of their companions until they could hit the energy shield firmly. In order to make the electromagnetic pulse bomb explode at the closest point to the shield, they even found a trick. That is, before rushing to the energy shield, take off your helmet and hit the shield hard with your head, so that you will die immediately and detonate the bomb, instead of being blown away or shattered by the city defense firepower. The energy shield device would not be affected by the electromagnetic pulse, but the electromagnetic bombs carried by the soldiers of the new Viscani Armored Corps were obviously specially made, with a high subspace content. Some people even carried pulse bombs not in backpacks, but on their limbs, with a large mass of rotten flesh attached. And the soldiers of the new Viscani Armored Corps believed that the electromagnetic pulse bomb would definitely paralyze the shield, and the sacrifice was definitely meaningful. The two factors combined, the bomb really worked. The energy shield is being weakened. In the base of the hive, the engineers who controlled the energy shield found that the shield was under heavy blows from some force, which weakened the shield, not the electromagnetic pulse. The blow from some force was not classified on the console, but represented by a line of words, unknown subspace influence. The energy shield was broken. The splashing fragments of solid energy swept a large group of people under the feet of the Titan like a rainstorm. But the aftermath of the energy shield explosion killed tens of thousands of people. But the officers and soldiers of the new Viscani Armored Regiment did not feel grief. They only heard the praise of the Blood God in the subspace. Break the Hive City. Break the North Star. Break the Tyrone. For our fathers and mothers who died on Cadia. We will fight one war after another until one day Cadia is blown to pieces. For the Blood God. The roar of the most fanatical officer resounded throughout the battlefield. He did not use any amplification, but his voice could be heard throughout the battlefield. Immediately after the words fell, the sound of the whistle sounded. The binary hymn sounded out of thin air and echoed on the battlefield. The Tyrone soldiers listened to the binary hymn and thought it was some kind of miracle, but soon they found the Titan Legion's holy band suddenly appeared on the city wall, operating a giant loudspeaker to play the hymn. In any case, this announced the arrival of another Titan Legion. On the flank of the Flame Lord Titan Legion, 20-dimensional rifts opened up, and the divine machines of the OM Messiah Blade Titan Legion fell from the sky and landed with a bang. The accompanying Scutaria guarded the Titan Legion. The high-level General, Titan Lord, and Legion Master Omen blew the whistle, and the glory of Agrippina opened fire on the War Master-class Titan that had not yet turned in front of it at the moment of landing. Plasma, missiles, plasma, volcano cannons. Weapons that are enough to destroy a small nest city were blocked by the Void Shield of the War Master-class Titan of the Lord of Fire Legion. This is the advantage of the Void Shield. Before overloading, it is invincible. The Lord of Fire Legion turned to fight against the blade of the OM Messiah Legion. The glory of Agrippina attracted the most firepower, and the physical shield rang under the bombardment. The war between the Titan Legions was very terrifying in the eyes of the soldiers on the city wall. The divine machines moved slowly on the scorched earth, firing as they advanced. The roars from any weapon fired shook the soldiers' eardrums. They moved slowly but powerfully, and their attack speed was slow but powerful. The glory of Agrippina slowly stopped, while moving at full speed. It took several minutes to slow down until it came to a complete stop, and then its upper body pressed down. A whistle sounded like thunder. The warning lights on the glory of Agrippina flashed, and its legs were deeply embedded in the scorched earth with a roar. Another minute later, the War Master class opened countless launch tubes on its back, and dense missiles roared out of the launch tubes, penetrated the energy shield, rose into the sky, and fell towards the War Master class of the Lord of Fire. The latter had just stopped the Titan, and the two plasma incinerators on his arm slowly raised up and turned to aim at the glory of Agrippina. After the dazzling blue flash appeared, the missiles hit the Void Shield. The two blue attacks fired by the plasma incinerator hit the energy shield, and the sound was like a giant knocking twice on a huge door that was enough to extend to the track. The whistle sounded again. The joints of the Agrippina glory sprayed gas to dissipate the heat of the missile launch tube within a minute. The 2 feet stuck in the scorched earth slowly pulled out one by one and continued to move towards the enemy's War Master-class Titan. The Titan Legion was in a stalemate for a while, and it was unlikely to be determined in a short time. However, the Lord of the Legion, OMN, added a variable to this war. Now, that variable is ready. In the giant mountain of Bison number 1 2 kilometers away, the Mars Witch and 2 War Dog-class Titans trudged out of the rocky terrain of the mountain strangely. Chapter 394. Captain Diana, use your phase cannon to fire at the Titan on the opposite side. Yes, Captain Sharon. Although Omen ordered the Mars Witch to fight side by side with Sharon and another Warhound in this battle arrangement, Diana did not have the right to command. Under the command of Captain Sharon of the Warhound Titan, Captain Diana of the Mars Witch War Master Titan signaled to the operator. The phase cannon slowly raised. The intelligence system on the Titan continuously enlarged the location of the War Master of the Fire Lord Legion and marked it on the holographic map next to the right armrest of the command throne. Even for something as big as a Titan, it is not easy to see it clearly from 2 kilometers away. On Diana's side, they could only see a vague shadow like a mountain, or the shadow of the top, because there was a high mountain in front of him. This could not provide coordinates for accurate shooting. Diana moved her mind and transmitted the coordinates on the map into the phase cannon on the Titan's right arm. The phase cannon was automatically activated and aimed at the coordinates on the map. The intelligence system automatically calculated the shooting angle to ensure that the muzzle was aimed at the chest of the War Master. You can shoot? The operator looked back at Diana. Diana sat on the command throne with her legs crossed, tapping the bottom of the throne with her heels. After hearing the operator's report, she immediately nodded, "Fire." The phase cannon released a beam of light. The beam penetrated the mountains and rivers, the obstacles along the way, the void shield that was broken by Omen, and the chest of the War Master Titan, and then was twisted and dissipated by a powerful force activated by Diana. This series of processes happened within 1 second. The Flame Lord War Master Titan, which was fighting the Agrippina's glory, was about to fire 2 more incinerators, but the accumulated energy dissipated instantly, and the arms and head of the entire Titan broke away from the broken chest and fell one by one. The collapse of the Titan was a disaster for the ground troops at its feet. The entire armored battalion of the New Volscani Armored Regiment, which was fully equipped with Lehman Russ tanks and 3 poison blades, was wiped out by the explosion caused by the fallen War Master Titan parts. Another armored battalion that evacuated immediately after seeing the situation was not right, was half smashed by the lower body of the War Master Titan before it ran out of the collateral damage range. Diana wanted to disintegrate the remaining Titans, but she found that she couldn't do it. No matter how hard she tried, she could only sense the influence of the warp on those Titans. There are also bodies that have been immersed in the Eye of Terror, or the Great Vortex, for tens of thousands of years, and no longer belong to the material universe. When the Fire Lord Titan Core suffered heavy losses, Huron, who was watching the battle in the Blackstone Fortress of the New Badab, saw it all. He should not have seen it, but should have received the news of the destruction of the War Master Titan after the Titan Core was destroyed. But Carlos gave Huron a gift when he found him for the second time, a crystal in the Crystal Demon Realm. This crystal shows the entire battlefield in real time. As long as Huron wants to see something, the crystal will let him see it in his brain, as if he is on the battlefield himself. A little sacrifice is nothing. Keep fighting, keep fighting. Look at your shameful strategy. The transport ships I sent to you were sent one by one to suicide drop the army, and the result is like this? Life is precious. If you can't bear to see your men buried in the artillery fire, then pray to me, I will bless them, and let them never die. What's so good about war? If you want, I can send you and your army to the most beautiful place of enjoyment in the world. You will be greeted by endless joy and pleasure. For voices kept talking in Huron's mind. Huron sat on the throne, his elbows resting on the armrests, his hands on his head, expressionless. He was used to it. Because since he entered the whirlpool, Huron could always hear 4 voices talking in his head, every minute and every second, and sometimes even 10,000 words in 1 second. Huron knew clearly that it was a temptation from the dark gods. Every word they said was to make him lean more towards one of them. Now that he had left the whirlpool, Huron would not have to listen to their nonsense tens of thousands of times in a second. This was already a holiday for him. Severo. Huron looked at his subordinates wearing black armor and holding psychic staffs. Use your psychic power to move the Titan Legion out of the battlefield, and then send them to Voska. New Vos. Who cares? Anyway, it's those Voskanians. Send them a psychic communication, and ask them to retreat immediately, and attack after resting. Yes, my lord. Severo saluted respectfully, and immediately began to cast psychic spells. The entire Red Corsair war band was blessed by the 4 gods, and astropathic communication became accurate and fast, and could even be received by another psychic before it was sent out. Severo was not very proficient in psychic power. After all, he was driven out of the war band and hunted down everywhere without even receiving think tank training, but he could sense that there was a powerful existence in the supreme heaven who was helping him. That existence sent his most powerful subordinate to Severo to sign a protection contract. That being protected Severo's soul, preventing him from being attacked by psychic energy. That being helped Severo to use his psychic energy and trained him to let him know how to mobilize the most psychic energy to interfere with the real universe more quickly. Severo easily moved the Flame Lord Titan Legion out of the battlefield and sent it to the occupied area on Bisa No. 1, and even moved a large number of Black Mechanicus personnel to Bisa No. 1 to maintain the Titans. As for psychic communication, it was even simpler and faster. Severo found that after he sent a communication, the officers of the new Viscani Armored Regiment had received the communication half an hour ago and began to organize a retreat. Severo. Huron called again. Since the previous arena incident, Huron had conquered Severo with his wrist. He saluted with great respect. Please give me your orders. Huron looked at Severo with concern, and was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Stay alert. Severo was puzzled. I'm not a psychic, but I know the price and risk of using psychic power. Huron knocked his head. Don't get lost. Don't be gullible. Don't let something control your brain. Always stay awake. Always stay alert. Yes. Severo attached great importance to every word Huron said. Huron nodded and waved to Severo. You have used psychic power many times, and it is time to rest. Call the think tank director over. He will complete your work before you rest. Severo saluted again and turned to leave. A member of the think tank of the Starclaws, the predecessor of the Red Pirates, stepped into the bridge. The 2 friends who had fought side by side for many years nodded to each other and began to cooperate tacitly. Chapter 395. Baisu. Hive number 7. A transport plane carrying 2 6-man Red Pirate combat teams flew towards the Hive. The 2 combat teams were led by Encardo, who had been loyal to Vinger. Brothers, you just need to be mentally prepared when you go down. You don't need to be as nervous as if you were facing a big war. Encardo looked at Hive number 7 below and told his brothers what to pay attention to. Yes. Amid the responses from his combat brothers, Encardo kept his eyes fixed on the Hive, sizing it up. The only characteristic of this hive is that it is small. Compared with other hives in the Baisu hive complex, it is not worth mentioning. However, before coming here, Encardo heard that this is the oldest hive in Baisu. Encardo, who has never lived in a hive, cannot understand why the Baisu people are unwilling to expand hive number 7 and live there forever, but to build other hives, and even name the hive where their ancestors lived number 7 instead of number 1. But this is not important. What is important is that the mission of this trip is to go to the hive, to pick up the ritual materials found by the mortal servant army. Under the command of the Lord of the Great Whirlpool and the Red Pirates, the Black Heart King, the army besieging the main hives of the North Lord began to withdraw, pulling into the small hives or ground buildings that they had captured without bloodshed and effort, and then under the command of Huron's think tank, they searched through boxes and cabinets and dug deep into the ground to search for ritual materials. But unfortunately, although the occupied area was obtained without bloodshed and effort, nothing useful was obtained. Standard power armor, printing equipment, dimensional engines. Nothing useful was left. Some hives controlled by the Imperial Church did a more extreme job when they were transferred. The Church directly made sacred wax oil, ritual items, and statues of the Emperor to show their sincerity during the days. These things were placed on the ashes or fragments of the destroyed industrial equipment and materials, so that even if the enemy found the residue, they could not use the warp sorcery to turn the residue into usable defective products. There was nothing useful to be found in most of the occupied areas, except for hive number 7. There were a few hundred people left here, too few, but better than nothing. Commanding the new Volscani Armored Regiment, commanding the Fire Lord Titan Legion, and commanding the warships of various war bands at will. Huron has been too glorious recently. Since this mission was really boring, a talkative battle team leader found a topic to chat about. This sentence really touched the hearts of Encader and his gang. Since Abaddon's condition was unclear, and the Black Legion began to kill anyone who had last seen the War Master on Cadia, Huron became the new favorite of the Dark Gods. No matter how Huron warned the Red Corsairs to be wary of the gods and learn from a certain iron-handed and iron-legged bastard war band to advocate the undivided chaos, Huron benefited from the gods. He was in high spirits and in high spirits. The Red Corsair war band had nearly 40,000 space marines, and the leaders of many factions within it, whether forced or sincerely, were all following Huron's command. After all, everyone hoped to get closer to the future War Master, so as not to fall into a life-and-death fight for a piece of Garo meat. Don't talk about this. Encardo signaled his brothers to be silent, then glanced at the mortal pilot in the cabin, and switched the communication channels of the two combat teams to the encrypted communication channel created by Venger earlier. Encardo then continued to speak freely. Anyway, Venger is dead, and we are lucky not to be dealt with by Huron. Huron sent us to escort the ritual materials instead of attacking the Nest City, which shows that he trusts us very much. At least he doesn't want to send us out to die. The transport plane was getting closer and closer to the hive, flying in from the transport pipe of the lower hive. Now, let's go and take away the ritual materials. Encardo loaded the grenade launcher, then returned to the front of that bastard Huron and continued to pretend to be a loyal servant, just like his Starclaw veterans. The Battle Brothers cheered and lined up to walk down after the transport plane stopped. Just need 2 pieces of tender skin to wipe the gun. I hope to find a little guy. I want a female slave. I know you have a lot of ideas, but let's focus on the matter at hand first, and then talk about other things after taking the ritual materials away. The group walked towards the place where the ritual materials were guarded. All the mortal servants they met on the way knelt on the ground and saluted them. Encardo and his group arrived at the place quickly. This is a place similar to a reservoir, as big as a square, with hundreds of ritual materials guarded by mortal soldiers. Encardo just taught his brothers to focus on the matter at hand, but he excluded these people in front of him from the ritual materials, and focused on selecting the prey he liked. But there was really no prey that could be targeted. Here were just a bunch of old guys, disabled and aging, guarded by soldiers, like a group of old livestock that couldn't even move. Look at this old guy. Encardo walked up to an old man, grabbed her neck and pulled her up, looked at her and said, "Radiation sickness, a disease caused by excessive intake of acid. A standard pseudo-emperor slave, a hive livestock inferior to clones, and the only reason he can survive to this day is because of the small potion of the talons." Okay, everyone knows you're a pharmacist, stop showing off your professional experience. What use does Huron have for these old guys? How many souls can be squeezed out of their bodies? When we take them back, all that bastard Huron can do is to provide for these old guys in their old age. Encardo wanted to abandon the old man, but hesitated just as he was about to let go. He stared into the old man's eyes. The old man's eyes were fixed on Encardo's helmet. After watching for a while, Encardo suddenly said in the communication channel, "I feel something is wrong. These people don't look like they were abandoned here." The others immediately became serious and listened to Encardo's words. "I was curious about one thing when I came here, that is, if many people were abandoned during the transfer of the hive, why could only hive number 7 find these ritual materials? These people are not afraid or numb at all, but they are like guarding the stove at home, looking through old photos and waiting for their own end. If these two combat teams were randomly pulled together, then they would only ask Encardo if he was talking nonsense or if he really wanted to say something useful after hearing his inexplicable metaphor. All the members of the combat team participating in this escort mission knew each other and were fully armed. In order to prevent the Bisa people from taking away the remaining ritual materials halfway, they needed tacit understanding and force. "Let's go!" Encardo felt uneasy and turned around and walked back the way he came. All the Space Marines walked very quickly and silently, as if they suddenly remembered something urgent that had not been dealt with, and walked naturally, but their steps were getting faster and faster. Until one of these old men took his hand out of his sleeve, and then the skinny arm that looked very natural spread out, revealing a red button. The soldiers reacted and rushed over, but it was too late to stop it. The entire hive number 7, along with everything inside, including Encardo and others who had just returned to the transport plane, disappeared from the planet. There was no deep pit caused by the explosion, no ruins or debris, and hive number 7 seemed to have never existed, leaving only a piece of extremely flat land at the original site. Chapter 396. Report. Hive number 7 has disappeared from the surface. He Qijing, who was discussing things in the main hive, heard the stoneman assistant report this matter. Gray was surprised, but He Qijing and others either nodded or closed their eyes, obviously expecting this matter. He Qijing looked at Gray, and was asked by the latter's gaze, so he spoke slowly. "Mr. Guard, do you know what the procedure is for the new governor of the Tyrone Star Zone to take office?" Gray undoubtedly didn't know. He Qi was continuing to explain. "Before the guards and Space Marines killed the former governor and were about to leave, I boarded a transport plane and entered the battleship, and was sent to the capital of the Star Zone for training. After a series of training, all of our new governors and successors were called into a room, and each of them received a box. The box contained a device that could completely wipe out a large area of matter after activation. Its purpose." He Qijing paused for 2 seconds and then said, "There is only one sentence to describe its purpose. When you are in a desperate situation, you should activate it. It will erase everything painlessly and quickly. This is the mercy of the Star Zone. You must activate it. This is the trust of the Star Zone in you." After hearing this, Gray could guess why the hive disappeared. Obviously, someone in the hive used the suicide box given to the governor. The guards also have similar self-destruct devices in their bodies. As far as Gray knows, this thing is like the guards. It cannot be made by conventional means, and can only be produced by the hands of the Lord of Talon. Hive number 7 has a long history, which means it will have some willing victims. He Qi was looking straight into Gray's eyes. "I tried my best, but there are still at least a few hundred people who don't want to leave, so..." He Qi was about to defend himself, lest Gray think that he had set a trap by using people as bait. And this is also true. Humans are an extremely diverse species. In the desperate situation where the hive clearly wants to abandon the small hive, some people hope to leave quickly, some people ask for weapons to stay and fight guerrilla warfare, and some people don't want to leave and want to make the place where they grew up their own graves. When these people seem to be stamped with ideological steel and put on an attitude of either you want me to kill me or do whatever I want, all we can do is let them go. "I understand." Gray patted He Qijing's shoulder, "But the box is for you. As the person who gave you the box said, it was the mercy of Lord Tyrone. If you are forced into a desperate situation, the enemies approaching you can think of 10,000 ways to torture you without even turning their heads, and you, as a pampered governor, have used up all your courage just by putting the barrel of a gun in your mouth. What will you do if this happens? Don't forget that I am not the successor to the governor. I have been forced to swallow the barrel of a gun more than once." He Qijing said this very easily. Gray nodded silently. This was not his first time to come to the Bisa Hive city. He also believed that He Qijing's courage was enough to support him to put the barrel of the gun into his mouth and then pull the trigger. There are too many terrible things in this universe. Just the captain of the Huron, who was captured by Foros 10 years ago, the torture methods he said can make the listener shudder and feel fear. The suicide box is indeed a kind of mercy. But then again, there are many terrifying people who have seen many people, And there are also many who don't need the box. Don't be so pessimistic. At least the main nest has not been breached yet. He Qixing stood up and walked to a staff officer, ordering him, scan the nest world and see how many enemies there are now. The scanning equipment hidden deep in the bottom of the nest sent scanning waves to the entire planet. The scanning results were soon returned and sorted. There are at least 400 million enemies on the entire planet. The suicide transport launched by the Red Pirates with transport ships seems to be crazy, and there is a high possibility that they will be destroyed with both the people and the ship before they even touch the orbit of the Bisa planet, but it is indeed effective. At least the enemy has deployed enough troops on Bisa No. 1 to fight a long war. It is difficult to intercept the enemy before they deploy troops when the Navy is stretched to its limits, but fortunately there is a powerful being helping the Navy deal with enemy ships coming to the galaxy. At least no more troops will be deployed on Bisa No. 1. We are most likely to engage in an apocalyptic war. Gray got up from his chair. Contact my ship if you have anything to say. I have to go to the enemy-occupied area for a while to collect intelligence. Be careful. Heechee was getting up to see Gray off, and when he reached the door he asked again, "Do you need help? My assistant may be able to help you." Hearing this, Gray turned his head. The stone man's assistant saluted. Gray was the only one present who knew that it was not human, and that the device used by the stone man to receive commands could replace brain tissue after being implanted in the human body, making people crazy and cruel. The stone man was the crystallization of technology, and they were all perfect creatures shaped by transcendent power. But Gray still refused, because he could not rule out the possibility that the enemy would use decapitation tactics against Heechee. This governor is more qualified than any current planetary governor Gray has ever seen, and his death will be a heavy blow to morale. Protect him, Gray said to the stone man, and then turned and left. While using the jetpack to move outside the hive, Gray passed by the northern wall and saw the Mars witch. Gray, who has worked with Yoan for many years, wanted to say hello to his friend's daughter, but he saw Diana standing on the phase gun of the Mars witch in a daze, so he gave up. Drones were collecting the bodies of the dead outside the city walls and piling them together. The Martian witch was parked next to the pile of corpses. Diana stood on the side of the phase gun, and two operators sat in the gully of the site. In front of the three Titan pilots was a huge pile of corpses that had almost exceeded the shoulders of the Titans, and further away was the wreckage of the destroyed Warmaster-class Titan. One operator described the wreckage as like a mountain in the shape of a fallen giant. Another operator described the pile of corpses as like a Necron obelisk built with limbs and red residue, with helmets as embellishments to decorate the whole. Diana had seen a more brutal war than this on Dead Zone 3. But at that time, the dead were all iron men and iron skeletons, so she didn't feel anything. Now, looking at everything in front of her, Diana finally understood what her father said in the Titan hangar that day, like the Battle of Cadia. However, the three people who had just started their careers as Titan pilots at this time did not know that the intensity of the war on the northern wall of the Hive City was far less than 1,000th of the brutality of the battle for Tianwei in the previous Battle of Cadia. Because the mountain of corpses lacked the helmets and fragments of loyal and rebellious space warriors. The bodies of both sides in the meat-crushing battle in any turret in the weapon array were enough to build another wall for the Hive City. Chapter 397. Dead Zone. Compared to the war in Baisu, the war Yaoan faced was much more brutal and tragic. No matter how much Huron and his men used desperate transportation tactics, the troops still had to be deployed to Bisa No. 1 in the real universe, but this was not the case in the Dead Zone. A galaxy 400 light-years away from the Bisa galaxy to the Dead Zone became a must-fight portal, and demons emerged out of thin air every minute and every second. With the reality membrane and curtain severely weakened, demons only needed to exert some effort to get through the portal into the real universe. The Iron Man mothership placed itself directly on the star orbit of the galaxy to ensure that it could deploy the Iron Man with maximum efficiency. In this galaxy with only one planet, there is only one battlefield that needs to be focused on. When Yaoan and the Soulless Legion, the army stationed in the Webway, and the Blackstone Fortress arrived in the galaxy together, they could not see the surface of the planet when they looked at it. They could only see pieces of red, green, blue and black attachments surging on the surface. It was like a naughty child holding a planet-sized model and painting it with all kinds of completely unmatched paints he found. Everyone can imagine what it's like to be on the planet. Looking around, the vast ocean-like demon army is fighting with the Iron Man war body. To the Soulless, it's a scene like hell. I need you to open the Black Stone. When Yaoan ordered the regular army not to get involved in this war, and was only going to take his Soulless group to deal with the demons, The holographic image of Heat Death suddenly appeared on the command deck, scaring the Soulless. "What's the situation down there?" Yaoan asked, looking at Heat Death. Heat Death didn't look good at this moment. It was covered with flesh, whiskers, tentacles, and even freak deformities like human heads, which were forcing Heat Death to tremble or spin in place. Yaoan asked this question just to confirm whether he really needed to let the regular army go, but now it seems a bit redundant. In this situation, normal people would probably be corrupted by the devil as soon as they appeared on the battlefield. "Do you even need to ask this?" Heat Death responded to Yaoan unhappily, showing him his mutated body. "The enemy has a plague that can infect Iron Man." "Do you believe it? It can infect Iron Man?" "I believe it very much, because some warships can be infected, not to mention Iron Man." Yaoan signaled his men to activate the anti-psychic function of the Blackstone Fortress. When this function was activated, the Blackstone structure of the entire Blackstone Fortress began to suppress the subspace energy, and the tentacles on Heat Death's body suddenly limp. These tentacles don't even have bones. They are the product of a virus with too high a psychic energy content. When the Blackstone is activated, they naturally become limp wastes that can do nothing. The strange shaking of Heat Death's body also disappeared. It actually felt comfortable, groaning and sighing. "I know why the personality matrix should be created by imitating the Soulless. However, there are also disadvantages after the Blackstone is activated, that is, the normal people in the army who have not yet completely evacuated feel very uncomfortable, even to the point of difficulty breathing." This further strengthened Yaoan's determination to evacuate ordinary people. The army is not useless. In fact, the infantry stationed in the network is only a very small part of the army, and most of them are responsible for providing logistics and fire support. "You are fighting 1 against 3 on the planet?" Yaoan turned his head and signaled his subordinates to prepare for battle, and then asked Heat Death. In Yaoan's imagination, the Iron Men must be alone against the Chaos Demons, and the 3 kinds of strange demons are charging towards the Iron Men's front. However, Heat Death's answer surprised Yaoan. "It's very chaotic, man." Heat Death projected the previous battle video. Just as Heat Death said, it was very chaotic. The Iron Men who were controlled by the plague that could infect Iron Men lost 30% of their combat effectiveness, but fortunately they were not alone, not fighting alone. Because the Chaos Demons were fighting each other on the planet. Heat Death could see that they did have the intention to cooperate, but they cooperated, but not completely. When the number of Nurgle demons reaches its peak, and they naturally take on the main attack, the Khorne demons will kill through the Nurgle demons from the side. The great demon named Skarbrand in the confidential database will kill anyone he catches, whether it is the head of the Iron Man or the Great Unclean One, but the Cinch demons are ranked highest in the killing priority. The Khorne demon sees the right to attack, and then because the Cinch demons trip them up from behind or use psychic sorcery to provoke them, the demons of both sides will fight again. A Great Unclean One among the Nurgle demons found that the Iron Man could bear his power, so he happily took the Iron Man's hand and took him around, introducing his own kind and subordinates. He even picked up one Iron Man after another, and asked the Iron Man, who was infected by the plague and unable to move independently, to take him to meet the Iron Man's friends. The Nurglings played on the wreckage of the destroyed Iron Man's giant war body, turning a blind eye to the stray bullets flying by them. Only when a Nurgling was killed by a passing bloodletter, the remaining Nurglings would start fighting. But fighting with a vampire, riding on the vampire's neck or limbs to beat and bite it. Only when the number and strength of the 3 demons reach a very strange balance, will the 3 demons really cooperate to attack the Iron Man. Even after reaching a rough agreement, cooperation is not unity. The Cinch demons will pretend to cast witchcraft on the Iron Man, and when the witchcraft is successfully released, it will be aimed at a Khorne demon, and then laugh until Skarbrand cuts off his bird head. Maybe the 4 gods all want to cooperate. At least the 3 gods except Slaanesh, who have not yet appeared, want to cooperate. But the demons under them cannot implement the will of their masters. Although they are part of their masters, they have self-awareness. Just like the 4 gods are only part of Chaos and the Warp, but if there is a god named Chaos or the Warp, the 4 gods will not listen to it honestly. For the demons, they just change the place to fight the eternal war in the Warp, but they also have to complete the tasks of their masters when fighting this war. In the Warp, demons had to work honestly when they were dragged to their masters. Now that they have left the Warp and entered the real universe, they still have to work honestly. Isn't it a waste of time? However, demons are demons after all. Even if they fight among themselves, they are still very powerful when they appear on the battlefield at the same time. The entire planet has been turned into a demon world. The domains of Khorne, Nurgle, and Cinch extend or shrink on the planet, depending on how much they each invest in the planet. Yaoan still has to prepare for a big war. Chapter 398. The Black Stone suppressed the psychic energy in the galaxy. The plague that could infect the Iron Man was turned into a material virus with little lethality, and the demons were also severely weakened. The Corn demons were okay, but the Cinch demons could not release sorcery, and the situation of the Nurgle demons was not good. The great unclean ones dragging their intestines could not even move because their bodies were too fat. The big mouths in their abdomens that could release plague locusts and pus that corroded everything could not even open their mouths because there was no muscle to move. The fangs and sharp teeth in their mouths were deeply embedded in the fat flesh, causing severe pain to the great unclean ones. Yaoan observed all this through the Iron Man's drone, which was almost what he expected. In the Battle of Cadia, Yaoan specially checked the bodies of Space Marines, who believed in Nurgle after the war. These Space Marines were extremely powerful before the Blackstone Obelisk was activated. They were not afraid of pain or injury, but they became extremely fragile after the Blackstone Obelisk was activated. The pustules on the flesh inside the armor may be stronger than the defense of ceramic steel, and they may bounce away when bombs hit them, but after being normalized, they become a rotten thing that keeps oozing pus and breaks at the touch, and even corrodes the few normal flesh and blood and causes illness. It is the same now. The demons have been normalized, but they still have the ability to fight, such as swinging swords and hammering people with scepters. The Iron Man is still fighting with countless demons on the surface of the planet that is gradually normalizing, but it is much easier than before. We will be responsible for killing the big demons. Yaoan put on power armor and walked towards the transmission platform with the gathered soulless soldiers. Give me a coordinate with the most unclean ones. These plague pigs can spread the plague just by being alive. I have to kill as many unclean ones as possible while the Black Stone is effective, and they are all weakened. Heat Death ended the communication and shared the coordinates of Scarbrand detected by the drone with Yaoan. The transmission platform was ready to be activated. Take us with you. More than 100 women holding various melee weapons entered the bridge and called Yaoan when his hand was about to put on the transmission button. These women all have a distinctive feature, a sky-high braid similar to the Eldar woman next to Abaddon and Gilliman. Yaoan knew that these people were the reserve forces in the webway. They were all soulless and soulless who were good at fighting, but the Star District had not decided whether to activate these people, because they are Silent Sisters. In the 10,000 years since the Emperor sat on the Golden Throne, the Silent Sisters have not lived well, except for those in the palace who eat the Emperor's food. The more powerful Silent Sisters scattered in various galaxies, who have their own settlements or are acquainted with the governor, live in poverty, and do not even get supplies. As for why they did not ask for help from the Empire, the High Lords Council once formally discussed the relevant matters of the harmless treatment of the soulless, but in the end, no results were reached. Some small religious orders are not just living in poverty, but will suffer persecution. They may be considered by the state religion to have impure souls, so they are marked by the Emperor among all living beings, so that ordinary people can sense and eliminate them. These nuns who survived various persecutions were acquired by Klein and sold to the Star Zone, and sent to live in the Soulless Settlement. But even in the Soulless Settlement, the Silent Sisters are very annoying, because they refuse to do normal work, refuse to enter identity information, refuse to swear to become people of the Talon Star Zone, and are willing to take responsibilities for the Star Zone while enjoying rights. Every day, they pray to the Emperor and wield swords and guns. They don't talk to others. They stare with suspicious eyes all day long. They have houses but choose to build monasteries instead of living in them. Thank you for your support for the Star Zone, but forget it, Sister Cressa. Yaoan declined the application for combat. In Yaoan's opinion, the more soulless people, the better, but the premise is that they are trusted soulless people. It is difficult for the Sisters of Silence to gain the trust of other soulless people, because they behave like spies of the Inquisition in their daily lives. The Soulless Settlement has a main entrance, but they don't go out. They often climb over the wall in the middle of the night, and go into the normal people's settlement to do things secretly. Once, Yaoan forcibly caught a nun to check what she was doing, and then found that the nun was investigating whether the Talon people were corrupted by chaos from house to house. The nuns can't even trust others, let alone let others trust them. Sister Cressa made a few gestures to her sisters. The sisters responded to Cressa with gestures. Then Clarissa said to Yaoan, "You must take us with you. This is what we should do, and what we must do. It is the most glorious mission passed down by every sister from generation to generation." As soon as the voice fell, the sisters made a gesture in unison. Then Clarissa shouted, "For the Emperor." Yaoan frowned and looked at the Silent Sisters, thinking that even if he could fight side by side with them, they didn't even talk. How could he communicate? the only one who could speak was Clarissa. Clarissa was an exception. This Sister of Silence came from a remote star region. All her sisters were killed. She thought there were no more Sisters of Silence in the Empire, so she lived a normal life, worked and got married. Unfortunately, more sisters were sent to Tehran later. They lynched Clarissa, shaved her head, and paraded her through the streets, but finally accepted her and named her Sister of Speech, which is equivalent to a bridge for the Sisters of Silence to communicate with the star region. But there is only one bridge, and the sisters' mouths are not all on Clarissa. While Yawen was thinking, a sister pulled Clarissa over and made several gestures to her. Clarissa translated to Yawen, "You just need to send us to that planet. It doesn't matter if you can't communicate with us. It doesn't matter if we can't keep up with the team and suffer casualties due to poor communication. Death is a gift from the Emperor. You don't need to be responsible for it, nor do you need to bear the blame in your heart. Okay." Yawen made a gesture of invitation. "Come up. At least I trust you now. If you die in battle because you can't speak and can't ask for help, then as you said, it is a gift from the Emperor. I will not be responsible for your casualties." This sentence was compiled into the database of the power armor. If too many Silent Sisters died in the war at the end of the war, and Yawen was investigated for this, he would be exempted from all responsibility based on what he said to the sisters at this moment. "Thank you." Cressa took the sisters to the transmission platform. Yawen said that he really didn't want to be responsible for the casualties of the sisters, but they participated in a war related to the Tyrone Star Zone after all, and it would not be good to be too cold and ruthless. So Yawen ordered his subordinates to pay attention to the sisters, so that if a sister was surrounded, someone could shout for her and let everyone help her. Chapter 399. A group of soulless beings teleported to the coordinates given by Heat Death, which is where the greatest number of great demons in the Nurgle army are. When Yawen and more than 200 soulless beings appeared in the center of the Nurgle demons, all the demons cast their eyes on them, but only glanced at them, and then either ran around to avoid them or continued to do what they were doing just now. This seems to be the self-preservation mechanism of subspace creatures such as demons, a very strange self-preservation mechanism. According to Yawen's experience, whenever a soulless person appears in front of a demon, the demon will often take a look and then choose what to do, provided that the soulless person does not actively provoke a conflict. However, this experience does not apply to all situations. Yawen himself has experienced situations that are inconsistent with his experience, such as the war in Cadia. Moreover, if the talent of a soulless person is not too embarrassing, it will often make the demon lose its ability to act instead of ignoring it directly. Nothing is absolute in this universe. Most things are not can or cannot, but between can and cannot. This is what Chinemo once said to Yao In, and it is also the most applicable sentence Yao Un has found so far in his battle. This is the first time I have come to such a place. Barrett, who followed Yao Un, looked around and sighed in horror. Since he shot the female Judge Bologna in the head and transferred to the Talon Star Zone, Belrant could have chosen to survive as a civilian in the soulless settlement, but he did not, and chose to continue to be a warrior. This is not that Belrant has some lofty spirit of self-sacrifice, justice, etc. It's just that everything he has done since he was born is killing people, and he can't do anything else except killing people. Bellona is the Inquisitor. Didn't you deal with demons when you followed her around? Jan asked, turning back. Yes, but this kind of thing. Bellant stared at everything around him, hair all over his body. There was green pus under his feet. Every object in the environment around his body was mutated, stones with pustules, flowers and plants that were bent because the tumors were too big, but these things only added a little disgust compared to those grotesque Nurgle demons. The most horrifying thing is the appearance of those Nurgle demons. The soulless ones advanced a few steps, and the deafening sound of artillery fire came from afar. They could vaguely see the scene of those giant war bodies lining up on the surface of the planet. It was obvious that the Iron Men had launched a full-scale attack on the weak demons. Jan continued to focus on the current matter, looking for the Nurgle demon. At this time, a Nurgle spirit jumped out from behind a stone in the distance, grabbed a tumor on the stone and threw it at a soulless one, and laughed harshly after succeeding. Although the virus was forcibly physicalized due to the suppression of the black stone, it did not have so many mysterious ghost effects, but it was still threatening. The tumor exploded at the neck of the power armor worn by the soulless man, and pus splashed directly on the breathing filter. Although the breathing filter can prevent most viruses and poisonous gases from penetrating into the power armor, there are still many extremely tiny viruses with penetrating power that penetrate into the helmet. How is it possible? The soulless man knelt on the ground with a painful expression. He thought that the effects of those viruses mostly relied on the energy of the subspace, and as long as they did not come into contact with the skin of the body, they should be fine. But he had not expected a virus that could penetrate even the filtration system. It turned out that the plague pigs who played with viruses were really good. Even if the virus they created lost its subspace properties, it still had effects beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Don't be careless. The Sister of Silence, Sister Cressa, walked up to the soulless man who was infected and took out a bag of medicine powder that had been passed down from generation to generation in the order. The soulless man took a look at the medicine powder, but did not take it. Instead, he took out an injection from his backpack and put it on the back of the power armor. The storage module on the back of the power armor opened, and a tiny tentacle-like external appendage grabbed the injection and inserted it into the power armor's spine-like structure. The injection was injected into the soulless man's spine and blood, repairing his cerebrospinal fluid and blood that had been damaged in less than 2 seconds. And it was not the first time that Cressa was distrusted by the Tyrone people. She naturally put away the powder and prepared to save it for her sisters. Every failure is a lesson, everyone be careful. Yao En reminded everyone, grabbing the black pendant hanging around his neck. That was the medium of star god power Qin Mo gave him 10 years ago. Because the Blackstone Fortress suppressed the energy of the subspace, the laws of physics were effective at this time, so the poison Nurgling was transferred to Yao En's side. Yao En did not kill the Nurgling, but walked past it. The others continued on their way. Just being dragged in front of so many soulless people was enough to kill the Nurgling. It sprayed green venom up and down, and died screaming in a second. Yao En and his companions ignored the various Nurglings and strange low-level demons they encountered along the way. For the combination of the soulless and the Blackstone Fortress, the only thing that made them feel difficult was the various stinking environments full of viruses they encountered along the way. Finally, they came to the coordinates set by Heat Death. A corn-grade demon was slaughtering Nurgle demons with double axes. It did not hate these great demons, but just felt uncomfortable and painful under the containment of the Blackstone, and vented through fighting and killing. A dozen Nurgle demons were dealing with this corn demons. If they were in the warp, they would not be able to hold out for a minute. However, the effect of the Blackstone in curbing psychic energy would bring greater negative effects to the Nurgle army and those who were corrupted by Nurgle. Therefore, no matter how hard these Nurgle demons held out, they could only contain the corn demons and avoid being exiled. The Soulless hid behind a huge rock. The reconnaissance team in the Soulless Legion released a drone to check the situation and transmitted the data and images into Yao En's power armor. The corn demon, who was roaring and slashing at the Nurgle demons, was entered into the database for comparison, and it was finally shown to be Skarbrand. The Iron Army knew about Skarbrand earlier. Before the Blackstone Fortress was activated just now, Skarbrand was chasing a Cinch demon whose axe had become full of feathers. He chased all the way to the Nurgle demon army. The result was naturally that Cinch demon withdrew in Skarbrand, and the Nurgle demon slashed each other, and then Cinch demon hid to watch the battle he had provoked. Should Skarbrand be included in the target? Baron asked. No. Yao En stood up and walked out of the stone. Our goal is to kill as many Nurgle demons as possible while the Black Stone is in effect, followed by Cinch demons. Even the nuns agreed with Yao En's view. In the documents passed down from generation to generation by the Silent Sisters, once a full-scale war begins, Nurgle demons must be dealt with first, because they will release viruses that have a great negative impact on the army. The second is the Cinch demons, who are good at heavy firepower and long-range sorcery bombing. Chapter 400. The moment the Soulless appeared, the negative impact they had on the demons led to their discovery. Skarbrand chopped a Nurgle demon's belly with an axe, ripping its intestines out, and then turned and ran away in the opposite direction of the Soulless. Its wings flapped vigorously, but without the help of psychic energy, it could not make its heavy body fly with its wings, but the wings could still help Skarbrand, allowing it to run faster. Skarbrand didn't want to run away. He wanted to stay and kill the Soulless and Nurgle demons, but no matter how he thought, his body wouldn't obey. The influence of more than 200 Soulless gathered together made Skarbrand unable to stay no matter how much he gritted his teeth. As for the Nurgle demons, they also wanted to escape, but their bodies were too fat to run. The Sisters of Silence made a few gestures to each other, and then subconsciously rushed towards the demons with swords. But the Soulless Legion brought by Yao En was one step faster than the Silent Sisters because they had guns in their hands. Red beams of light shot out from the muzzles of the Soulless guns. The Soulless stood in 2 rows and fired at the same Nurgle demon. The unlucky guy who was targeted by them was instantly beaten to pieces, and all kinds of internal organs flew around when the beams penetrated his flesh. The Silent Sisters realized at this time that the role of the Blackstone Fortress was not just equivalent to an oversized solace, it could ensure that everything in the affected area was bound by the rules of the real universe. This means that the best weapon to fight against demons is no longer melee weapons, but long-range firepower, at least at this moment. Can a rifle kill them forever? Yawen looked at Cressa. I heard that demons killed by people like us cannot be reborn. I don't know. Cressa shook her head, but I know that once demons are exiled from the real universe, they will take a long time to be reborn after returning to the subspace. Yawen nodded and decided to use long-range firepower to kill the demons. Even if they could not be completely exterminated, at least they could not run back from the subspace to participate in this war. What is needed now is efficiency rather than killing a certain demon forever. The Soulless Legion continued to fire at the Nurgle demon, and the Silent Sisters opened a bloody path for them to directly aim at the demon, killing the low-level demons around the demon. The cooperation between the two sides was more tacit than Yawen had imagined. The Soulless were like a precision-operated killing machine, constantly clearing the demons in the area where the Nurgle demon army was located. After killing all the demons in front of them, they continued to move forward, using the Soulless ability to expel demons to travel through the demon army to the next place, and continue to kill. The battle was easier than imagined. After the Soulless had penetrated 10 kilometers into the demon army, and killed at least 20 great demons, they came to a tower. It stands to reason that no building could attract the attention of the Soulless. After all, they were in a world that had been demonized, and the area where the Nurgle demon army was located was equivalent to the Nurgle demon realm, so nothing was strange. But Yawen still noticed the tower, and ordered everyone to rush to the bottom of the tower. The reason was that the tower was made of black stone. The surface of the tower was covered with tentacles and rotten flesh, and tumors were expanding on the tower. The 3 holy emblems representing the evil god Nurgle are scattered all over the tower. What are we doing here? Cressa ran to Yawen and asked him why everyone didn't continue to kill the demons, but came to visit the tower instead. Yawen continued to stare at the tower for a few seconds, turned his head and said to Cressa, "This is made of black stone." So? Cressa looked at Yawen suspiciously, not understanding what he was thinking. The Silent Sisters lacked understanding of black stone. The nuns in the palace might know about black stone, but these nuns from remote areas had no idea what black stone was. It was only after the Blackstone Fortress was opened that they knew it had the ability to suppress the subspace. Cressa thought that if there was a black stone here, Yawen should be very happy. After all, the demons themselves set up the Blackstone Tower to restrain themselves. Such stupid behavior of the enemy was simply a gift from the Emperor. This is not right. Yawen climbed up a boulder eagerly and looked around. The tentacles on the surface of the Blackstone Tower were active. The demons very close to the tower were also more active than the demons seen before. They gathered together and looked at the Soulless from a distance, instead of being half dead like fish thrown on the beach. There were 10 great demons under the tower, holding incense burners emitting green poisonous gas, showing a fearless attitude towards the Soulless, who were approaching the tower. Obviously, the Blackstone Tower amplified the influence of the warp. The Blackstone itself was a double-edged sword, which could both contain the warp and amplify the warp. The demons would use the Blackstone. Yawen couldn't believe it. He suddenly remembered a series of news about chaos that he had heard from Lord Talon. Except for the 13th Black Crusade launched by Abaddon, every time was a victory, which seemed like a joke, because every time the Black Crusade War Master had to roll back to the Eye of Terror. But that was the fact. The first 12 Black Crusades were very confusing to the Empire, because Abaddon always attacked some worthless planets, garbage places that even the poorest war bands in the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom were too lazy to rob. But it was not until the end of the Cadia War that the Empire saw the role of the Black Stone, and then they realized that the worthless planets that Abaddon attacked were actually the most valuable, because there were black stone obelisks on them. Once the Black Stone is involved, we have to mention a planet called Acheron 8. This is a planet with black stone minerals. The Mechanicus researched and mined here, but every time the black stone was collected, it fell into the hands of chaos. After comprehensive thinking, Yawen believed that the black stone from Huangquan number 8 was used by chaos. During the period when the Tyrone army shared intelligence with the Cadian assault army, the army received reports from Cadians that Chaos Space Marines used black stones. We have to destroy it. Yawen turned around and waved to everyone, "Find a bunker, find a bunker." The Silent Sisters and other Soulless immediately followed their instructions and hid behind any shelter they could find. Yawen released an energy shield drone to generate a wall-like single-direction shield. After getting ready, Yawen aimed his shoulder gun at Blackstone, adjusted it to assault mode, and fired at the Blackstone Tower. A tiny red beam of light shot out from the muzzle and hit the tower, triggering an explosion more violent than a nuclear explosion. The obelisk was destroyed, and most of the impact of the explosion was blocked by the shield. A small part of it affected everyone from the other 3 directions, but it did not cause any damage to the Soulless behind the shelter. The tower was destroyed. Then, as Johan thought, the demons used the tower to resist the containment of the Blackstone fortress. Far away from the tower, the legs of the Nurgle demons could not bear the weight of their bodies, and their bones penetrated through the rotten flesh and drilled out, and then the demons fell to the ground with screams. Skarbrand, who had already run back to the Khorne demon army, fell to his knees as if he was pressed by something because his body was too strong. After the tower was destroyed, the Blackstone fortress could more effectively contain the influence of the warp, and this was the effect it should have.